If someone would have told me 2 years ago, when I was 19 years old, about where I am today, the position that I'm in, where I've built my coaching business to where I can take home a few $1,000,000 every single year at 21 years old, I would have 100% believed you. But if you go back to 4 years ago, I wouldn't have even been able to understand what you were talking about. And I can say this as somebody who's documented my entire journey from broke on YouTube. You can scroll down and see me in my car making videos at 4 in the morning before I even knew what an online coaching business was. In my head, I thought you had to be predestined before birth and chosen by God if you were going to be rich. I didn't think that, there was a formula that could actually be created to make money. I thought that the cards that you were dealt were the cards you were dealt, and there was nothing that you could do to change them. So I couldn't even understand that you could sell programs for why would anyone pay thousands of dollars for a program online, whether it be to change their life or learn how to make money, or in my case, I made hundreds of thousands of dollars as a fitness coach, bought my first Lamborghini with 8,000 followers, had a very, very low following, learned how to monetize it, learned what people actually needed in order to be pushed over the edge, in order to trust, and in order to pay high ticket prices without me being viral. I've broken down this business, and it has literally been the foundation of my life over the last 3 years, but there was still a time where it didn't make any sense to me. I didn't know what to do. I had YouTube, I had access to information, but I didn't know the right questions to ask, and so I suffered, and I was confused, and I was a victim because I didn't have the life that I wanted, and I thought that there was no more than meets the eye. But anyone who has followed my journey, anyone who's seen my videos, anyone who's seen me, I go by Mr. Free Value on Instagram. Doesn't matter what they feel about me, good or bad. It doesn't matter if they like what I do. It doesn't matter if what I do makes them mad. It doesn't matter if it's a competitor of mine. They have all said the exact same thing. I stand out. And I don't say that in an egotistical way, not like I stand out because I'm some young kid with money. I'm in Miami right now on a business trip. Everyone has money. I know stupid people that have money. I know untalented people that have money. I know people that should not have money and don't deserve it that have still gotten rich online. But the key factor here is that my entire purpose in sharing my journey with the world was to take every single thought I had, every lesson I experienced, and teach it from a frame where at any point in my life, I could have listened, understood, and had the context to actually get better from this. And if you've been in the coaching space for a couple of years, I hope by now you're making at least $40,000 or $50,000 a month. You hear all the time, 100K a month is the new 10K a month. And quite frankly, it's true. This month so far, you can go check on my YouTube channel. I did a video breaking down how personally, by myself, just to prove a point, I closed $100,000 in the DMs, teaching people how to scale their online coaching business, literally with no sales calls. I have a team, right? I have a business that runs for me that I can continue to create and integrate a bunch of systems, but this is my passion. But it's come from relentless progression. It's come from awareness of why did I make these decisions? And it's come from the core foundational principle of understanding human behavior and tying that into content, tying that into sales, tying that into product, understanding how people buy, and realizing how saturated the online coaching industry is today. People make videos all the time. You're probably like, oh, John Mark, why are you saying that? Does that not put you in a bad position? No, the coaching business is so saturated. But that only scares people who are uninformed or don't have what it actually takes to become successful. If something is saturated, that means there's an insane amount of consumers, there's an insane amount of money to be made, and there's an insane amount of opportunity. So the more saturated something is, the more competition you have, but also the more opportunity you have at the same time. And I've created an entirely separate strategy for scaling coaching businesses. My number one principle is value is better than views. Views don't mean anything. I know plenty of people that have millions of followers that are broke. And I was making $60,000 a month when I had literally less than 5,000 followers on Instagram. I understood exactly how to build trust. I understood exactly how to make content that didn't just give people a Band-Aid solution for what they thought they wanted, and it actually broke the beliefs that allowed people to have their emotion met with my understanding, that then allowed them to accept the logical solution that I had in place, that allowed me to transform hundreds of lives with my fitness coaching business, and now into the thousands with the content that I create, the value that I put out as you're watching here, and the clients that I've helped scale their business. I've had so many people go from 0 to 50K a month, so many people go from 0 to 100K a month. I have plenty of partnership businesses. I have a few partnership businesses right now that are making a couple $1 million a year, and I'm scaling them to $10 and $12 million through the systems that I have built in the foundation of this business. But everyone always gets very, very pattern interrupted by the content that I create. It's very authentic, right? It's very, very low production, low quality. This is probably the highest production type of video you'll ever see me make. And I've got a tiny little mic on my jacket and a camera in front of me. Usually I'm just using my iPhone because that's all you need in today's day and age to become a millionaire. And when I just said that to you, you've probably heard it before, but it probably kind of stuck a nerve. Because you think you need the perfect lighting, you think you need the perfect camera, you think you need the perfect angles, you need the perfect hooks, right? You need to learn how to leverage AI to make content for you, and you need a better physique if you're selling fitness coaching, and you need a nice watch and a Lambo to flex, and none of these things matter. But you buy into them because other people tell you that they matter, right? Other people market to your subconscious decisions, and you haven't gone through the belief shifting process of turning subconscious thoughts into conscious thoughts so that you can actually dictate how your actions control and produce the outcome of your life. And what I'm saying, it might seem like you're getting a little ahead of yourself, but hang on, because you see that the rest of this video goes all the way up to 10 hours long. Why would I post a video that's 10 hours long? It's because this is what I'm known for. I've posted 3, 4-hour videos, 6-hour videos, 8-hour long videos, and every single time I do it, it completely, and I say this in the most humble way possible, it completely changes the mechanism of the industry that I'm in, because it forces every competitor around me to change their game plan, okay? I love competition. It fuels me. It's necessary for business. It's great. I love to fight. I love competition. I love people thinking that they're better than me. I love people counting me out, right? It continues to fuel and grow the fire that's inside of me, and it should do the exact same thing for you. But the one thing that I don't like is when competition takes the easy way out simply because there's a massive point of counter leverage in the online coaching space. Information's everywhere. You have access to every single piece of information that you need to be a millionaire in 2026. In 2026. And if I have to convince you of that, it's probably not going to happen this year. That doesn't mean it's not going to happen ever. But if I have to convince you of that, it's probably not going to happen this year. It's just part of it. There's nothing that I can say, and there's nothing that I'm going to try to say to convince you that you can actually be successful. Because if I believe in you more than you believe in yourself, there's nothing I can say to help you. But for those of you who are watching this that understand what I'm talking about, and you're looking for a couple of the missing pieces, there's some things that don't make sense. How come this person who has a ton of views, who has, seems like they make a ton of money, right? They live in Miami, they drive a supercar, it seems like their life is so easy. They don't seem much smarter than you, but it seems like they have some cheat code that they've just figured out that puts life on easy mode. I'll tell you right now, they haven't. I don't have a cheat code. My life isn't on easy mode. My life is hard, and I've set it up that way because I want to constantly grow and progress. Now, I 100% could act on different things every single day that would give me 6 months of ease, 12 months of ease, maybe 2 years of easiness if I did it the right way and still making a bunch of money. But if you are not constantly growing, constantly pushing your market, constantly pushing yourself and expanding on your concepts of thought and your beliefs and your strategy from the original foundation that you set in stone in your life when you started your journey, you're never going to win. You can't look at a single other person and use the excuse of, oh, they must have gotten lucky, and think that that's ever going to drive you forward. Once you accept that you're the lucky one by having it more difficult, that's when you'll realize what your competitive advantage is. And I've created a business that, quite frankly, puts me out of reach of any competition. It's not because I'm smarter. It's not because I'm better. It's not because I, figured out on some ancient scroll buried in the desert the secrets to the universe, right? It is because I have constantly researched. I've worked with thousands of people. I'm one of the only coaches in my space who does what I do, who makes the money that I make, that will still send you a DM over Instagram, that still takes one-on-one coaching calls. And so I'm constantly in my audience. I'm constantly in the shoes of my clients and making decisions based on how the industry has grown over the last few years. And everything is changing in 2026. I don't say that lightly. I know you've probably heard a million videos already that people have said that, yada, yada. There's a reason why I waited till mid of the year to show you this. Because I didn't want to make this video to be caught up in the hype of all these mainstream guys telling you that this is your last chance to lock in, because that's not true. There will always be opportunity. But this is one of the biggest opportunities I have ever seen. And there are people who have been in this industry for as long as I have been alive. And they agree with me. I have mentors that have been in the industry for 20 years, right? I have friends that are billionaires. They have all said the exact same thing. There's a shift taking place. And just like people say there's a new world order that's coming, I believe there's a new info order that's coming in the coaching space, which people refer to as the info space, right? We're selling information. And what you're going to realize as we break this down, I have given you guys access. And some of you, quite frankly, don't deserve it, but I've given you guys access to a 4-part, 10-hour-long resource. A 10-hour-long resource. I did not make this specifically for YouTube. These are going to be VIP trainings that I have done with some of my top students. And this is an occurrence that happens all of the time. I'm constantly repackaging and breaking down more information and giving more lessons and more education. But I'm giving you guys access because I feel like it is my duty. Since the beginning of my journey, I have always felt like the burden is on my back for me to actually speak truth, because I've always operated under the principle: if I truly help as many people as I can get what they want, I will also get what I want. There's so many people that talk about, oh, I'm not even in this for the money. I'm in this for, I'm not going to make myself seem like a saint, right? Do I want you to be successful? Absolutely. Am I going to sit here and act like I don't also want to make money? No. I'm rich. Do I want more money? Absolutely. But I know that chasing money will never give you the outcome that you want. And if I sat here and told you, oh, I'm giving this just because I care so much about you, I hope that I'll have a relationship with as many of you guys who watch this video that take action on it as I can. But there are some of you that you won't. You'll click out of this video. There's some people that already clicked out of this video, right? They'll come back in a few months, but by then they'll, it'll still be valuable and they'll have kind of missed the opportunity a little bit. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to expose exactly how the info space is changing. Because the most valuable thing in the world at one point, which is information that was only available to kings and popes and, the wealthiest secret families in the world, is now strategically been given to every single human being, no matter their status. In the phone, on the TV, on the computer, on social media, every single day. There is more information than your brain was created to process being thrown at you. And rightly so, your brain doesn't process. It just listens and stores and listens and stores. And so you have all this knowledge, every single thing that you could possibly need to build your coaching business, but you don't have the discernment that comes through experience to know what piece of information is right for you. What type of videos should you make to build your business? What type of offer should you have? What type of sales process should you have? Should you make organic content? Should you run ads? Should you just close in the DM? Should you take sales calls yourself? Should you use TikTok? Should you use Instagram, YouTube? Should you use all of them? Should you immediately spend $1,000 on a camera and hire an editor, or should you just make low quality videos from your phone? You're not that great at talking? Oh, should you hide yourself from the camera and just make, text posts or just use Twitter? What should you do? You could do all of these things. But the man that chases two rabbits catches none. And if you don't know how to execute strategically based on the leverage that you have and the competitive advantage that God has given you when He was forming you, it's never going to work. I don't care if you are 5'2" with a face deformity and you sound like a mouse when you speak. You have a competitive advantage. I know dudes that are 6'6", tattoos, supercar, right? 20 years old, seem like they have everything figured out, and they don't even know what their competitive advantage is. So what you have to understand is, in this new age, as information is changing, as everyone seems like they have a supercar and is rich and has a social media platform and says they're a certified expert coach and they're going to help you make $1 billion, how do you navigate through this industry, regardless of if you're at $50,000 a month and you're going to 100, or if you haven't even made $10,000 a month and you haven't started? I'll tell you, if that's you, if you haven't even made $10,000 a month, this is going to be a lot. It's probably going to be a bit overwhelming. If you're at $50,000 a month, you're going to eat this up. You probably will not leave this video, and you'll probably end up staying up all through the night, or if you're working out, you'll probably stop your workout to go and actually listen and break down this entire thing. But don't just treat it like a podcast. Sit, take notes, break it down, ask questions. What does that mean? Go look at your own content. Go take the examples that I'm making and research and really start to apply these thought processes to your business so that it's not just another video where you hear the information, it goes in one ear, out the other, and leaves you again complaining, I don't know what to do, even though the answer is at your fingertips. The entire coaching industry is looked at by the rest of the world as a scam. I'll be the first one to say that. Why do they call it LARPing? I'm in Miami right now. Why do they call it LARPing? Why is it like, oh, that's a typical Miami course guru scammer? Why is that? Ask yourself. Because most people, they talk, they yap, they speak information, but it has no real weight. It has no real weight, okay? You can be 100 pounds and have never gone to the gym before and make a video talking about a training program, saying it's the best in the world, and in reality, you got it from Chris Bumstead. Does that mean the training program isn't valuable? No, you took the information from Chris Bumstead because it's publicly available. But because you are speaking it, it has no value. Because you don't know what the intention or the purpose behind each one of these workouts and the number of reps and the amount of sets, or when it needs to be applied, or what its actual outcome is. And so therefore, we now have this swapped hierarchy of everyone having access to information, whereas it used to be you had to have the skill and the discernment and the experience to even have the information. Now everyone has it. And therefore, 99% of people don't know what information is actually specific for them, what information is valuable for their position, and what should they listen to. You have people with $100 million businesses giving business advice that people who haven't even made $10,000 are taking as truth and thinking, well, because this guy said it, I need to do that for my business. It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. And so what I have done is I have deconstructed the entire fabrications that hold the coaching business together. And I have taken every single experience I've had, every single client that I have scaled, every single person that I've talked to, every single failure I've made and business lesson I've learned, broken business partnerships, making my first $10,000 a month, making my first $50,000 a month, buying all of my dream cars, buying a few $100,000 worth of watches, spending over $1 million last year on half of stuff I didn't even need. But these are all lessons that I've learned, I've broken down, I've questioned, and I've created a specific execution that allows you to understand exactly what route to take and exactly what is going to give you the highest leverage to take captive of your competitive advantage and literally put yourself in a place where there is no one like you. A true coaching business is built on top of the foundations of a personal brand. And there is no sales rep, there is no AI DM setter, there is no software, there's no coaching fulfillment program, there's no AI Claude 100 content ideas. There's nothing that is going to substitute for a broken foundation in your personal brand. And if you don't learn this lesson, you're going to keep watching content after content, finding next mentor, next creator, next person to invest in that continues to leave you with the exact same feeling. Wow, I thought this guy was everything and this was going to be my solution, and yet nothing has changed. There's plenty of people out there who have a horrible product, don't even know how they got to the point that they got to, posted a couple of reels, went viral, and then made $10,000 or $20,000 a month. And because you don't know how to decipher the information, you can't tell. You just listen to what he says and you're like, wow, I take this as truth. But there's also people that they don't have bad intentions. They are just giving you the information that worked for them. The problem is, they don't know how to teach it or educate you in a way that actually allows you to become successful and use it to your advantage from the position that you're in. And this is the great dichotomy, right? Let's think about something I'm not involved in at all, but let's think about sports. Think of an amazing football coach, right? And if you're not in America, I mean, in the U.S., okay? College team, football, Alabama, okay? Nick Saban. Everyone says he's the greatest college football coach ever. How good was Nick Saban at playing football? Maybe he was okay. I've never heard of it. Why? Because the people that are actually good at doing the thing are rarely the same people that are the best at teaching it. I know so many people right now that are successful that if you ask them how did they do it, they wouldn't be able to break down anything outside of the surface level things that they did. Oh, well, I did this and I worked hard and I woke up early and I did. And that's why it doesn't work for you. Because unless you understand the actual root cause of what allowed you to make that change and why it actually returned an investment on your time and your effort, it's useless. So as we break down these 4 sections, I'm going to run you through the new info order. Why so many coaches are going broke, why they're going out of business, right? I'm going to run you through exactly why saturated information, even if you think it's valuable, is taken by your consumers and brushed off. I'm going to run you through exactly why there are people who are experts in their field, doctors, physical therapists, right? People that have actually studied and dedicated their life to certain fields that don't even make a tenth of the amount of money that some 23-year-old kid who barely knows anything makes simply because he's gone viral in his content. I'm also going to walk you through why there's people like me and a lot of my clients who, when I had 5,000 followers, 10,000 followers, I was making $50,000, $60,000, $100,000 a month. I hit my first $120,000 a month with less than 10,000 Instagram followers, and I never had ran a single ad. It wasn't by luck, because you can go back and see that every single business decision that I make today is built on the root principles that I started my journey with, even before I knew what the online coaching space was. And that's simply because solutions to success are a formula. Absolutely. You can engineer and guarantee to a 1-degree variable of predictability, almost guarantee your steps to success. But only if you understand yourself. Because what was life-changing for somebody else doesn't mean it's going to work for you. The foundations of who you are the variable before the system works, because they allow you to interpret, how does this affect me? What is the bottleneck that I'm facing now? Why is it occurring? Why do I keep making that mistake? Solving that root cause, and then applying the solution. Then and only then are you able to literally engineer your steps to success. And I am the creator of the Info Funnel. You can go to theinfofunnel.com after, don't go now, after you have watched this information, because the last thing that I want you to do is to think about looking into my program before you've actually truly understood my information. My name is Mr. Free Value for a reason. That's what I set out to do, and that's what I will continue to do to the end of my time. And as we go through this, and I break down the new info order, why information is so saturated, and why it seems so difficult to build a coaching business, but why it's actually the best time to do so. How the foundations of a personal brand are built from the foundations of your life. And I break down the actual framework of how to understand that so that you can predictably position yourself to stand out on social media, regardless of how talented or untalented you are. And then how that immediately drives into your sales process and the way that you speak in the DMs, the way that you book calls, the way that you actually present your product and sell and onboard, and then into the actual fulfillment and delivery of the thing that you sell. They all build on one another. And this entire video is broken down in 10 hours into 4 sections. And every single one of you who watches this video all the way through will have a competitive advantage that almost no one else will have. And even if someone else with your exact same build, exact same skills, almost your identical twin watches this video, you'll still be in a lane of your own. Because when you build a coaching business the right way, you can make money for the rest of your life as long as you continue to grow, as long as you continue to develop, and as long as you don't make the one fatal mistake of acting opposite of what you know to be true. Watch this video, take notes, DM me on Instagram, I'll send you a voice note back. Once you've fully processed this, broken it down, and seen how it applies to your content, I have some resources for you as well in the first link in the comment sections, as well as the link in the description. But before you even check that out, dive into this video, turn everything off, hoodie on, throw your phone across the room, put your phone on D&D before you throw it. Don't eat food, don't sit down. Notepad, this video, and you. And I promise, within 6 months of applying this, you can cross 100K a month or add another $100,000 a month to your business. Let's dive in to part one right now. So, in 2026, I truly believe, not in any marketing tactic or marketing ploy, that the online coaching or the info business space changed forever, okay? And I think that the change started in 2023, and now if you're not really in the know, or if you're not really feeling like you're able to catch up on any momentum, it feels like it is too late to catch up and put yourself in a position where you can win. And when I mean win, I mean have outsized returns and make crazy amounts of money no matter where you're at, right? And there's more coaching businesses than ever before. More people are posting on social media than ever before. And for the first time in modern society, this is just what I've seen from every single person that I know, old people, parents, friends, people that I went to high school with. It's become widely accepted for the first time that college is absolutely the worst way to make money and build a life for yourself, outside of somebody having a lifelong dream of becoming a lawyer or a doctor, or wanting to go into like a specialized trade that they've always wanted to have, right? And it's simply put, it's because technology has taken something that historically has been very, very valuable, very hard to get, and very, very reserved, and it's made it accessible to the public, right? And that in history, that thing has been reserved for the wealthiest families. If you go look back to the beginning of the 1900s, 1800s, 1600s, the wealthiest families, kings, governments, and world leaders, and it's now taken that valuable thing and it's placed it into the hands of normal people. And it's never been like that ever in the history of the world, where all normal people have been able to access at the tip of their fingers information, any information, whatever information that they've wanted to. And quite frankly, we're not, like, God didn't create us as humans to have so many social connections, so much information, all of this wildly available. And well, it is a blessing that we have access to so much information. None of us would be able to be here on this group call tonight or doing what we do without having access to that information readily available, right? I think that it was done on purpose, because we're not supposed to have access to that much connection. We're not supposed to have access to that much information, and it's really corroded the core value of what made information valuable, and that core is practical application of specific information into your daily life, right? So the exact same thing that technology and social media has made readily available for every person that has a brain, right? It's also completely diluted it to the point of almost uselessness. And you can see this across, every aspect of humanity. The dumbest people and the smartest people you've ever met all have access to the same information. They all have access to the same information. And I've seen some of the smartest, most talented people I've ever met in my life do nothing simply because there was so much information that they didn't know how to decipher it, and they didn't know how to actually get to the bottom of it to figure out what they should use, what they shouldn't use, and how their human being can actually benefit from it. All right. And so what I want to do, and I want you guys to be very, very aware and paying attention when I'm going through this. And if you are, I think some of you guys, before I even make my point, you're going to start to kind of build some of the connections that I'm starting to make. But I want to run you through a little mental model so that you can understand how this has anything to do with making more money as an online coach. The world is changing. Information is now readily available. Everyone has social media. Seems like so many 17, 18-year-old kids have Lamborghinis. Nobody knows who to trust. Nobody knows who's real. People are going to jail. People all of a sudden disappear. You see people that look like they're overnight successes, and they blew up overnight. Like, never in the history ever of life has a person at any age, but let alone like a 20-year-old, go back and find some time that an 18-year-old, like I know 18-year-old kids that make freaking more money than me. They make $1 million like running drop shipping stores, and when they were 16 they were broke. You can't find a single time period in history where that was even an option, where a 16-year-old kid could become a millionaire in 2 years. It hasn't happened. It's never, ever, ever happened, right? So I'm going to run you guys through this mental model, and I'm going to go ahead and like preface what we're going to be doing over the next 4 weeks. And obviously every single section after this is going to specifically apply to how you can create this unique positioning so that all of you guys can get outsized returns and make a crazy amount of money over the next few years to come, and specifically over the next couple of months, okay? And again, pay attention and try to read between the lines at what I'm talking about, because you'll start to have breakthroughs before I even finish my point if you can realize how I'm talking about how this applies to your coaching business, all right? So I want you guys to follow me here, all right? Let's say you're sick with the flu, and just for the sake of the story, you've never had the flu before, okay? You've never learned about it. You've never experienced the specific symptoms that the flu, causes. Let's say you don't even know what caused you to get the flu. And I think if some of you guys think about it, like most of you, when you get sick, you don't even know why you got sick anyways. You're just like, I'm sick. I don't know what it was because of. Like, you don't even really know, right? Even when you have had that sickness before, like most of the time we can't really pinpoint where did I get this? Was it because I ate something bad? Was it because I took something I shouldn't have took? Like where was it from? Most people can't even originate where the problem of the sickness actually entered into their life, okay? Right? And this kind of goes into this whole thing of people will just kind of accept their circumstances and they'll just call it truth, right? There's this thing I've been talking about all the time. It's a quote, and it's like about making your subconscious conscious, right? It's like, until any man can make his subconscious become conscious, it will rule his life, and he will call it fate. So I want you guys to think about this. Imagine when you're little, like your mom's like, oh, like, don't go outside with your socks off, you're gonna get a cold, right? Come to find out, that's completely taken out of context, because that has nothing to do with you actually getting a cold. But how many of you, like, you just heard that and you're like, oh, makes sense, and you just took it as truth. It's just in your subconscious. Somebody told me that this is something that's true, and so I'm just going to live and base my decisions and base my thought processes and some of my philosophies about getting sick on that principle being true. And you never thought about questioning it. Something that was in your subconscious, and you never brought it into your conscious mind to actually sit and think like, why would that work? Why would me going outside actually cause me to get a cold? You were just like, oh, makes sense. Didn't even ever question it, right? So you have the flu, right? You've never been sick before. You've never experienced these symptoms, and you don't even know what caused it, okay? You're given 5 different medicines that are supposed to help and just fix all of your problems, okay? That's what everyone is saying. Each one of these 5 medicines has 100 different people saying that it's the absolute best and saying that the other one doesn't work, and you should stop trying to take it, and don't listen to anyone else who tells you to take the other ones, because they're just full of shit, all right? Start to understand and build this mental picture, okay? 5 medicines. None of what happens in the real world is in the context here. It's just, we have the flu, we've never had it before, we don't know why we got it, and we have 5 different medicines that we're looking to go take, and these are our solutions. And each one of these medicines, there's 100 people that are all like, mine's the best, this is the one that you should take, the one that I took is the one that you should take. Anyone else who's saying that you should take the other one, they're full of shit, right? So all these people have contradicting opinions, right? So this is your first experience with the sickness, right? Naturally, you're a little confused, but you've never had the flu before, and you've never taken any of the medicine. And you just want to get better, right? So you find the one medicine that has the coolest looking bottle, right? Has the most enticing promise. It says, oh, you're never going to be sick again. After you take this medicine, you'll never be sick again. It's like, wow, that's crazy, but if that's true, I want it, right? You're naive, okay? You'll never be sick again. It says you will instantly be fixed. And it is the one that has huge names backing it, right? Celebrities, people you really want to be like. You don't really share anything in common with them, but your brain doesn't care about that or think about that. Oh, wow, these celebrities, these people I want to be like, they're endorsing this medicine. It says I'm never going to be sick again. It has this amazing promise. And it looks cool. seems naturally like that's the one that I'm going to choose. That is the solution that I'm going to choose for my problem, right? And so you convince yourself that, you resonate with these people and you're in favor of it, right? So you buy it with high hopes of it curing you, all right? You follow the directions, you take it, and for a moment you get like a placebo of relief just from the excitement, from everything that you heard about, all these big names talking about it, this crazy promise. Oh my gosh, I'm going to buy this thing that's cheap. It looks super cool. It's going to make my sickness go away and never, ever come back. I feel terrible. And all of a sudden, it's just going to make me feel amazing. Sounds fucking amazing. Sounds like I've got the deal, right? You never even question, like, wait a minute, let me think about this with some logic, okay? So you get a little bit of placebo. And just from the excitement of everything you've heard about it, it tastes amazing. It's so simple to take. You're like, oh, how could this get better, right? But then shortly after, you still feel terrible. Nothing gets better. And so you're like, oh, wait, you take another look. You read the bottle, and you see that in your excitement, you skipped over the fact that you're supposed to take it for 2 weeks before seeing results, right? So start to catch this pattern, right? We made an emotional decision to solve a problem, and we skipped over a couple of core things that anyone who has any awareness would have been like, oh, I need to see how long I have to take this for, et cetera, et cetera. We just rushed to immediately making this decision, okay? So you see you're supposed to take it for 2 weeks before seeing the result. So you take it for 2 weeks, you've still got high hopes, and then again, nothing happens. So now you're discouraged. You're in pain, you're going through something you've never gone through before, you spent money, and the little hope that you had, only to be left with 2 weeks later, you're in a worse position. So you lost money, and you lost time, and now nothing is fixed, and you feel like you're in a worse position, right? So now you start to go back and dig a little bit deeper, right? You're like, wait, why did this thing not work? I just wasted money and time on it, and everyone said it was amazing, and my hopes went from all the way up here to all the way down here. So naturally, your human brain, your instinct, you start to question, right? You start to look into the ingredients, you start researching how it was made, how it was discovered, right? You start to research the people that claim to have been helped by the medicine. Lo and behold, you come to the conclusion that this medicine, it just isn't for you, okay? You're special. It works for other people, right? And you just lie to yourself and say that you're different, right? This sickness that you have, right? It's different than the symptoms that you have are different than how other people have experienced it, right? And you just have something that's just much harsher than anyone else has ever had, and you need something that's higher quality and it's more special, right? Because we're always selfish by natural inclination. We always want to think, oh, no. I couldn't be wrong. I have it different, right? This is the basic pattern of human psychology, okay? So that's your first experience with buying the medicine to solve the solution for your problem, right? So now you go into your second experience, okay? So you go back to the website where they're marketing all these medicines, all these solutions for these different sicknesses and diseases, and you even see what you didn't notice before. There's some medicines for cancer, for AIDS, for all these things that are way more serious than what you have. And you also see some medicines that are just for like a headache or a simple cough, right? But again, you didn't even see any of these before because you were unaware and you were uninformed. So you just had tunnel vision, simply focused on what is the emotion in front of me? What is the thing that I'm experiencing? I have this horrible sickness. What does my brain immediately offer up? I need to find something that's just going to immediately fix this and do away with it because I want to get back to normal, right? So you didn't pay attention to any little thing. You didn't stop to slow down to think like, why am I doing this? Is this actually the medicine that I need? Yada, yada, yada. You just bought it. You bought it based on emotion. You bought the highest promise, the thing that was easily marketed to your consumer brain. You bought it. It didn't work. And now you're starting to go back and kind of backtrack a little bit. And you're taking your time to research a little bit more, okay? But you go back to the top 5 that are for the flu, not for any of the other sicknesses, right? And now you only have 4 options because you already crossed one off the list, okay? But one of the options has a very, very similar looking bottle. The packaging is the same, and they promise almost the exact same thing, right? Almost this crazy thing that you start to think about now, like, I'll never be sick again. That was the promise on the first bottle. Maybe maybe I should look for something that's a little bit more realistic. I'm not sure how I'd never be sick again just from taking this cheap medicine, right? So you're a little bit turned off by this one because the bottle looks the same, the promise is like is super crazy, and you see that the people are pretty similar to the people that were promoting the first medicine that you bought. And you're starting to kind of draw a pattern in between this. You're like, all these people in the first medicine and all these people in the second medicine and all the other medicines, they're all telling you, oh, that one is the wrong one if you're taking that. Oh, anyone telling you to take that is full of shit. And so in your head, you never even really thought to analyze this, but you kind of started to analyze now. Well, if all of these people are wrong, then like, who's right? Right? So now you're being a little bit more aware, right? You're being a little bit more aware, and you realize all these things are very, very similar. And you notice that the company that created the medicine seems to almost have the exact same type of vibe, the exact same type of branding and marketing and promise and like message behind the last one that you bought. So naturally, like if this is you, I want you guys to like join me in this story and think I'm like you're going actually through this experience. What would you do, right? If you're smart at all, your brain should kind of start signaling a little bit of like an instinct of like danger and realize, oh, I should probably stay away from that one that's the exact same as the other one and very, very similar because I don't want to make that mistake again. Now, let's be real, okay? Not everyone would notice this immediately, okay? Some people have to make the same mistake over and over and over and over and over again. And the more complicated of a solution and a problem that they're having, and the more unaware they are of it, and the more emotional they are, right? The less control they have over their own brain and their own personal development, the more times they're going to have to fuck up before they actually learn and realize what's happening, okay? Right? Like we like this is literally what we call intelligence, right? The rate of learning. How many times do you have to mess up before you recognize the pattern of why you keep ending up in the same position, okay? But that's not us, all right? Let's just say for the sake of this example, we're all super intelligent because we are, and we immediately recognize our pattern of behavior, and we decide we don't want to make the same mistake again, right? So we steer clear from the one that seems like the first medicine that we bought, right? So you look for something very, very different. You don't want to make as much of an emotional decision this time. It's a little bit more thought out, a little bit more logical, right? You feel like you're a little bit more informed. This time you understand, okay, I don't want to fall victim to any crazy promises, okay? I simply just want to feel better, right? So you're starting to be a little bit more, all right, I simply just want to feel better. I'm not just trying to look for the number one thing that makes me feel amazing, that like promises some crazy outcome. I want the thing that is just going to actually solve the real problem that I'm having, okay? So you don't make as much of an emotional decision, right? You simply want to feel better. That's it. So we find another medicine, okay? It's not very flashy. The packaging is normal. And the people that are talking about it, they seem a little bit more down to earth now that you're actually kind of thinking about it and realizing it, okay? Even though they're not celebrities, they're pretty logical. They're not flashy. They're not perfect around the edges. They don't look like they have all these amazing success stories about how this thing changed their life and made them never sick ever again. The medicine and the people simply say, hey, if you follow the directions, if you take it every day for a month, your symptoms will start to go away. So you're like, okay, how can I go wrong with this one? Like, that's not a crazy promise, anything like this. It seems like I've done a little bit more research. Every natural human, right? If they've never made this same magnitude of a mistake, they're not thinking about all the things that they can go wrong. They're like, oh, I did enough due diligence, okay? So this makes you feel good because you really just want to stay away from the past experience that you have, right? And luckily, we're smart and we only had to have that experience once. But remember, some people bought the same or the similar medicine 4 different times, mindlessly thinking it would magically start to work before they actually realized that they needed to change their approach, right? They had to go through it 4 different times before they actually had the awareness to stop and be like, wait a minute, why does this same thing keep happening to me? Why do I keep ending up in the exact same position at a different point in time with a different company? Why do I keep ending up in this exact same position, right? And so you go and you buy the medicine. You get it and you start to take it. And this time there's no placebo effect immediately, okay? So you just take it and it doesn't taste good. It's much harder to take compared to the last one, and you really don't look forward to taking it at all. There's no excitement. There's no crazy, oh, celebrities took this and it's going to change my life. But you simply take it because you want to get better so badly, even though it requires more effort and it's going to take longer, okay? The sickness is ruining every aspect of your life, okay? A month goes by. You finish all the medicine. You feel a little bit better. It was difficult. You had to remind yourself every day. It tasted nasty. You're like, God, I don't want to take that medicine, yada, yada, whatever. Maybe the administration, like, you had to drink a freaking gallon of it. I don't know. Let's just imagine that, right? But a month goes by. You feel a little bit better. Headache's a bit better. There's a little bit of relief, okay? But it's not what you were looking for, okay? Like, you don't feel 100% like your old self that you keep dreaming about. You guys know when you're sick, like, it's funny how we take for granted feeling normal until we're sick, and like, you ever wake up and like you think about going to the gym and you're like, oh my God, last week I was complaining about not wanting to go to the gym and like I have this fever, I feel so fucking terrible. I would give anything just to like not feel this and like be able to be strong and go to the gym and have energy and feel amazing, right? It's that feeling right there. Like when you don't recognize it right now, you know, Lord willing, we're all healthy. We feel good. I've had a great work day. I'm focused. You know, I'm here doing what I love. Right? We're all learning. But like, I'm not sitting here and just being like, yippee! I feel so amazing right now. Right? I'm just in that mode. Okay. But all you are thinking about is that dream state of I want to feel better, and in my head, I don't want to have any pain. Okay. I want to have energy. I want to feel like a functioning human being again. Right? I just want to get back. Right? So now, you're on your second medicine. You changed your approach. You thought you changed your approach, okay? And it didn't give you the outcome that you were looking for. So now you're pissed. Now you're frustrated. Now you're thinking, how could this happen? How have I seen all two different solutions that have changed these people's lives, their companies, they're taking my money, I've taken it exactly as directed. I'm not stupid. There's not something wrong with me. Like, what's happening? Why is it not working for me? How come it seemingly works for everybody else, but it's not working for me? I researched, I did my due diligence. Like, what? I'm just cursed? Like, what's going on, right? So now you're in your third experience, right? So now the sickness is practically ruining your life, okay? Because it's been like 2 months now, okay? What started as the flu that you had never had before, it's keeping you out of work. There's financial stress. Your mental health is getting absolutely destroyed. It's starting to ruin your relationships. You're cranky all the time. Everybody's like, what's wrong with you? What's going on? You don't want to take care of yourself, right? It's putting an absolute rut in all of the goals that you said you were going to accomplish over the next 3 months. Maybe some trips that you planned with your family, whatever. Everything in the future is put on hold. And you don't even care because all you can think about is constantly how this thing is ruining your life, right? You're unhappy, you're unmotivated, you're spiraling, you're stuck. You start overthinking every little problem. And what does that do? That just creates more problems, right? So what started as something small, now anytime you're faced with God, I've been out of work for 3 weeks. What do you remind yourself of? God, I'm sick. And I bought 2 medicines and it's not working. And God, like, woe is me. All this shit is happening. Hey, no one else has experienced what I've experienced. And then you start this negative spiral of self-talk and the unmotivation becomes more unmotivating. And the low energy that you have becomes even more low energy, right? Because you have to have a opposite reaction to create a new trajectory. And that doesn't happen, right? Because we're all humans and we all suffer. And every single one of us have been in a scenario like this, right? You're unmotivated, you hate what's happening. Every little problem is creating more problems. And before you know it, what was just a little sickness in your life that you thought was fine and you've never had before, but other people have had, right? That small little thing right there, okay? It's now, what it's done is it's turned into the worst thing you faced in all of your years, right? You've never had to go through something like this, okay? Every day you feel worse. And whether that's just because the flu is actually getting worse, or if it's just because you now have 800 different problems that were caused by the effect of this sickness the sickness has had on you, you don't know which one it is. All you know is that your situation is shit and you feel like shit, right? You're not sitting there trying to problem solve, okay? So you're not really sure, but you don't care, and all you can think about all day long in the back of your mind through every single conversation with one of your loved ones, the work that you still have to do, every time you get out of bed, every time you try to go eat, all you can think about, every time there's bills due, every single time you think about your goals, all you can think about is that this thing is ruining your life, okay? And none of you should right now be thinking like, oh, it's just the flu, how is that? we're creating an example so that you guys can understand, right? Just imagine it's the worst thing that you've ever experienced, okay? It's just haunting you and it's tearing your life apart, all right? Now, this is where it splits into two separate scenarios, and I want you guys to try to understand and sympathize with the brainwave of both of these people, because one of these scenarios that I'm about to talk about, none of us have actually given in and gone into this because we're all here. But there's plenty of people in the world who have this actual approach, and there's plenty of customers and people that are watching you and that are in your audience, okay, that are thinking just like this guy that has the flu, okay? So some people in this scenario, it's been 3 times, their problem has just caused this huge turmoil in their life. Some people in this scenario, they just give up. They don't have the grit. They're just like, fuck it, I'm just going to stop fighting, right? They grow cold. They say, fuck this. I don't care about getting better. It's not possible. Everyone's a liar. Once you get the flu, your life is over. This is what they start to believe, okay? No one has ever had it as bad as me, and the medicine just doesn't work on my body. The world has just cursed me, and it's just dealt me the most unlucky hand that anyone has ever had, any human being to ever walk the earth. No one would be able to overcome this if they were in my shoes. Because if I can't overcome it, nobody else can. Right? And that's that. And the sad reality is, any person that has that mindset, it's not that like, oh, like it's not true. It actually is true, because your thoughts become your reality. Okay? And once you've decided and you've cast that over your life and you've decided that these things are the absolute truth, it becomes reality. Once someone decides and chooses their reality, it becomes truth. And outside of a near death or a traumatic experience, they will never change their perspective. And you're not going to be able to change their perspective at all if you meet them at the face value of what they're going through. If any single person wants to sit here and come to you and be like, no, you don't understand. That's not my reality. You cannot try to get them to see your reality, because it just doesn't exist. Have you guys ever heard the analogy of the rose-colored glasses, right? The rose-colored glasses, they choose the people that realize that they exist and that they can put them on. But here's the thing. If you have rose-colored glasses on, and it makes every single thing that you do, everything that you look at, and everything that you touch become an opportunity, become fruitful, and become successful. And it has this rose tint to it, okay? And then you have somebody that has this mindset of they've got blue glasses on. And their glasses, right? Their glasses make everything suck. It makes everything they touch do terrible. And they start to redirect that this is my life. This is what I've been given. There's nothing that I can do about that. If they believe that is their reality, okay? You seeing through the rose-colored glasses, you cannot look at them and try to logically argue with them about why reality is actually rose-colored instead of blue-colored. Because it doesn't matter what argument you give them. Look at that bush right there. It's rose-colored. You see it as rose-colored. They're like, it's fucking blue. What are you talking about? And then all they're going to do is just continue to fight you. And you're going to just continue to be like, this person's an idiot. How does this person not see it, right? It takes a massive experience, almost a disassociating experience, for them to come to you and be like, hey, I saw a little glimpse of like a different color. What was that? And you're like, yeah, buddy. You're like, put your hands to your face. Do you feel that? Their glasses, take them off. And they take them off and they see, oh, right? And then they realize, but you cannot convince somebody else to take their glasses off. They have to choose and come to you, ready to take the glasses off, right? So this person has decided that the flu has just absolutely destroyed his life. There's nothing that he can do about it. He's just going to sit there and he's going to be like, if I get better, I get better. And he's just walking around hoping that somebody's going to come in and just like fix and save his life. The thing that he wants, he's hoping it's out of his control. He's a victim, right? He tried. I did everything in my power and it's just not going to work. And I've decided that my new reality is I'm stuck here and there's nothing that I can do about it, right? But remember, that's not us, because we're intelligent, right? So that's the scenario of some people, okay? And I want you to be able to understand that and sympathize with that and realize, because if you don't understand what it feels like to have the blue glasses on, you're going to be trying to convince the dude with the blue glasses to see with the rose-colored glasses, but he can't unless that acceptance has actually started to take place, right? But that's not us, okay? We're not going to go down that road. We know that hope is never lost. So what do? That's why we're all here, okay? What do? We go harder than we ever thought was possible. We go back to the root of the problem, even though it's the 3rd time. And most normal people would have quit. That's why we're not normal. We go back to the root of the problem and we start to research not like
how can I get a better medicine, or how can I make this better? What do we research first? How did the flu originate? We want to start to study and understand the thing that is causing us torment, right? And now there's even another level to this that I want you guys to think about. Luckily enough, we know what we have. Hey, okay, it's called the flu, so we have somewhere to start. There's a lot of people in this world, they just know they're sick, but they don't know with what, and they don't know how they got it, and they don't know what it came from, and they don't know how to fix it, and they don't feel like there is a solution to fix it, right? So we go back and we take the data that we have. Okay, I know I have the flu. I don't know what kind. I don't know how it affects me or how it's implemented into my life. I just know I have the flu, and I know I have these specific symptoms, okay? So we research, how is the flu originated? Where does it come from, okay? When was the first case found, okay? How does it affect our bodies? And then we go even deeper down the rabbit hole. How does medicine combat the flu? How are different medicines made, and what are their purposes? And what are the non-medical things that we could do that could help and fix this sickness, right? What are those things? And this is what we should have done at the beginning, but it took this much turmoil, it took this much difficulty, it took this much pain to finally get us to the point where we decided to go and not take the easy route and look for the easy solution that just magically makes everything go back to the way that we want it. Because this is what every single human being does. Every single human being, it doesn't matter. Every single time you face something new, unless you recognize the pattern of how it's happened somewhere else in your life where you've overcome this, all right? That's the secret that I want you guys to start thinking about, right? So now we're actually taking the time to, instead of just being selfish and being like, I want this thing fixed immediately, I'm going to fix it however I can, and trying to solve the problem the easiest way based on emotion and what we want to happen. We're now going and we're logically breaking down and understanding all of the different origins about when this thing came into our life, how it came into our life, how it's affected us, and we're starting to actually study and understand the information that's correlated around this thing that we're struggling with, not just broadly. We're not looking at other people, we're looking at how does it directly tie into us and our situation, right? And then the things that we discover are insane. We start to have these realizations and these epiphanies. We're learning about things that we never even thought existed, okay? We're talking directly to people who overcame the flu and other sicknesses that are worse. Now that we've actually understood how does it affect our bodies, what does it, what does it come from? When did it originate? What have they researched about it? Now we're talking to other people who have gotten over it, right? Now we're talking to people that have the flu sickness that's way worse than anything that we have, and we're thinking back, holy shit. 2 weeks ago, I thought that nobody had ever experienced anything this bad before, but now that I'm actually going and I'm sitting and I'm researching and I'm logically going and picking apart this information, I'm realizing, I don't have it half bad. There's people that have way worse position than me, right? But if we never would have gone and done that, our glasses only reflect the fact that, oh, I have it the worst. You don't understand. I'm trapped in this bubble alone. You don't understand, right? And so now we're doing all this research and we found out that there's people that have something way worse than us and we're still sick. But now there's a little bit of hope. Now it's like, okay, I'm not a victim, all right? I'm actually starting to catch a little momentum in what I'm doing here, right? I just didn't understand what this problem that I have is, how I got sick with it, or how and why it was impacting my body. Not just how it was impacting my body, how it was impacting my body, and why it was impacting my body in that way, okay? Now, again, this is not about medicine. You guys have to understand that. I'm going to relate it back, but be thinking about this. How and why? How many times, now a sickness, right? Thank the Lord, none of us have ever had to go and turn into a fucking scientist about sickness, but in the scheme of life, right? Sickness is just like a little temporary problem. Everybody gets sick, and then everybody who has the flu ends up recovering because of the information that we have access to now today, and that's widely available, right? But start to think about something that has a little bit more of a return on your investment. Start thinking about something that has a little bit more of a magnitude that not everybody gets to experience. Now, would that be something that we can just solve just by basing it on like emotion or trying once or twice? No. The depth of your struggle determines the height of your success, right? So the greatness of the thing that I'm trying to accomplish, me solving my sickness, should theoretically be dictated to the greatness of how deep I actually dug to understand what I'm trying to accomplish and how much I actually versed and started to dive into understanding what causes that thing to happen. Okay? So we're having all these realizations that are crazy. We're learning about things that we never thought existed, okay? We realize we're starting to research, how I got sick with this thing or why it was impacting my body. And then that's when we discover the 3 things that completely changed our entire life. The first thing, we realized that all the medicine companies that we were buying from, they simply create, again, this is not about medicine. They simply create a solution just to profit off sick people like us. And most of them don't even understand what it feels like to have the sickness or what the struggles are. In fact, most of them have never even been sick with the same thing that we have themselves. They just happen to be in a position that allowed them to start a highly profitable medicine company. And they don't even really care about helping sick people as long as they accomplish the goal of making money. Makes sense. And the next thing that you discover is that each medicine, lo and behold, it's not a one-size-fits-all solution across the board. Who would have thought? How effective the medicine can vary based on how much you weigh, how old you are, tiny little variables that nobody would ever be able to make comment about, like how much sunlight you've gotten on a particular day. You might get sunlight all day long on a Saturday or if you're at the beach, but what if it's wintertime and you're working harder than you've ever worked and you're inside, all day long and you live in Alaska and you don't even get to see the sun? So now you were buying medicine based on the packaging and what other people said, and you were buying medicine based on how cool it looked and how easily it was promised that you were going to get this solution. But now you're realizing, holy shit, the effectiveness of the medicine is based in all these tiny little variables about me. How much sunlight I've gotten on that day, how much food I eat in a particular day, that changes every single day. The types of food that I was eating, that changes every single day, and that's different across so many different people, right? And it gets as crazy as learning that the medicine affects you differently based on how many different places you've lived, what ethnicity your parents are, even what type of music you prefer. It's like, how deep does this go? How would I have ever been able to find a medicine that actually fixed me for this problem that I have simply just based on the fact that I thought that the packaging was cool and it said, I'll be better in 2 weeks? How naive of me to think this. And this leaves you absolutely out of your mind, shocked, but also gives you more hope at the same time, because you realize, again, you weren't cursed and you weren't stupid. You were just completely under-informed. And the crazier part is that you think back to the time before you realized you were sick, and you start frantically connecting all the dots. Why? Because you finally actually started to gain awareness and care enough about fixing this problem that you for once go back like a logical person would and start to think, wait a second. When did I actually get exposed to the sickness? And you realize that you were so naive, you didn't even know you had gotten it 2 months before you felt the symptoms. But guess what? Now that you've done all of this research on how medicine is made, how the flu originated, how it shows up in different people, you've talked to all of these other, people that have overcome the flu. You've learned all about all this medicine and these medicine companies, and you start to become very, very proficient in this thing, and your brain starts to do what naturally humans do. The more time we spend on something, the more we start to recognize patterns, and the more we start to be able to dissect and understand what's going on, and you realize I got the flu 2 months before I even felt the symptoms. And you start to draw back and realize, what was the thing that exposed it to? That that girl that my daughter had over, I remember her family texting my wife about something about she had the flu, and I never even sat to think about that. Now, was that something that like you didn't know? No, you knew it, right? Was that something that you like forgot? You didn't necessarily forget, because to forget is to completely eradicate it from your mind, right? It's to completely eradicate it from your mind, okay? But your brain still stores it. It's just subconscious, okay? And you never, ever, ever would have connected those dots ever again, that your daughter had a friend over that had the flu 2 months before you got the flu. And then you remember seeing something about a text, and it's like, how was that recycled back up into your memory? Because for the first time you were going back through and you were thinking like, what was I doing? What happened? You were actually putting the time and effort in there to connect the dots. And it wasn't like you just learned something you didn't know. Your wife didn't come tell you, hey, remember this? She has the flu and an alien just told us that that's how you got it. Your brain had the information. It just didn't know where to go look. Why didn't your brain immediately offer that up as soon as you got the flu? Well, if you had the flu 5 times already and you knew everything about it, your brain would immediately start going in, because you're now skilled at this thing, and it would start searching and be like, okay, the very first, the most plausible thing that could have happened is that somebody else gave it to me. Okay, when has there been times with the flu and da-da-da, and then your daughter, she comes into the kitchen and she talks about you, and I don't have a daughter. I'm just trying to make this, applicable for all you guys. Think about your girlfriend, think about your friend, think about your cousin, think about your mom, whatever, same exact scenario, okay? Walks into the kitchen and you see her, and then you're like, oh, because you were thinking about it, and then something happened, and then you saw a face and it reminded you of information that your subconscious was storing. But because you didn't understand or dissect or break down where the problem came from or how it originated or what happened, all you cared about was the emotion of trying to get the outcome of what you wanted. You never thought about that. And then you sit here and you're like, oh my gosh, I wish I would have known this the second I wasted all of that money on those other medicines, because this would have greatly impacted my decision on what medicine to buy, who to buy it from, did I even need medicine? All of these different things start to cycle. So you're connecting all of these dots, right? And now you realize how much of a fraud the first 2 medicines you bought were, right? But you also have the awareness of sitting there and thinking, well, that's not really their fault, right? I knew all of these things, right? They don't have to put a disclaimer on their bottle that they're selling. They're businessmen. They're trying to sell a solution that they think works, right? They don't have to put a disclaimer on the thing that they're selling that tells me, hey, if you've never had the flu before, you should think back upon the past 3 months to see. That's your job to do, right? That's your job, okay? You also have the awareness of understanding that back in that time where you actually contracted the problem, where it started to, sink itself into your life, that how could you have been informed on what medicine to buy or who to listen to if you didn't even know what kind of flu you had or what was causing it, or which medicines you could have combined together along with natural solutions that would have cured you? That would have been impossible, right? So when you're thinking forward from the thing of, I have this problem, what do we naturally do as humans? We immediately go, not me, I'm looking externally. How can I find something out there that's going to fix me, right? And the next mistake that we always make, right? And this is just every single human, psychological human nature. The next mistake that we make is, after thinking outside first and looking for an external solution, we then think, how can I get this as quickly as possible, as fast as possible? And we make an emotional-based decision because it makes us feel good. It makes us feel good. So we're sitting here, we're thinking about this dream outcome, right? And none of us ever even sit to think, and this is what the most successful people in the world do, right? It's the simplest quote ever. It's the simplest quote ever, right? And Henry Ford says this, and he says, thinking is the hardest thing to do in the world, and that's why so few people do it, right? Because it's not just sitting and letting thoughts mindlessly run through your brain. If any of you have ever tried to meditate, you know how hard it is to actually focus this, combobulation of thoughts and problems and emotions and instincts and all this stuff in your head and just try and sit there and just focus on one thing, it is a muscle. It is a muscle, right? And so how could you have gone back and known who to listen to, what to buy, what to do, because you never even actually took the time. You first looked for an external solution, and then you sat there, you didn't think, you just acted based on animalistic emotion. You took yourself as the apex predator, as the smartest being on the earth that's living, that we literally have the consciousness to make these decisions and not just go based on our instinct, right? A dog sees food, the dog's gonna eat food. We see food, but we see that it's not ours. We take a second, naturally we're like, I probably shouldn't steal that, right? We think, because, but we've trained ourselves, society has trained our subconscious to make the decision before we consciously make the decision, right? You guys know, for the majority, what right and wrong is, right? But the more you put yourself in positive, uplifting environments, the more your moral of what's right gets derived into your subconscious, and the more you naturally start to make the right decisions. The more you're in a bad environment, the more of the morality of what's bad gets derived into your subconscious, and you naturally start to make bad decisions. And 3 months go by, and you never sit and analyze what changes am I making in my life, and then you look back and you're like, holy shit, I'm in jail. How did this happen? Holy shit, I just lost all my money. Holy shit, I just broke my streak of waking up at 4 a.m. All these just simple little examples I'm giving, and you're like, how did this happen? Because the subconscious wasn't conscious. It ruled your life and your decision making. Are you following me? And you called it fate. Fuck, I'm in this position. You called it fate because you never sat and thought, wait. Before I make this instinctive decision based on emotion and the thing that I want, let me, instead of looking externally first, what have we learned so far from this analogy? What could we have done in the beginning besides making that decision for that medicine? Wait. Why don't I, instead of looking externally first, why don't I look a little internally? Why don't I start asking myself some questions instead of sitting and thinking, how can I feed the desire that I want? I want to get better right now. It's so easy to think about. And what you guys are going to think is funny is once I wrap this entire thing up, the continuous point that I've made of me talking about this entire thing. I have not said one thing that you guys are like, I didn't know that existed, okay? Everything that I've talked about, you're like, as soon as it comes out of my mouth and the point completes in your brain and there's a little light bulb that goes off and it's like, yeah, that's good. It's nothing you've never heard before. It's nothing that you weren't smart enough to grasp. You just never actually sat, and some of you guys have, but you don't constantly remind yourself of this cycle because you're not constantly aware enough to sit and think, when should I go apply this into my life, okay? And you're gonna see when this all comes through and it actually completes, right? But let's go back, okay? So you didn't even have the awareness to understand back in that time how you could have been informed on what medicine to buy or who to listen to. If you didn't even know what kind of flu you had or what was causing it or which different medicines you could have combined together along with natural solutions that would have cured you, okay? And this next thing, this last thing, because I said you now discovered 3 things that completely change your life, okay? This next thing is the biggest realization of all. This next thing is what leads you to finally healing yourself and unlocking the forever skill of being able to recognize a sickness before it's even able to affect your body, okay? So this is the thing that allows you to develop the skill where you can recognize a problem or a behavioral pattern that's negative, right? Or a negative decision-making process. It allows you to be able to have a radar that detects subconsciously, and it's like, hey, we're going down that road that every single time we've made decisions like this, or we've started to think like this, or we've started to be irrational like this, or we've started to have this negative mindset, every single time we've done this, it's not ended good. Think back to, now you've created the skill that reminds yourself of that. But if you never become aware of that and create a thought process and understand your behavioral patterns, you don't ever develop that subconscious turning into the conscious. It never actually happens, okay? So now, the thing that brings down your whole entire delusion that you once had of bad luck, of hopelessness, and medicines that don't work is finally connecting the fact that you spent time, money, and energy trying to solve a logical problem through emotion and illogical decisions. You tried to solve a problem in your life. You spent time and money and energy trying to solve a logical problem through emotional and illogical decisions, okay? This should teach you about you, and it should also teach you about the way that people buy things. I'm gonna give up time, money, and energy before I first use the thing that I spawn with, my brain? When you break it down like that, it seems so simple, but sales calls, life, relationships, business, mistakes, it all boils down to this thought process right here. We'd rather go and spend. Now, the thing about this hierarchy is money is actually the lowest form. I'd rather you waste money before you use your brain to save time. And every single one of you guys you've realized that at some point in your life. That's why you're here. There's plenty of people that haven't, and you're going to encounter in your business plenty of people that won't do this. But this is the thing. When you understand this to the point where I don't have to repeat it to you, and it's naturally something that's recurring in your mind every single day. I'm looking at faces. Every single one of you guys is smart. Every single one watching this video is smart, okay? So I'm not sitting here saying like, you guys don't know this and I know this. That's not what I'm doing. I've been put in a position where it's my job to break these things down in a way to where I can continuously remind you to the point that it becomes conscious and you can always act on it, right? That's the position that I've been put in. It took so much tears and struggling and long nights and all of this shit to get me in this position. But that's what you guys have paid me to do, right? And what you have to understand is the thing that transfers over is if you cannot be conscious of this behavioral pattern, and if you cannot be conscious of this reoccurring problem in your own life, if your brain has a hard time taking the subconscious thing and making it conscious in the moment when you need it most, because when you look back at making the mistake, it's easy. But how can we have made this dude who had the flu who's buying medicine, how could we have made his journey that much easier? We would have taken him right at the beginning, as soon as he had the problem, and we would have reminded him, don't go look for the solution based on emotion. What do you need to do first? Go and sit and research. How did I end up in this position? What are the things that I have done that have led me to this position? And when you become a master of this thought process, you will become a master of coaching. This is the thing that the coaching industry rests on, and this is the thing that will continue. As I said, and I'm not done with this, we've got a little bit more here, but I just need to drive this home. AI as it grows, AI creators, a bunch of jobs are getting replaced, right? More people than ever. We're in a time period where now you have kids that are getting rich doing less work with less sacrifice, with less brain than ever before. When there's dudes who have worked their ass off for their family their entire life and they're 40 years old, way more effort, way more sacrifice, and never will see that exact same return, right? So everything is flipped because the most valuable thing in our economy and every single day that the moon goes up and then goes down and the sun comes up and a new day dawns, this becomes more and more and more valuable because AI cannot understand how this behavioral pattern continues to repeat inside of your viewers' lives, only the human experience can give you enough repetitions for you to be able to identify it. Some of you guys here, this began in my content, and you paid for the rest of the world could never even understand this, but you paid a lot of money in the DMs because I was able to identify, starting in the content and in the DMs, the behavioral pattern and the thing that you weren't connecting, because I understand from the content you're posting, the things that you're telling me you're struggling with, the positioning that you're telling me, even when you make excuses. Oh yeah, I'm doing this, I'm making this much money, and I've watched some of your content. Yeah. Just from the language and the way that you're speaking to me, my brain goes subconscious, conscious, bang, because I've had 1,000 other clients just like it, and I've lived through this experience, and it goes boom, and it identifies exactly where you are on the timeline radar, and I know exactly how to speak to you in order to not force you to believe that your glasses should be rose-colored like mine, but in order to get you to actually be like, and make the decision yourself so that you can actually start to understand what I'm talking about. It starts in the content. And it goes all the way through the sales process and the YouTube and the stories and the DMs, and it continues all the way through. The content is mass distribution. Do you guys realize that when the sending the cold DMs and stuff, the reason why it used to work because it wasn't as saturated as it is now. There was less readily available information. People saw less opinions. And so guess what? The more information that we have, the more information that's crowded, the harder it is for us to decipher our positioning of where do I start? And the more our brain is wired to go, I'm just gonna go look for the thing that's the easiest. That dude's got a Lambo and he looks like he's got his life figured out, and he says, I'm gonna build my online business and just become this magnificent entrepreneur in 30 days. And there's no logical actual systems or anything behind it, but just like, oh, I'm emotional. Fucking here, I'm paying for it. That's what's happening. And then you get into it and you're like, wait a minute. And if you don't run through this process, this is the thing. Followers don't matter. Lambo doesn't matter. The watch, all these things, they don't matter. If you can understand this, then sure, it's a little bit of credibility. But without it, it's useless. I've had guys buy my program that were in another dude's mentorship that I review their content and I look at it and they have 20 videos of them flexing and riding around, giving a motivational talk about how you need to get successful in another dude's supercar. Bro, I made the same content as the other guy. Why didn't it work? Because you can't even begin to understand this process. So you show up on the content with the wrong positioning, the wrong understanding, because you haven't figured it out in your own life, and you just decided, well, I went to the gym for 2 years, and so I'm gonna be a fitness coach. You see the disconnect? And so this is why there's so many more. And guys, this is gonna be a 4-part series. So if you think this is good, this is me just setting up for what we're doing. But there's a reason. I am not the best in the world at what I do, but it is my goal to be. It is my goal to be. My prefrontal cortex isn't even fully developed. I'm 21, okay? So it is my goal to be, right? But I will spend every fucking day doing this and sacrificing and going through and running through all of these mental gymnastics and drawing lines through what I'm doing. And every time I take a one-on-one call, it's like I'm in a video game and I unlock a new achievement, new achievement unlock, where I see it from a different perspective, especially when I can see it from another person. So I have enough expertise to understand still what happens. But I took a one-on-one call with a I've had plenty of female clients, but this girl was completely different than a client that I've ever had, right? We did a 2-hour-long one-on-one call, and 2 days after, she's never sold anything high ticket before. She has a girl come through and book on her Calendly. The girl selects $500 as my budget. She said she has no idea how to sell anything. I know exactly how to take. She's like, I'm so overwhelmed from the course. I watched all of it and it was so much information and everything was amazing. And I was like, perfect. That's what these one-on-one calls are for. I take all the things that she's told me in her positioning. I take all of that information in the course. I'm like, don't worry about this. Just focus on this one thing. What happens? 3 days later, she closes that girl $3,000. First, it's not a crazy amount of money, but it's the ability to do that and draw that connection. So when I tell you guys things, when I say things, when I set things up, when I say to do certain things with content and all these things, and like sometimes it like doesn't make sense. It is not me trying to be like, oh, I'm trying to just like tell you random things. I have the exact mapped out of the highest point of leverage and the most efficiency for you to go from point A to point B, because I understand where you're going. And the reason why it feels like sometimes it's a little bit more difficult is because I'm not selling you cool packaging and celebrities marketing my product and that my shit tastes good and that you're gonna be able to get this outstanding result in one day. I'm teaching you the right way to do it to build the foundation so that even if you're somebody who's so talented that you could do it the wrong way and then go make $10,000 and you're like, John Mark, you made me $10,000 in 5 days. This is amazing. And guess what? I'm like, thanks. I took your money. I made you something once, but guess what? You never actually drew the pattern and the arrow back through everything that we did and understood how to do it. I'm not making you money. I'm teaching you how to forever have the skill of making money online. And also, if I died tomorrow, you like, damn, like, rest in peace. But good thing that he taught me how to make the decisions and not rely on him. I have to teach you the mental process. And I'm telling you guys, I'm not saying this to like have like some type of marketing and stuff. I have had so many people come from other people's programs and stuff like this. If I was just sitting here trying to be like, oh, like I'm holier than thou, I'm better than everybody else, I would talk about it all of the time in my content. It's just the fact that, bro, sometimes I didn't have to put this presentation together and then talk for 2 hours and get all passionate. I could just do some random thing that makes all you guys feel good and y'all are gonna be like, yeah, that was good. I'm like happy with it. On one-on-one calls, I don't have to go in for 2 hours, reverse engineer all the mistakes you made in your past mentorship and show you all of these different limiting beliefs that have caused every single one of the mistakes. I get to the end of the day and my brain, I don't want to talk to anybody. My mom has called me 20 times this week and I have not called her back. She called me today and I was like, I can't talk to you till Sunday. I gotta go, right? And so I want you guys to understand, I am pouring myself out to you guys, always, constantly. Again, it's not oh, I'm better or anything like that. I want us all to win. But when it feels a little bit difficult or like, why is he going the extra mile of trying to explain this to me, yada, yada, it's because I want you to be able to learn the skill so that if I just told you, here's the solution, you get on the call, my content's not doing well, oh, you need to do this, peace. Even if you're good enough to have the skill to go execute it, guess what? I'm actually taking on more work by teaching you, why did you make that decision? Why were you not able to figure that out the first time? Why does it continue to be wrong? Then you now have the skill to where, take me out of the picture. At the end of the mentorship, some people it takes a year. A guy just posted in my community, Nick Dorenzo, okay? I want you guys to hear this. When I moved into my first $1,300 a month apartment, there was mold in the walls and I had my aggression fitness community. Nick Dorenzo was like my 7th member, and I remember waking up Saturday mornings doing my personal development group calls, and Nick would be like the most passionate dude in there. I had 6 guys. Nick was 17, and he was paying $150 a month for my personal development community. And guess what? He joined my mentorship before we did the Miami Mastermind. And I could have sat there and been like, oh, Nick, you this. But I had been able to understand Nick's patterns for over a year, and guess what? He just did 50. I think he just turned 20. $50,000. But guess what? He's literally been in this kind of like ecosystem. He wasn't trying to be a business coach or anything like that. And he had to go, if you go watch the beginning of Nick's videos, horrid. It was literally just like him trying to like copy like me and my Acura and the aggression talks, like yelling with my shirt off. And I walked him through this and 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 walked him through this. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to just be like, oh, do this and it's easy, yada, yada, and then I'm done. Because that makes my job easier. But I know that some people it might take 2 years because you have less experience in this, right? Some people, they've only gotten the flu once or twice, but somebody else, they've gotten the flu 6 other times in their life. Okay, it's only going to take you 2 months, right? So it's not a one size fits all solution, right? And I understand that, and I've taken on that burden. And hence, guess what? There's a whole part of my audience that, guess what? They don't want to be told that it's difficult. I could flashy packaging, easy to take, happens quickly, and make the money. And quite frankly, even if those people talked bad about me, the good word of mouth I have would still outweigh it. You see some guys who they've been doing bad business for 5 years and it takes them so long to finally kind of like get what they had coming for them. So I could do it and I could make more money, but I refuse. I can't. Something in me cannot. I could pull the like fake my personality and act like my life is perfect and perfect cameras and act like I have competitor dudes that are like they act like their entire life is perfect and they're like having $100 million enterprise and they manage a team of all these people and like they make a couple $1 million a year. It's like, bro, we're in an info business. Like, stop acting like you're some like celebrity. Like, you have hours of free time during the day. I have hours of free time during the day. I try to fill them with as many things as I possibly can. But at the end of the day, it's like, shit, all my time goes to you guys. I don't even want to talk. I don't even want to talk to my girlfriend. I've been talking all day. She's on a flight here right now. I'm going to go pick her up. I'm probably going to be mute because I just fucking spazzed for 3 hours. That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make, right? So I want you guys to understand this. I'm not just sitting here like doing these mental gymnastics to make it harder on you. I'm doing it so that it actually develops the skill so that you can have a personal brand and be a coach, that you don't have to ever compete with followers. Because if you understand this, when 2027 comes around, the only people that are going to make any money are the people that understand this. And I want all of you guys to be like, damn, that was lit that you called that out and you saw that. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to do, right? So we have a little bit longer, and then I'm gonna go. But I want to drive this home, right? I want to drive this home. So where we were at last, right? Is you finally now have the understanding, and you just had the biggest unlock in your life, right? You just realized that you spent time, money, and energy trying to solve a logical problem of the sickness and the flu. How did I get it, right? You tried to solve it through emotion and illogical decisions. You guys have done this, and some of your customers are also going to do this. And you have to understand this thought process, right? So, see, everything you learned was already available to you. Everything you learned was already available to you. Everything that the sick guy that we learned when we had the flu about all this medicine, was there any time in his life where him thinking about how he contracted the flu wasn't available to him? Was somebody hiding it? Was somebody? No, he wasn't hiding it. Aliens didn't visit you and give you some divine wisdom where you go, oh, I remember. It didn't happen. It was already in your mind what happened, right? You simply, because of desperation, stopped trying to find the quickest, cheapest, coolest, and easiest fix to get to your dream outcome. And you started to reverse engineer the foundations of the problem. Now the whole facade crumbles away. How were you ever so stupid to think you could heal your sickness or find a solution to heal your sickness or find a solution to a sickness or problem that you didn't even begin to understand how you got it, how it actually developed itself into your life, how it actually affected you? Because if you don't understand that, how are we going to then go make a decision that allows us to actually know and have the discernment or have the qualification to find the solution? How stupid would that be? If you know nothing about lawnmowers. Nothing about them. And there's a bunch of lawnmowers out there, right? And some of them look amazing in their shit. Some of them look amazing and they are amazing. And some of them, some of them are just absolutely horrible. And you can't test it. You can't hear it, anything like this. And you don't know what's good quality and what's not when you touch it. You have 0 data points. And you just have to simply make a decision based on emotion. What are you going to do? Every single dude is going to be like, the one that has the best features, that's the cheapest, that looks the fucking coolest with the coolest color. Because that's what we're biologically designed to do as humans. That's why marketing works. That's why marketing works, right? And guess what? If you're uninformed, maybe you turn the lawnmower on and one of them sounds amazing and one of them sounds like crap. And the one that sounds amazing is the one that looks like shit, and the one that sounds like crap is the one that looks great, right? And the guy with the lawnmower that owns the lawnmower that looks great, that he's trying to sell it to you, you're uninformed. So he can come out there and he can be like, oh yeah, you don't understand, with these specific types of lawnmowers, like this sound, it's because of like the way that the carburetor runs. This is like the premium sound, like everyone's gonna know. And guess what? Your dumbass will be like, sick. If you don't have any other prior understanding, you're going to do that, okay? Especially if, imagine there's a bunch of people around and they're watching you, right? Imagine there's all of this social pressure. Imagine there's 80 people saying like, oh yeah, he's right. And there's 20 people being like, oh, he's wrong. And you know nothing. You make a decision based on emotion. What does social media do? Social media is designed to dopaminergically and emotionally control our decisions and our behaviors. So the wonderful part is, all of you guys can use that to your advantage, okay? But if you know that the person that's going to be buying from you is in that arena of dopaminergic stimulation where they're not actually making logical solutions, okay? And you know that you're competing against a guy who has 1 million followers, who's going to sell them the worst program ever, right? Who is taking hella steroids and just looks like Mike O'Hearn, okay? And you're sitting there and Mike O'Hearn is talking about the meal plan and how long before you go to the gym you need to eat your food. Why in the world would you make videos talking about the same shit? Does your competitive advantage, because if you do that, what happens? They look at you, they look at Mike O'Hearn, they don't know what to do. They don't know what their problem is. They don't know what they're struggling with. Because if they actually were informed, they would realize not to look externally and first to look at, okay, it's not that I need a new split. It's not that I need new macros, right? It's not that, it doesn't matter if you guys sell Amazon FBA. It doesn't matter if you guys sell, a landscaping offer teaching anybody business. The same thing applies. I can't tell you how many guys DM me, oh, John Mark, I know you teach fitness coaches, but I have like a health and mindset offer. Like, do you think that like you'd be able to? It's all fitness coach. If it has to do with development, the marketing tactics are the same thing. Your product can be, I teach you how to breed exotic lizards. I don't know shit about that. I don't even know if that's a thing, but guess what? The system still works as far as understanding your customer, understanding the pain points, understanding the buying behavior and the actual sales process and the cycle behind it. So it doesn't matter what you sell. The coaching industry is all the same. That's why it's called info. And it's the best business model to be in. But guess what? Oh, it's so saturated. Yeah, it's saturated with information and opinions. So why would you come in there spewing another saturated opinion when you haven't even sat there and been like, wait a minute, let me open the eyes of my viewer that's like drowning in this arena of marketing and scammers and money and emotion and struggle and all this shit. If you are the dude with the flu, okay, and you have now been like, I've seen all of this injustice that happens in the medicine industry, okay? Think back to everything I was talking about. Go through this with me. If you've seen all the injustice that's happened in between that period, and you're like, I'm gonna go start my own medicine company, how stupid would you be to then be like, I gotta have the coolest packaging and I gotta have the coolest promise. If you understand your own journey and the problems that you made through all of those different things, what you guys don't realize is how surgically I broke this down. The first experience that the guy had where he bought in the most naive stance, that's one of the buyer personas in your audience. Guess what? The second experience where he has a little bit more knowledge, a little bit more understanding, and he does a little bit more research, and he's like, this guy looks like the last guy that I bought from. How many of you guys did that? I'm looking at a face right now that bought from a competitor of mine. But why did he then go buy from me, and why is he going to get so much better results in this program? If I would have just continued to do the same thing that everybody else does, it's opposite. Because I'm only basing off this principle and it has nothing to do with like what's the trends. When is the last time you guys saw me like hop on like a trend? When's the last time you guys saw me like hop on like a trend? I could, and I could gain some followers, but guess what? If you go back and you know the struggles that you struggled with, and then you can look at your old self that was struggling with the flu, and he knows he just got fucked over because the company didn't educate him on what to do. And you can look at that guy and you can be like, yo, by the way, like once you get better, the thing that like you hate right now, that like you weren't informed, I'm gonna go start a medicine company, and you know what we're gonna focus on? Cool packaging. How morally corrupt do you have to be to be able to do that? Because I look back at where I was when I would like nitro, I would literally like cry because I moved out and like okay, I'm making a little bit of money, making a couple of $1,000s a month and stuff, but I have no idea how to trace back why any of it has happened. I was just good at one thing. Okay, I finally, after 5 years, gotten some traction on YouTube, and I'm good at talking, and I have a good physique. So that's the one thing that I'm good at. But I would literally wake up, and if I had a Calendly booked, I would just assume it's from the YouTube video I posted yesterday. And if I woke up the next day and there was no Calendly booked, I'd be like, no, fuck, what do I do? That video wasn't good. I had no idea because I didn't go back. That's when I started to do this self-work, and it's grown over the past 3 years. But you have to understand, if you know the version of you that was struggling, that was going through those things that were happening, why then does every single time you show up for your audience, you don't adhere to the misunderstandings and the struggles and the pain points of that person? Does this click? Are you guys seeing how this draws back to the beginning? I don't want to go as far as to say nobody else knows this, but other people would be talking about this. Not that nobody, if I explain this to some high level coaches, they'd be like, oh yeah, that's good. Like that's a good way to put it into words. But this is the thing. It's subconscious for them. It's a bunch of jumbled up information. It's a bunch of jumbled up information because guess what? A dude who has 200,000 followers, who's a fitness coach, who's successful, he knows some things about business. But guess what? You have 10,000 followers. You have 5,000 followers. You have 15,000 followers. Some of the traits that he has that are direct reasons why people bought from him. He's super tall and he has the craziest physique you've ever seen. And like he has these things about him that just like make him go viral, that aren't things that like anyone can build. It's just things that you were born with. Then guess what? He's basing his business knowledge on variables that aren't shareable. I realize that I am a good speaker, and I have gone back I'm not the greatest speaker. There's actually some of you guys like that probably are better speakers than me. I've just spoken more on camera. That's it. That's simply, I've just had more reps. I've posted thousands and thousands and thousands of stories, right? But I've gone back and I've traced my entire life. When I've gotten good at speaking, why I've had to get good at speaking, things that happened when I was little, done all of these things, and I've realized, in the beginning of my business coaching program, I hadn't fully realized, I still had a great program. I was getting people results. But it's my moral responsibility. If I'm going to market and sell something and say I can get you results, it's my moral responsibility to realize, if I have a guy that comes into my program that's not the greatest speaker ever, how can I allow him to get better? And I realized that the ability to speak comes from the ability to understand. You give me something I don't understand in depth, it's hard for me to go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. John Mark, it's so hard for me to post my reels. I just don't know how to create these ideas. You lack understanding of what's going on in your viewer's subconscious mind. But guess what? You went through some type of experience similar. So it's not that you don't understand. You haven't gone down into the past of your journey and taken the information and categorized it and broken it down and realized, how did one decision lead to a good outcome, or how did one decision lead to a bad outcome? Because the more you can go through and separate and understand that, the easier it's going to be to talk, because all the balloon of ideas in your brain as you're going through your day, car passes by, bang, random thought fires into your mind. And guess what? Because all you're thinking about is understanding to make the subconscious conscious. I literally said car. First thing that comes into my mind is I totaled my car in the middle of school. I snuck out of school with my friend to go get food in high school. Guess what? That has nothing to do with my coaching business. But because I've actually gone through and I've emotionally reflected on that experience and how that time period in my life led to me wanting to actually become a, entrepreneur, and how I've always wanted to do that, those two things don't connect. But I understand both the experiences, so I can sit here and I can literally make an emotionally tied in story about how I left and I went to go do that, and I didn't even once think about the consequences because my life was going nowhere. I was smart, but I wasn't studying. I wasn't doing anything. We had a football game that night. I didn't care. I didn't care because I never actually put my all into any of the things that I had, and because of that, I never actually sat. I'll tie it into this call right now. I never actually sat and thought about what is this decision that I'm going to make going to do, and what is the pros versus the cons. I just sat and thought, I'm hungry. I don't give a fuck if I'm not supposed to do it. I'm leaving because nobody's going to tell me that I can't. And I never sat and thought, maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I never sat and thought about that, right? So now I've gone and I've understood that thing. You'll work this muscle, and you'll be able to tie every conversation with your girlfriend, argument, experience that you have, conversation with your mom. You look at a picture of yourself when you were younger, bang, a million video ideas right there. It's not that you don't know what to talk about, or like me and Lewis were talking about on the phone of I haven't written out my perfect offer. You understand that going back and doing this exercise and understanding just that one principle of how can I get into their emotional state, realize what's causing them to make these decisions, decipher the pattern that's leading to the wrong behavior, and then just interpreting it to them to where the subconscious now becomes conscious, and they go, when I talk about an epiphany and the light bulb moment, this happened to some of you guys. I know it happened to Lewis. When he's literally in the DMs before you buy, that epiphany moment that you have, it's like, boom, boom. I didn't implant new information in your head. You've seen it on my channel. But I show you the disconnect and how the pattern is causing the undesired outcome. And you go, oh. And if you've never watched my content before, I can do it with some people, but guess what? You've watched my 3-hour YouTube video. You understand how I approach this business and how I think, and you've watched some of my stories. Subconscious is becoming conscious in the DMs, brother. There's no way out of it. Same exact thing with you. The thought structure that you think through, every single person has a unique and individual one. The way that you developed it is how you started to actually reverse engineer the things that were going wrong in your life and make them go right. And if you can understand that, and you can make every single one of your videos just taking your thought structure and correlating ideas that have to do with just broad themes around your offer. What is my offer? I'm going to make you more money. I have an unconventional way with your online coaching business. But every single one of you guys has your own unique way of viewing me before buying that gets integrated into your mind from how you've interpreted my content based on the epiphanies that have been created in your mind from the subconscious information getting deciphered, categorized, and then being put for the first time ever displayed in a way to where you go, oh, that makes sense to me. And every other person that was DMing you and cold outreaching you, hey, Jason, how's business going? Hey, man, what's your CRM looking like? Hey, brother, we should hop on a call and connect. If you have 1 million followers and you're uninformed, guess what? Oh, dope packaging, this guy has a lot of money. Sure, I'll get on a call with him. It works. But guess what? It only works when you're at the top of the food chain. The company that markets the medicine to the most uninformed buyer. Look at Ashton Hall. Look at Ashton Hall. When's the last time you saw one of his videos? When's the last time you saw one of his videos? Do you remember where every single day you'd see his videos like 4 times? What happens when you build your coaching business on the sand of the hype and the trend that you set? When reality hits and your 15 minutes of fame is over, you don't sell any more coaching programs because it's built on hype. It's built on something that doesn't last. When you build your coaching business on the thought structure of you, when does that end? You're always developing. You're always growing. Guess what? Because people learn to watch your content for, what's it called? A personal brand for you. Not for some magical fairy tale thing that you create in their head that they're going to be a millionaire with perfectly smooth skin and be able to rub bananas on their face in the morning. Makes money if you have the most followers. But then you realize, oh shit, I fucked up. You see it happen. You see it happen over and over and over and over and over again. And so what we want to make sure that we're constantly doing is understanding that out of desperation, a lot of times the people are going to go look for the quickest, easiest, cheapest, coolest fix for their dream outcome. And I'm not saying don't use that to your advantage. That's marketing 101. Can you decrease the time that it takes for somebody to do something and increase the desire? But guess what? You only have so much desire with fitness coaching because it gets to a certain point where the desire is based on how amazing your physique is, how much cool stuff is in your life, and how many followers you have. So if you base all of your marketing around that, you might post for 2 years, get your little moonshot to fame, and then you're super viral and you get, oh man, like, I'll probably never be the most famous content creator ever, nor do I want to be. But there are some people, like, it's just like, that's probably not in my thing, because that is not something that is based on every single person can do it. Everyone can become a millionaire. Not every person in this world can become a billionaire. It's statistically impossible. Not every person can become the most viral person. It's statistically impossible. Every single person can make $20,000 a month for the rest of their life with their personal brand. It is easily statistically possible. $50,000 a month. And guess what? As the historic beliefs of college and normal jobs and all these things get replaced and AI becomes more and more and more rampant, guess what? More consumers come into our industry, more money flows into our industry, more attention flows into our industry, and guess what? Who gets prioritized? Not the guys that go viral, because guess what? Instead of competing against the algorithm, you're going to be competing against fake robots that steal all your views. It's going to happen. There's going to be Ashton Halls every single day, and guess what? Because the companies that engineer these people have all of your data and know exactly how humans respond, they just engineer the next Andrew Tate story. And they engineer the next guy, and the next guy, and the next guy, and the next guy. And they profit off of the lack of understanding that the information isn't the thing that's valuable. It's peeling back the layers, realizing where the buyer is at, and then feeding to them the actual solution. That's what it is. Now you can have the flashy stuff, you can show your physique, but when it's the focus, it becomes the driver, it becomes the engine. And when you have an engine that's not reliable, when you have an engine that tomorrow might explode, shit, if you ask me, I'd rather spend 2 years building an engine that's going to have 500 horsepower that I know I can win every race with if I gain enough skill to be good enough, and that's a guarantee, just relies on me, rather than a genie tells me you're going to have a 1200 horsepower engine, you're not going to be good at all, but this car is going to be so freaking good that you're going to win every single race while you still have this. But guess what? Randomly and out of your control, it's just going to explode. There are some people that they want it so bad, they're like, yes, fuck it, illogical decision. It's also because they haven't actually reverse engineered this thing, okay? The medicine, the companies, the people promoting the medicines, the coaching programs, the coaching business owners, the people promoting, the testimonials, the people talking about it. You guys know how many, like when you move down to Miami, you'll see this is something I've never ever done. I had one of my clients he joined my program. I made him the money, okay? And I don't play with this shit. This shit made me really, really mad. I made him the money. One of his friends has a business coaching business, and he sent me a testimonial. And then his friend was like, yo, now that you're making money, since you're my boy, can you send me that the picture of your stripe and stuff so I can use it for my clients? And then I post a picture of my client making a bunch of money, and I'm super proud. I'm like, oh, this is dope, yada yada, everything. And somebody DMs me and was like, bro, I saw this same thing on another guy's story. I was like, what? And then I see it, and I'm like, I take that down, and I text my client. I love this guy, but I'm like, yo, bro, I don't play with this shit because it's not about me being greedy, but I put all this work into you. I was the one that instilled all this time. I'm not doing 15-minute calls like these other people are doing and selling bullshit. I put my spirit into this, and I feel disenfranchised because I did that. And I was like, if you are working with this guy and he got you results, it's unfair for you to send that to me. Send it to him. Don't tell me that I do that, because guess what? Then I look like an idiot. Then I look like everybody else. You know how many people in Miami, bro, not even not in Miami. One of the biggest dudes right now that's a young guy is from Europe. Bro, content looks amazing. He's great at content, all these things. Almost every single one of his testimonials is one of his employees or somebody that works under him in his business. That's how the game is run. And nobody knows because nobody dives in, nobody researches that. I can't do that. You guys don't understand how many people I could have that would do that for me. Can't do it. Guess what? Because I've been the dude buying based on emotion and the dream outcome. And I meet with that guy every single day, that kid. And I reverse engineer, how can I make things better towards the things that I was lacking in trying to understand, right? They're not necessarily bad people with bad intentions, right? Maybe they are. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, okay? But they just created something that had a little bit of a positive effect, and they never actually thought to dive deeper into educating their buyers on how to first identify how they contracted the problem, which that changes the way that the medicine, the program, is displayed. If you're 6'8" and you're just you look like a movie star, and you have millions of followers, and you're like, bro, it's easy, 30 days, I'll make you 10K a month, it's so easy, yada yada yada. I'm not saying you didn't work hard. Maybe you worked your ass off to post content every day and stuff like this, but if you were 5'4" and you look different, you just taking a video like that's not going to go viral. So by and large, he doesn't know that. He just thinks, oh, these systems work. But then you buy his program and you're like, what the fuck? I post the same shit as him. Why is it not working? This is just, and I'm not even saying this to I'm not even saying this just to like talk about me. I'm saying this so you guys can like actually understand how this goes, right? The people who talked good about the medicine or the program when you had the flu, they didn't really lie. They just happened to be one of the few cases maybe where it worked, and you didn't see the dozens of other cases where it didn't. You can't hold it against them because they're doing the exact same thing that you did. They're subconsciously and close-mindedly trying to solve the biggest emotion. I'm looking at every single one of you guys and I see this right now. First one-on-one call. Oh, my conscience just not hitting the way they should. And we get off the one-on-one call and I draw every single instance to where you're literally talking. My favorite thing to say is, okay, let's watch this video after I break these things down. And then I'm like, what did we just learn about you from that video? Or like, what did we just learn about the way that you think or the way that you approach fitness or anything like that? Besides just like normal tips that everyone else can spit out. Every single time it's like, nothing. So why would you take the one thing that's valuable that's actually going to help your viewer get results and just rip it out of the video? See? I mean, it's pretty easy to do if you're not conscious of it. So you have to make the subconscious conscious in the viewer's mind. You have to make the subconscious conscious in your mind. And this is why I say all the time, your viewer is struggling with the exact same thing that you are struggling with at a lower level. If you guys are struggling to make the problem you're talking about in your content go from the subconscious mind to the conscious mind so that they can actually apply it, how are you in your right mind going to be able to sit there and then talk to them in the DMs and be like, yeah, bro, the reason why it's the macros are not the problem. You're sitting here, and me and Tyler talked about this like yesterday. I'm not sure if it was today or yesterday or 3 days ago. I feel like they've all been the same day. It just felt like a really long week. But we realized it's like, Tyler, the same recurring problem in your life, every single time that you overcomplicate what's going on and you try to overcompensate how much stuff you're doing, you get confused and everything fails. So in order to make the subconscious conscious, how did your life start getting better? You started focusing on like one little specific change at a time. Even if it's not amazing, one tiny little thing, like doesn't matter the meals that I eat, doesn't matter anything, I'm just gonna eat 4 meals in the day. And then I started to realize how it became so easy to not skip the gym. As long as I just got 4 meals, because the days when I would focus on getting every single macro in, I'd get every single macro in only on 2 meals. Then I'd get to the gym and I'd realize, fuck, I only got 2 meals. I'm gonna have a bad workout. And guess what? That actually gave me more excuses to not go. And I never made that correlation until I made that correlation. And I realized, holy fuck, I'm trying to do like 18 different things right now. And those 18 different things are causing 50 different problems in my life. And that's been the recurring theme every single time I've made these bad behaviors or these patterns. And what we do is we call out the pattern, we call out the behavior, how it occurs, how it comes into your life. And then I'm like, you just take that exact same lesson and then you apply it in the content. And we look at your content and it's like, where have you ever taught that lesson of the way that you think? Because guys, that is your thought structure. No one can copy it. Same way nobody can have the same DNA as you. Nobody can have your exact thought structure. They can be similar, but guess what? You might find a dude with a similar thought structure that's a completely different ethnicity and completely different age and has had completely different life experiences. It's not similar, right? That is the thing that separates you. That is the thing that creates personal brand. And I can confidently say that there are not many people who have understood that on the conscious level. Again, this is the information that like I didn't tell you guys anything that you didn't know. I just displayed it in a way to where your brain could actually say, I see it now. It's not something that I haven't said in the modules before. I've mentioned all of this in some way, shape, or form in every single one of these modules and every single one of my stories. But I've now drawn it together in a way to where you can actually understand this, okay? So that analogy that I gave you guys, and this is the last before we move on, and we go to the content section in the next call, right? In that analogy, we realized the information you used to find the actual solution was always right in front of you. was always right in front of you, but it was hidden behind millions of other opinions, out of context stories, false information combined with real information, bad intentions combined with good intentions, and your brain that was inexperienced with this thing you wanted to fix had a 1 in billion chance of ever luckily stumbling across the perfect solution for you as a specific person in the exact type of flu or problem that you were struggling with. So this is the key. The information, the thing that you need to do is like 5 meals, that's the perfect amount of meals during the day. 7 meals, that's the perfect amount of meals during the day, right? Oh, like having a rubber band on your wrist, and every time you think about smoking weed or drinking alcohol, slapping that thing on your wrist, like that's the way. None of the information is the way, because some people, that works for them because the way their brain is wired. And some people, it doesn't. And some people, it does work for them. But you telling them that, what does their brain immediately do because of the way they were raised and the way that their thought structure thinks? They go, that's fucking stupid. I'm never going to do that. So it has to be offered up to them in a way to where they experience some type of pain and it causes them to stop doing something. But you've already made a video tying that together and they go, oh my God. It makes sense now. The rubber band shit actually sounds so stupid, but I just experienced that same thing in my life. Bang, subconscious just became conscious. You literally, they're never buying from anyone else besides you ever again. Does that make sense? So that's the key. That is the key right there. Because we're in a time with so much nuanced technology being available to any person, dumb or smart. Every person has an opinion. Kids have been in the gym for 6 months. They go watch like Chris Bumstead videos, and guess what? They're on Instagram and they're an expert. This is the only split that you should have. Everyone else is fucking stupid. And guess what? The thing that's weird is Chris Bumstead said it, so it might actually be right. But then you see some kid who looks terrible, and then you're like, is it right or is it not right? And then you don't know what to apply. And then the base principle all comes down to the fact of it's like, just to get the base result and actually get you started before you actually start worrying about what split it should be or like what specific approach it should be, the base result that if people could be consistent with one thing, it doesn't matter if it's sobriety, doesn't matter if it's fitness, doesn't matter if it's personal development, doesn't matter if it's posting for their personal brand, it does not matter if it is selling Amazon FBA or selling real estate or learning how to get a sales position. If people can be consistent with the one biggest deficit that they're struggling with in the beginning, it does not matter what business systems I offer you. I can make all my content about business systems, but guess what? If I make all of my content talking about business systems and you have yet to post every single day for a month in a row, will the business systems make your business better? Yes. But not yet, because you're not even in the position where you can apply it. So when you listen to my content and you haven't even been able to post, now, then we get into the even more. We're going to get into this in content, so this is to perfectly blend us into the next call that you guys are going to watch. But guess what? I can start to decipher as a coach, somebody that can't even be consistent with posting is probably not the person I want to be speaking to because they're not even going to understand the rest of the stuff that I'm talking about. So I don't even mention that. In my content, guess what? Brother, it's inferred that you're already posting. That's when we start to get into that messaging and stuff like that. And that goes down a level to the concept. I saw a business coach today, and he was literally talking about and making the focus, not to say that you can't talk about your story, but he was literally talking about how he was relating him being broke to his audience being broke. And he was like, I know you guys have no money right now. And I was like, what? Take the things that you experienced when you were broke and literally relate it to a dude who's has those same things, but he has a good job. Very simple. Why would you sit there and it's like, I'm getting broke leads, John Mark? No. The dude in your audience that has money is listening to the way that you're relating the problems, and he's like, they don't really vibe with my thought structure. I'm kind of past that. And so he watches your content. He's there. You have 12,000 followers. And you're just like, oh, everybody's broke. Messaging. Find five of the rich dudes. Five of the rich dudes. You charge them $10,000, $50K a month. But you have to understand, it seems so easy when it's put out there blank like this. But this is the same understanding that the viewers have to have about fitness. You take tiny little things, literally the rubber band slap. I don't think you guys like actually understood how in-depth that analogy right there was, because then it goes from that stupid, I'll never listen to that, to, oh, I see how big of a deal that actually is. Bang. It's your job to do that. So you cannot expect them. Because guess what? You might have had that same experience with something stupid. Same thing with me. I thought waking up early was stupid and you didn't need it to be successful. But then I dove into that for 3 months and I did the thing, and then I promised myself, well, if I can't wake up at 4 a.m. in the morning for a year straight, how do I ever think I'm going to be a millionaire? That doesn't mean that that's true for everyone, but for my personal brain, it's literally based in like belief and like how many reps I can do with something. So I genuinely, it made complete logical sense. I'm sitting here and I'm trying to be a millionaire and start this business and stuff like this, but like my habits don't even reflect that. So let me do internal work instead of looking externally for like the business model that's going to be easy. And then I go, well, let me start with the number one thing that I hate doing first and see if like that actually shapes, because I know that when I do hard things, it like shapes my personality. So started with that first. And guess what? So many guys, they use that like, you got to wake up at 4 a.m. And the viewer sees that and they go, I've seen retards say that. I've seen rich people say that. I've seen broke people say that. It's all over social media. Everyone's saying wake up at 4 a.m. And I tried it 3 times. And guess what? I thought it was stupid. And then now you are saying wake up at 4 a.m. And they're like, I've already decided that's stupid. Why would I do that? Right? And you're like, Jamark, like, I don't think it's hitting. When I'm talking about waking up at 4 a.m., I thought waking up at 4 a.m. was also retarded, but then I realized, oh my gosh, after doing it for a week, I looked back and I was like, a week ago I'd never woken up at 4 a.m. in the morning and I thought that was like impossible to do once. Now I've done it for a week and I was like, I kind of feel like a different man a little bit. I was like, I kind of like, I like felt it start to change my identity, even something so stupid. And then I realized like, oh shit, what if it's like this with the other things? The journaling, like, that sounds girly, but like a lot of rich people that I've been studying in all these books and YouTube videos, like it's never hit when they've said they journaled every day. My brain was automatically just like, nah, that's stupid. But then I just had the realization that, I mean, shit, I haven't even actually ever written down any of my goals once. And I expect my brain to just constantly be thinking about these intricate goals. I know the brain doesn't like abstract thoughts because it can't grasp it. It doesn't like just like, oh yeah, I want a nice car, because that's not quantifiable. I know the brain likes concrete thoughts because it's quantifiable. Color, year, when am I going to get it? What is it? And I go, huh. And then guess what? Now I've journaled for a week and I've been waking up at 4 a.m. for 2 weeks. And I look back on my life and like, I'm not rich. Nothing in my life has changed except I start to feel my identity and I'm like, wait a second. I have a full, clear vision of my goals. I have a habit that I wasn't doing 2 weeks ago that I've now done for 2 weeks that the rest of the world quantifies as hard. And I've done it. And I proved to myself I can do it. Shit. Why can't I make other changes in my life? And you realize, you hear that lesson and you go, huh. Now that just takes it from wake up early in the morning to, oh, I see how it spills over into every other aspect of my life. And guess what? There's other people that could tell the exact opposite story, literally exact opposite, who are entrepreneurs who sleep until 1 p.m. and their magic hours was early in the morning, like staying up late till 4 a.m. And guess what? It works just the same based on their thought structure, and it's going to attract the clients that think like they do. There is no right or wrong. Just like we said earlier with the guy that decided that the problem took over his life and that was now his reality. When you do the thing and you act on it, the only truth in this life that is absolute truth is Jesus Christ. Everything else can be manipulated by your environment, the way that you think, the actions that you put in. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. It's that simple. It's that simple. And when you can understand that, you can step into understanding your viewer. You gain awareness. You start to become omnipotent in the timeline of the pain points and how they've changed. And you now develop understanding so that you can make unachievable things seem achievable and relate it to the emotion inside of that person's life. Now we'll jump into part 2 of what I'm calling the new info order. So just a quick review. In the last section, obviously we found that the only way to actually help turn our audience into customers and give away value without being commoditized is to meet their emotion with understanding so that we can lead them to the logical solution. And we've seen them, the way that I broke it down is the biggest false belief and the biggest problem that keeps occurring in content is people take what they think is valuable, like tips and tricks, which is just a logical solution, which on the back end, once the person's belief is shifted, is what they need. But people are just meeting the person who has a false belief system and trying to apply the logical solution, and that doesn't work. And the only way to actually make that work is to turn the subconscious into a conscious thought, as I've talked about all week long and I talked about last week, right? So, in a whole, as we're doing this, if you look at the best coaches in the world, the best people giving out information, when you think about it, they're just teachers, right? As boring as it sounds, right? You're really just a teacher. You're a fitness coach, you're a specific teacher about something. The only difference is teachers regurgitate information, right? You have a history teacher. Your history teacher, he teaches you about a war that he never fought in, right? He teaches you about, a government that he never actually executed in. He just studied a curriculum and he's regurgitating the information. And we know that knowledge without experience isn't wisdom. It's just knowledge. And again, if you don't have the wisdom of the experience, you can't actually decipher how it integrates into this person's life, right? And I think that this is a big reason for so many people not liking school, because if you don't learn or think the way that your teacher does, or care about the things that your old fat teacher or for a professor, like if you don't think with those exact same, belief systems, it's very, very difficult to understand how does this apply to my life? And that's where the age-old comical question of like, when am I ever going to use this in my life, right? They tell us just like, oh, you just have to learn it. But it's really because they don't know, because there is nothing there, right? So coaches are just like teachers on steroids, because we have the experience, we have the knowledge, and we have the wisdom to actually discern and show, here's how you're going to use this in your life. And because of that, we have leverage and we can get paid a shit ton of money, right? The best teachers, they understand the student deeply, and that allows them to change their approach per person, okay? Even our viewers are just students of our content before they actually become a client of ours. And we have to be able to understand their position in order to actually execute on making the subconscious conscious. So I talked about everything everything that pertains to making the subconscious conscious. But now that we know that that's what we need to do, how do we actually apply that to our content, right? And again, this is just one section of a system that massively builds on itself, right? So there are plenty of things within sales that build on top of fulfillment. If you have a terrible product, right, that's going to go against you when it comes to sales, no matter how good you are at sales, right? And if you are amazing at sales, but your content isn't done right, you can be a professional salesperson and you're still not going to be able to close at the rate of somebody who just kind of understands sales a little bit and has amazing content that checks all of these boxes, right? And the first step that comes in a coaching business before anything, before a coaching business even exists, before you even think about making content, before you even think about creating your program, before you even think about how you're going to sell, all these objections that people have before they get into the business. I don't want to make content. I don't even have the program that I'm going to sell. It builds on itself, content, sales, and fulfillment. And the baseline of that content is personal brand, right? And there's so many different moving pieces that build up a personal brand. You guys hear me talking about, your offer. You guys hear me talking about your messaging. You guys hear me talking about your niche. The industry has thrown around all these little trigger words that have been interpreted the wrong way, and it's led to this massive confusion of like what that actually is. Now, thankfully, those of you guys who have been in my program for a while, you have a much better understanding of that because of what I've broken down. But it's every single day that I'm in the DMs with people, I'm conversing with people, people are just joining the program, and I get the exact same false beliefs over and over and over and over again. John Mark, like, I don't know how to choose my niche. We all know you don't really choose your niche. You already are that, right? I don't know what my offer is. Hear that all the time. I don't know what my offer is. And that comes from you thinking that your offer is just some one-sentence statement that you put in your bio, right? And now that's a component of your offer. But in order to fully understand how all these pieces work together, which is the foundation of how to actually create good content, you have to understand personal brand, right? And once you understand the personal brand and how all these different moving pieces work together, then you can actually learn how to make it within your content, right? So I've broken personal brand down, okay? And you guys are about to gonna get a little understanding of why I call some of the information social media science, okay? I've broken personal brand down into three main different sections, okay? And any of you who have had one-on-one calls with me, listen to my stories, you see all these things, you've heard all of these different things talked about. And I've broken it down in a really, really in-depth way previously inside of the modules. But as I'm always growing and realizing how these pieces are fitting together in a more perfect way and taking more calls, I'm going through all these things, and I've constantly, I have these notes inside of my phone, and every single piece of a coaching business, literally even down to what to say in this position, what to say. I have an ongoing thread that I continue to update and I continue to upgrade and reform, and that helps really keep my messaging and my offer evergreen, right? But I've broken personal brand down into these three main things, okay? You have your core concepts, right? This is like the theme of your content, your niche and your expertise, right? We have some guys around here where the theme is hardcore bodybuilding, wake up early in the morning, do what the fuck you're supposed to do. And that's where their expertise lies. That's where their niche lies. That's where the theme of what they're creating lies. We've got people in here that are more lifestyle type of bodybuilding. Go to the gym, train like a bodybuilder, eat like a bodybuilder, but have a more open lifestyle. We've got guys who that are super in shape, have a great physique, and they're more health and longevity oriented, right? So theme, niche, and expertise are a part of your core concepts. Like, what are these core concepts that actually build the foundation of what you're doing, right? And I really, really want you to be mindful. And even as I'm going through, anytime I talk about one of these major points, obviously you'll be able to go back and inside of the education, inside of the course and the modules, break these down and rewatch them, right? But just to be able to think so that you can go execute on these across the week, think about this. So core concepts is theme, niche, and expertise. And then under that, supporting that, we have your offer. Now, your offer holds your unique mechanism, right? The unique mechanism is that thing that you deliver the promise with, right? All of you guys have your own little, I have my own version of training. I have my own version of service delivery for these businesses, right? I have my own and it's not that it's a completely new thing that nobody has ever heard of or understood before, right? But it comes from you changing one little thing. You doing one little thing a little bit different, and that is based in your story and the things that you've done, right? And so offer is comprised of unique mechanism and then messaging, which helps you identify your ICP. And then the final component is positioning. And the positioning dictates how you relate to the viewer and that relation that happens between you and the viewer. And this is comprised of your belief systems, your opinions, your morals, all of these different things, right? And so we have, as these core concepts here, or as these foundations of your personal brand, you have core concept, you have offer, and you have positioning. Now, I want you guys to go ahead and start noticing where some of these false beliefs, especially in your own journey, have occurred, with a lot of you guys mixing these things up, thinking that niche was or niche, however you want to say it, was the only thing that mattered, right? Thinking that your offer encompassed all of these things, right? Thinking that your belief systems or your opinions or your positioning was the one thing that encompassed all of these things. But each one of these foundations serves its own purpose, okay? And I've always had this since I started my personal brand and my coaching business. I've always kind of had a good understanding of this because I really always looked through and I was like, what dictates like a celebrity or an actor or a music artist or one of the, like, when someone's brand is built around their face and their likeness, like, what dictates all of the things that make somebody relate to them that actually show up inside of who they are as, like, this is a unique person, right? And I have this quote that someone has probably said before, but I haven't heard it from anyone else, and I like to think that I came up with it, but who knows? There's been a lot of people on earth. And it goes something along the lines of, as in the foundations of life, so in the foundations of your mind, right? And if any of you guys watched the YouTube video that I talked about recently, and if you've really studied some of the beginning of the modules that I put in there, you've heard me talk about the comparison between like the laws of physics, gravity, inertia, right? You guys have heard this over and over and over again, right? The same way that in the earth, the same way that in life, right? An object in motion stays in motion. An object at rest, stays at rest, right? It requires the most amount of force to get something moving. But then once it has momentum, it's much easier to keep it moving, okay? Because Easter Sunday just passed. If you guys didn't watch the YouTube video, I'll give the same analogy that I gave there, right? When they put the stone over Jesus's tomb, right? And it's supposed to be, super heavy, and it took, 5 different men to move it, right? If I sat there by myself and just tried to move that stone, right? I probably couldn't move it by myself. I need a bunch of people to put force into that thing to move it. But then once it starts rolling, I can push it by myself. Did it change its weight? No, but it carried momentum, and so therefore it needs less exertion and less effort to keep it going and for it to continue momentum, right? So the same way that is a physical law in this life, the same law applies within your mind. Why is it the hardest and the most effort in business when you're getting it off the ground? It requires the most amount of effort because there's zero momentum to it. Now, as you start to go to the next level and stuff, you're still going to have to put in the same amount of effort at different times, but it doesn't feel as hard because you at least have you have gravity working in your favor, right? Same exact thing with business. So as in the foundations of life, so in the foundations of the mind. And this is something that I've been fascinated by over the last few years. And over the past couple of weeks, I kept thinking, like, man, I have all of these thoughts about personal brand, and I have all of these different like breakdowns and stuff like this. And the reason why I've broken it down the way that I have previously within these modules is because the last thing I want to do is put down so much information that it creates analysis paralysis, right? So the last system that I've created is the way that I can sort the information the best so that it can actually be successfully applied. But I had this massive epiphany, and I'm not going to go into where it really came from, but I was like, man, if your personal brand is so unique to you that no one else can ever copy it, and that is the one thing that separates all of this information, like, there's got to be something in life. And I'm very fascinated by the way that, like, God's fingerprint shows up all over everything. If you look at our fingers and you look at tree stumps, or you look at our eyes and, like, the eyes of animals, I'm very fascinated by that. And I came across this example where I realized, how funny is it, because it's science-based, how funny is it that this literally mimics the thing that makes you authentic within your life personally, within personal brand, right? And you guys know, everything in the universe is made up of atoms. Everything in the universe, I'm made up of atoms, this water bottle is made up of atoms, right? It's all made up of atoms. Now, there's, I'm not a scientist, right? So I don't know the exact breakdown, but I do know the exact breakdown of an atom, right? And so I created this little diagram for you guys. All right? This is the breakdown of an atom, okay? We have in the nucleus in the center, right, we have protons and neutrons. And then circling around the outside, we have electrons. And I had this epiphany to where I was like, this is the exact representation of every person's personal brand. And now, every single different object is made up of different types of atoms, different quantities, and all of these different things. And I was like, it's so crazy that, again, my principle stands true that as in the foundations of life, so in the foundations of your mind. Because when you're going and you're understanding personal brand, right? Let's break down all of these different parts of your personal brand, right? What do we have first? In the center, we have the things that actually matter the most. And then around the outside, we have the things that attract us and actually support it to what we're doing and what we're coaching, right? So in the middle, in the nucleus, we have protons and neutrons, right? So let's look at this. Protons, they're positively charged, right? Keep that in mind. They identify the element for what it is, right? So based on the protons, it identifies the element for what it is. Think about on the periodic table. It lets people know generally what your purpose is. Same exact thing within your personal brand. One of the most important things, and that's why it's in the middle. It's positively charged, meaning it's always something that has to do with growth or improvement or success, right? But when you look at it identifying the element, right? What is your brand about in the easiest and most general terms? Bio statement, what you coach. How do we break that down? Theme, niche, expertise. The simplest forms, right? I'm a fitness coach. There's so many different, nuances to that. But in its base core form, all of us are coaches in some way, shape, or form. And then we are discriminated by the theme. We're discriminated by the expertise, and then down into the personal brand, all of these other things. But that's positively charged because it's based around what is the thing that we actually help people do in its most basic term. And how funny is it that that is at the base core of an atom, which is at the base core of our life, leading to personal brand. Okay? And then in the middle, with the protons, we have neutrons. Now, they're uncharged, right? They're uncharged. The viewer interprets this. It's not already interpreted the same way by everyone, okay? Neutrons add mass and they stabilize the element. The same way that your offer, your unique mechanism, and your messaging add depth and weight and density, and they stabilize what you actually provide much further than just, I'm a fitness coach, let me post random videos, okay? So at the core of your offer, we have the core concepts. Or at the core of your personal brand, we have the core concepts and we have the offer. So we have theme, niche, expertise, and then unique mechanism, which adds weight to your theme and to your niche, and isn't just, I help fitness coaches do this. I help people lose 10 pounds, because that is so broad. And it is the core of every single thing that you do within your personal brand. So we have positively charged, then we have uncharged, because again, your offer is interpreted by the viewer based on the way that you actually speak about these things. You might have a unique mechanism that someone does not agree with. That's fine. That's not for you to interpret in their life. That's for them to interpret. This is always interpreted as positive. This is interpreted as the viewer. And that's what creates the core of our personal brand. And funny enough, what's floating around the outside? We have the electrons. Electrons are negatively charged. They dictate chemical bonding. They dictate the relation to the viewer. How do you connect and distinguish between the people that want you to coach them or not? So if we break down the core concept, this is the greatest analogy I've ever found at understanding personal brand, because we can look at it and be like, what are the most important parts of the personal brand? Your core concepts and your offer. And then what are the things that circle around the outside that support that theme, that support that core, and allow you to create that hot and cold air that make people be like, I like you, I don't like you, you're breaking my beliefs, I don't agree with you. Again, What is that? Positioning, the relation to the viewer, your belief systems, your opinions, and your morals. Not everyone is going to have the same morals as you. Not everyone's going to have the same opinions as you. That's why they're called opinions. Now, in your life, the opinions that you live by, your brain interprets them as fact. But if we look into the broad spectrum of life, anything that's not actually a backed fact is just an opinion. Political affiliation, right? How all of these different things, right? Regardless of what you want to think at the end of the day, fact changes based on that person's reality, okay? So the electrons or the positioning of your offer is the thing that dictates who actually likes you, who watches you, who agrees with the stuff that you're talking about, and it sifts between how you actually find and locate that ICP. And then in the middle, we have the things that mean the actual most, which are your core concepts that are constantly repeated, theme, niche, and expertise. And then also your unique mechanism, your messaging, and that helps identify your ICP. And the unique mechanism is the thing that you deliver that promise on, right? And so now you kind of start to understand how they stack. And 90% of people, what they do is they take one of these. They take niche, and they're like, niche, oh, this is my offer, this is my niche, this is the messaging within my content, and they tie it all to it. Or they take their offer, they take their bio statement, or they take their unique mechanism, right? The fact that, carnivore, that's their unique mechanism. And they make that their entire personal brand. Instead of just being a supporting part, they make that their entire personal brand. And it's not to say that that doesn't work. Some really, really good unique mechanisms give you outsized leverage. Again, what did we talk about? What does this do? It adds mass, okay? So some people, because of their unique mechanism, they're gonna have less mass and they're gonna have more mass, right? A carnivore offer, for example, I had a client. His carnivore offer was only eat beef, nothing else. There's nothing else you can do. I just eat that all day long. That's a very, very, very heavy position. That's a very, very, very heavy promise and outcome to make. And so he has leverage there, but he loses leverage in other areas. Whereas his positioning isn't going to be as lethal because there's not that many people that are actually going to be able to accept that into their belief systems, right? So you guys kind of see what I'm getting at? So many of you make the decision because you're like, I need to change my niche. That doesn't exist. Oh, I need to change my unique mechanism. That doesn't exist either. You have to understand that from your life, when you go and you do this exercise inside of this course and understand how to actually create your atom of a personal brand, you're going to start to realize all these things work together. And the person that might have an absolutely cracked competitive advantage within their core concepts loses it when it comes to offer, right? Because the more broad or the more specific their niche is, right? The easier it is to actually sit there and decipher between who you're helping. But the more specific this is, the harder it is to deliver on the offer. And the more specific that the offer is, or the more specific that the core concepts are, and the harder it is to deliver on the offer, now it makes it to where you need to be a person that almost every viewer that comes across your page can relate to you, and your opinions and position isn't overly extremely strong. Whereas if your core concept is very, 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 very saturated, fitness coaching, then even if your unique mechanism isn't that crazy, the messaging and then the positioning needs to be extremely hardcore. And so people come into this and they're like, fitness coaching saturated. No, it's not. You come into fitness coaching and you are in a huge niche that everybody else is in. It's a very, very, very low margin of expertise because who actually has expertise when all the information is actually out there, right? And a unique mechanism, there's not that many people that actually have a very unique approach to their training. So where does the focus need to be? Messaging and positioning, belief systems, opinions, morals, because that's what people are buying, because it's a super, super, super emotional offer. So you have less leverage here, but you have to be extremely leveraged here, right? So you start to see, okay, if you look at like the most broad example, David Goggins, he's the tippity top of like generalized personal development, masculinity, discipline. What is the most hardcore thing about him? What is it? Belief system, opinions, morals. So the more generalized of a thing that you're in, the more hardcore the positioning and the actual, because his offer, how do you have a crazy unique mechanism to just doing it, to waking up at 4 a.m? There's not that much intricacy to it. There really isn't that much intricacy to it. So you go back and look at my aggression talks, okay? I was in a pretty broad niche, personal development. Where does the expertise from personal development come from? Experience and how much pain you've gone through. And then theme, there's all these different types of, themes. So people say like red pill, black pill. I didn't even ever, I wasn't even overly aware of that, nor did I care, right? But what was the positioning? My belief systems, my opinions, and my morals, so strong. And it was you believe what I believe, or don't fucking watch my shit. Now, if I would have been in a way, way, way higher leverage core concept, right? Something super, super, super specific, super like specific and magical and desirable. Like I'm going to teach Amazon FBA through fulfilling by yourself inside of your own house and not using fulfillment by Amazon, then yeah, you probably don't want to be as hardcore on your positioning. It's still a part of who you are, but you don't want to be as hardcore there because since you're in a more of a blue ocean type of thing where there's not that many people teaching that specifically of a thing, your unique mechanism is also going to be, you're going to be able to have a unique mechanism a lot easier, right? So you guys have to start to understand the weight that this carries, and you should be able to look at your offer and break this exact same thing down. What are my electrons that dictate how people actually bond with me? My belief systems, my morals, and my opinions. And when you talk about this and it's all scrambled and you don't have this analogy to realize that this is the makeup of your personal brand, it can seem very, very difficult. But once you realize that these all build on top of each other and it creates your offer like this, I mean, think about it. Not every single video that I post or any of you guys post are you directly talking about an opinion. But the way you speak, the way you came to that a conclusion, right? The way that your majority showing up represents your belief systems and your morals and your opinions. The way that you speak, the clothes that you wear, the way that you carry yourself, the music that you listen to, the way that you present yourself. Some of you guys wear hoodies in your content. Some of you guys wear collared shirts. Some of you guys are always taking videos and it's like, super shitty lighting. The camera looks terrible. Everything looks bad. And now, not to say that you can't do that. I did that in my aggression talks, but it perfectly matched my positioning. It matched my offer, and it also fit well into my core concepts. Personal development is grungy. I don't give a fuck about how I feel. I do these things. So if I showed up all like nice and perfect and astute at 8 a.m. with like a matcha and I'm trying to scream personal development, you see how it fucks everything up? It doesn't match. It doesn't match. The beautiful part is once you understand this, you don't have to go through and like try to engineer what you want this to be. It already exists within your life. So many people, they don't understand this, and this is the mistake that all the coaches make that leads to this information overload, because they're like, I like that niche. I like that person. That guy screams into the camera. I'm going to scream into the camera too. And they're not a screaming or intense person, and it also doesn't match the thing that they're like, I'm trying to help you get, have more longevity and be more healthy, and they're like, wake up, and it doesn't match. And then they're like, nobody likes my videos. Nobody likes your videos because you don't exist. You are portraying something that doesn't actually represent who you are. It doesn't represent your core concepts, it doesn't represent your offer, and it doesn't represent your positioning. So people are just throwing shit at the wall. And you watch somebody else. You know how many guys I have, they'll watch a specific person that's been successful in my program, and they'll be like, yeah, but so-and-so did this, it worked for him, so I'm gonna do that. Again, leads back to they are unconscious of what's actually going on. So they make an emotional decision based on what they think is going to get them to the outcome that they want, instead of making an informed decision based on their belief being broken. I can tell any person in the world who's an online coach who's never watched any of my content ever before, hey, you can't just go look at what's working for somebody else and pick it for yourself. And they're going to be like, yeah, I can. Looks like that's what everybody else does. And I can tell them, no, it doesn't work for you. You got to listen to me. You got to listen to me, because then, you don't have your unique positioning. And they're like, I don't see why that matters. I'm just trying to make money. Because if I'm just immediately meeting their emotion with logic without first breaking the belief and then showing them the logic, and you guys will see how we execute on this a little bit later on, but then it's all pointless. And then information becomes invaluable, because we've got 100 people who are all in the same niche, and they don't know how to separate themselves through any of these nuances. And so they dilute what actually makes them them. And they post and buy courses and invest in mentors. They never figure this out and uncover this. And some people spend 5 years to do that, just for it to maybe simply work for them a little bit, because failure hates persistence, and they make a little bit of money and then they just decide, you know what, I'm good with this. Or they figure this out on their own, or they invest in somebody who can help them figure this out in 3 months instead of 3 years. And that's why we're having this crisis that we're having. That's why I'm not saying you guys are thinking this way, but how many people, like the average person who's like bought one course or watched videos and stuff, how come the average like retard who knows nothing about the industry that we're in is just like, coaches, you guys are all just saying the same information and acting like one's better than the other. They've got a point. Because that's what most people are doing. Because if you take all of this and you like scramble it together like eggs, and you don't understand how to separate all of these different pieces, it's just like all you hear is the same static over and over again. Start a personal brand, build a personal brand, post more, volume negates luck. You got to start a personal brand or you're going to get left behind. You're going to get left in the dust. Coaching business is the best business to start. And they see 5 different people all preaching that their method and they are the chosen one that's created the thing that they have. And they're trying to compete based on, if I get more views, you're going to listen to me. If I get another car, you're going to listen to me. If I get it more in shape, you're going to listen to me. Without realizing that, sure, that stuff can add a point or two. And if this is done the right way, it can push that to the next level. It can be a 1 or 2% change, but without understanding this, none of that stuff matters. And it all seems like the exact same problem. It all seems like the exact same regurgitated information over and over and over and over again. And that's why I've created the system that I've created. Instagram Reels to YouTube, nurturing in the stories. And again, this is the foundation of content that we're about to dive into. But you have to be thinking long term. This finds itself inside of the sales process as well. It finds itself inside of the fulfillment as well. Why do some of you guys, before you're in my program, I have a trainerized program that I offer. It's not that the trainer eyes isn't valuable or your workout isn't valuable, right? But you haven't mastered this in the front facing, because this reciprocates again in the fulfillment, because now you know why somebody has bought from you and you've broken all of these down. Now you can help them do this for themselves. Theme, niche, expertise. You know how easy it is to create the best program in the world when you understand these different parts of your offer? Because the unique mechanism, let's say you're just some, freak that was just blessed with like the craziest understanding of bodybuilding. And you know exactly how to meal plan, carb cycle, and program the craziest workouts. Well, that's great. But what about the clients that can't stay consistent? Doesn't matter if you tell them to go do the treadmill for 30 minutes a day, or if you give them your amazing program. If they can't stay consistent, guess what? Your program is now invaluable, even if you're Hani Rambo. You see what I'm saying? Even if you're the best media buyer and you're amazing at running Facebook ads, and that's the thing that you offer, if the person can't create good content, you're fucked, because you run the ads, their content sucks, and who gets blamed? You. And whose fault is it? Yours, because you didn't break the belief of, I can be the best at running ads, but guess what? Your content is shit. So therefore, what was I talking about in my stories, and what do I say all the time? The medium is substituted for the mechanism. What do I mean by that? The medium is what actually makes you special with your positioning. And then the mechanism is how you achieve that thing, or something that you can buy from that. A lot of you guys buy from other people before, or bought from other people before joining this, or you've done that in the past, or you almost have, because what's the mechanism? You're gonna get your dream car. Maybe you can, but if you don't solve the core root of the problem, why do you want the dream car? Is it a status issue? Do you genuinely just love cars? Is it I'm trying to flex on my ex? Like, what is it? Because if you understand that, you can actually solve the problem and then become the person who is actually capable of getting the thing. Because you never get the thing without first solving the underlying problem that caused you to go and desire that emotionally. Okay? So when you're understanding this and when you make your content, you have to realize that it starts in content and bleeds into sales. It bleeds into fulfillment. It's so much easier to create a program. If you guys go look back at my original fitness coaching program, right? The 4 pillars of man. That's my theme, niche, and expertise. Mindset, habits, nutrition, and training. It perfectly matched all the other things that I was talking about. Now, guys, do you know how long and how hard? It's so much easier for me to make educational modules rather than mindset modules, because there's so many false beliefs, and the false beliefs are the hardest thing to break because nobody wants to admit that they're wrong. But why do I spend so much time and be like, everyone has to watch this, no matter if you're already making $100,000 a month and you've never made money before? Because every single person has a false belief that occurs first before the solution will actually do anything for them, right? Mimics your content again. But now you understand this, you understand the atom of your personal brand. It's way easier to make your program. Well, how do I even start? How do I make a course? Some of you guys have never even made a course before. And like the funniest thing ever is when I have guys go like, actually make a course, and they'll make like 2 30-minute Loom videos, and they're like, fuck bro, it's just like taking me forever. I'm like, yeah, like imagine 30 hours. Like 30 hours is like 100 hours of preparation, and then like how long it actually took to, because it's very easy to like understand something yourself, But then breaking it down to where someone else can understand it without going through the thing that you've gone through, holy shit, it's insane. But without this, it's almost hopeless, right? And then you're like, I have all the core concepts of my product. And then where do I focus on? What do I focus on next, right? The unique mechanism. And then messaging would be for content, but what does messaging do? It helps identify the ICP. So how would that relate to your program? How would that relate to your fulfillment? The identification of the ICP, I was on a call with a partnership client earlier, right? And what was the very first thing that we're doing? Out of the thousands of clients that they have, I'm like, we need to break down the base 3 avatars. People that are having pain, knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, because he's like a longevity and health coach. What's next? People that want to get healthy, lose weight, gain muscle, or increase their cardiovascular rate. And then what's the next? The next avatar is people that want to take themselves to the next level. And a lot of you guys are running around with a program that serves one part of that. A lot of you guys are running around with messaging that serves one part of that. A unique mechanism that you're marketing like it's the greatest thing in the world. And you're like, I have the best meal program for the... And that's not where your leverage lies. You can't really have the greatest meal plan thing unless you have some crazy nutrition experience. And so nobody's buying that from you, but you think that that's the only place that you have leverage. And so you're literally, you're coming up to bat in the major leagues with a foam baseball bat. You're like, why can't I hit it like everybody else? Because you're applying the wrong mechanism. You're substituting the mechanism for the medium. The medium is the foundations of the personal brand, and realizing where your leverage lies based on the core concepts, based on the offer, based on the positioning. So this makes the content complete. It makes the fulfillment complete on the back end. And it also completes the sales cycle, because it doesn't matter how many calls you book by going viral. If you're focusing on one ICP and somebody happens to, just because you've gone viral, book, and you want to show them your program that literally serves a different goal than they actually have specifically, if you're trying to sell them on objections or pain points that you had in your life and you're missing theirs, and they didn't get nurtured on that in the content, who's at a disadvantage? So the personal brand is the foundation of marketing, it's the foundation of sales, and it's the foundation of building a phenomenal product. But back to what I said in the very first week, the number one thing that most people who have any success, they have one that they're good at. And most of them are just really good at building attention online. And because they have so much attention, the misinformed viewer who's buying emotionally and not even buying based on the information goes, well, they have the things that I want and they have a shit ton of followers, so they've got to be the person that I need to go with. And it works for a little while until word of mouth gets around that, oh no, this person's program is terrible. And it might not even be, as I talked about last time, it might not even be that the program is terrible, but again, you might have the greatest meal plan ever. But if the person can't even stay consistent, even if they're eating McDonald's every single day, their perception of your program is, this is shit, because they have false beliefs in place. So without this, the sales system is weakened. Without this, the fulfillment, it's terrible because you can't position it, right? There's so many different types of people inside of this. And the reason why the one-on-one mentorship is so valuable, like I'm looking at a couple of faces, Tyler, Lewis, Jason, all of you guys have some things that are similar, right? A lot of you are in the same niche. Maybe you have a little bit different expertise, right? One of you is more athletic based, one of you is more bodybuilding based, one of you's more mindset based, right? But you still watch all of the course, you still watch these things, and you create it. Why did you get on the call and the call was valuable? What do I make every single person in the one-on-one do first? Watch the missions, watch the education. It's broken down in a very, 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 like a very, very strict way. Create an introductory video for me to talk a little bit about your life. Get that out there, and then have questions for me to go over in the very first call. Now, 110% of you, if you booked your call with me as soon as you joined, without watching those modules, it would have made my life so much easier. You know why? Because you guys would all ask me the same few questions that you've been misinformed about. Because your belief wouldn't first be broken by understanding, here's how we do things, and here's all the things that you're doing wrong through the education. So it'd make my life easier. I would just be able to get on a 30-minute call with you, hype you up, be like, oh yeah, bro, you're about to make so much money, like you're gonna crush, just like do this, make these videos, post more, you're gonna be fucking great. Like a lot of other people have done with their clients. And guess what? Then what happens? The belief isn't broken. I give you a mechanism that's not actually placed in where you need it. You asked me all the questions that didn't even matter. I just simply answered them. And then it was a dull transaction. You paid me money. I gave you what you wanted instead of giving you what you needed in order to get what you want. And that's that. And that's why so many people's brands have fallen. And that's why the space has the name that it has. And why I've created such good. It's not that I'm just some chosen one. All of you guys, the chosen ones choose themselves. I took it on me I didn't have to break these things down to like this specific concept, right? People that are smarter than me, it's probably people that have, put more time and effort into courses and stuff than me, right? I'm not saying this. My goal is to be the best in the world. But I want all of you guys to also be the best in the world by understanding what creates that. Because guess what? What's the beautiful thing? This ecosystem of your personal brand is all that matters. That is your world. And what do I always say? When you have a personal brand that is perfectly in congruence with this, and you've created your own ecosystem, there is no direct competition. Because nobody can wear your face as a mask, wear a voice box that sounds just like your voice, act the way that you do, experience all the emotions. There might be people with similar stuff, but they all interpret it differently. But what's going on and why everyone's making mistakes is they don't understand this. They take their uninformed self and they apply information based on emotion from what they've seen work for other people without first realizing, where do I actually place this? So they're in a constant loop of consumerism. Let me hire a DM setter. Brother, you don't even understand your ICP and your content. So the few DMs you do get, you don't understand the ICP of that person speaking to you. And then you wonder why you're getting ghosted. Or some people buy with way less friction. And they book a call with you, so you think that what you did was right. And then you get on the sales call, and then you're like, he was broke. When in reality, if this all would have been done correct, within the right process, the person would have paid. We'll never be in a perfect world where every single viewer that ever follows you converts, where every single person that ever hears your name or sees your face comes through your funnel as a perfect fit and then buys from you and all this stuff, which is fine. You can make hundreds of millions of dollars without ever being perfect, but we should treat it as perfect. One of my really, really good friends who's made millions of dollars in info. He doesn't do info anymore. He's building a software. He's like 26 years old. Really, really good guy. He had an e-com mentorship and he just rips. He's about to freaking buy a private jet. He's an absolute beast. He told me something about a year ago that always stuck with me, right? He was like, obviously in reality, right, if 10,000 people view your YouTube video,
not all 10,000 people are going to book a call, and not all 10,000 of those people are going to convert. But why would I run my business not making my goal? If 10,000 people viewed my video, why can't all 10,000 people book a call? And why can't all 10,000 people who booked a call convert? That's the mindset that you guys have to have. But in order to actually have that intensity, in order to be the person who becomes obsessed, in order to be the person who falls in love with the game, you can't fall in love with the game if you don't understand its roots, right? And this analogy right here, to keep this in your head, I think if you guys can just continue to think about this visual of the atom, and what being on the outside is your opinions, your belief systems, and your morals. Being on the inside is your theme and your niche, right? Being positively charged, then having your offer, your unique mechanism. Being uncharged, meaning the viewer interprets that. Leave it to the viewer to interpret that. A person who needs an amazing meal plan will see your information and how it's applied as extremely valuable, giving it a positive charge. But somebody who doesn't, it's not your job to put the emphasis on the meal plan. It's their job to be like, I need this. So it's uncharged. The viewer decides how that is related, and that also adds mass and density and depth to your offer. Every single one of you guys, even if I found two of you guys who have the exact same similar offer, similar story, similar skill sets, you're going to have a little bit different expertise. You guys are going to have a little bit of different opinions. You guys are going to have a little bit of different morals. You guys are going to have different personalities. Even if y'all are both jacked, you both voted for Donald Trump, you vote like, well, all these things, there's going to be differences that I find, but you should be able to look at the other person and immediately find those differences. And a lot of people haven't broken that down, and so they're mindlessly executing on content, sales, fulfillment, which leaves them wandering around, wondering what should I buy next? What's the thing that's going to fix what I'm trying to do? What's the thing that's just going to solve all of my problems? But this is where the majority of all of your time should be spent, right? Y'all know that age-old quote? I think it was like Abraham Lincoln, and he's like, if I was given 5 hours to chop down a tree, I'd spend the first 4 sharpening the axe. This is the sharpening of the axe. This is the sharpening of the axe. Because guess what? You can be the strongest person in the world with a dull axe. And a weak guy with the sharpest axe in the world, he's going to beat you. He's going to beat you. But if you're the strongest guy in the world and you have a sharp axe, holy fuck. You just went top floor. But some of you guys, you don't even take the chance to look in the mirror and be like, what are the skills that I have that are going to dictate what I should do? Because here's the thing. If you look around you and you're like, I'm the strongest person in the world. Okay, well, I can actually chop down 2 trees if I only spend 2 hours sharpening the axe, because I'm still going to have a really, really sharp axe. Right? This goes for like how jacked and in shape you are. I'm going to spend all my time going from 10% body fat to 8% body fat, and that's going to convert all my clients. Brother, you're already at 10% body fat, right? Start working on the next thing that you're doing. But if you're at 20% body fat and you're not in that great of shape, yeah, or you don't have that great of genetics, yeah, sure, maybe it might be helpful for you to go down the extra 2%, because then you can actually understand where you compete. But you guys don't even know how to create this game plan, what to focus on, where to go, what to post, what to do, and you're not mindful of it. Not mindful of it. I've seen some of you guys tell me, oh my gosh, I just had this realization, I need to change this, and then go and post another video, and it's like, you didn't even change, right? And it takes reps. You're not going to be perfect immediately after it, but it's constantly being mindful of what is happening, and this is why I say your offer is evergreen, right? Because when you start your fitness coaching, right, you might be in, decent shape, but you're doing bodybuilding competitions, right? And then you realize I'm going more towards a lifestyle. Now, your content leverage in the beginning
came from how greatly in shape you were from doing the bodybuilding competitions. But where you lost leverage was not as many people wanted your lifestyle. And then I'll see guys who literally have this mindset, understand how this applies to your offer moving forward, right? Because guys will be, 12 months in, and they've now shifted more towards lifestyle within their own life. And they're still having the same messaging, or they're still trying to get like even more shredded. And it's like, brother, you've now opened yourself up to a little bit of a new position. Same you, but where the leverage now lies is the lifestyle people that you've now been able to attract and charge more for and have more viewers of don't care about the extra 2% like your previous clients did. And this goes back to the topic where I'm always saying, I'll see guys, they make 20K a month, they make 30K a month, and they're still speaking to them 12 months ago. Offer should be evergreen. Why? Not because you're changing it and you're always having woman in the red dress syndrome, but if you are the core director of it doesn't matter business, it doesn't matter personal development, it doesn't matter if you're a hypnosis coach. Every core part of the offer is, why is it positively charged for the core concepts? Because it has to do with growth in some area, progress in some area. So a lot of you guys are making progress, and then you're trapping yourself in the 12 months ago, what were you doing, and then why is there no growth? And then what happens again? False belief is occurring, it doesn't get broken, it doesn't get identified, and you're like, I know, I'll start running ads now. And ads are a perfect example of something that do not work unless this is understood. Because even if you have an amazing voice, you're well-spoken, and you're super jacked, and you don't understand any of this, and you can make $10,000 just running some ads, guess what? Creative fatigue hits. You break out of that pocket of people that you're advertising to. Revenue goes down. You're like, I'll spend more. You spend more money. You don't get the result. And guess what? Since you didn't understand the foundations that you were building your business on, everything crumbles. So when you build the foundations properly and you understand this, you equip yourself to be someone who can always continually grow, evergreen, and you educate yourself on how to make moves once you get to that next level. But without this, it's almost pointless, right? And so I'm going to go into this, and again, I'm not going to, each one of these different topics, I could talk about each of them for 3 hours, right? And you guys will be able to watch that when this new information drops. A lot of you guys have already seen a lot of what I am speaking about, and you guys know how the system works. What I just explained, the only way to actually do that is people need long-form nurturing. They need to watch YouTube. They need to see you for hours and hours and hours. Majority of people need that. Occasionally, I think I like 97% of everyone who's ever bought from me has consumed 3 or 4 hours at least of my YouTube channel before buying. You'll start to notice tendencies. Now, depending on your niche, depending on your core concepts, you might have a specific like topic, like your niche might be something that's more desirable, that people can buy more so based off emotion rather than having to trust you. And you also might be the type of person who attracts people that need more trust or need less trust. But that doesn't mean that you should ever stop doing one part of the system. But as you start to understand this about your personal brand, you'll realize where this lies, and then you become a master of actually running the system of the YouTube videos that you're posting, the Instagram stories that you're posting, the reels that you're posting. Because when you realize that, you can actually start to realize 60% of my time goes into YouTube, 30% of my time goes into Instagram stories because they're very close, and then 10% of my time goes into reels. That doesn't mean 10% of volume, but that's 10% of time. I'm going to create a bunch of reels and I'm just going to, talk, use my face, not edit over like too much, not try to make anything crazy. I don't need to get a crazy amount of views. Why? Because I'm so good at the long form. Not saying me, but like that's that type of person. It might be a little bit different. You might find somebody that, wow, I actually need to spend all of my time on these reels because that's where I have my leverage. I'm very good at talking, making points coming across in 60 seconds, having people really want to, buy the thing that I offer. Now, you still need to have YouTube videos, but you might not need to have the greatest thumbnails. You might not need to sit there and like engineer YouTube. You just need to have the resources actually there, right? And so they all work together, right? And you guys know the way that I break down YouTube, and I'll have another 3-hour breakdown that's just going to come in this next one. This next one's going to be about another 40 or 50 hours broken down specifically. Obviously, right now, we have the 8 missions. And then I'm going to kind of what you guys will be able to get very, very soon inside of this new education that we're dropping is obviously we have the start module that goes through all of the different things that I offer. Then we have the mental ecosystem, which again is going to address everyone on what the new info order is, how this funnel that I run, which the funnel is YouTube to Instagram stories to and then also having Instagram reels and really nurturing really heavy, and then showing what you need to do on a day-to-day basis. Then we have brand and marketing, which breaks down your personal brand, how to use the branding systems that we have, how to create your offer using that Adam analogy, and then also how to actually approach social media once you do that marketing. Then we have the content, which obviously goes into the YouTube blueprint, the reels, the stories, right? We have conversions, which is the sales process, actually building a landing page or building a VSL, link to it in your bio, squeeze pages, appointment settings, how to get sales masterclass, how to upsell, how to create massive LTV so people are buying from you over and over and over again, right? How to create your competitive advantage within that, right? I'm going to have a full entire build out of all the things that I have learned about AI recently. And so you guys, for example, something that I have is my Claude agent can go and it can break down all of my Fathom call recording. So when you get off of a call with me, I have taught it for hours and hours and hours exactly how I want it to interpret the entire call that we did and break down, here was your limiting beliefs before. Here's the way that you were thinking. Here's what you told me. Here's the unique sections within that call where you repeated that. Here's all of those ones that you had. And then the next step, if you go into the dashboard and then you'll see how we're fixing that. What advice did I give you for fixing that? And then also creating the KPIs. And it immediately adds that. I'm going to be breaking down all of these things for you guys to do. Context engineering. Because right now, what's the reason why we can't? AI is a great tool. But why does everyone say like AI slop, and why can't people use it the way that they actually want to use it, right? Because they don't understand the personal brand matrix that I just talked about. And if you don't understand that, you can't actually talk to AI in order for it to give you good content ideas. Because guess what? It's not giving you content ideas that would have come out of your brain. But when you engineer it this way, you can actually go through these modules, break this down, understand content engineering, create skills, create a library full of memory, train it on your courses, train it on your YouTube videos, and give its context to only understand the things that it's learned from you and watching your videos, and not take anything from anyone else or take anything from the cloud. That's when you can really start to use AI to your advantage. And I've been teaching that to a lot of the guys that I have inside of the partnership and stuff like this, but it's pointless to learn that 100 Claude video ideas for your coaching. Are you running out of ideas? The main reason people are running out of ideas is because they don't understand this. And then they see a video like that and they're like, oh, I want to join this AI, this guy who's going to give me these AI content scripts. And then they're like, well, that didn't work either. It's not because AI is not good. It's because you're not good enough to understand and show and teach AI how to give you back the things that you want. Because AI is supposed to be a tool that just makes your work a little bit easier. So we'll have the entire breakdown of going through that. And then also on top of that, once you guys have mastered that, there's going to be a way to unlock how to run some retargeting ads to make the system work better. I didn't run a single ad until I had made $120,000 in a month multiple times and I really understood this. And then what did I do? I still don't run ads to cold traffic because my system is based around people understanding my thought process, my opinions, my morals, my core concepts, understanding my unique mechanism. And that takes time. So what do I use paid media for? I use paid media for people who have engaged, seen my YouTube videos, seen my stuff, to what is the core thing that all of this personal brand wraps around, how much they are seeing my face and hearing and being conditioned by the things that I'm talking about. So that is what we use the ads for, is so you watch my 3-hour-long YouTube video and you watch one of my stories, and I might have only posted 2 times today, but then you get hit on your feed with a testimonial. You get hit on your feed with an informational video. You get hit on your feed with this. You're scrolling through stories, you see me again, because your brain starts to, it's the same exact way. I used to think billboards were so retarded when I was little. I was like, that attorney whose face is on the billboard up there, like, there's no way somebody's going to be driving and just be like, oh, an attorney, I needed that. Let me call that guy. Because I didn't understand marketing. If you're driving on the way to work and you're pissed and you see the attorney on the billboard and you're like, whatever, you just see, your brain subconsciously holds that information like a filing cabinet. Angry associates with the attorney. Sad associates with the attorney. With your girlfriend, see it out of the corner of your eye, bang. You don't even notice it. But guess what? It's subconsciously converting you. And you might not need it then, but guess what? You get in a car wreck. You're pissed. God, what am I going to do? What does your brain immediately go do? Filing cabinet, emotion, anger, boom, attorney. And you're like, oh. And you remember, and then, oh, I remember his name. And then you search that guy up. That's how it works. Same exact thing here. People might see your face when they're not exactly in a time of conversion. And because you have the false belief, people's like, well, the billboard is stupid. I posted the 15 stories today, but my views just went down. That's the point. You're segmenting the people who aren't actually in the actual process to need what you're selling, and you're getting it in front of all the people who do. And those people need more repetition. They need more volume of seeing what you're doing. They need more conditioning through more different angles, right? So we'll be able to have that when I launch this entire new system. But you have to understand the steps at how this goes. Same exact thing when we start and we look at the long form, right? Starts with video ideas. You can test these on Instagram. You know how many of you, it's the simplest fix, like, I just don't know what YouTube video to post. Bro, last week you posted a video that got your highest amount of views. Yeah, it got my highest amount of views. It was great. Why did it do good? Oh, the hook? I don't even know. It's because you don't understand personal brand the right way. If you understand personal brand, you can look at it and be like, based on my strengths and my leverage pieces, why did this video do good? Because if you're extremely jacked and you're tall and you're a handsome guy and you make a video and it's like text on screen and you're just flexing, it's natural that video is going to do probably really good because it visually stimulates more than somebody who is, 4'9", doesn't have good genetics or anything, and he makes the same video and he's like, but it worked for Samuel. You have your own leverage of you doing that. You just haven't figured it out. And so then you copy and then you do that. And then you don't actually understand what these concepts are. So the YouTube, it's very, very easy to look at. Shit, I did this with Lewis on a call the other day. I was like, bro, these videos that have gotten your most amount of views, the rest of your videos should support all of these different topics. He posts a video with his girlfriend and he's telling me, and he's like, bro, I think I'm getting the wrong audience because all of these guys are like, just, they're following me because of like the content with my girlfriend and they don't want to learn about, like me just talking about like my meals and my training. And I was like, and then we were looking through his DMs and he was like, yeah, bro, this guy's telling me that, he wants to get in shape because he's struggling to get over this girl. And I'm like, brother, do you see the correlation? And we made the epiphany in his mind. I was like, do you think, because he showed me a picture of him before he was in shape. I was like, do you think that this man who's struggling with all these relationships and done these things, do you think that guy there could have gotten the girl that you have now? And he was like, no, like he wouldn't have done that. And I was like, right. So what's the difference? You're the same person, more in shape, more disciplined, more consistent, better physique, more understanding of yourself. So the physique didn't get you the girl, but who you had to become to get that physique is what got you to that woman. So it's your job to sit there. And the reason that video went viral, and then all these other videos where you talk about meal plan and training aren't doing well, is because they see that, and you're the coach. It's your job to see this guy wants to be jacked and have a supportive, loving, attractive girlfriend by his side, but he sees all my other videos where I'm talking about you need to have a good meal plan. You need to do this. You need to wake up early in the morning. And guess what? Because he hasn't gone through the process, he's not the coach. It's your job to show him how that equals the desired outcome and break down all these reasons and break the beliefs so he can stop going in the cycle. And first also show him, hey, the reason you're trying to get in shape to mask this pain of you being sad about the girl that just left you is because you haven't realized that it's not the way that you look, it's the way that you carry yourself, the goals that you have, the way that you speak, the confidence you have, the insecurity that you have right now projects into this woman. That's why she left you, because that bleeds out into all the other aspects of your life. So even if right now a genie magically blessed you with ripped six-pack abs and crazy biceps, the insecurity would still be there, because guess what? You didn't develop the man that actually had to go through the pain and growth to achieve the physique. Therefore, you have the thing you thought you wanted, the mechanism, hear me, without the medium of what actually changed within you. It's not that she's attracted to the abs. It's just who you had to become to actually build those abs and what you had to go through and actually to sustain it. That's what she's attracted to. And then the mechanism of the physique, the looking good, is just a bonus that makes you 1 or 2% like more, and that gives outsized returns, right? So when you do that, it's very, very easy to test these videos, find that out. I just spoke for 25 minutes or 10 minutes about literally a 30-second top of funnel video that Lewis created. You guys should understand it to that topic though, because that right there is an example of me taking a reel and turning it into a YouTube video. You see? I just took why people engage with a reel and I turned it into a long form. But you can't do that unless you understand how does your viewer perceive you, right? So you have the video ideas, which is so easy to test on Instagram, right? It can be personally, it can be from your client's perspective. I just did it from one of Lewis's clients viewers who was DMing him, who I've never even spoke to him in his entire life, but because I understand the concepts and I've been there, I'm able to do that. Or it can be from external inspiration. I just made a video the other day, the last YouTube video I made, and I was speaking from J.D. Rockefeller book, external inspiration, and I tied it to all the concepts that I've been diving into in this new info order and in my stories and in my reels recently. Take it from personal experience, test it on Instagram in short form, see how it performs, see what people engage with the most, break down why this video. There's so many, a 30-second video has thousands of different emotions in it. Now, if you understand your core concepts, you'll realize, okay, Jack, girlfriend, and then the confidence that I have. You can make a 45-minute YouTube video about that. The more you understand something, the easier it is to talk for a long time. But a lot of you guys aren't even mindful about this because the process is going backwards, right? What happens next? The execution, which is the structure of the core concepts from the video, right? If I'm Lewis and I'm again making this video and I'll probably make a talking head. How am I going to execute on that structure? Again, you guys will get the breakdown, and you have one right now of the long form loophole inside of the course. But with this new one that's coming, it's just going to be even more state of the art. But you can see, well, the structure. I take the core concepts from this video. Jack, girlfriend, confidence. And then you break down, well, I'm going to do it from my client's perspective. You open it up, telling the story. I was talking to this guy. This is what he was struggling with. You break down the problem. You're going to see me go a little bit deeper in this when I start talking about the stories. But then it's like the packaging. What's next? So we have video ideas. We have execution inside of the YouTube. And then we have the packaging. The title and the thumbnail. The packaging depends on the topic and the method of execution. How retarded would it have been for me to like have some super like crazy thumbnail with a song in the background and a super dopaminergic title on my like raw, grungy aggression talks. That's the wrong packaging. You look at a sports drink and a Coca-Cola. They're basically the same thing. They're like a carbonated drink. But because they serve a different purpose, even if a Red Bull and a Coke might have the exact same amount of sugar, but it's serving a different type of person, and so the packaging is different. So I see you, thumbnail, oh, I'm going to hire a thumbnail editor. Oh, I'm going to better YouTube titles. I'm going to copy Iman Gadji title because this worked for him. Bang. Why didn't it work? Because the packaging is off. You put Bud Light packaging on a healthy energy drink because you didn't understand what was the contents inside of the thing that you're actually packaging, right? It doesn't make sense. So it's very, very easy to do that because you can easily just strategically, like, guys, y'all will have systems. When you hear me talking about structures and I'm talking about these in the reels, I've already given so much breaking down the science behind hooks and these and videos and YouTube videos and doing all of this. And I'm going to break it down even more. The hours of modules that we have, each one of these topics, it's going to be 2-3 hours of information and breakdown to the specific T. But at the end of the day, it can be done. The more you understand this, the more it can be done in literally just a simple journal. Instagram video. Why did it do good? Bang. 3 core concepts. Gonna make this YouTube video based on the core concepts. Gonna make the structure. I'm telling am I telling it from my personal story? No, I'm telling it from my client's perspective. Bang. Let me do it from my client's perspective. And then, how should I package the video? Well, if it's super grungy and raw and everything, the title should match. The thumbnail should match. There shouldn't be music in the background, right? Same exact thing. One of my clients posted a reel and it did really, really good, right? And it had like a Hans Zimmer song in the back, like a very, very like dreamy, like magical dystopian song, right? A lot of you guys probably know the song that I'm talking about. But he was talking about a very esoteric like mindset shift. And it matched. And within the Instagram video, like since they are short, these tiny little things happen. But then he posted another video and it was like super, super like blunt, raw education to the point. And he posted it with the exact same song. And I'm like, bro, this doesn't match at all. You're like giving like a like super like dreamy type of like vibe. It doesn't match. It's like playing, death metal at a freaking ballerina recital. It's just like, it doesn't match. No matter how good the performance is, that's immediately an emotional thing. Like nobody could stand that, right? It just it doesn't match. It's not really that difficult of a concept once you understand this synthesization of the personal brand, right? And then we look at reels, right? The way you can have them broken down is into 4 different parts, right? Your thread, your theme, your hook, and your messaging. Okay? What is a thread? It's the supporting topics. I made a video today, just before I got on here, right? Invested in, another guy that I know that has a huge software that he built with AI, okay? Topic of the video is, I'm proficient with AI, but I want to get this thing that I'm trying to get out for you guys now and immediately. And as a responsible person, I could just put together some information that's like, okay, give it to you guys, dust my hands off, call it a day, still make a bunch of money, yada, yada, yada. But that's not how I operate. Because again, that doesn't fall in line with my belief systems, my morals, and my opinions, right? And so I paid him 10 racks for literally like, he has this like huge like breakdown in all of these things. And I was just like, bro, I literally have 2 questions and problems that I need to solve. $10,000. So I create this video. What are the supporting topics of it? The supporting topics is investing in yourself and understanding money as a tool and not just like actual money, right? And then the packaging. How is the topic delivered? How is those topics, those supporting topics of the video delivered? Well, I delivered them in a raw story type of way. I could have made it a top of funnel video that was like just the payment and it was like a compilation of like my life, and it was like, you know, I could have made any of these types of videos, but the packaging, how I deliver the topic is going to change again based on my personal brand and what does good, and what's after that, the hook, how attention is grabbed and tied to the thread. And so many people, and again, you guys will get another even better than we already have inside of the info funnel and inside of this community and the education. But you get another even better breakdown of how to make hooks. That's not just, so many people think like, my hook, it's gotta be like super out there, like, you're a retard, and then they keep going. It's just like, it's like nobody like cares. Like, that works occasionally if the packaging and the supporting topics work and it actually matches the type of person that you are. But you see a dude like Wes Watson make a type of video, there's not many people that like it. I mean, I hate to break it to you, bro, if you're like 5'8" and you're skinny and you like, you know, you grew up like with, you know, kind of rich and all this stuff, it doesn't mean that you can't like have personal brand or anything. But it's like, you're not like face tatted and went to jail for 10 years and like actually like a fucking distorted motherfucker. So like when you scream on camera, people are immediately just like, yeah, you know, whatever. They don't care because it just doesn't match, and they can tell. And then like, oh man, why did this not work, right? Because you have to understand the breakdown. And again, the core of this is the personal brand. And then we go into Instagram stories, right? There's 4 things that we're really trying to do with Instagram stories. And Instagram stories are massive, because if the Instagram stories can be correct, and Instagram stories is where the most amount of reps are made. And that's why I tell every single person, when you've been making $30,000 a month, $50,000 a month, $100,000 a month for 3, 5, 8 months, right? You don't have to post 15 stories every single day, okay? I still post a shitload of stories, but there's some days where I don't, but I've posted thousands of stories, and I did my 2 years of posting the stories every single day, right? And some people don't understand that it's like, they're not even good enough at talking yet to even start worrying about like how they sell in their story. They need to rip the 15 stories a day to build that momentum. So that's why I require that from everyone. It makes it just even better. Like the days that I still do that, it's great, but like you can't simply just rely on that after, like there's only so much that someone can just, you know, show up and do that. But if you don't understand your personal brand, it doesn't matter, right? So the 4 things that we're trying to do is, we want to turn eyeballs into focused attention. We want to build relationship with the viewer. We want to create an amplified desire within the viewer. And then we want to brew and empower commitment. That's what we're doing in the stories, right? And the core foundation of every single one of those things is to shift the belief. Stories are the best way of doing this. You master the Instagram stories, you master them, your reels are naturally going to get better. Your YouTube videos are naturally going to get better. And if you can literally understand all these aspects of personal brand and master the stories, everything's going to get better as a byproduct, and you're still going to make a bunch of money. Because the majority of money on Instagram is made through Instagram stories. But I treat the system like a tripod. YouTube is a massive part of it. Your stories are a lot harder to do if somebody's never watched an hour or 2 hours of your content on YouTube. You've watched my 3-hour long, you come across my profile for the first time, you see me posting 15 stories, you might watch 2 or 3 and just be like, okay, it might have been nice. You might think like, holy shit, this dude's posting a lot of stories, and just skip through them. You go watch my 3-hour video, you kind of realize about what my brand is, what I do, who I am. You watch that 3-hour video, immediately, oh shit, John Mark Posner, I'm watching all of these stories. Because it doesn't seem like I'm just going to like yap or like say some bullshit. It always has intention or value behind it, right? But there's people, oh, I posted 15 stories a day. You haven't even posted a single YouTube video. And you don't even understand your personal brand enough to do. So you got to do all of these things simultaneously, and they all build together as this huge thing of momentum, right? So shifting belief is the core foundation of the story method. And every single day, your job is to create new angles around your core concepts. I call these repeatable lenses, or what you guys have already been able to be educated on in the course, the story pillars. The 5 story pillars, or lenses, if you want to call them, should condition, nurture, and break the beliefs of your audience. That's what they are there to do. So there's never a I ran out of ideas. There's never a I don't know what to post ever. And there's never a, I feel like I'm just posting the exact same thing over and over and over again. Because if you really understand what the point of stories are, you understand your personal brand, and you realize my job is to just shift belief. Every single day is a new day. It doesn't matter how mundane or spontaneous your days are. If you feel like you're repeating the exact same thing, you should have, again, what is the point of conditioning? The point of conditioning somebody is to continue to get their brain to understand the same thing. What are we trying to do? We're trying to shift belief. Shifting belief does not happen in 1 second. It doesn't. Repeated. Shifting belief, repeated. Nobody goes from an atheist to a Christian. First up, God exists. Well, they don't shift their beliefs like that. Especially the more pain and emotion is rooted behind that belief, the more people try to guard it and protect it. So you got to understand that. That's where understanding your viewer's point of view comes in, right? But we have these 5 story pillars, or these lenses, to condition, nurture, and break the beliefs of your audience. And what are they? We have number 1 is personal proof or authority. I talk about the morning story, the push-ups. My push-ups when I was a fitness coach back in the day at 4 in the morning, were those making me money? Not directly, but it was, again, a lens of the core concept of personal proof and authority. I'm going to talk about I'm this disciplined guy and I wake up early in the morning every single day. Some people believe me, some people don't. But you follow me for 8 months straight and you're like, holy shit, every single day this guy's posted his stories at 4:35 in the morning. It does something. Personal proof or authority. We have pain and we have friction, right? Desire and outcome. Objection and belief. Understanding all of these. You guys wake up, even though I've equipped you with all this information, you're like, post my stories today. And this is why it's so funny to me. Y'all will, some of you still do it. You post a picture of your meal on your story. How does that condition? How does that nurture? How does that break beliefs? Right? Now, if your offer is rooted around I'm the meal guy and I create these wonderful, aesthetic, amazing, simple meal options, maybe sure, yeah, that serves it to all day long. You post all 5 of your meals and you're meal 1, meal 2, meal 3, meal 4, meal 5, because that's a huge conversion point. That would be similar to the push-ups. But a lot of you guys you just kind of post it because you're just I'm eating. Post your meal. That's fine. But understand the lens of, I'll answer that in 1 second, Lewis. Understand the lens of how is this conditioning? If you preach carb cycling, you post your meal, make that story condition them to understand how does that apply to what you're doing, right? For desire and outcome or breaking belief, right? Social proof or context, right? Grab one of these lenses or these story pillars that I've given you guys access to and extrapolate on it. Confront the viewer's positioning, handle an objection, break down friction. If you understand your viewer and you post your meal in the morning and you just eat protein, and the reason I use these fitness examples is because the easiest to understand and apply to everything else, right? It's just common belief in why somebody would have an objection over it, right? Well, I need to wake up and I need to eat carbs in the morning because I'm supposed to hit 400 grams of carbs every single day. Yeah, but brother, you told me you're struggling with brain fog. Why would you eat carbs in the morning? You break that down. You show. Now you've turned your meal into something that they can actually learn from. Lewis said, is there and don't start spamming questions in the chat just this time. You guys know I usually go for 2 hours and I answer all those, but I still have a lot that I want to teach. And again, I don't want us to be on here for 4 hours, and we'll do a Q&A very, very soon. But there is a point to where when you understand your personal brand enough, you've had enough conversations, and you've made a certain threshold of money, which it's a little bit different for everyone else, that yes, there should be a lot more intention behind exactly what you do. But you got to think about it this way, is it's if you're trying to learn a song, what is the, all the lyrics to it? What is the greatest way to learn that song to the point where you can literally hear the beat, or not even hear the beat, and just like sing all the words, memorize them? Listen to it and 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 listen to it. Go back and read and like, what does this mean? Listen to it and listen to it and listen to it and listen to it and listen to it. Because the more ways that your brain understands and does these things, once you've mastered the song, and then it's like, okay, now it's a little bit different. Now I'm trying to be like, how quickly can I sing the song? Sure, maybe then like you change up your approach a little bit, right? But there's not too many of you guys who are in the position to where you can post too many stories, because the pro massively outweighs the con. The small con of like, now, again, as long as there's intention behind all of them, if you can upload a story, you can create an intention behind it. Can you post too many stories by simply just posting just to post? Eventually, yeah, because if all you do, it's like the boy who cried wolf. Like you just post, 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 and there's rarely actually intention or applicable value. Yeah, the viewer can kind of stop paying attention. They can do these things, but for the majority of, if you're making under $30,000 a month, like that's the last thing that I would even really worry about. And all the guys who are making over that, it's like you're already in communication with me to the point where I'd have been like, yo, let's make these a little bit more layered. Let's make these a little bit more specific, right? And so once you've grabbed one of those lenses and you've extrapolated, right? Confronting their position, confronting the objection, or handling the friction, you got to make sure that you don't mix all of these different lenses together, because this is where most people fail, right? They pick a lens and they're trying to prove their positioning while trying to build connection, while trying to handle an objection, all at the same time, and it ends up looking just like yapping. Hence why so many course sellers and people are called like LARPers. Because again, it's like, just because you spoke more, and at the end of the day, it's like, oh man, John Mark, you're making it like, you're making it a little bit more difficult on me. Welcome to the game. All you guys want to get rich. Like, I mean, it's just part of it. Like, you'll develop more skill to the point where your brain automatically, naturally makes these distinctions the more that you do it, right? But it's like 100%. Like, if you're not, like, if you go back and you guys look at your stories today and you can't break each one of them down and be like, okay, this was personal proof and authority, and I was confronting the viewer's position and the false belief that they had in this one. A lot of times you'll be like, oh, I was confronting position, and then I was also talking about a testimonial within that same thing, and then I was also trying to also talk about their goal and their desire all in one story. You can have it within the same day, but you want the story flow to move smoothly between them, right? So take guys, it literally is, it's as simple as like, one of the greatest habits somebody can have in their entire life is like, when they use something, putting it back. You use a dish, wash it, put it up, right? You come home at the end of the day, you take off your clothes, instead of throwing them on the ground, you fold them up and you hang them up, or you put them in the dirty clothes bin, right? But it's such a small percentage of people that actually do this every single time. And like, it takes 60 seconds. It doesn't take effort. You don't sweat. You don't bleed. You don't have to solve a complex problem. But why do so few people do it? It's the exact same thing Henry Ford said. The hardest thing in the world is to think, and that's why most people don't engage in it. It's not that it's actually difficult for you to do it. If anything, it actually makes posting the story easier. You just take a moment. The way my brain works, all I have to do is just onto paper. Literally, I can write down a couple words. I'm like, okay, I got it. It really is that easy. Just before you post it, was there intention behind that? No, okay, let me rewatch it. I know what I was saying. Let me take 60 seconds to refilm it. You could do that with every single thing that you do during the day, and you'd realize like you have added like an extra 30 minutes of time, and it's actually going to end up saving you time because you're being more intentional with everything that you're doing, and you're training your brain to think about all the little reps that you put in. It does break down to those core little concepts. Like the last thing I want to do is talk about something as simple as that. But at the end of the day, again, if you can't even if you can't trick yourself into understanding that, She's like, story. Then you find yourself in that hole where your eyes are closed and you're struggling and you're crying and you don't know why. And it's just like, yo, if you just like, it's really not that hard. Like, just kind of think about the intention before you do it. It makes it a lot easier. So I'm breaking it down in a way that makes it seem complex because I'm attacking it from so many angles. But when you boil out all the impurities, it's really just simple executions you can make every single time. And we're humans. We're very intelligent. Our brains get to the point where you're not going to have to remind yourself, and it's not going to feel like you're doing extra work to think about what's the intention behind this. The most successful people within this program have taken all the different parts of the course, the education, the calls. You'd be surprised. It literally boils down to the difference of, I don't do hour-long calls, hour-and-a-half-long calls, 2-hour-long calls in this group and with some of you guys in the one-on-one mentorship for you to be like, thanks, I'm storing that 2 hours of information in my head and never watching it again. It's there for you to go watch it again. Remind yourself. Take the section that you're struggling with, copy it, put it in your notes. Look at it when you wake up in the morning. Make a story. Go back and look at what I said in the call. Did I actually execute on that or did I not? Not like, I don't want to make any of this all about me and stuff like this. It's my duty to be here and serve this and do this for you guys. But like, sometimes it makes me frustrated when like I'll see and it's like, I can see when you guys view the call recordings and it's like, did that 2-hour-long one-on-one call and it's like, they're getting a little bit better, but they haven't even watched it back. And then he just sent me a message and he was like, hey, what do you think about that reel that I posted? Brother, I have no problem reviewing it. But when I have to sit there and repeat the same thing that I explained to you for 10 minutes and I was like, does that make sense? Do I need to go a little deeper? And you're like, got it, bro. I'm clear. I'm going to go execute on that. And then I'm like, you're like, hey, just posted this reel. And it's like, I've got more information for you, but until you can actually go back and see, because the greatest way to do it, again, I'm not expecting anybody to be perfect. It's normal human nature, right? The greatest way to do it is, just went back and watched our call, saw that reel that I just posted. I think I didn't do this the right way. I think I should have probably changed this. What do you think? Yeah, you're right. Or I would maybe take a little bit more of a different angle this way. I can actually show you how to become an entrepreneur and be like, oh, I was right. Or, okay, that I was kind of wrong when it comes to that. Rather than just like, well, John Mark just tells me what I need to do and then I do it. But like, I'm not actually like, it's not actually in my thought process of like, how he learned to do that. Like, I don't want to, I'm trying to, the reason I've set it up this way is because if I die tomorrow, you guys still have a successful coaching business, right? I have zero incentive to do that. None. I don't have any incentive to do that because it actually puts more work on my plate. Again, like I said, but it's like, they're there for you guys. And I'm not saying that this is the solution to all your problems and then you take something, you put it in your notes, you're going to wake up tomorrow and be a millionaire. That's not what I'm saying. But when I was in a position where I wanted to make more money, I was fiending for any little tip, trick, or thing that I could do to make it easier on myself. And there's like, I want success for all of you guys so bad. And sometimes when I look at it like this and it's like, brother, I want it more than you. Or you're just not even thinking about it. If you're not even thinking about it, you can't even act like, be intentional. Like, that's why I repeat these things, right? So again, when it comes down to having the intention, like, too much mixture leads to confusion, and volume only works when it has intention and purpose behind it, right? Repetition of thoughts through different angles wills belief into the viewer, and it conditions them to think in your terms. But it's almost impossible to condition multiple different things at once if you don't understand how the system works and if you don't understand its simplest form. I think a lot of you guys have recognized a pattern when I do one-on-one calls or when I do these group calls. I teach a supporting concept And then as I go through, we learn like different sections, and it's like this section supports the supporting concept. This section supports the supporting concept. This section support. If I tried to teach all of those things at once, I could make the group call 20 minutes. I could understand it perfectly. You guys would still be like, oh, that was pretty valuable. And then we get off the call. But guess what? How can I actually teach and lay it out in a way that your brain can be like, if you have one, why would I try to break 8 false beliefs at one time? And so like I break this one and it's a domino effect, because then you can more easily understand this. Then you can more easily understand this. And then you can more easily understand this. If I try to break false belief 6 and I haven't broken false belief 1, chances are false belief 6 is rooted in false belief 1. So I'm sitting here trying to break false belief 6, but it's never going to break until the first foundational false belief is broken down. That's why we started with the core concept of the personal brand, right? So I've broken that down from these story pillars, the 5 story pillars. And again, I know a lot of you guys, we've been going for a long time, but I will like watch this back. Again, y'all are going to be able to have broken down information of exactly applying this, but I need you guys to stay focused here. Trust me, it's been a long day for me as well. Like this is a lot of information, but I've broken those down, the 4 intentions or purposes, into 4 intentions or purposes that allow you to take those lenses and make sure that every single day they're specific, right? And that creates consistency, and that allows you to repeat the same message, connect with the audience, build trust, gain authority, and sell effortlessly every single day without running out of ideas or feeling like you're talking about the exact same thing in a boring way over and over and over again. Still repeating the same core concepts, still rooted in your personal brand. Not you having to go out and create some, Hail Mary idea every single day, but it forms in a brand new angle, right? And this ensures that your offer is continually driven into the viewer's mind, and it also makes sure that your belief systems are stated. It makes sure you gain authority within your niche, and it shows what makes you special, and it continuously amplifies that, right? So the different purposes within that is if you go down and you have a story, right? And let's say your first story in the morning is you drinking coffee, and it's a quote, right? And let's say that's like personal proof of the way that your mind thinks, okay? And then you're like, I'm going to confront somebody's positioning with this. There's one more purpose. What's the intention, right? There's an extrapolation of the lens, but then it's like, well, I'm going to use it to build connection. Because it's going to be a different quote. It's going to be a different quote that I can post in the morning. If I post my Lamborghini with a quote over it, or, Ferrari, like whatever, right? Like I'm just being in the third person with a quote over it. I can do one that it's it shows a desire and an outcome, and that's a story pillar. And what I'm doing is I'm confronting the person's positioning, and then I'm also trying to niche down what I'm talking about, right? Within my specific niche. So how can I do that? Desire and outcome of a story. Well, I'm showing my dream car that I once wanted that I now have. I'm confronting the person's positioning, right? By having a quote that, it breaks a belief or it breaks an objection of, oh, I'm never going to be able to get one, or I'm never going to be able to do this, right? And then maybe there's a talking head right after or text right under it that also ties it to that niche. Like, hey, you want this. I broke the belief to show you that you can, because 2 years ago I didn't have one. Now I do have one. And then I tie that down to the niches. You need to be an online coach in order to get this. It's a very, very simple system, and it's very, very easy to do that, because now, it's a 5-second process to take the story, the idea that's in your head, and just bang, 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 intention behind it, post. All you've done is you've set the direction on the words that are going to come out of your mouth. It makes it a lot easier if you set this up first. You can have the fastest race car ever. If you don't know the direction that you're going to go in, it looks stupid. If you go backwards, the slow car is still going to beat you. You got to understand the direction that you're going through, right? So we have those different intentions, which is connection, niche, authority, and sales, right? Connection builds clarity and comfort. Oh, I feel safe with watching your content. I used to literally, that was my safe spot. I would listen to the Hormozi podcast just because it was like the things that he talked about and his story and all these things. It was like at the end of the day, I could just be like, oh, I feel like somebody understands me. Built connection and it built comfort, right? Just right there, right? Niche. filters your audience, speaks directly to the buyer you're trying to call out, and it also repels the people you don't want to talk to, which, again, you have the love and hate thing that I'm talking about. What did I just talk about? Story of supercar for the story pillar of desire or outcome, right? And then I extrapolate on it through the lens of confronting their positioning. And then how do I niche down and filter to the buyer that I'm talking about? Bang. Well, now my story has 3 different parts. Picture in the morning, Ferrari in the garage, quote about getting the things that you want. I talk about how 2 years ago I didn't have it. Now I wake up every single morning and it's in my garage. And then I talk about how online coaching is the thing that led me to this lifestyle. Desire, confront positioning, niche, right? So you guys will be able to see this, obviously. Watch this back and take notes so you can go ahead and apply it this week, right? But niche, again, filters your audience and speaks directly to the buyer you're trying to call out. Authority, if you do it the right way, you don't need to claim expertise. I have the best meal program. I'm the best online coach. You don't need to claim expertise. You can simply show and lead by example. Talk about and set the standards through what you do. I don't have to say I'm more disciplined than you. If I wake up every single day at 4 a.m. and you see me and it's 6 months later and you're like, I set the same goal as him, but I've only woken up 5 days in the morning and holy shit, he hasn't missed one day. Authority. Like I talked about earlier. I don't need to say, I'm more disciplined than you because I'm up at 4 a.m. It's naturally shown if you do it the right way within the context of your personal brand. Okay? You lead by example, and you frame it the right way. A motivational song, a song that matches with what I'm going through, and then it also shows your view of the problems. Once the person thinks through your lens, that's when you win. Authority. Every single fitness coach, every coaching business has an aspect of the authority funnel, but fitness coaching has the most aspect of the authority funnel because someone is basically telling you, hey, the core things that like men naturally feel like we should be good at, like I'm disciplined and I'm masculine and I have a good physique, I'm telling you, you're better than me at that, right? If there's a loser crypto trader that's super rich and he like sounds like a pipsqueak and he's ugly and I pay him, I'm just being like, yo, like teach me how to trade some fucking crypto. Like I'm not being like, but somebody coming to you and being like, hey, you're younger than me or you're my same age and you're in the shape that I want to be in and you have to have authority and you have to do that right. And you can't just tell somebody, especially in fitness, something like that, you can't just tell somebody, I'm better than you. The process naturally occurs in their mind. Like this literally happened. I had dudes being like, damn bro, like I thought that shit was fake, but I've literally seen you wake up every single day for 6 months, like 425 days. I woke up at 4 a.m. Didn't stop. That built massive authority, okay? And then we have sales. This aspect should be a zero pressure, but it should present a clean next step. There must be an aha moment first for this to work. This is why the hardcore CTAs rarely work and why they attract such bad quality customers. Because if there's an aha moment already, the content should already provide that aha moment. You made the subconscious become conscious. But if that's not there, what do people start doing? I need to post CTAs on my story so people will DM me because I'm not getting any DMs any other way, right? So the people that are the best clients that need the aha moment in order to be like, I need to buy from you, they see the CTAs and then they're just like, I'm not responding to that. Like, I know you have a coaching program. I don't know if I want to buy from you yet, right? So there has to be something there, okay? And they rarely work and they bring such bad quality customers because the only people that see that is they're just like, you told me to reach out to you. I'll pay you $100 for your program. You don't get it. It doesn't work, right? There's also why I preach the layered call to action because it's so much easier to drive home that aha moment personally to the customer who doesn't reach out to you already just from YouTube or just from the stories or just from the reels. And this will help convert multiple different archetypes inside of your ICP. Some will always need a little bit more of a push than others in order to convert. A way to do that. You don't have to post a call to action. If the content is good enough within the story flow, somebody's going to have the aha moment, reach out to me and be like, bro, I need help, or send me my keyword, or do one of these things. But there's some people that do need help, and then they have that aha moment, but they need a little bit more of a push because they're a different customer archetype. But then when I say, hey, just did a group call with my students,
and it was based around content. But I'm only giving access to the guys who have actually built a personal brand and are pushing themselves and kind of wanting to learn. I'm gonna send it to a few of you guys, but DM me and tell me about what you're struggling with so that I can give you context on how to watch that thing. When I do that, bro, I only end up sending it to like 3 or 4 people. Because most people, like, they're just not even, they're just like not even there. But I'll get really, really good guys that will DM me and they'll be like, yo, like, I've got 40,000 followers. I'm making like $10,000 a month, but I feel like there's a messaging problem, right? And then I'll go on their Instagram and then I'll see like their bio says like, I help men and women between the ages of 15 to 70 lose fat and put on muscle at the same time while also learning to get abs and be a bodybuilding competitor. And him like, I have a messaging problem. And I'm like, I'll respond back and like, yeah. And he's like, yo, can you send me the video? I want to watch it. And I'm like, yeah, I'll send you the video, but like, you got to understand, bro, like, look at your bio. Like, your bio serves 1,800 people. You can have great messaging, but you can't serve 1,800 people with the position that you offer. And based on what you're doing, like, people see that bio and they immediately, like, if that's supposed to just be the general statement that allows people to know, like, what you're doing, like, that's fine. If your content and messaging is amazing, that's great. But I can already see the misunderstanding that you have because I just watched one video that was about, like, getting bodybuilding stage lean shredded. And the next one was for, like, moms who are trying to get in shape while still taking care of their children. Like, you guys laugh, like, there's plenty of people who do this, right? And then I'm like, so, like, bro, like, the video I'm going to send you is not even going to help if you understand that. And then they'll hit me back with something and be like, damn, I never thought about that. You're right. But how do I do yada, yada, yada? And then I give them the aha moment that they didn't have from the content yet just because they're a different type of archetype. Then they have the aha moment and then they're like, damn, I'm like definitely interested in your program. And then I'm like, first, go watch this and then message me after. And then they watch that and now I customized personally that aha moment to them for some different people that aren't just going to watch from my content and do that. But I only did that because I understood from the personal brand, from doing this, and bang, now it works. And the coolest part is, even there's some of you guys I've talked to that literally happened. And guess what? You text me back, you're like, yo, video's amazing. I'm like, great. And now what happens when you watch my stories now? You're 90% of the way ready. You just one more day watch the stories. It's like, bro, I'm fucking ready. And get hit up. Like, it happens all of the time. But you guys have to understand how each one of these things push people through the sales system. Again, personal brand's foundation, then content, then sales, then fulfillment, right? And in here, we're talking about these stories, right? But you can't just post everything random without intention. It's so much easier to give them the aha moment and then be able to do that. And when the system runs for itself, YouTube should be giving aha moments. Instagram stories should be giving aha moments. Reels should be giving aha moments, right? In the DMs, people should be getting aha moments. All of these different types of people are going to be converting based on the different things that they're doing, okay? And in order to be able to have intention behind all of these stories, right, we need to be able to rely on a system that's not just based on how good do I feel every single day. And now I've given you guys that system, right? But the best way to take it to the next level, you guys have seen me show the content dashboard recently. And I've said, hey, in this new education that I'm going to be dropping, for those of you guys who are, maybe are just in the course program, or you've been in the course for a while, you went through your one-on-one mentorship and you're still in there, right? Who aren't at the level to where they're going to access that. I'm still going to have these structures and these systems available within these new education pieces that I'm posting, but it's not going to be kind of like done for you the way that it is. So don't freak out if you don't think that you're going to have them, but we don't need scripts. We need structures. Okay? Same reason scripts, AI, all these things do shitty. People like fucking Brian Bark talking about script your reels, all this shit all day long. It doesn't work, because what does the script do? The script destroys your unique ideas and it breaks the authenticity. Because if it's scripted word for word for word, you're taking out the emotion of the idea in that moment, okay? But that doesn't mean you should just leave it up to chance and not at least have like a little framework or a structure, right? It's the same thing with sales, right? I've got a sales script for you guys, and if you guys go watch it, you can see I literally applied the exact same thing within my calls, but I was never reading it. I just had an understanding of like how should it flow and like what are my main points that I want to hit on. But I'm not like, hey John, how are you? This call's gonna be about 45 minutes. Is that like, I'm not reading from that. I just know, okay, time first, then I get an understanding of them, then I ask a question about what made them book the call, then I let them spill. If they don't give me what I want, I dig a little bit deeper, asking a supporting question. You're not running it like it's an actual script. You're running it like it's a structure. Stories, Reels, YouTube, exact same way, right? Because the structure destroys your unique ideas and it breaks authenticity, okay? But if you have a good structure, you can ensure you don't miss any days of showing up for your audience, and you can also keep attention, rebuild belief, and simultaneously move the person through the buying cycle without it just being random. You can have intention behind all of these, right? So what did I tell you guys a little bit earlier? I said, hey, I have these 4 intentions or these 4 purposes: connection, niche, authority, sales, right? This is the structure that you should be making your stories through, right? Let's say one of the purposes, let's say we grab it for authority, okay? What is the purpose of these different intentions? Is to serve a different buyer persona within the ICP, okay? Some people need authority. Some people need connection. Some people are at the point where they need sales, right? So if you're making a story flow and it's based in authority, like the one I talked about earlier with the dream car and talking about that, first we have a hook, then we have a problem, then we have what I call the bridge, then we have the proof, and then we have the next step, right? So number 1, the hook. Meet them with emotion. Take them through a story that immediately catches their focus. I see Lamborghini. I want Lamborghini. Wow, John Mark has a Lamborghini, and 2 years ago he wanted that, and he doesn't have it. Wow, and that quote's motivational. Dang, I can get that through, fitness coaching. Hook. What's the problem? Relate the problem to them. What occurs? So what is the actual problem that occurs? What's the false belief that allows the problem to occur? Why is the problem so difficult for most people to identify? And then what does the problem being in their life, what does the false belief being in their life impact, okay? This has to make them understand why what they are currently believing or doing will not work. And that is the aha moment. And a lot of you guys leave that out. You go to the next story, you're talking about a topic, you're doing that, and you just kind of say something, you just like mention the problem. Most people struggle with consistency. Well, sure, that's a problem, but what occurs? Label consistency. What is that in a specific realm? Consistency with their meals. What false belief allows them to continue to struggle with consistency? They think that their food has to be perfect all the time, right? Why is this problem difficult? Well, most people think that their food has to be perfect all the time because they think in order to get an amazing physique, like there's no way I can just, and they overcomplicate it for themselves because they don't actually understand how simple fitness is. So they stay in this deathly loop of my food has to be perfect. If I don't eat perfect, then I might as well just say fuck it and go off my diet for 4 days. And you give that example, then they understand that. And then what does that impact? And then when you're constantly stuck in that loop, you're constantly looking for the next meal plan. Constantly looking for, what am I going to do next? Going on ChatGPT, changing this, listening to everyone's different ideas because you don't actually understand the root of the problem. And they go, oh, I get it now. And then once they have the aha moment, right? What comes next after the problem? You have the bridge, okay? So once the epiphany is realized, then you show the glimpse of the solution. Once they have the aha, now they're in that moment where they're actually, able to understand in the state of being like, now I want to see what you have to offer. And that's where you can kind of give a little glimpse of like me on my stories, talking about all these things and be like, and that's exactly why we have this one-on-one dashboard for all of my clients. If I just made a video about that, nobody cares. But you solve the problem first, going through that framework, give them that aha moment, and then they're like, oh, okay, I understand that. And then they're like, wow, one-on-one dashboard and one-on-one calls and then steps after and then education inside are like, wow, that makes sense. But if I just tell them one-on-one calls, dashboard, education inside, and they're just like, well, I'm not making the money that I want to make. Then unless I'm like the most viral guy in the world, they're like, well, why should I trust you? Break the belief first, aha moment, then you show the solution. And then what happens next? So we have hook, problem, bridge, the bridge between problem to, the dream life that they want. Then you have the proof. Now, this is the problem that people make. You guys post a testimonial and you're like, my client Mark lost 10 pounds in 6 months. Look at the transformation. Nobody cares.
Nobody cares. My client Michael made $40,000 this month. Ended at that. Well, great, John Mark. I don't even believe I can make $10,000. That doesn't even do shit for me. If anything, it just makes people be like, well, you can't help me, right? So proof should focus on how the person overcame the problem to get the result. Again, after they have the aha moment, you show them a glimpse of the solution, then you're doubling down on solidifying the new belief by showing their brain proof immediately, not of that the transformation is possible, that this other person had the same false belief as you, thought that he could do the same things you're doing currently now, realized it was opposite, then got the result. It doesn't matter if you made somebody lose 2 pounds or if you made somebody lose 50 pounds. The value within the proof or the testimonial is how did you feel before and how did those things start to change? That's what makes people be like, this person's me. Then they go, and they lost 10 pounds? Oh shit, I must be able to do that too. But if it's just like, that person lost 10 pounds? Yeah, but like, they're probably different than me. They don't work as many hours as I do in my job, right? You break the belief first. So you focus on the belief shift. The proof is just kind of like icing on the cake, right? You're solidifying to their brain, right, and showing their brain proof right after they had the aha moment. And most people do this wrong because they just focus on the result rather than focusing on the example of how the belief shifted in order to get the result. You see how we're kind of creating these layers here, right? And then last, okay, we have hook, problem, bridge, proof. Then last, next step. The next step should be a soft promise that pushes them to reach out, and then you just customize it for them. I just went over this about the message me, group call, push them over the edge. Most people will have already reached out to you just from that thing from the testimonial. You don't have to do the next step every single day because, again, the more you do it, the less valuable it becomes. I rarely post those things on my story, but you want to get good enough at your content that when, hey, I do want to post this, it's the right time, it actually works, okay? So every one of these frames, I promise, guys, we're wrapping this up, but you know, for the content section for this week, every one of these frames should perfectly transition to the next ideas, and it should fit together like a puzzle piece. And as the viewer moves through the frame, the puzzle picture becomes clearer and clearer. 1 piece, 2 piece, 3 piece. You're putting a puzzle together, you start to see the magnificent picture being revealed. But a lot of you guys, you're trying to get the viewer to see the puzzle, which has already been completed for you, but they only have 2 pieces down there. And you're like, look, it's a knight and a castle. And they're like, bro, I see a fucking piece of red. What are you talking about? You're like, no, bro, it's a knight and a castle. Believe me. Bro, I see a fucking piece of red. What are you talking about? The puzzle pieces aren't fully there, complete for them. So it's illogical for you to think that you can actually sit there and do that, right? You want to move the viewer again from emotional problem solving into logical problem solving once that shift has occurred and they feel understood. And then what's super cool, you can take them just like in a sales call. You can take them back to the emotion by allowing them to come back to reality and realize like they're fantasizing in their head like, oh my gosh, my belief shifted. Wow, and this client of his was in the same position as me, and he made $40,000 a month, and all this emotion happens in microseconds in their head, and then they click next, and then they're like, fuck, I'm not making $40,000 a month. So bang, bang, and then back to the emotion of like, oh, I had a glimpse of it. And then what that does is it just allows them to realize that they can't get there without you. Because you're the only person that kind of brought them up. Same thing that we do in a sales call, right? Understand the pain, amplify the pain. Once they've understood the root cause, then we kind of briefly show a little glimpse of the program. Here's how we're going to fix that because now they're in the state where they can understand it. And then after they've understood that, you then immediately reframe and be like, we're going right back into this. It's like, so, you know, if you have to go kind of do this on your own, like, what are you, oh shit. And now they're back into the emotion again of like, fuck, the only hope that I felt and understanding and clarity I felt is from you. And that only happens when you do this the right way. Again, better it is in content, better it is in sales, the easier it is on the back end once you go into fulfillment. And then we go into a whole new level of sales because then people buy
and then they buy again, and then they buy again, and they actually get good results, right? And then we, now we have a real fucking business, and 6 figures a month is now just like, a normal reality, and it's now just a math problem instead of being some like far away, distant, crazy land, right? But once every single time that you're pushing these people through each one of these frames, making the puzzle become clear, bringing these emotions and going through that, you have to understand that at the end of it, the cherry on top is perception. Okay, and this right here, even the people that have understood this, the people that do make money and they make a lot of money in my industry, like adjacent to me, this is where they mess up. With perception, I saw a guy who, he was talking about his personal story method. And he had a couple things that I talked about, and I was like, I agree with that. But then he got to perception. He was like, perception. He goes, now the perception, people buy versus the perception that you make, them feel. If the perception seems like luxury, then they feel like they're buying luxury. If the perception seems like, but that's not true. It doesn't work like that anymore, right? You don't make yourself seem perfect. Because unless you are, again, 6'8", supercar, mansion, unless you have so many things that the average person does not have in their life, it's really, really hard to play that facade, right? You don't make yourself seem perfect. You make the solution, the program, the unique mechanism seem perfect. I'm just a guy. This program I've created, this business that I've created, this solution that I've created, this community that I've created, that's what we all have this, commonality of, right? And like, this is exactly what I do. You see so many other people that they literally make themselves look like some like celebrity god king in their content. And it works occasionally, it works for a little while, but it doesn't last because it's not personal brand, because that's not actually how they are in real life, right? So you don't do that, you make your solution seem perfect. This is what so many people mess up, right? Because the stories, every piece of content, every time they watch you, it should serve the personal brand, and it should make them feel like you're on their side. But then the product should seem perfect in every way. Again, there's only a few people who can actually display themselves as a celebrity and do these things, right? But it just hurts them in the long run. The more trust you have, the easier the decision is to make. Now, if you are 6'8", you're an NBA player, and you drive a Lamborghini, and you do all this stuff, and you're like, I'm gonna start a coaching program, and I'm gonna, if you're Michael Jordan, you decide to start a coaching program, and then you're like, I'm gonna teach people how to jump higher. Like, sure, you can play into that perception of, how many people have yachts and hundreds of millions of dollars and all that stuff. Like, that is actually your life and your reality. But I am a normal guy. Andrew Tate is a normal ass dude. Same thing with like these, Ashton Hall. I talked about this the other day in my thing. When's the last time one of you guys saw an Ashton Hall video? It's been a long fucking time. I don't want to repeat this, but it's like there was one point where you saw him every single. I've had dinner with him multiple times. Normal guy. Content looks like the most polished, perfect, smartest, athletic, yada yada yada. Not that he's not. He's in good shape. He's got a lot of money. But he is not. His reality is not what he makes it seem like in his content. So therefore, it's not a personal brand, right? The reason that two people can say the exact same thing and get different results is based on how well they understand their market's perception of them. It used to be about playing the perception of luxury, competing with who can uphold the facade longer, but it doesn't work because the consumer has gotten smarter. People care about things that are way less superficial. And this has made the previous ways unscalable, and you can't repeat it. Doesn't work. Audiences get burned out, and as they learn more and buy more, their initial perception changes. The whole entire point of this, and at the end of every single one of these presentations over the next couple of weeks, you will hear me wrap it all the way back to the initial point that I made. Information now seems invaluable, even though it's the most valuable thing in the entire world. Why? because it is not specific and everyone is trying to play the perception of I'm the greatest, I have no flaws, my life is perfect, I have everything figured out. And there's plenty of people that have a lot of things figured out. I've cracked the code with business coaching. I'm pretty disciplined. I'm pretty successful for my age, right? But there's other things that like I haven't tried to, so I don't sit here and try to make, I'm not like looks maxing professional, suit stylist professional, like, you know, pimp, kingpin, richest dude in the world. So like I don't try to make myself like I could play that persona. But again, it's built on sand. Because then people stop caring. Oh, you have 5 watches. Okay, let me go find the next guy that I haven't really watched much about. Let me see his watches. That's all it is. And you don't want to compete within that system, right? Information is so widely spread. It's so diluted. Nobody knows how to apply the information specifically, and most coaches don't care enough to break these beliefs and open it up to the point where they can show the person how their information should actually be applied. So people get bad results, they blame the coach, they try something else, that doesn't work either, they give up, they tell their friends that this is stupid, right? Coaches are smart, but then they make themselves look like everyone else, and then they get the same results as everyone else, and then they're like, what's going on? Why does this not work? And then they get discouraged, and now there's this massive saturation of information. Everyone says that they're the best. Everyone's copying each other. Nobody's bringing in what their personal brand actually should be focusing on. And it brings a problem to every single part of their business. Content, sales, fulfillment, because it's never a one-size-fits-all solution. We solve the equation by understanding the foundations of personal brand, because that will actually help you understand why some people need to act a little bit more professional than others. You're super young and you're in a financial space. Sure, wear wear a collared shirt, make your hair look nice, speak a lot more professionally. If your ICP is 35-year-old dudes and most of them are not going to trust a 19-year-old to manage their money, but you're a fucking wizard at it, do it. But you're a dude who's like super good looking, you're already talented in so many areas, you're extremely jacked, like you've naturally gotten girls your entire life, and a lot of the people that are like buying from you and based on your ICP are like insecure and doing this and doing this. If you make yourself look perfect, you're just going to seem so unattainable and unconnectable to them that it's not going to matter. And the only way that it works is if you're at the very fucking top of the industry. So the only way that the coaching business becomes an equation that you can wake up every single day, know exactly what you need to do, know how to virtually guarantee your success and continue to grow and show that your information is valuable specifically without being in the hype, trendy rat race that social media and the coaching industry has come to, is to understand this. And in the next section in sales, we're going to understand exactly how this flows into sales perfectly. Where we stopped right here was right, well, how does this start to integrate into the sales process? And then after the sales process, we'll perfectly learn and understand how this integrates into fulfillment. And that's going to spark the launch of all of this education for you guys. So a lot of people think that information in and of itself is valuable, but without the discernment of how you came to apply that information within your life, it really doesn't matter at all. So a lot of people really get confused about that because they hear, hey, give away the information, sell the implementation. But giving away the information is not just saying what you did. And while we're waiting for everybody to join, I'll give you guys a little example, right? Bennett, we were on a call the other day, and I was watching one of his videos. And these videos have always done good for him. He's kind of like he says, come with me to Whole Foods for me to get like my groceries for the week and how I stay shredded, right? And then he had a little lead magnet, DM question. He's like, DM me groceries and I'm going to send you my entire grocery list. And I hit him up to remind him of this principle. I was like, look, you sending everyone your grocery list isn't actually really valuable, because here's the thing. Your metabolism is different than a lot of these people. You have different genetics than a lot of these people.
these people have different weight than you. So if they're going and they're just buying the exact same thing that you're buying, it's very, very slim amount of people that are going to be able to go buy those exact foods and get the same result as you. And so I was like, the way to make this lead magnet so much more valuable is you say, hey, DM me, and I'm going to walk you through my thought process of, based on my goals, exactly how I know what I'm going to get from the grocery store. Because if we look at it in its simplest term, which fitness is the easiest way to describe these things, if Bennett goes to the grocery store and he looks at sweet potatoes, he knows how many he needs for the week. He knows why he's getting that. Oh, that's for my recovery. That's for so I don't get cravings. That's for this. And his brain deciphers between all of these little pieces of information in order to give the value of why the meal plan or the groceries will get him to where he wants to go, right? But if there's somebody who's 250 pounds and they should be 170 pounds and they go pick up the exact same food that Bennett picked up, it might be healthy, but are they going to get the exact same result as him? No, because they don't know the amounts. They don't know what they need to eat based on what they're actually trying to do. What if they're not running at all and they're way overdoing the carbs because Bennett is running, and so they don't take that into account? The information is not valuable. He's not telling them how to directly implement it. He's telling them, here's how I came to the thought process of knowing how to implement it. That way they can actually go and receive and implement that information, right? And in the last section, we talked about content. And the section before that, we really drove home why the most valuable thing in the world, which is information, has become so saturated and so overlooked because of social media and everyone having these different opinions. And as we continue this section over the next couple of weeks, today we're going to do sales, and next weekend we're going to do fulfillment to complete the entire thing. But as we dive into the sales section, there's a lot that we're going to learn here, and there's some DMs I'm going to review, and there's some DM setting frameworks I'm going to give you guys. We're going to go over the sales script, and y'all can get excited for the new modules that are dropping, because if you think that these group calls are valuable, especially the ones we've been doing the past couple of weeks, you can just kind of think of these as intros to each one of the new sections inside of the module. So they're going to be very long, very in-depth. But today we're going to kind of tie in how the foundation of content is sales, and how a good sales process supports your content, and a very good content process also really, really gives you a bunch of leverage and supports your sales. So we're going to dive into that. Simon and Jonah are here, and they're going to offer some insight, jump in at times, and then at the end, I'm going to try to not go longer than an hour, maybe an hour and a half, and I'll probably answer maybe 5 questions, but write them in the chat, and Jonah will kind of be looking at them, and he can kind of pick out what are the good ones that we can answer that are really, really applicable when it gets to the end. But again, y'all can look at this as there's going to be a lot of information to actually implement just from this call, but y'all can look at this as kind of like a precursor to the new modules that are going to drop, right? And so let's dive into what we're going to go over today as far as, the foundation of content being sales. And a couple things that we're going to cover is how to properly set up your personal brand so that you have 10 times more leverage within your sales of your coaching business. How to pinpoint where you can set yourself up for success in the areas that you're already strong in based on how you speak, what your offer is, right? The type of personality that you have. And then also being able to equip yourself to make up for the areas that you are weak, because that's the only way to create a game plan. At the end of the day, if you're a coach, you're really only as strong as your weakest skill set, and being aware of that, right? Then we're going to go through how to DM an appointment set properly to set up for that sales call, because a lot of you guys are constantly missing this, and a lot of people don't understand it to this point. And then also how to sell the right way once your foundation has been set. We're going to go into objection handling without being combative, right? And how to ensure that the objection handling is actually handling instead of just trying to convince and force. We're going to dive into some of those tools that you can use, and it's going to be a really, really in-depth one today, but obviously as deep as we go in these group calls, there's always so much more depth to come. So every single thing that I'm breaking down, I'll show a little Miro board today, but all of the structures that I'm talking about will all be broken down in Miro boards that are all applicable with equations for you guys to apply them to your offer once those do drop, right? So the biggest thing that, any good coach understands is that if you can realize what makes somebody good at sales, you can make good content. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter what your talent is, right? And because of that, okay, content is the absolute best objection handling and belief breaking sales asset to ever exist. There's so many sales tools that directly correlate to your content and vice versa, which we're going to dive into today. But as we go over these 4 different topics of leverage, personal brand, DM setting, and sales, I want you guys to constantly be thinking back to last week when I ended in talking about how people have different personalities, people speak differently, people have different tonality. I look at Christian and then I look at Cry. Christian and Cry speak completely differently, right? If Cry tried to speak like Christian, his offer and his personal brand wouldn't be the same. And if Christian tried to speak like Cry, his offer and his personal brand wouldn't be the same, right? And funny enough, it's not that it's off topic, but it wasn't something I was planning on talking about. I remember my first call that I had with Christian before he had the offer around kind of like dating and what he's doing now. And he kind of was trying to take that angle of being like a hardcore fitness coach, and it didn't match where his leverage was. And it also was almost him trying to use the weaknesses that he had as strengths, and it really gave him a bad positioning, right? So let's break this down a little bit more so that you can understand why this saturation of information causes your viewer, your clients, and you to be confused, right? So I believe a definitive truth, and we're about to talk about definitives, but I believe one of the only definitive truths is that with sales and communication, there is no right? There is no right that defines what works, okay? The only right is based on the most efficient and most leveraged solution for where your business currently is, okay? And I'll give you an analogy of how this kind of starts and finds itself in your content. You guys have heard me talk about all the time, my 4 hours of sleep kind of core concept. You guys all know that, the aggression talks, getting 4 hours of sleep, 5 hours sleep, waking up at 4:25 in the morning, right? But I've had plenty of clients. I don't think Bennett would ever tell somebody to only get 4 hours of sleep, right? You look at Nathan Sages. I don't think Nathan Sages would ever tell anybody to get 4 hours of sleep. In fact, it's quite the opposite, right? So if for my offer, I preached wake up early, wake up at 4:25, no matter what, even if you only get 2 hours of sleep, and Nathan Sages also preaches to get 8 hours of sleep, and that the people that wake up at 4 in the morning are stupid, who is right? Which one of them is right? And if one of you guys feel like you have like a clear answer, like by all means, raise your hand and tell me who, or type in the chat, who do you think is right out of those perspectives? Getting 8 hours of sleep or the 4 a.m. wake up, right? Gio said, I'm right. Lewis said both of them. Sam said both of them. Cry said 4 a.m. The one who the audience resonates with most. Bingo. It's not even who the audience resonates with most. It's who the audience can benefit from where they are at in their life the most, right? The person listening decides who is right. Because at the time in my life that I was in, me getting 8 hours of sleep was not serving what I was trying to accomplish or serving my goals. My goal was not how can I optimize my testosterone. My goal was how hardcore of a mindset can I create? And that was one of the hardest things for me, was waking up at 4 in the morning and not getting a lot of sleep. And so it was a core fundamental principle of my offer, right? And so the person listening decides which of these pieces of information is right. But there's another layer to that where, just like Christian came in thinking, oh, maybe I can make content like Cry, like some hardcore fitness coach, but it didn't match his positioning or his leverage at all. It wasn't that he had wrong information. Like what Cry is doing doesn't work. It obviously works, but it didn't work for him because of where he was at, right? So he had good information, but he lacked discernment of how does this apply to me? So therefore, it wasn't value.
It was just random thoughts, okay? It was just random thoughts. Value is not telling people, here's what I got from the grocery store to get shredded. Value is saying, here is how I decided between what I was going to eat and why I was going to eat it, right? Most people, they give out information and they give just the what. They don't give the why. This is the what. The why is not the implementation. The why is the reason that makes the what valuable. And a lot of you guys, you only do one part of that equation. And it shows up in your content, which also then shows up in your sales. And it also shows up in your fulfillment. And a lot of people don't start to think about this, but you can learn from each one of these processes. And that's the whole entire point of this massive this massive series that I've created, right? Content, sales, fulfillment, okay? So when the person knows what to do and they know why they need to do it, they still have to buy the implementation, right? And it's the exact same thing in sales, right? Definitives in sales can work, but they're less and less effective, right? This just validates the topic that I've stressed about the importance of understanding saturated information. I rarely say specifically, do not do XYZ without giving you guys a reason why. And that's because there's always a time and a place based on the outcome and where your position and what your brand is, okay? If I ever sat there and I said, hey, don't yell in your content, well, some of you guys need to yell and some of you guys don't need to yell, right? And so the definitive is based on where you're at. And the biggest problem here, the vortex that all of this stems from, is a lot of you guys wonder why you struggle to give value to your audience. And it's because you don't even know how to discern between giving value to yourself. If you listen to somebody say, here's how you need to train for this Ironman that you're running, and you go, well, bet that person, he runs the time that I want to run, or I look up to him, he's got a great mindset, I'm going to go apply that in my life. Does that mean just because the person has an outcome that you strive to have, that that's going to be the best plan of action for you? Absolutely not, right? And so this is what separates the coach from the influencer. The influencers achieve something in their life, but they don't know how to discern between, well, if someone else who's completely different from me wanted to do this, what could they learn from my thought process that would then allow them to apply probably different steps and different tricks and tips, but still get the same outcome using the thought process. The structure of the way that you think is what's valuable. It's not necessarily the structure of exactly what you do. I had clients that would never have woken up at 4 a.m. That doesn't mean I didn't talk about it, but the thought process is what they were obsessed with. Man, the way that you wake up in the morning, that's the way that I want to have intention going into work. Now, if I would have just said, if you don't wake up at 4 a.m, like, you're not going to be successful, and not explained where that mindset or that thought process was coming from, it wouldn't have done anything. And I would have disqualified the people that were watching me, right? And so the thing that is the most valuable is the thought structure, okay? So when it comes down to, when it comes down to me saying over and over and over again, hey, running ads is pointless, does that definitively mean running ads is never smart? No, I run ads. But the reason why I tell the majority of you guys you don't need to run ads is because the second I see one of you guys that get in the situation where you do, I'm going to tell you, all right? But 98% of the time, people are only trying to run ads in their business in order to make up for a piece of their foundation that they are lacking, right? If you don't understand where your value lies, Christian, before he changed his offer, would have run ads, what would that have done? It would have done nothing but kill his engagement, confuse him on what steps he needed to take next, and it would have made his personal brand so inefficient, right? Because the only way that running ads benefits you is if you are literally pouring gold on a system that's already perfect. It's the easiest way to understand this is all of the top pro bodybuilders. If any of you guys who, you're not training like a top pro bodybuilder, took the cycles that they took, you might get a little extra muscle, You might be a little bit more prone to get angry. You might get a little bit more red, but none of you guys would look like any of the pro bodybuilders on stage, right? Because their training, their nutrition, their sleep, their understanding of their body, their biology is all so perfect that then they add the performance keyword enhancer, and it actually takes them to the next level. Ads are an enhancer that take you to the next level. But enhancing something that's shit, if I pour gold on shit, it's just gold and shit. Nobody wants it, right? Like who wants to walk around being like, I have gold and shit? It doesn't matter. It doesn't do anything, okay? And so the solution that's actually going to work for you, again, is based on where you are at a different time at a coach with different leverage. You all are going to need a different solution. So the foundations are still the same, but the direct application of why and how is what changes. When I run ads, am I changing the foundations of what we do in our program? Absolutely not. 15 stories a day, what's the point? So they can constantly be educated on my thought process. They can hear my thought structure. They can apply it to their life. They can see my face over and over again. When I make these authentic, value-based reels, when I send people to long-form, nurturing YouTube pieces of content, if I'm running ads, I'm not running ads directly to conversion. I'm not all of a sudden going out and trying to bang out cold traffic. I'm simply running ads to retarget the people that are already watching my stories, they're already watching my reels, and they're already watching my YouTube videos so that they can see my face more, think about my thought structure more, and also be pushed through the sales cycle a lot faster. But why would you want to push somebody through a sales cycle that is not complete and burn money on ads that's going to give you skewed data? Oh, I got one booked call. That one booked call that came from you spending more money than you even made off of that person. And then you start thinking, oh, I need to spend more money on ads. And then you start doing like what the rest of the group does. And then you lose your value. You destroy your account. You burn a bunch of money. And where are you? You made a little bit of progress. You got excited. And now you're back to square one. I don't know what to do. I don't know what went wrong. And I don't know how to fix it. And people still, all the people that you ran ads to get to come to your account, still do not understand why they should buy from you. Therefore, making a solution that works in some scenarios not work in that scenario, right? So the solution only works applied specifically to the person. And this happens in your life, but it also vicariously happens in your viewer's life when they're watching your content, when they're in the DMs with you, and when they're on a sales call with you. If you have a fat dude with 3 kids that's, divorced, and you have an 18-year-old and he's also fat, right? And if you apply the exact same belief breaking to them and they're in completely different areas of life in the exact same program, it's not going to do anything, right? It's going to be based on where they currently are at. Right? So another example of this, and we're getting into the sales here. This is what I want you to understand. But the huge misconception in the online coaching and info space is most people are putting out definitive, conflicting pieces of advice. And those who are unaware of this just jump from subjective solution to subjective solution, believing that each one of them are fact without knowing the actual context of what makes that solution work in any particular scenario, right? Don't do follow-up. You guys have heard me say this all the time. Don't do follow-up, right? I just closed a huge B2B client, right? Paid me about $50,000 and I'm taking 27% of their business. They're already doing a couple $1 million a year in revenue and we're working with them. I followed up with this client, right? But, oh, John Mark, you tell us not to do follow-up, right? I followed up with this client because I understand their positioning. They have a team of like 12 people. They almost run it like a corporate structure with HR. There's so many things that they need to run by their company, make sure, run the numbers. Does this work? Does the outcome work? Review what systems they're actually getting and put everything together. So the follow-up is there to continuously provide clarity, to continuously, hey, this other question that you just came to me that was an unknown, let me solve that. Let me fix that for you. Let me follow up and give you this next solution. Right? But when you're selling highly emotional B2C, which is what almost every single one of you guys are selling, fitness coaching, right? Becoming lust-free, dating coaching, health, sobriety, whatever it is, highly emotional B2C, even if you are selling business, but it is to mainly just consumers, you have to discern between pushing and forcing, right? Again, in a super emotional offer like dating or fitness, if you get on a sales call, right, or you're in the DM with somebody and you don't uncover the actual pain in a way that makes them realize what they were doing wrong, why that problem kept occurring, why they missed it, and what they need to change, then you didn't give them an actual reason to buy. And then if you keep following up with this person, you almost guarantee that they'll never come back and buy from you again because you didn't solve their problem specifically or open up their eyes to where they had the aha moment. And now you become one of those annoying guys in the DM that's hitting you up and you're like, I don't even need your stuff. It doesn't make any sense. And then they stop watching your stories. They stop watching your YouTube videos. Even if it's valuable information that they need, if they're, right, a 4 a.m. wake up type of guy, right, but their physique is absolutely horrible because they're getting no sleep and their biggest goal is physique, but they've been watching my old fitness content and they think they need to wake up at 4 a.m. If you keep following up with them, yo, 8 hours of sleep, we're going to optimize your sleep, we're going to do this. And they don't realize why the problem of the lack of sleep in the 4 a.m. wake up is keeping them away from their goal of getting a better physique. And they don't have that realization. You start following up and then you make your information look valueless and you make it look meaningless. Therefore, they're never going to come back and have that understanding on their own because they now, every time they see your face, go, oh, this person doesn't understand me, next. So in something like fitness, you don't follow up. Because if you try to break that belief in the sales call, and let's say somebody doesn't buy and they hop off the sales call, right? And you just leave it. It makes them go, and they start to think about the process and they start to think about the things you guys talked about. And then maybe they go watch the stories and 3 months later, they're like, I was wrong, you were right, I'm ready to buy. But if you followed up, and you solidified in their brain that you don't have the solution for them, they're never coming back. They're never coming back and you just lost that lead, right? So the same way that your personal brand is the foundation of your coaching business is also the same way that advice and bottlenecks, right, appear at different stages throughout your growth of revenue. Okay? But they always find themselves in every section of your business, whether it be the foundation of your content, your personal brand, whether it be your sales process, like we're going to talk about today, or whether it be your fulfillment, like we're going to talk about in the next section. Okay? They always continue to show up. And what we want to do is we want to create a predictable solution. It's going to be different. And I'm going to elaborate on this. You're going to have a different solution every time, but the thought process of how do I apply this solution will always remain the same, right? So theoretically, a good coach who can get great results, who's more qualified than everybody else in their industry, might have a good product. But if they don't know how to market, all of you guys know, no one's going to buy from them, right? That's the baseline logic. However, if they were good enough at understanding their own product and how it truly helps people, aside from just the logic or the method behind what gets people results, they would be able to understand, how do I frame this solution in my marketing to pre-sell, objection handle, and build trust with the audience, while at the same time finding the pattern of how that translates into my actual sales calls, which then also translates into giving them a better product that almost guarantees results on a large scale. What did I just talk about earlier? You guys, if you're paying attention, you should have already connected this in your mind, right? I said I had clients who wouldn't wake up at 4 in the morning. Well, then why would they buy my content if that was one of the core concepts? Because in my YouTube videos, when there's this crazy hook about if you don't get if you need 8 hours of sleep, you're a bitch. And they're like, well, what does this mean? Because it like hurts their ego or it adds friction. Then they come in wanting to prove me wrong. But then I connect the dots of it's not the actual 4 a.m. wake up. It's the way that I looked at my life and said, what's something that's very difficult? And how can I change that in order to get my goal? And they go, oh, so it's not the 4 a.m. wake up. But if I applied my gym routine or my work-life balance with that same thought structure that John Mark applied the 4 a.m. wake up, I would still get the result that I want. Even if it's not the exact same solution of waking up in the morning, the way that I attacked it is what made them go, I've got it. So they're not getting on a sales call with me and then me trying to be like, you got to wake up at 4 a.m. You got to wake up at 4 a.m. You got to wake up at 4 a.m. And they're like, I can't wake up at 4 a.m. I'm literally creating objections instead of pre-handling them so they get on and they're like, man, my first client that I ever sold for $1,000. I've told this story a couple of times, right? The dude was older than me. The dude benched more than me. Theoretically, on paper, everything about his life was better. He was making like 250 grand a year at the time in real estate, right? And even me, I didn't really understand this at the time, but I had this realization on the sales call because I'm talking to this guy. I'm like 18 years old. I'm in my room. I don't even think I had $1,000 in my bank account at that time. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this guy makes so much more money than me. Like, why does he want to buy from me? And he's like, bro, he was like, I just watch your content. And I'm like, I have so much talent. I'm strong. I'm the top performer at my real estate brokerage, like all these things. He's like, but I stroll into the office at 10 a.m. I work out and I just kind of go through the motions. He's like, I don't track anything. I don't have a morning routine. I don't have all of these things. So even though on paper, my life wasn't better than his, my thought structure and my attack plan to improve my life made him go, holy fuck, if this kid can apply this to my life with the talent that I have, I would be an animal. And he didn't even want to wake up at 4 a.m. He just wanted to use that same discipline and motivation that allowed me to wake up at 4 a.m. in his real estate business, in his training in the gym. So there were some similarities, but there were some differences. But if my core concept of waking up at 4 in the morning was just, it's only wake up at 4, it's only wake up at 4, it's only wake up at 4, instead of I wake up at 4 because this is the reason and this is why I've decided I needed to do it, then nobody would have ever bought from me, right? So, since we already covered content, right? I just wanted to kind of give a little review, right? And the way that information has become saturated with the online coaching space in the last 2 sections, I'm going to really break down the patterns and the congruencies that show up in your content to make your sales system weaker. And I'm also going to show how if you find these patterns within your content, a few of you guys should have just had some epiphanies as I was giving that example. But if you find these patterns within your content, you'll need to rely less on sales skills and be able to strategically identify exactly what's going wrong in your business at any given level. Doesn't matter if you're at 100K a month, if you're at 250K a month and John Mark is dead. I don't want you to be like, dang, can't grow my business anymore, got to go find another mentor. I want you to be able to still apply the things that I have taught you on an ongoing basis, even though your solution at 50K a month and your solution at 250K a month are different. One might be messaging, one might be ads. The way that you discovered those solutions, the thought process behind it was the thing that is the same, right? And if you can identify those, right, you will be able to constantly basically predict every single bottleneck and how to get out of it, right? So let's talk a little bit about finding your leverage through here. And there's a lot of sales stuff that we're going to get into, but I have to preface for this, right? This is the closest thing to a guarantee, all right? The easiest pattern that shows up between content and sales, right? And then they have very similar occurrences is scripts, sales scripts and content scripting, right? You hear people that say, script your content. You hear people like me that say, don't script your content, right? And there's coaches who are amazing at speaking authentically and very good at being intentional with their questions and communicating their problem while being very authentic. And there's also people at the top of the info coaching game that script every single piece of content that they have, and they're at the top of the game, right? You watch Layla Hermosi, right? She's really good at speaking and it seems authentic. Every single one of those videos, she's reading off a teleprompter. But why? She knows how to read and speak at the same time to where it still sounds like she is creating those ideas. She knows where to pause. She knows where to inflect up. She knows where to inflect down. What does this sound like I'm starting to get at? Sales. You find this in sales, right? But a lot of you guys, you don't even know. If you read a script, the reason why I say don't script is because you haven't understood your current positioning. And so I had one of my clients, we were on a one-on-one call, right? And I literally got to the point where I was like, I'm going to type in exactly what you're going to say just so I could show him, because he was like, bro, I wish you could just like do this for me. And I was like, watch. And I had him record the thing that I typed in. And you know what happened? He literally sounded like a fucking robot. I just told him exactly what to say, but if he would have sent that message in the DMs as a voice memo, it would not have landed the same, because all of the points that he made when he's asking a question, it was flat. He wasn't asking a question being like, what do you think about that? What do you think about that? It lands completely differently. And so the way that the person receives it is completely different. So then you go from predictability in what they're going to say, and you go to, I have no idea what they're going to say. And this is why you will see two people make great pieces of content, right? And one of them goes viral and the other one doesn't, even if you copy them. Because if somebody inflects differently than you, if somebody had a different reasoning behind why they're saying the message, and you just copy it because you think that that video went viral, as we said in the content section last time, it's not going to do anything. You have to understand, what is the intention behind every single question that you ask? What's the intention behind this hook? Are you just reading the hook at face value, or did you actually know, oh, this hook is supposed to stimulate and make people angry, so I need to say it with a lot of conviction? Or was it, this hook is supposed to question a belief in a very soft and like, have you ever thought about this way? And the way that you speak those things is completely different. It's completely different, and I'm about to run you through this, right? So there's so many different ways to do it, right? So there's pros and cons to, scripting content and not scripting content, and it can allow you to understand the thought process behind what you're saying, okay? Because if you fully understand every aspect of your offer, your messaging, your ICP, how your audience views you, the counter argument to all these things that you're saying, right? It's very, very easy to create a reciprocating system like Layla Hermosi. She knows every single thing that her team writes. She knows why she's saying that, what she's trying to stimulate in the brain centers, and why she does this, right? But there's 99% of you right here. If I gave you a content script of a video that I made the exact same way that I made it, that did really, really well for me, it would probably do terribly for you. Because my brain knew, I know I'm asking this hook, and I know why based on my offer. I know what this makes people think based on what I've said before, etc. But you're just reading it at face value. So you don't even understand what the point of that content piece is. And this is a massive thing that you're going to see that people do when it comes to sales scripts. A lot of you guys, and we're going to go through this in a second and literally break down the script that we have inside of the community here. But a lot of you guys, you don't even know why you're asking, hey, these calls are usually 30 to 45 minutes long. I just wanted to make sure, that you've still got time for that. You guys just say it because you see that it's the opener. And then somebody might answer and go, I've got a little bit of time. And you go, great. Not knowing that, you've got a little bit of time. Like, does that mean you're going to have, because let me ask if any of you guys can raise your hand, right? And this is a super easy one. Every single one of you guys should be able to get it. Why do we ask that in the beginning? Why am I asking, hey, or why am I saying, hey, these calls are 30 to 45 minutes long. I just want to make sure that you still have that time available in your calendar, right? Super simple, right? You pre-handle time. You objection handle about time. That's what everybody said, to make sure there won't be an excuse to leave the call, right? And it's written in the script. So that's a super, super easy one, right? But if I went and watched some of you who went and literally just answered that and told me why, I could watch in some of your sales calls where somebody's like, yeah, man, that's fine. And you were like, great. Instead of being like, wait a second, he said, yeah, that's fine. Instead of like, yeah, bro, I've got an hour, I'm free. And you didn't even ask another question to confirm what you were trying to get from that very first question that you asked. The question was useless. The question was useless. And now the prospect starts to gain control over the call. And this shows up first in the content, second in the DM setting, and then lastly, it shows up in the sales calls, right? So there's pros and cons to all of these things, right? But in order to create an actual system, we want predictability. There's no guarantees, but we want predictability, and predictability is different between any person that's on a call with you, right? So the same exact thing. Why is there some people that can close $3,000, $5,000, $7,000, $10,000 deals without a script? There's people in this community that don't use a script, right? While others, they can't close a single deal or handle any objections without a script, right? Well, there's a ton of different reasons, but this should start to help you guys understand your leverage and your positioning, okay? Yeah, I'll give you an example. Bennett. okay? Bennett has had years of sales experience, right? Going door to door, working his way up to a sales team leader. He's already gone through the psychology of understanding how to make people trust him, right? How to make people buy something. And because Bennett's content is so amazing, he can rely less on having a script because so many objections and beliefs are already pre-handled in his content before somebody gets on a call with him, right? So every question that he asks, he knows exactly what am I trying to get out of this viewer? And they've already been thinking about that based on my content. There are a lot of you who go through your sales script and you are asking questions, not getting the answer that you're looking for. And if you went and you looked back inside of your content, you'd realize I've never actually even mentioned this specific reasoning ever in any of my videos. And you guys don't like to read the data. John Mark, this person didn't have money. Did they not have money, or did you just go and ask a bunch of random questions to anticipate what was coming, and you've never even had that person consume the content or get pre-objection handled in the way that you think about this process, right? So ask yourself that, okay? Right? So there might be somebody that's even better at making content than Bennett as far as getting views and going viral, right? And building a big audience. But then every time a guy gets on a call with them, they don't fully understand what their buyer is struggling with, how to break those beliefs or push them over the edge. And if that person isn't using a script and hasn't pre-handled those objections and doesn't understand where to tie down and paint the picture of pain to their prospect naturally, well, then they also won't be able to set up the discovery properly or take the prospect down the road of getting the outcome that they are looking for through your program, right? It might be really hard for them to close deals without a script. So if you take both of those people, you can't definitively tell them what is right and what is wrong without understanding who they are. If I tell Bennett right now, you have to read this script word for word, it'll probably make his close rate drop because he already understands what's the point of the script and what am I supposed to ask. Versus somebody else might have the same type of brand as Bennett, but he doesn't fully understand what the point of each of these questions are. And if he doesn't have a script, if it's not there for him at all, he doesn't even know what to ask next because he doesn't know what kind of questions he's getting, right? So it's a very, very similar to content. It's a little bit opposite because I believe that everybody should start with a script and then start to learn how to be like, what's the point of this? Whereas in content, I don't think everyone should start with a script. I think they should start to understand first, why am I saying these things? What are the opinions and what beliefs am I trying to shift for the viewer? And this is where you can start to almost predictably, almost guarantee every single time you wake up in the morning, why did this person not close? Because of this reason. Why did this piece of content not perform good? Because of this reason. And when you can become your own coach based on the information that you've learned, that's when you start to elevate to that master wizard level of being a coach, right? So if there's business coaches out here that say you need to word your hooks like this, and there's business coaches out here that say you have to use a script word for word. It works for somebody like Bennett or somebody like my client Michael, who's already making $50,000 a month, but it might not work for somebody like me a couple of years ago who had almost no sales experience, and I needed to understand how to break every belief and let the buyer choose to buy my program instead of me just trying to force them to buy my program, right? I had a shit ton of conviction, but that doesn't predictably guarantee. There's only so many customers, out of 10 calls, only 3 of those people might be the type of person that just buys purely based on conviction, right? There's also people that could buy, okay, the conviction was good, but you didn't take me through all of these belief-breaking processes. And so therefore, I can't know what I did wrong because I'm like, oh man, I was super convicted and I knew that my program was right for this person, but they just didn't have enough money or they just had an objection that I couldn't handle. So a lot of you guys, you get so confused and saying, oh, it was the wife objection. Oh, it's the money objection. Oh, this person didn't have money. This person didn't have this. Why? Why did that occur? Can you go back and look at your sales calls and realize exactly what you did? This goes all the way up to the top level of why, structuring your offer in a certain way based on I know how much money I'm trying to get up front from this person and my program is so good that I know I'm going to continue to convert them over and over and over again. If you know how to do that, you become so leveraged in being like, well, this guy, I know I can pitch him for a lot up front, but I'm not going to do the same for that next guy, even though they might have been in similar positions. Their brain works differently, right? So if you just go by a one-size-fits-all thing, you're ruined in the content, in the sales, and in the fulfillment, right? So why does scripting and having a script that you follow in sales matter. Okay, we have a script inside of the community, you guys know, and it's killer. And every single call that I ever closed in fitness came from that script. But when I was making the most amount of money as a fitness coach, I'd already collected hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I was selling high ticket payments with a small audience. I was using that sales script, but never ever reading it word for word. I used the script as a structure to understand how to take the prospect through their journey and help them understand what they were doing wrong, what they don't know, and then frame that against what I know. And the script allowed me to do it in a way to where it made them realize I can solve their problems and I understand their pain better than they do. And we all know that once you've done that, the work is done. The close comes easy because they feel like they're choosing to buy on their own and you've just led them there instead of you forcing them to be sold, okay? But without having the actual script and the reasoning behind it, I would have never gotten to the point where I could realize what did I do wrong and what did I do right. Because the script gave me all the data points to look back at on the call and say, when I asked this question and that person gave me the answer, did I actually get the answer that I was looking for, that it was put in the script to actually give? Or did I just accept the answer that they gave me at face value, right? Did I miss this tie down? Did I miss this section? Did I forget to ask the question that would paint the picture of why they're in so much pain before I started pitching my program, right? Did I forget to get a full commitment? Right? You might hear, yeah, bro, I'm committed. You ask, yeah, I'm committed. Well, why are you asking somebody if they're committed? It's not just to hear them say yes. Most men, when they're faced with the question, hey, are you committed to doing this thing? They're going to say yes, right? But based on the way that they answer it, you should understand, should I dig deeper in this? Or is that the answer that was actually sufficient? I might hear, yes, I'm committed, and take that at face value, but that the customer was actually committed. Or did I realize, okay, well, I hear that you're committed, but how much time and effort and energy are you actually willing to put in and sacrifice to get X result that we just talked about? Because I know before you said last time you did something like this, you really wanted it to work, but just showing up every single day, it became really redundant for you. So you might tell me you're committed, but are you committed even if it's really, really boring, and then you restate what they already told you back to them, and then you got to allow them to admit that, because now you're already pre-objection handling in the beginning, okay? This is something a lot of you guys do, okay? Stop handling what the person says and start handling the underlying message. Start handling the underlying message, because if the person knew exactly what to do to move forward, they wouldn't be in front of you. This happens in the DMs and it happens in the sales calls. Hey, bro, you just told me that you're looking to lose, you're looking to get lean, but what, and we could define what lean means, right? But we can be like, well, what's stopping you? And it's like, man, I'm really struggling with the consistency of the meals. I'm in the gym every single day. I'm doing this. And we find that and we go, wait a minute. He can say I'm struggling with the consistency of the meals, but if he sent you this long pain pointed paragraph where you realize, wait, I mean, you told me you track your macros every single day and you're doing this, but if your goal is to get lean, you also just told me that you don't ever do cardio. So then you can find what's the actual underlying problem. He told you he's struggling with the meals, but you realize based on the logic that he told you, it's actually just a calories in, calories out as far as how much calories are you burning every day problem. Then he realizes, oh, no wonder the approach and everything that I've been trying to do before hasn't worked. And then you take them through that process, and I'm going to give you guys a little bit of the actual DM setting process that we're putting into the new course, and I'm going to run you through that as well. But you guys do this a lot on sales calls, right? The sales call is supposed to go beginning, problem, solution, consequence, pitch. Okay? And the pitch should raise them back up, but you don't want to take them so far down that you can't bring them out. The pitch should quite literally deliver hope. And I've seen so many sales calls. I know Simon can vouch for this. Jonah can vouch for this. Where I'll watch you guys and you half-ass discover. And then you ask what the problem is. They tell you some shitty face value problem about, oh, it's my meals. Oh, it's my training. And then you're like, perfect. And you start going into, yeah, here's the meal plan. Here's the this plan. Here's the this. And then you completely skip over the consequence and they're like, oh man, that sounds amazing. And then you go straight into the pitch. And then you wonder why, oh, it's a price objection or a wife objection. They can pull any bullshit answer out of their back pocket if you didn't get to the bottom of the pain, because now you don't know, are they lying? Are they making an excuse? Because you can't use their own logic against them. So you guys ask questions, and this shows up in the content. I can't even wrap my head around how many of you, I'll look at something, that a reel that you made that didn't perform well, and it has to do with your offer, quote unquote, and then we'll look at your DMs, and then you'll literally miss what the dude was actually struggling with. And then I'll be like, you just told me that this is something you solved in your own life. And then when the other person in your DMs was struggling with it, you completely just took what he answered as truth, didn't solve it, and you wondered why he ghosted you. And then you look back at the videos that you're posting and you're like, John Mark, why did this not do good? Every DM that ghosts you, every DM that doesn't book should teach you about, oh, I've never broke that belief that this guy just had in my content before. So no wonder why I'm not getting as many people as I feel like should reaching out to me. Because if they have a false belief in the DMs, because they watch enough of my content to at least reach out to me, but I didn't break it there, then I should look at that and go, that taught me, not, oh man, this guy ghosted me, this guy didn't book, my content is bad. It's, oh, that's a perspective that I've never given in my content before. Let me add that to my content. And you get there by having awareness of yourself and awareness of your viewer, right? Now, almost all of the most successful closers that I know, myself included, right? You know, we don't get on calls and read a script word for word, but that's because we already have the mental framework fully mapped out of exactly how to take the prospect through the journey of them deciding to buy. But without learning a script, learning why, and learning, going back and looking, this was the script, this is what I was supposed to say, and the answer I was supposed to get, this is what the person said, and I didn't get the answer that I needed, and I moved on. Same thing occurs in the DMs, same thing occurs in the content. You literally just tell them at face value, they accept it at face value, it does nothing to their life, and then you wonder, John Mark, why is that not working? Why is it not good? You're not breaking the beliefs that people are actually having. You're just adding more saturated information into their life that every other person is doing within their content, so you look like everybody else, okay? Now, this gets tricky, right? Because people, every person, you guys, me, myself included, Simon, Jonah, everybody, we like, naturally, as humans, we like knowing exactly what we need to do and exactly what we need to say in a concrete form, because it makes us feel like our desired outcome or closing the deal is guaranteed. If I say this, I get this. If I do this many reps in the gym, I get this outcome, right? But there's nuances, right? The problem is guaranteed doesn't work with humans because we're humans. You have to understand this, okay? Literally, I'm going to take you guys on on a completely opposite topic so you can understand this. Think about communism. On paper, communism is perfect. It's perfect. Why does communism not work? Because of human nature. Communism relies on the fact that every single person is going to work towards the greater good. And unfortunately, not everybody does that. You might work towards the greater good 90% of the time, but 10% of the time you get greedy. 10% of the time you get emotional. 10% of the time you feel like a victim. Therefore, the structure only works with things that aren't human, with robots. So it's never a one size fits all based on, oh, every single person is going to fit inside of this box that I want to put them on, right? It works on paper, but it doesn't work with robots. We make irrational decisions. We do weird shit all of the time. Every single one of you guys, probably every day, you make decisions or you have thoughts or you do things and you're like, why did I even do that? That doesn't even represent my identity. But that's just human beings. That's what we do, right? There's so much external stimuli and things that happen that allow us to kind of change our processes, okay? So stop chasing guarantees or perfection. Chasing perfection is stupid, but what we want to chase is predictability, because predictability gives us the exact framework to know, here's what I need to do to move forward. I'm going to give you guys the best analogy ever, right? Think about a roller coaster. All right? A roller coaster, every single time, they are designed to flex. If a roller coaster was designed not to flex, they would break. They have to flex. Why? Because you might have a roller coaster cart that goes down and there are, it's full and all the seats are full and it's a bunch of fat people, right? And if that roller coaster was designed to only sustain a certain type of weight at some point with a certain amount of G-force, and if it's hotter outside, the roller coaster is going to go faster. If there's less people on it, it's going to be different. So if it didn't flex at all, it would break. It would break. And the thing about this is they're designed to flex. They still stay in the same place. They don't lose shape, but different variables make them move different ways, and you can never guarantee these variables. This is what your content, your DM process, and your sales process should mimic. It should flex. It should naturally still stay the same course. If I say, hey, 30 to 45 minutes, does that work with you? And you say, oh man, yeah, I got all the time in the world. I don't have anything for the rest of the day. Perfect, I can move on. But if you say, yeah, like that works. Does that mean I move on just because he gave the same answer? No. There's a little bit of different variables. I'm like, wait, just want to confirm. Does that work? Like you're going to have an hour or you have something coming up in a little bit? I have something coming up in a little bit, but I can stay on for an hour. Perfect. If you wouldn't have gotten that and you would have kept going, guess what happens? You get to the end, you pitch. What's the easiest excuse? Gotta go. And you can't say, wait, but you said you were staying on. He was like, yeah, but I something popped up. But if he says gotta go and you're like, wait, brother, you told me you had an hour. Did you? Yeah, you're right. They can't use that excuse. No person's going to lie on their own words right in front of you. It's not going to work like that. It's basic psychology, okay? So when we think about that, because of human nature, you can never read the script specifically word for every single person, because probing, understanding their specific situation, regardless of how tight your ICP is and how similar people you're selling to, you will always run into the problem of people focusing like so much on what you say. And again, you're the coach. They're the person in pain. If you ask them a question and it lands differently than you wanted it to land, how can you expect them to just give you the perfect answer if they knew exactly how to answer a majority of the questions that you were asking on face value? They wouldn't be on the call with you because they'd be able to do that mental process in their head. Is this making sense? I'm going to bring it down and tie all of these back together, but you have to realize, same question you would ask in the sales script. What is the process I'm doing? Why am I asking this? What am I trying to get from this person? And based on what I already know about this person and what I teach, the answer that they give me is going to be pretty predictable, right? So a lot of you guys focus so much on the script, and I've seen this, even you that are good at sales, focus so much on the script in sales that you move question to question robotically before you've actually gotten the answer that the previous question was put in the script to get. And even those of you who are good at this, almost all of you do this wrong in the DMs. And I will say there's people that make hundreds of thousands of dollars a month that still do this wrong in the DMs because most people do not understand this, okay? And a lot of times this comes from your nervousness, your anticipation for them to close, right? But the prospect can feel your money hunger. If they give you an answer that they're not sure of and they're actually questioning themselves, you ask for their pain, they tell you what it is, and you say, great, next question. In their head is subconsciously, immediately they go, oh, why would I buy from this person if he doesn't know anything more than me? You should be able to look at every single thing that they have and say you're not understanding that the right way. And we're going to go through the framework, right? But I promise you, if your call or your DMs or your content go like this and you don't understand what's the actual point of you saying the hook that you said, saying the question, saying the tie down, right? Asking about their pain, asking, hey, what's your goal? A lot of you guys say, what's your goal? Just to get the goal and then go to the next thing. What are you actually trying to do? Hey, what is your goal? 99% of people don't actually know a definitive, specific, thought out goal. There's still some of you in here after going through all the resources that you've gone through that I have, that if I were to say, describe in detail in a paragraph exactly what you want your dream life to be. I've done this with a lot of you guys. And it's like, bro, I just want to have a nice car, freedom for my family. I'll stop you right there. Nice car. What does that mean? Nice car could be $80,000. Nice car could be $1 million. It's relative to your position. So you don't even understand that. How can you then, the framework that's going to get you an $80,000 car versus the steps that you have to take to get you a $1 million car? Much different. So how can you actually put in a viable solution if you haven't broken down to a T exactly where you're trying to go, and vice versa in the DMs? If you don't actually understand what the person wants to look like, lean is not an answer. Being sober is not an answer. Being disciplined is not an answer. Losing 10 pounds is not an answer. Why do you want to lose 10 pounds? Oh man, I just feel like I would look better. Look better? Why? Why do you want to look better? You guys don't break these things down to this point, and then you wonder, well, why didn't they want to get on a call with me? You ask them a question, I want to lose 10 pounds. Great, can definitely help you with that. What are you currently doing right now to achieve that? Oh, I'm doing this, I'm doing this, I'm doing this. Yeah, definitely some changes that we need to make. Well, why? Why would I make that? You're not getting to the point of why did you ask that question. Starts in the content, occurs in the DMs, and it also occurs again in the sales calls, right? So, at any level, okay, the number one reason why you can't close virtually every lead that shows even minor interest in your program, and remember, most of you are not running ads. So if someone books a call, if someone messages you, if someone reaches out, if someone replies to your story, they have already expressed interest and action towards purchasing from you. John Mark, I have unqualified leads. You don't have unqualified leads. You have unqualified your leads through the content that you're making so that when they message you, they don't have a educated thought process of how to realize, hey, here's what I need from you. And then you enable that more. You guys literally, you are mentally telling these prospects, I don't give a fuck about you if they tell you, here's what I'm struggling with, and you take it at face value and you run with it. You're telling them that because it's not their job to know what they're struggling with. It's your job to lead them through the thought process of asking enough questions that get them to actually give it out to you, okay? There's rarely such thing in organic content that somebody DMs or books simply because they just want to waste both of y'all's time, right? Given the booking is done properly, the friction, the qualification, and the content are done right, okay? So when you just focus on asking questions in the script, or saying random things in the content without focusing on number one, what's the purpose of me asking this question or making this hook? Number two, what am I trying to accomplish to get out of the prospect or get out of the prospect? And number three, did I actually get what was needed from this question before I move on to the next, okay? And because there's so many nuances, this is how you guys are gonna start to understand based on who you are, how you were raised, and how you talk. Me and Simon close differently. Same framework. Same tie down, same things that we're gonna do, but me and Simon, I bet Simon would Simon's not the type of guy to raise his voice. Simon's a fucking G. Simon's a fucking big dog. But we just have a little bit of a different way of communicating ourselves and doing these things. And if Simon tried to yell like this, it would probably be taken a little bit weirdly because that's just not his natural personality. I can be talking to my little sister and I'll talk like this and it doesn't land as I'm being a jerk. That's just John Mark based on when I was 4 years old. John Mark, why are you talking so loud? That's just me, right? But I have to understand that in order to know how to actually run through these calls, right? And so in order to make the conversation flow smoothly, and make sure the prospects answer the question in the way that has already perfectly set you up to ask the next question or to continue to break down the topic that was brought up, right? You have to understand all these different tools that you have. You have tonality, word choice, body language, pacing, pausing, and intonation, right? We think about this, okay? Pausing. If I sit there and I'm pitching the actual price of the program. If I say, yeah, man, so I have a 3-month option and a 6-month option. The 3 months is $2,000 and the 6 month is $3,000. Which one of those options works best for you? When you speak really fast and your pacing is like that, it alerts to the person listening that this was not important. You go listen every single time. I'll even sit in there and say, or I'll wait, or I'll pause. It's all for effect. That lands completely differently than me going, and again, when I say body language, word choice, pacing, pausing, intonation, every single time you've seen me close, right? I'll usually get closer to the camera and it immediately, the viewer goes, I'm listening. Versus sitting back, it's it's a lot more chill, right? And then if I sit there and I go, so we have two different options. There's a 3-month option and there's a 6-month option. The only difference is the amount of time. You still get the same program, but you're a little bit more incentivized to do the 6-month option because we can actually work together for a lot longer and kind of drag out how intentional we are behind those goals. So the investment is very expensive. Let that land. Versus the investment is very expensive. It's $2,000 for 3 months, $3,000 for 6 months. Sit there and control the conversation because the way you inflect, the way that you speak, literally makes this predictable, right? I can say the same exact thing. We jump on a call and I'm like, hey man, how are you? It's like curious, right? I'm like, I'm curious. I'm happy. Or I can be like, hey man, how are you? Like, how are you? I'm like, it's genuinely like, I'm a little bit like skeptical. Like, are you actually okay? Or I could be like, hey man, how are you? These all land differently, same exact thing, right? So if you guys go and re-watch the content that you're making, re-watch the DMs, re-watch the sales calls, you might have said like, hey, how are you? And it was you thought it was gonna land curious, but the person takes it as like skeptical, and that's not like that's not the position that they're in. Automatically it's thrown off because they're going to respond differently and you do not know how to actually ask the next question because it landed the wrong way, right? I can sit here and I can be like, now, why is that? And it's a little bit skeptical. It's like, yeah, but think a little deeper. Like, why is that? Or I can say, why is that? And that's almost it's same exact thing, but that's almost in a sense of like, genuinely, I'm like, why do you think that is? Why is that? Is like a, come on, it's obvious here. Like, you should understand that. Versus why is that? Is literally like a, why do you think that happens? I genuinely want to know. Versus like and I can say here, so I can be concerned, I can be curious, I can be skeptical, or I can be challenging, and I can be like, why is that? Same exact thing that I just said, but this landed in a like, be honest with yourself, right? And it's all different ways. But if you're trying to speak in a challenging way and they take it as a curious way, you are not equipped to actually answer the thing that they then, or to drag on the thing that they didn't answer, right? These should all be natural and you shouldn't have to think about them. But this literally dictates and it controls the answers that somebody gives you. Because there can only be a select few answers based on how they take the question. If I have the right inflection, if I say, why is that? In my head, I know there's literally only 2 or 3 things that they can respond contextually based on what I say. But if I mean to say it curious and I'm like, why is that? And they take it a little bit aggressive and they give me a different answer and I take it at face value, guess who controls the conversation? Not me, the prospect. So then they give something that I wasn't expecting, and now I have to sit here and be like, what's the reason that they said all that? And you don't control the conversation, right? So it comes down to these tiny little things, and you guys will also see this happens in your hooks. If you are studying based on the resources that you have, you would be able to see, oh my gosh, I asked this question. The person took it the wrong way. And then I just took that answer at face value and kept going. I did the same exact thing. That means when I speak that way in my content, they're not taking it the way that I want them to take it. That's why it seems so stupid, but body language, hand movements, so I speak, I'm very like drawn out with my hands, okay? How many of you have seen the people that speak and they're like, today I'm going to the gym, and it like doesn't match because they're trying to force it because they've seen it from somebody else. It makes your content inauthentic. It's like you don't know why you're actually doing this thing. So you have to ask the question in everything that you do. Why did I ask this? Why did I do this? And how is the prospect or the viewer supposed to take this in order to equip yourself what to do next? Because since there's only a few simple answers based on how they take the question. This allows you to streamline the entire process in a way that narrows down the answers to be extremely predictable. It's like chess, okay? There are 5-year-olds. I got this from this sales guy. I forgot his name that I was listening to. Joni, you might want to remind me. But he was like, there's 5-year-olds. There's 5-year-olds that are amazing at chess. Does that mean they're smarter than you? Yeah, from Matt Ryder. Not necessarily. But they've played so much chess, whether their parents forced them to or that's the thing that they like, that they've understood based on how I move this piece on the board. There are only so many predictable and logical moves that could counter that. Therefore, they're always 5 steps ahead. You guys see this in the content, you even see it on the coaching calls, which ties into how it falls into fulfillment. But when you tell me, oh, like, the other day, oh man, I'm really, Lewis said this to me, I'm struggling with understanding our offer. I didn't go, okay, well here's how you fix that. I go, why are you struggling to understand? I ask another question, then I ask another question, and then I get to the root of the reason. Oh, it's because I had a misconception of what the offer actually quantified. So if I would have answered his original question in face value, I wouldn't have actually cleared up and allowed him to understand what he was truly questioning. Therefore, the value that I gave him did not matter. And so many of you go through your entire DM, entire sales process just like that, and you wonder why you didn't get the result that you wanted at the end of the call. You didn't give them any actual understanding, and they controlled the conversation the entire time. Because a good salesperson is 5 steps in the future, because there's only a few logical answers to the question that they're actually asking, right? And if this isn't done, you lose complete control and predictability over the conversation. Everything becomes easy when there's a very limited number of answers. What does this mean when it applies to content? I hate to bring this in, but I have to allow you guys to understand this, okay? When somebody messages me in the DMs, because I'm so specific with my tonality, my body language, and the way that I'm convicted in speaking things, if they give me a pain point, I know exactly based on what they say, what their misconception is and what question to ask next. Because I've been so specific with this that I realize, he said the stories aren't working for me, but I really know that the problem is he has a misconception of what the stories are for. Yeah, man, I try to do the stories thing and post 15 stories a day, but, like my views just went down. What does that tell me? That tells me you haven't listened to any of my content and you have a misunderstanding of how this whole thing works. Because it's not about getting as many views as you can on your stories. It's about having the people that are actually nurtured and in the process of buying, listen to them every single day. So if I don't correct that, the question means nothing, okay? And as I just mentioned a couple minutes ago, you can't ask a question and accept the answer simply because they answered. Otherwise, the prospect is controlling the call and not you. And the worst thing that could happen here is when the question isn't received the way it was intended to be delivered, okay? This is why you have to stop handling what they say and start handling the underlying message, okay? And so many people get this wrong, kind of like what I just described. If you were to ask me or Jonah a sales question, the worst thing that they could do is answer it, okay? If Christian goes, Jonah, I said, I asked this guy, what's his, why is he struggling to get in shape? And he said this. Why did he say that? If Jonah answered you, that would be the worst thing that he could do. The only way for Jonah to answer is say, well, he said that because the way you asked the question, he didn't fully understand what you were trying to get at. If Jonah said, he said that because of X, it would be stupid because there is no way to understand why the prospect said that. Because if it wasn't received the way it was intended to be delivered, nobody knows why the prospect said that. Only the prospect knows. So you have to get good at understanding naturally how to speak these questions in a way that it's perfectly understood by the prospect. And when the question lands, You have to know exactly how it's going to make them feel. And if it doesn't land the right way, you should be able to know by their body language, the way that they think, the things that they say. And if you can't understand that, you already lack all of the foundations of a personal brand. Because if you understand yourself and your own journey and can actually get somebody results, you can understand why they would take information and misinterpret it. Okay? Now, this is where your natural communication style or like your language choice is key. Because if you're a super neutral person, you don't want to have a super neutral language style, because you'll not hold any frame and all of your questions will land super soft and you're going to seem like a pussy, right? And this is where somebody with my language style is different, because I'm naturally so pushy and intense. My words already land definitively without me trying, okay? So I have to have a bit more of a neutral style to balance out the way that the prospect feels about my questioning, especially in the beginning, right? Especially in the beginning. But why do we have leverage? None of us are just sales reps. None of us are just sales reps. Okay, so the beautiful part is we can train them on our speech patterns in the content, and we can also show up as that exact same person. Exact same person, right? Do you know how many of you guys, you talk one way in your content, and then somebody DMs you and it's like, hey man, what's up? Thanks for reaching out. And it's the complete opposite type of person that you are in your content. Immediately that skyrockets their guard up, because it's like, wait, what? Like, imagine if your dad is just like angry, hardcore dude, and he's never emotional, he's never any of these things, and you call your dad and he's like, hey champ, how's it going? And he's never talked like that. He's always going to answer you and be like, what's up? How are you? You'd be like, well, that's weird. Y'all have so many inconsistencies between how you show up in your content, how you talk in real life, how you talk in the DM, how you talk in the sales call. And it's because you're constantly trying to fit yourself into the mold of what you think the prospect wants, instead of understanding what they need and then being able to deliver on that, right? This is also where your conviction plays a huge role, right? Because if you have so much conviction, as I said earlier, that you can literally look into the prospect's soul in a way where they can feel how much you see them and care about them enough to know how badly they need the thing you're selling, right? You have leverage. But even if you have the most conviction in the world and your questions are not landing the way that you intended them to land, and they answer and you accept that answer and you move on, conviction isn't going to make you close every single deal that comes through, right? DM setting is a mini sales call, and your sales calls are a precursor to your program. Look at each one of these pieces individually, and you're going to fail. But look at them as a supplement to one another, and it almost guarantees you can predictably continue to build this system, and you're never going to get into a situation where you're stuck. I've said this over and over again. John Mark, I don't know what to do. How do I answer you guys' questions on coaching calls? We look at the data first. Oh, I don't know. This piece of content didn't do great. Oh, wait, let's pull up your DMs. Bang. And we look at this and it's like, oh, well, look at all these people that left you on red because you didn't shift their belief. Why wouldn't you take what you just learned from why these people left you on red and then apply that as a positioning in your content? Now that you know these people are watching you and they're reaching out, but you're not breaking that belief, why wouldn't you go take that data and put it into your content? Oh, the sales call didn't close. Oh man, back to making more content. Why didn't it close? Oh, they didn't have money. Was it actually that? Or did the belief not break under what they were struggling with and they didn't understand it and it wasn't worth them spending money on? And now you go back to your content and you foolishly don't then take that positioning and try to teach that in your content. It teaches you. You'll rarely ever find a coach who doesn't take one-on-one calls, who still understands. So why you see these guys that make all this money and then it seems like they become so unrelatable. It's because they're only thinking from their position. They can't even think from the people that were buying from them's position. They're not in the trenches anymore and they're not getting data. I basically have 1,000 fitness coaching businesses that I'm in every single day, and I still understand the game. So when somebody talks to me,
bro, my client was literally struggling with this the other day. This guy, I know exactly what he's struggling with. Look at him. All of these positionings are the exact same. Bang. And when I ask a question, I know within, 2 or 3 things how he's going to answer. And it's very, very easy for me to take him through and understand this, right? It's all a system for a reason. It all works together. My content, my stories, my YouTube videos. I can probably pick out 20 of you guys who we've been on a call and we spend an hour going over what's wrong in your stories, and we come to the conclusion of all these different things, and then we look at your YouTube videos, and guess what? Exact same problem, just for YouTube. Your titles, your thumbnails, they don't match. They don't display at all what you're talking about. Same thing you were doing in your stories. You have to be able to think and understand and question, why am I doing this? And in turn, you'll be able to understand your buyer's position a lot more, right? Because there's so many nuances, if you don't control the conversation or understand what outcome you're looking for from each question, it's pointless, okay? Think about this. If somebody gets on the call with you and they're ready, like they're ready to buy. They're one of these people that are ready to buy, okay? They're one of these people that probably could have closed in the DMs, right? They're fully informed, but they just wanted to, put a face-to-face to the conversation. I've had plenty of guys. They'll be like, bro, I'm ready to buy, and they're lying. And I've had plenty of guys that are like, yo, I'm ready to buy, and they're actually ready to buy. If you take what they say at face value, you're always at a loss. You always have no leverage. But if you understand how to do it, then it's like, yeah, okay, I can do it. I can do a little 2-minute Instagram FaceTime call and be like, yo, what's up, bro? You ready to get going? And he's like, yeah, send me the link. Versus I get on an Instagram FaceTime call, which I rarely ever do this, with a guy, and he's talking to me for 30 minutes about all these things. He wasn't ready to buy. He just wanted to talk to me. And because if I don't understand what that question or what that answer is coming from, I have no leverage, and it doesn't matter. But if you jump on a call with somebody and they just wanted to put, a face-to-face before they send you money, it's very possible for you to sell them out of buying your product instead of selling them into your product. And if you don't understand what you're trying to accomplish with the prospect, imagine you get on with somebody, and Jonah, if you want to jump in here, if you have something to say, if you don't, no worries. And just if you want to jump in because you're really good at this. If you jump on with somebody and they're like, yeah, I'm ready to go, I'm ready to do this, and do yada 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 yada, and then you're taking them back through the exact same conversation that you already had in the DMs, and you're taking them like down into the pain, doing all this stuff, making it all confusing to drag out this 45-minute long sales call, and you can't tell by the way that they're answering you that they genuinely are actually ready. You can literally you can introduce new problems that they didn't even think they had at first and confuse them out of buying your product. So the script is only based on how's this person answering. There might be questions in the script, and Jonah, you can jump in right after this. There might be questions in the script where you ask somebody the first question and they end up answering 3 of the next questions that you were going to ask. And I've seen so many of you guys then go and be like, and ask that next question again. You're signaling to them that you did not listen. If you understand the framework of the script, you go, that's already answered perfectly. I blend into the next question.
Yeah, 100%. And also, a lot of you guys tend to take, I don't want to say you guys, but a lot of salespeople, I even do it myself, you get the answer that you're looking for, but it's not fully complete, it's not thorough enough, and then you kind of just move on. So a good example is like, somebody gives you a compliment, right? And they say, oh, you have really nice eyes. You typically just say, oh, thank you. Well, why do I have nice eyes? What do you like about them? Then they have to give you the detail, and then that detail reinforces the opinion and it makes it solid. So, hey, I really want to buy your program. I'm already going to buy it. Just wanted to hop on this call. Oh, really? Why do you want to buy it? Well, because you're the best coach out there. What does that mean? Well, your results, your testimonials, the way that you break down X, Y, Z. I saw this in your YouTube video. So they're going to solidify their opinion. You kind of get that answer. So it's like that first level of like, great, you got the answer that you're looking for. They said that they need you. They're complimenting you. They say you have nice eyes, but you need to solidify that. You need to go one level deeper. And then on the flip side of that, when they ask you a question, it kind of goes both ways. I've used this analogy before, but it really does make sense. when they ask you a question, you have to understand the question behind that question. You can listen to them, but don't necessarily believe the exact thing that they're saying. So what I mean by this is, at Disney World, and I've used this analogy before on a past call, and I'll always use this in my sales calls. It always helps me drill this idea into my head of understand the question behind the question. At Disney World, the most common question that the staff gets is, where's the bathroom, right? Pretty common one. People come up to them, where's the bathroom? Now, the second most common question that the staff at Disney World gets from the customers is, what time is the 3 o'clock parade? Now, it sounds kind of stupid, right? Obviously, the 3 o'clock parade is at 3 o'clock, but they're not asking what time's the parade. They're really asking, where should I stand? Where should I be? Are they going to come through this exact point? What time should I be ready for it? Is there anything I got to buy before? But naturally, humans are just like, kind of what time is the 3 o'clock parade? What do I need to do to set up? And so when a prospect asks you a question, they might say, yeah, so I guess how much one-on-one support am I going to get? Don't just dive into, oh yeah, you're going to meet with me, blah, 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 and go into a deliverable. Say, well, I'm guessing why you're asking that is because you've done programs like this before and you've kind of fallen off after a couple weeks. Is that right? Yeah. Now let me ask you a question. If you had one-on-one support that was scattered throughout the week, maybe let's say 2 or 3 times, do you think that would get you to lose the 40 pounds you were telling me about earlier if you had 2 to 3 check-ins and you had to be there? Yes. So you see how much more productive that is rather than how many one-on-ones do you have? Oh, we have 3 during the week. Bang. Next question. What do you have? Now you just give frame to the prospect because they're interrogating you. So the first lesson is, you have to know exactly the answers that you want. And even when you get those answers, they can be better. So why'd you reach out to me? Oh, because of your results. That's pretty good. What results specifically did you see? And if they say, oh, I can't really remember, don't worry, man. We still love you. Crack a joke and move on. Okay, you can't always get it perfectly. You can go to the next thing. But you have to dig one level deeper. And then on the flip side of that, the second lesson, when they ask a question, dig one level deeper. I bet the reason you're asking that is because of some limiting belief, some problem. So let me ask you, if this was the deliverable, would that help you? Yes. Okay, why? So it's all about solidifying those answers. It goes back and forth. It goes between you and the prospects, but a lot of you guys just take it at face value. It's like, oh, I got this answer. They said they wanted to buy the program. I have no idea where they're ghosting. Why did they want to buy the program? Well, I don't know, but they said they wanted to buy. Well, that's not good.
Yeah. Oh, they wanted to get in shape. Okay, who doesn't, right? On top of that, that was a great analogy because that was literally the next thing I was going to talk about. Is the detail solidifies the opinion. 2 different things here. What does it tell you? Somebody put in the chat. There's not overly a right or wrong answer, but if you, what happens when what Jonah just said is like, okay, what specific results? And they say, I don't know, right? You can't sit there and be like, think about, occasionally maybe, right? But most people, it's not going to be like that, right? But if they say that, what does that tell you? What does that tell you? Oh, I can't remember. That's a huge data point. And a lot of you guys just go, okay, next question. They didn't give it to me. That tells me this person's probably uninformed about the results that we've actually gotten, and I should probably dig deeper in showing them some of the results. Because that's telling me later on, after I price drop, because that wasn't something that was actually dove into, they might go, yeah, but I'm having a hard time believing that I can get that. Oh man, I forgot that. And now you've already dropped price and then you go through and you show the results. It's like the frame's completely different. Same thing, okay? At Disney World, it's different because you're not trying to sell anybody, right? But if anybody comes up to you and says, hey, what time's the 3 o'clock parade? You naturally want to go, it's fucking at 3 o'clock, right? But imagine some nice lady, stressed out, walks up to you, you're working at, you're at Disney World, she's stressed, her kids say, hey, what time's the 3 o'clock parade, right? If you say, it's at 3 o'clock, you might have answered the question, but she's also going to feel a bit like, fuck's wrong with you? Whereas if you're like, well, so
it's at 3 o'clock, and you know, based on your audience, what are the questions that you're constantly getting? It's at 3 o'clock. You want to make sure, I would start walking over there like 30 minutes before, and the shortest way to go so you don't get stuck in the crowd is this way. The lady's going to walk away going, wow, what a nice person. Yeah. Do you know how much trust and relationship it built for you to sit there and go, why'd they say that to me? Well, it's probably not because they don't know the 3 o'clock parade is at 3 o'clock. It's probably because they want to know a little bit more about planning for it, right? And so when you ask the question and then you understand, the detail solidifies the opinion. The detail solidifies the opinion. Again, like he just said, if they ask you questions and they're interrogating you, what happens? You lose all of your leverage. Because if they say, how much one-on-one support is there? And you say, you get a one-on-one call with me every single week. You don't know what they wanted. And so even if that was fine, they can still go, people are looking for every reason not to be forced into doing the thing. So in their mind, they can still go, that's not enough. But if it's like, well, how much one-on-one support is there? Well, you know, our program's a bit customizable, you know, based on the things that we were talking about. But, and then maybe you can restate their goals and say, but, you know, obviously for us accomplishing this together, you know, what would you really be looking for? Like, what would make you feel like you could really stay accountable? Who's back in control of the conversation? You. And then they might go, well, the biggest thing is just like, you know, in the mornings, it's not necessarily that like I need to get on a one-on-one call every single day. It's just like in the mornings, you know, I'm really unmotivated, and if my morning is bad, the rest of my day is bad. What does that now tell you? Oh, I can do that for you. So what you need is accountability in the morning. That's so sick, because inside of the community, what we actually have is something I call roll call, and everyone wakes up and we have a competition of like who can wake up in the morning, post their morning routine and get that done, right? Like the most amount of times during the month. And then we actually offer, like we give a reward to all the guys and we shout them out at the end of the thing. And so I was like, now you don't strike me as the type of person that like wants to be the one dude in the community that, you know, like always misses their wake up and nah, that's not me at all. Guess what? Now we've already positioned the program as something that they're like, wow, this is great. And we're back in leverage because maybe you do only offer one-on-one call during the week, but you don't know why they were asking for that. And you're like, well, you don't need the one-on-one support every single time. So I'll have guys in my DMs that I close in the DMs, right? I think there's somebody in this call right now closing the DMs. He'll probably laugh as I'm saying this. And I tell him how many one-on-one calls are in the program. And he's like, is that a week? And I'm like, a week? That's in total, brother. And why did he say that? Not because he actually needs that many a week. He probably has a misunderstanding of how I do my one-on-one calls. Brother, you don't need more than 2. You don't need more than 4. You don't, like, based on the program that you're in, right? Because we do these on a bottleneck basis so that on the call, it's not a 10-minute, hey, what are you struggling with? Yada, yada, yada. We're breaking all of those beliefs and giving you an actual solution. That now I actually answered his question instead of just answering what he said, right? And so let's do this. And I want everyone, again, this should be an easy one, right? But a lot of you guys don't actually think about this, okay? On the script, don't go look at it. Do not go pull it up, because obviously it says in there what it's for, and a lot of you guys have read it, right? So after the first section, okay, where we've asked about the time, we've told them what the point of the call is, what we're going to do, yada, 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 and we go into the discovery phase. When I say, okay, so fill me in, Jonah, what was your motivation for reaching out and booking the call today? Why are we asking that question? Somebody can unmute if they want, or type in the chat, whatever.
Trying to like open up the pain
What does that
in
mean?
some ways, at least for me.
Yeah. What does that mean though? So let's do this. Ask me. So, right? So let's say you're struggling with fitness and you're you're trying to lose like 40 pounds, and this is just the beginning, and we've talked about that. So I'm like, all right, Kyle, so
I'm curious, and just so I can kind of understand a little bit more about, what you've been dealing with in the past. Like, what was your motivation for, actually reaching out to me and, not just reaching out, but actually going through the process, booking this call and taking 45 minutes out of your day to jump on this call with me?
Yeah, I've been watching your content for some time. It's super motivating. I saw the testimonials of the guys that can lose weight, and it's currently something I'm struggling with. Extremely insecure. Look down, I can't see my dick. The girls that I want aren't attracted to me, so I've just been watching porn, and I think that's directly correlated with my weight loss journey. And I saw you guys help guys do the same, so I wanted to book a call.
Absolutely, but what I'm curious about is just because of, like, my time is valuable, and I know your time is valuable as well. Is okay, you want to lose weight, you want to do all these things, right? Like, I want you to get in the best shape that you possibly could get in, but like 2 days ago we weren't on a call. Today we are. What actually made you decide I need to change, and I think John Mark is the person that can help me do that? Like, can you kind of walk me through a little bit of what kind of shifted in your mind?
Man, by the way, that's a good question. I'm gonna start asking that.
No,
But yeah, I don't ask
But do
that.
you
That's a
see
really good
exactly? But then you realize, and now you see, you told me what you were struggling with, but you didn't tell me. Okay, what did you start struggling with this yesterday? No, you've been struggling with this for the past 6 months. So what changed in your mind? And guess what? Some people are going to be able to understand that and tell you, bro, like, I'm not going to lie. I'm just like, I'm sick of it. Like, this girl, this happened to me, I did this XYZ, and bro, I've tried so many meal plans, I've tried so many this, and I've watched a lot of your content, and I just feel like the way that you structure your mornings and you talk about, like, winning in the mornings, like, I feel like that's something I need to, like, wake up and start the day. Guess what? Guess who knows exactly what Kyle is struggling with now and how to frame the rest of the conversation? Versus, what would I actually say? Because a lot of you guys would have taken that answer that Cry gave and gone, oh, he gave me some pain. Great. And you're like, okay. And then what's next in the script? It says, what are you struggling with as it relates to this from those pain points? So he gave me 3 pain points. I'm so fat, I can't see my dick. Whatever. Kind of funny, right? Let's just say it's just like, oh, you want to lose 50 pounds so you can get a girlfriend, right? So if he gave me that and I go, okay, so, what are you really struggling with, on your weight loss journey when it comes to you losing 50 pounds, yada, yada, yada. He might go sit there and tell me, oh, meal plan, this. Now, what is the whole entire topic of this conversation around? It's around more saturated information. But what did I do there? Kyle gave me a good answer, but what's the point of us asking, what's the motivation for reaching out and getting on a call today? The point of asking that question is not for Kyle to tell me what he's struggling with. I probably already know that in some way, shape, or form. The point is for me to understand what changed that made you decide I'm willing to pay somebody to finally actually change my life. That's what I want to know. Yeah, so, like, do you guys realize how I perfect frame? Well, I mean, 2 days ago you were still fat, right? Like, something as funny as that. Like, what somebody can say, like, yeah, of course. He doesn't know what I'm about to ask after that. And I'm like, okay, so, like, 2 days ago you hadn't DM'd me. Like, what kind of changed in that process? You ask that, and now it's like a heavy reflection period. Oh, man. And now, just sit. Let him think. Wait. Oh, but I'm trying to get to the end of the call so I can make the money. Your first job is to help this brother understand what he's going through. And here's the thing. When I ask Cry that, now, that's not Cry's specific situation, but there's probably plenty of people that have said that exact same thing to him. And here's the problem. To shift the belief, right? You have to have the person understand, again, why they are struggling with what they're struggling with, what they are struggling with, and Why do they keep missing it? When it comes to content, how many of you guys have given, or one of your clients, when it comes to fulfillment, how many of you guys have given one of your clients a meal plan? In the first week, they're perfect and they stick to it 100%, and they go from I have never tracked my macros to bang, I'm 100% every single day. Like, nobody. Unless it's like a super easy one or anything like this. But how many people have gone in and then automatically it's just, not all of them, right? No, some people, because it is fitness. But like, none of you guys have a client who just came in, was like, this is what I need to do, and then they just completely changed their lives without any hiccups, without any repetitions, without any. What happens? You have to repeat. This is why coaching calls are difficult. You have to repeat. Oh, we went over this last week. I gave you the solution. You're still struggling with it. Let me break it down again. If it still occurs inside of your program after they've paid you, that doesn't mean you have a bad. That's the natural process of coaching. We're not perfect. I tell you one thing and you fix it. How many of you guys have done something for 2 months and then you come back and you're like, I get it now? Some people it might take a week. Some people it might take, 6 months. Now, that's on you once I've done my job of breaking it down, explaining it, doing doing all this. But if even after they have the implementation, it's difficult. The reason my program is so lethal is because I get to the bottom of these false beliefs immediately, and I don't just tell you the solution. So before they buy, I can't lose weight, bro. I'm insecure. I want to get girls. Okay, well, what are you doing to try to fix that? Horrible. Because he just said, I can't lose weight. What are you trying to do to fix that? If he knew why he couldn't lose weight, he'd be able to actually give himself a blueprint to start actually losing some weight. The problem is, people have a false belief or a misunderstanding of what to do. That's like me saying, oh yeah, what, oh bro, my YouTube videos are just like so difficult, and the DMs are just like, I can't book any calls from the DMs. And I go, oh, okay, well, walk me through your DM process right now, right? Okay, he's going to walk me through his DM process, and then I'm going to ask him another question, then I'm going to ask him another question, then I'm going to ask him another question. Versus if I sit there and I'm like, okay, but, when it comes to your DMs, you told me you have 3,000 followers right now, or you told me you had 20,000 followers right now, and you also just said, I'm struggling to close some DMs. How many DMs are you getting a day? Oh, bro, I'm only getting 2-3 DMs a week. Is that a DMs problem or is that a messaging problem? Right? So it's not his job to know. He said, I have a DM problem. If I go, okay, great. Let me show you our DM setting process. What did I just do? I literally just confused the guy more. Versus, hey, the DM setting process is valuable. But if your messaging is off to the point where you're not even getting barely any DMs and you have 20,000 followers, but you have this many followers, the leads are there. They're not feeling like you understand them enough for them to reach out. We need to fix that first. It's going to make the DM process a lot easier. Okay? So as we look through this, it was the simplest question. So fill me in, Cry. What was your motivation for reaching out and booking the call today? And then the next question goes, what are you struggling with as it relates to the solution or transformation that you sell? And then you try to get 2 to 3 struggle/pain points here. Now, if I would have done another thing, and I would have asked and I don't want to stay on this for too long, but you guys have to understand this one thing shows up everything else. You asked Jonah, if you send Jonah or Simon a sales call, or even if we look through it for me, right? I can go through the pitch, the close, to all these things. If the first baseline things in the discovery weren't handled, the rest of the call is fucked, right? If let's say you're driving from Georgia to New York, right? You got to drive north, okay? But if you drive north to Tennessee, because the direction isn't right, I'm driving north. I'm not in. Wait a minute. You got to understand where you are
on the map first, pinpointed, in order, and then where exactly do you want to go? Because if you're going to, Nantucket versus New York City, right? Obviously, you got roads and stuff like this, but like, let's say there were no roads, you could just drive straight to a place. Well, you probably don't want to go directly through here. You want to go this way. Why am I not getting there? I'm going north. So if you just tell them, oh, this is what you need to do, but you don't understand what they're struggling with, nothing fixes itself. They're going to tell you, what are you trying to do? I'm trying to drive to New York City. Okay, great. What you need to do is drive north. I've been driving north. Well, you're not driving north good enough. It doesn't work. And now, none of you guys say it like that, but that's still what's happening in their brain. That's what it feels like is happening. So if I did that entire call with Cry without asking another question to get my point across, because when I said that, I wanted him to look at me and say, I can't do this anymore. My girlfriend just broke up with me. And I look at myself in the mirror, and last night was my breaking point. And I don't know if I can wake up another day and look like this. Now we have something that we can work with. Got it. And like, okay, so what I'm going to do then is I'm going to frame the girlfriend to that. So be like, that makes sense, bro. But when you say a day ago your girlfriend broke up with you, and you did, like 3 weeks ago you guys were together, and Cry's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, did you ever feel like that when you looked in the mirror? And not really, bro. Like, I felt confident because like I have my girl, what does that teach me about him? Oh, he is putting all of I need to fix myself and I need to do this. It's all external. He feels good based on the things that he has in his life. I've got a girlfriend. Why would I need to fix? But now he's alone and now he's stuck in his own thing. So now I start to understand what he's actually struggling with, because the process or the program that I'm going to pitch or the solution that I'm going to show to a guy who looks in the mirror and he can't stand the way he looks anymore simply because he knows he should be ripped and he knows he has more potential is different. And the way I'm going to speak to that guy is different than the guy who he only realizes that he needs to get in shape because he feels lonely. And if he doesn't have the girlfriend, he feels insufficient. One guy feels insufficient because he's taking accountability and he knows he needs to be better. One guy feels insufficient because he lost an external validator. So one of these guys is motivated by potential, and one of these guys is motivated by how do people perceive me? So it would be silly of me, just because they are both like, I looked in the mirror and I didn't like what I saw, it'd be silly of me to frame and prescribe my program the same way. I'm going to package it differently based on how his brain works. Because the guy that takes accountability because of his potential, I know I can be a little bit more brutally honest with him. I know I can be a little bit more like, why is that? Versus the other guy, I need to be a little bit more, no, why is that? You see what I'm saying? The question and my tonality changes based on how I want the question to be received. The guy that needs external validation to realize that he's not where he wants to be, I'm going to speak to him in a way that it's like, all right, but like, let's really think about it. Because I already know he doesn't self-reflect and hold himself accountable. So if I try to hold him accountable, he's going to reject it. John Mark, it didn't work. The guy didn't have money. He had money. You just didn't. You're talking about how disciplined and accountable and like accountable he's going to be with himself. And that's not even what motivates him. Same program. You frame the outcome in a different way based on where the person is, even if the answer's the same. 100,000 follower guy, John Mark, I have a leads problem. 100,000 follower guy, John Mark, I have a leads problem. You've got a leads problem, great. Here's what you're going to do. The more I understand about him, the more I get to go, you have a leads problem. How many DMs are you getting? Oh, bro, I'm getting like 50, 100 DMs a week. Oh, okay. And how many of those are you booking on calls? Oh, bro, I'm only booking like 3 of them on calls. Versus the other guy, and he's like, man, I have a leads problem, 100,000 followers. And I go, okay, you've got 100,000 followers. You're telling me you have a leads problem? And he's like, yeah, bro, I think it's a leads problem because, nobody's really DMing me. And the people that do DM me, it's like I get ghosted and I do this. Big bro, like, it's not a leads problem. Like, the leads are already there in your audience. It's a messaging problem. They're not wanting to reach out to you. Because if, like, 100,000 followers, bro, I've got clients with 10,000 followers that, make $50,000 a month. So you see, and now we're face to face, so it's a little bit different. But even though they had the same thought of like what's going on, it differs, even if they're similar, based on the way that they think about it and the false belief that they have. So I have to understand, why did I ask this question? And based on how they answer, did it land the right way? And also, you have to understand that. Cry, this is something I want all of you guys to think about, okay? And did that make sense when I said the two guys that were struggling with the same thing? One is literally motivated and realized he has a problem based on now that he's lonely and he lost his little external validator, versus the guy that's like, fuck, I'm fed up with myself because I know my potential. 2 reels about losing weight. Those 2 people receive it differently. And I'll see some of you guys try to mix them. And I'll see some of you guys, you're making money. Cry, this specifically applies to you. You're making money and you're targeting this pain point, but you have $30,000, $20,000 that you make a month. There's another 30 with the same pain point, but a different positioning. You can understand both. I just explained it and I saw in your eyes, you got it. But if you only speak to the dude, think about the way that you talk. You only speak to the dude who holds himself accountable, regardless if he has a girl or not, because he knows he has more potential. There's the same reciprocal amount of guys who watch you because they want to be like you, but they haven't realized that they're not motivated by the discipline and the accountability. They're motivated by the fact they feel lonely. Same program can fix them, but they have to realize, how do I motivate myself? And you as a coach also have to realize, how do I coach this person? Because the guy that has the internal accountability and he knows he needs to change, he shows up on a call with you, you can sit there and frame it against like, you and me both, we know what the fuck your potential is. Like, you're gonna keep doing this, and he's gonna take accountability, he's gonna be able to learn from that. Versus the other guy, you coach him the same way, with the same approach. He gets off the call, he's like, oh yeah, bro, that's good. As soon as you're gone, back in his head, he's not motivated by, oh, I'm just gonna be like this big dog. You gotta speak to him a different way. This is why I say most people are good at one aspect. They're good at the content, maybe they're good at the sales, maybe they're good at the fulfillment. The whole entire point of Scale Info and the info funnel that we run, right? I coined that. I think I have the best funnel for an info business. I own theinfofunnel.com, right? That's what we're branding the course to, right? Because when you understand this, there's no competition. This guy's in my niche. Yeah, that guy goes viral and he talks about the exact same topic and people get in the DMs and yeah, this guy makes money. This guy bought a Lamborghini Urus. Just wait. You stay in the game long enough. You fight long enough. You don't even have to kill your enemies. Their bodies will just pass you in the water if you can learn to master the game of surviving and constantly pushing forward. You only realize the base instinct of survival is pattern recognition. Intelligence is not, are you book smart? Can you do calculus? It is pattern recognition. Because if you have pattern recognition, you can learn anything. You can learn anything. I was not naturally gifted with the skill of understanding psychology, but I built my pattern recognition. I naturally can speak and I have sales, but I started to break down, well, why did I ask these things? Why would I regulate my parents, my sisters, yada, when I'm 6 years old and everybody's arguing? Why did I do that? What are the things that I figured out? I started to pattern recognize my way into, the same thing happens with people. And so my leverage from my brand comes from that. Every single one of you guys is intelligent, but you ruin your intelligence because you don't try to recognize patterns. You try to solve unsolvable equations. Because if you don't have all the variables, you just, I don't know what the fuck to do. And even if you have the right one, if you don't know where in the equation that it goes, it doesn't fix itself. Are you starting to see how we've talked about this whole entire presentation has been about sales? This whole presentation has been about sales. But it overlaps into the content, it overlaps into the fulfillment, and it all falls under the umbrella of information is the most valuable thing in the world, but it's saturated because people don't understand this. Information, Cry told me information, yada, yada, yada. There's two different versions, and each of those two different versions have two different versions of thought. Your ability to understand your audience and look back and go, why'd that guy say that when I asked that question? Why'd that guy comment that on my video? How many of you guys do you know how many times I'll post a video and half of the comments will understand what I'm talking about and the other half will have like some crazy opinion that I'm like, did you even listen? That's like not what that's not even the point I was trying to make. But instead of looking at that, I go, new perspective. They want the same outcome, but because of the way that they think, the way that they believe the world to be true, things are completely different. And I know it would be so nice for me to come on here and be like, ask questions that make people give you a detailed opinion. Bang, it's this easy. Here's your script. Go for it. Package my content like that and do all of these things, right? I speak for a long time, and when you get off the call, your brain's probably a little overwhelmed, right? There's a reason why I record them. There's a reason why I break them down and put them in your dashboard. There's a reason why I post them, okay? But most humans, because they have no pattern recognition, every single one of you guys in the thing that you're an expert in, when you started making the most progress, Jason, fitness, Giovanni, fitness, Cry, mindset, fitness. What did you do when you finally broke out? Christian, what did you do when you finally broke out of the loop that you were in? You started to go back and understand, what are my behavioral patterns? When I say I'm going to wake up and I do it for 4 days and then I don't wake up, sure, it's as simple as the alarm went off and I didn't wake up, but I wanted to wake up. Why didn't I? What? Every single one of you guys, whether you know it or not, your brain already went through this process, right? Because most people, they only become aware once they reach a breaking point. How many of you guys have ever gotten in a car wreck, right? And every single person like texts while they're driving, like at some point, they get on their phone, do something, yada, 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 right? You get in a car wreck and you realize the one time where you look down at your phone for a split second and somebody slammed their brakes and that had never happened to you before and you smack them. And you start to go, how did this happen? Why did this? Oh God, I guess. And then you start to realize every single time that I've looked at my phone before, nobody slammed on their brakes. So my brain was just like, oh, I can look at my phone. 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 And you didn't have the pattern recognition of, oh, I can look at my phone, but I should be aware the next time, is there anyone in front of me? And my brain makes a split decision. Is there anyone in front of me that's close enough to where even if I look down for a split second, are we going 70 miles an hour? And if they tap their brakes, I'm immediately going to be inside of their bumper. Right? And so it seems so simple, but the majority of the world does not think like this. Now, not saying you're never going to get in a car wreck again, but if you become aware of that, which every single time that you make a mistake, you should be aware to go question these beliefs, because here's the thing. If you want to become a master of questioning beliefs in other people's lives and understanding why they believe the wrong thing, do you not realize that you have to become a master of doing it yourself first? My favorite quotes from one of my books I have, those who want to lord over others must first lord over themselves. Who's taking sobriety advice from a person who continues to relapse? Nobody. Right? But because it's a little bit blurry, right? You guys are like, well, thinking about why I got in the car wreck is different than thinking about what, do you guys know what I'm about to say? Thinking about why did that person answer that question that I asked and I continued to go. It's the same skill. It's the same skill. If you can do it in your own life, you can do it. And the beautiful part is we are creatures of habit. Inertia. In the beginning of doing something, it takes the most effort, the most amount of attention to detail, the most amount of, God, I got to make myself do it. Got to make myself do it. Got to make myself do it. I remember, this goes all the way back to the very first thing that I did. I never made my bed growing up. I thought it was so stupid. Why would I make my bed just to get back in it later that night? So stupid. I watched the Navy SEAL video about making your bed. I was like, this doesn't make any sense to me logically, okay? I told myself I was going to start making my bed every single day when I first started. And I had this realization. I would wake up in the morning and I'd go, got to make my bed. And my brain would go like, oh, that's such a hard task. And I remember the first time I made my bed, I had to think about like, flattening the sheets, like, undoing the wrinkles, tucking it under the pillow, making it look nice, putting each of the corners over and doing all those things. And I woke up the next day and it literally felt like a job. The simplest task felt like a job because I wasn't used to doing it. A few months in, I would make my bed half asleep, and before I knew it, I'd already taken a cold shower, brushed my teeth, made my bed, and wrote my journal, and then I'm outside drinking coffee, and I'm like, holy shit, I feel like I just woke up right now. Why? Because my brain naturally, we're creatures of habit. The more you start to think about these patterns, the more you start to question these things, the more you start to go, we just had a call about this. The smart ones go and look at the last sales call that they had. They look at where did the conversation go wrong. They watch the group call again. Then they look at, okay, where did the conversation go wrong? If you're in the one-on-one mentorship and you try and you can't figure it out, you ask me and then I take you through the process. Well, why'd you ask this question? What did they say? Oh, they said this. Well, what do you know about this? I don't know anything. Well, then why'd you ask the next question? Got it. You see that false belief? Have you asked that or have you approached that in your content before? Well, no, I don't have any videos doing that. Well, there you go. You just learned and you just created that thought. Now it's so much easier to do it because your brain auto suggests you're in the DM. Oh, this guy has the same false belief as the last guy. My brain automatically, somebody DMs me and my brain literally automatically sends up 100 other examples of like all the other people that have closed that have had that same false belief or clients that have done this and people that have scaled it. It goes, and it understands. But it wasn't like that. I wasn't naturally born like this. I had to awareness and pattern recognize myself into doing that, right? So there's always going to be nuances. There's no surface level connection between crashing the car because you were looking at your phone and having awareness of why you asked the question wrong in your sales call and then applying it to your content. But there's not a single one of you who, when I just explained that, are like, that doesn't make sense. It makes perfect sense. Because it's the exact same thought process. This never happened before. It happened. I'd keep getting in a wreck if I didn't analyze oh my gosh, the car, that makes sense. I should probably be aware of that next time. And then every single time you drive, your brain naturally serves up, car in front of you, don't look at your phone. Car in front of you, don't look at your phone. And then you look and you're like, oh, no cars. Okay, I'm chilling. You can look at it for a second. You're fine. You've learned. Some people, it takes multiple times. I hold up a red card. I slap you. I hold up a red card. I slap you. You don't duck. Took you longer. Y'all are not people who are living in this world like, oh, wind blow me around. I'm going to land wherever I want. Y'all have chosen to take accountability and direct your life to where it wants to go. So why would you not take accountability of your mind? Why would you not sit here and be like, learn this information? Pretty overwhelming. But I do this because as you progress, you go back, and you go back, and you go back, and you go back. Bennett will text me, bro, I watched Group Call 3 weeks ago. Like, this is massive. Signs of a successful person. I go back and read my old journals. Craziest thing, right? Let me see if I can find this, and then we'll kind of close out. I have dozens of these. This says Aggression Fitness. This shit is old. This shit's from 2022, okay? Y'all can see this. These were all of the notes of my first sales calls and when I was growing my business in the beginning, okay? How to monetize TikTok and IG. What do I call myself? The mad scientist of the coaching business. What's the community called right now? Social media science, okay? This is the first time I'm seeing this. But this is literally from 2022. Treat everything in content as a science experiment. Crazy correlation. But that's because I've constantly gone back, awareness, tested, awareness, tested, awareness, tested, right? What does that say? Aggression Talk, episode 7. How blessed am I? I wrote this before I made that video. This is not the whole script of the video. This is a structure that allows my brain to go, what's the point I'm trying to make? Now I can get it across, right? My problem-solving system from 2022. It's easier to find problems than solutions. Always reverse engineer when solving problems. List all problems and create ways to avoid them. How funny. This was not planned. What did I basically just say? Now, I didn't have the same understanding of it back then, but I'm writing all these things down. The thought processes I have today, I didn't spawn with them. I thought, I corrected, I fixed. Right? Like, there's so many things here. I've wrote down every single day what I've done. And I'm not trying to bring this back to personal development, right? But just so you can understand the implications of what I'm talking about, that's the way my brain works, and that's the way I still operate today. The very first thing I started doing on my business journey was writing stuff down and trying to be aware and think back of my things, okay? I believe that is the fundament of life, is having that awareness. But your brain might work a little bit different than mine. The foundations are still the same. But how many of you can go and draw a pattern back 2 years ago? What job was I working? What mistakes was I making? And find, you should be able to take everything in your life, go find the job you were working 2 years ago. Did you get fired? You weren't making the money that you wanted to make? Things that you weren't. Me and Tyler did this on a call the other day. How does that apply to the business that you're building now? Have you actually gone back and looked and realized, I'm repeating the exact same mistakes just at a different level? The more you do this, and again, I don't try to make it mindset or esoteric based. This isn't mindset based. This is action based. The more undefined something is, the harder it is to do it, and your brain doesn't serve it up. That doesn't mean that it's not sitting somewhere in your subconscious. It is. But to make the subconscious conscious, I didn't have to think, what am I going to say to Cry after he said that? My brain immediately goes, he told me problem. He didn't tell me why he was struggling with the problem. The point of the question is, why did you decide to take action on solving this problem now? Didn't have to think about it. It naturally happened, right? The more that you fill, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he, okay? Everything flows from your heart. Not the actual organ, but the heart of, what do you think about all the time? You listen to rap music every single day, all day long. You're going to start talking and acting like the people that you listen to. You listen to personal development all day long. Jim Rohn, these things, right? You're going to start to believe and think that. You watch the news all day long, every day. Even if it goes against what you believe, you're going to naturally start to find yourself auto-suggestively making those decisions. When you live inside of this, but you don't get caught up, a lot of you guys are in the position. This is why it's so tricky at $30,000, $50,000 a month, and why I say you have to be a maniac. Most people only want to make this change one time. I revamped my life then. Yeah, I kind of got comfortable doing this. I'm just going to keep pushing this until it...
You're at 30K making the same exact mistakes you were making at zero. They're just at a different level. They're just at a different level. They're a different color. They look a little bit different. But if you truly understood the problem you were making in the beginning, cry, think job, relationship, credit. How does that show up? How did I fix that? Why was it happening? Why did I think these things don't matter at that point? And then, ooh, are there ways I'm doing the same exact thing here? This makes it simpler because you don't have to remind yourself. Your brain starts to remind yourself. You just have to constantly wake up, and instead of going, I'm going to look for the solution that I think is, man, I'm just going to do another rep. Why not look at every single rep? They're all, it's on your Instagram. I have a one-on-one coaching program for a reason, and it's there. But when I do an hour-long call, a 2-hour-long call, I had one of my clients, longest call I've ever done, okay? My schedule happened to be free, and it actually fucked up the rest of my night because I did it because I cared so much. So my $20,000 program, 5-hour-long call. I didn't benefit anything from being on that call for 5 hours, but I care so much about, not because I'm some saint, because I'm like, I will repeat this over and over and over to you until you implement it. And some people it takes longer than others. I could have ended this call at 8:30. You guys, like, my attention is yours. I'm not on my phone. I'm not working. I'm not doing anything else. I am speaking directly to you guys. It would actually serve me to make this shorter because when I record it and I put it on YouTube, more people will watch more of the whole thing. But that's the last thing I'm worried about. What I'm worried about is my number one job is that you understand today, what do I need to change? And you go apply it to every single level. Okay? Content is a miniature sales call. The DMs are miniature sales calls. And the sales call is the start of them transforming their life in your program. All right? I have a lot more of this sales on this sheet. I have actually like 5 more paragraphs, but we're not going to do that. We're going to go over this for just a second. You guys are going to get the rest of the information, obviously, in the new modules when they drop. But check this out. Same thing as the DMs, right? Or the same thing as the sales calls. What did I say is the structure of the sales call, right? We have the framework and you can go look at it. Sales call is supposed to go beginning, problem, solution, consequence, pitch, right? So beginning, problem, solution, consequence, and then you bring them back up again, okay? If DMs are a mini sales call, simple, confirmation, problem, consequence, which is a belief shift, and then I call it a tease. Those are kind of the same thing, and then you book. That's how it goes, right? So if we check this out, and again, this entire thing with all the different, I will never sit here and script this. You're not going to see, hey, what are your fitness goals? I'm going to give you what's the purpose of the question that you're asking, because there's multiple different ways that you could ask it based on did the person send your keyword? Had they sent you stories before and then they sent your keyword, right? When people give you one size fits all solutions, they are literally telling on themselves and saying, my program only works for people who look like me, think like me, act like me, and talk like me. Plenty of you in here, we relate on some things and we are completely different on some things. You go look at majority of other communities, it's like carbon copies of all the exact same people. And then all the other people that do join simply because it looked like a good solution or they joined because of hype, they also don't get any success, right? So again, this is the principle that you guys need to remember. The outcome of the DM or the sales call does not reflect the quality of it. How many times have we done DM setting together on one-on-one calls and I go, I know you booked this guy, but we want a predictable system that books everyone. And this is a 1 out of 100. He's been watching you for 2 years. He's super nurtured. He's in really high pain and he's extremely uninformed. If you're aware, you would go, that guy booked, but then I did the same thing with the other person and it didn't work.
back to the cry analogy. Different types of people, different types of motivation, even if they're struggling with the same thing, right? So the very first thing that we do, confirmation, confirm they're looking for coaching, or ask about their goals. Did they slide up in a story? Did they do something? And I'm going to go through a couple of these DMs, and then I'm going to attach it because I know it's late for everybody. And I have a few Google Sheets of a couple of these things, and I want to show you from some clients who submitted it, right? And then after they respond, okay, find the root of the problem. This is usually layered behind a false belief or a misunderstanding. What is this? Confirmation, problem. And then the consequence, right? This is where you shift the belief and make them realize the consequence of their false belief. This can be multiple messages, and this is the aha moment. This can happen. This might take 5 messages to understand, right? Somebody might answer you and they are all automatically kind of aware of this, and you just need to push them over. Somebody might have to have 5 different conversations with them, right? Hey, bro, tell me about your fitness goals. Guy responds, just like Cry, and he's like, man, I'm overweight, and I feel really unconfident. Bro, my girlfriend just left me, and I really want to create a system to where I can, wake up every single morning and be super disciplined, right? If you find the root of the problem, I'm not going to respond to that message and go, sweet, bro, like, what are you doing to achieve that? I'm the coach. I should be able to look at that and be like, I gotcha. So, my question is like, are you just, what do you think you would say here? There's multiple different like pain points, and you want to find where you have the most leverage, but if somebody says something like that, that's a very valid message. I've seen plenty of fitness messages like that before. Somebody says something like that, it's as simple as, I got you, bro. If I'm trying to find the root of the problem and understand him more and show him he has a misunderstanding, I have to understand where his situation is, his positioning, right? I have to position his false belief against what I know to be true and meet him where he is. So I go, I got you. Are you just trying to get in shape because your girlfriend left you, or is this something you've like always tried to? You see how that's not a supplementary problem or a question? That's not like a new question. What are you trying to do to achieve that? If you word this the right way, he's probably going to answer the question that you were going to ask next automatically, but now we're getting to the root. Instead of, my girlfriend left me, I want to get in shape, I can't, yada, yada, yada. And you go, okay, what does in shape look like to you? Oh, well, I want to be this. We skipped over where the value is. And this is the thing. You'll go and you'll have all these questions, and you'll realize you guys have the driest, most retarded conversations. And it'll go from big message, smaller message, smaller message, smaller message, smaller message, smaller message. And if you go read it and you take this and you look, you'll realize, no wonder he ghosted me. No wonder he left me unread. No wonder he said, yeah, send me the calendar, and he never booked. Go look through the message and try to find where did you combat his belief and show him what he was viewing wrong. Not, oh, you're eating 200 grams of protein, you need to eat 180. That's irrelevant. False belief is rooted in the identity first. So if I'm like, okay, well, why is this? And he's like, yeah, bro, to be honest, like, I've always known I'm kind of overweight, but I just I didn't really think about it when I was with my girlfriend, kind of because like she loved me and I wasn't really thinking, guess what? What's the actual problem? Is the problem that he doesn't know how to get in shape? Not really. The problem is that he holds his identity in things outside of himself. And so therefore, he's always looking for an external solution. And he's finally wised up a little bit to be like, well, instead of just going and looking for a new girlfriend, maybe I'm going to work on myself. I want to know more about that so I can show him the false belief, because that is where you show him the consequence. Because then he tells you, yeah, bro, I've been using MyFitnessPal and tracking my macros, and I've been doing this and I've been doing this, but I just at the end of the day, I'm tired. It just gets hard because I'm just inconsistent, and I know I need to be, wake up early in the morning, but I'll scroll on Instagram, and so many of you guys would get a beautiful message like that. Sometimes I see messages from people and I'm like, this message should literally make you horny. This is the easiest message to fucking answer. And you guys will be like, oh, well, why have you been inconsistent? Show him. He just told you he's inconsistent. Go and look at that DM and go, I got you, bro. But you're sitting here and you're telling me that
you're using MyFitnessPal, you're tracking your macros and everything. Like, all those things are great, but you just said you scroll on Instagram at night because, you're bored and you're trying to wind down, and then you're not motivated when you wake up the next day in the morning. I was like, do you see what's going on here? Like, it's not the macros and all that stuff does not matter. If I gave you the perfect meal plan right now, you'd still scroll on Instagram, stay up late, and wake up unmotivated and kill your progress. You're scrolling on Instagram at the end of the day because you've wired your brain to live vicariously through other people. That's why you never thought about getting in shape while your girlfriend was with you. I meet him with emotion. I validate. I'm not telling him he's a retard, validating those emotions. And then I say, so you're never, then I give him the logic. You're never going to be able to, like, bro, you could go, like, get coached by a Mr. Olympia bodybuilder. But if you can't wake up in the morning and apply that, what you need is, and then we find the most relevant part of our program that's going to actually fit into that bubble. Because now he's had the aha moment and he goes, oh, no wonder that doesn't work. You care about him. You're the only person that's actually made him have that belief shift. And once the belief shifts, then they're able to accept the information. You ever tried to change somebody's mind, especially like a woman, with logic when they're emotional? They can literally look at you in the eyes, okay? Every person when they're in a buying state, you can literally think about it like a woman. I'll do this when it comes to buying a car or something like this. I don't think, like most men don't think logically, especially if they don't understand their pain, right? When they're in a situation like this. So if you meet them with logic, you can literally look someone in the eyes that's like in this state, in this pain state, and tell them the sky is blue. They're like, the sky's not blue. And the sky will literally be blue. And they simply will not just say, yes, the sky is blue, because when it comes to fitness, sobriety, anything like that, these are like the core fundamentals of like a human being. Every man is supposed to be masculine and be disciplined and be consistent and be these things. And you think somebody's just going to look at you and admit like, yes, you're a better man than me. You have to first show them in a way that they go, it's not, hey, I'm making you feel stupid. It's like, I mean, obviously that's not working. So you show them the consequence of the false belief, then they can shift it. That's when you give a little tease. Then they ask you a question. Well, like, damn, bro, I never thought about that. I guess you're right. I guess that's why. And then they start going down this rabbit hole. And then it's like, I mean, yeah, bro, like, that's literally what my program is for. Like, I've been in your shoes. Trust me. And it's like, you don't have to prove to them that you have authority over them, prove to them that you're the best. It automatically happens naturally because it's like, oh shit, like he just saw exactly what I was, and it flows so perfectly, right? So even if we look here, Lewis sent me a couple of these DMs, right? And this guy DM'd him a long time ago, all right? And these are a lot of things that I'll be putting in the new course as far as like outreach and like sending stuff like this, okay? I have a principle that you guys will start hearing a lot recently because a lot of y'all are growing into the stage where it actually matters. You don't give somebody value until they've told you about your situation, okay? You know how many of you can use ManyChat. It's a fine tool. Why do I say not to use it? The only point in using ManyChat is so that you can manage your DMs better when you have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of messages, yada, 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 yada. But managing your DMs better when you don't even know which DM to answer or what to say to the person, all you do is you take the work off of your plate and you don't get any outcome. If I can still send voice messages to every single person that joins, right? I'm 21. When I'm 26, that's probably going to be the last fucking thing that I want to do. I send messages on dates. I send messages with my parents when I'm hanging out with them. I send messages while I'm driving. I'm driving home from Florida today. Fucking sending DMs, send it. I enjoy doing that and it teaches me, and I'm like, based on my goals, why would I not? Like, I have the time. Why would I not do it while I can right now, right? But if you don't understand this, none of the tools actually matter. You have a ManyChat automation that answers your keywords in your DMs, and it's like, hey, bro, here's the plan. Well, what did we just say? Cries on the sales call. And the guy says, yeah, man, I'm struggling to lose weight. Can't see past my dick. And, my girl left me. And Cry goes, yeah, bro, here's the solution. If they're having a false belief in place, it doesn't fit. It doesn't work. Can you complete a puzzle piece if you put the wrong ones together? It doesn't work. So you're like, well, this is a good puzzle piece. Yeah, but that's later. That's later in the puzzle. That's later in the program. You have to find the puzzle piece that matches. So when he says, yes, please do, and he sends him optimized groceries for maximum muscle growth and productivity, and he goes, what's up, Marcus, my man? How's that weight loss journey been, bro? Right? And most people will leave you on red when you give them the thing, okay? Instead, it is, tell me about your situation, then I will give you this piece of value. How many times have I posted on my story? Just did a group call with my community. This is what we covered. Slide them and tell me, what's your bottleneck with sales? What's your bottleneck with content? You're not getting the value out of me until you've told me what's wrong so that I can then give you the thought process on how you should apply it. Otherwise, you watch it with a false belief and you still don't have the discernment of what to do. Yeah, I watched your 15 stories, but like that, I have to break the belief of views matter over value first. I'm giving away the value, John Mark. No, brother, you're giving tips and tricks. But Hermosi said, give away the information, so the implementation. You have a false belief. So if I tell you that, even though it's valuable when you know how to apply it, doesn't mean anything, right? So he goes, yo, it's been going great. Following your methods, techniques, been watching every vid, and I've included it in my routine with waking up early, getting that workout in. Honestly, you've been helping a lot with the free methods, bro. Been insane, right? I wanted to ask, could I add fat-free cheese to some of my meals because I have been sticking to no rice, just high-volume foods, okay? Lewis responds and goes, let's fucking go, bro. Hell yeah. Make sure to fucking tag me. I'll post you on my story and shit. Hell yeah. Whatever, you want to send that, that's fine. Doesn't do anything at all, especially in the position that you're in. Like, this is you saying that because like you want the guy to like you. But at the end of the day, I would rather tell somebody it's straight so that they know rather than like me. I don't care if you like me. I love you enough to tell you what's wrong. Same thing with a child. Kid wants to touch the stove. Oh, but my kid's going to be upset if I don't let them touch the stove. Yeah, but then they're going to fucking burn themselves. And if you let them touch the stove, like, you don't care about them, right? And so he goes, yeah, definitely. You could do, I usually get there's one called Velveeta. I'll send it over, bro. I'll do a quick Google search and I'll send you a screenshot. Now, why would you, Lewis, when you watch this, I don't know if you're in here, do you know what this guy's trying to do? Is he trying to be a competitive bodybuilder? Is he struggling with his macros? Is he trying to lose weight? Is he trying to...
I don't. Yeah, I don't. I didn't ask.
Bro, imagine this dude only can track his macros 2 days out of the week because like he doesn't even understand what his goal is. And you're like, yeah, bro, watch that. He didn't even read this. And if he did, he literally took it at face value because he asked you, can I substitute with Velveeta cheese and yada, yada, yada?
Got it.
John Mark, if I like, if I post like when I post my questions, like, I want to like change the color of like the stories, like when I post them, like, do you think that will matter? If I go, yeah, bro, it's fine, you can do that. What am I going to do? I mean, you can, but like, what's the outcome of that? Like, what are you trying to do? Oh, I don't know. I just, I saw something that said in marketing, the colors that people see, put them in like the buying stage and do this stuff. And now I start to understand, what does he believe that's wrong, right? I wanted to ask, could I add fat-free cheese to some of my meals because I'm sticking to no rice, just high volume foods? Do you eat rice?
Yeah.
Are you shredded as fuck? Did you eat rice when you were losing weight?
Yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe it's good for him to not eat rice, right? He might have different genetics and stuff than you, but yeah, you can eat the Velveeta cheese. I know nothing about what you're trying to accomplish or why is he doing these things? Yeah, bro. Stoked you're watching the content. I mean, with the cheese, it depends. Obviously, like you can substitute it based on like what you're trying to accomplish, but the thing that's throwing me off is you're saying you're doing no rice, just high volume foods. Like, wow, why are you doing that? Like, what's making you not want to do any rice? I'm not saying that you can. I'm just curious because the cheese doesn't even matter if I don't understand. Bang. Now you start to realize what's the false belief, because if he genuinely is tracking his macros 2 days out of the week and the rest of them he's just eating over, the fucking cheese is not a fucking solution. Neither is the grocery list.
Right.
Brother, spend
100%.
all your fucking money on groceries and have all the perfect foods in your house every single day, but you don't even know what you're spending all of your mental energy trying to like not eat rice and substitute all these things. Brother, you can eat rice and fucking lose weight. So now it's just, you give him value and it's pointless.
Right.
Pointless. Tiny little things like this are extremely valuable when there's so much data behind it that's like, you definitely got to do the cheats because like we're like, you know, we want to draw like your vascularity and we're like carb cycling and like right before you do your squat, like after he buys your program, because before he's had that belief shift, it doesn't matter. He's not even thinking about tiny little changes like this won't even matter at the point that he's at. But what do I always say? People love to make themselves feel, because information is so abundant. What has happened in today's day and age? I remember and this is a funny analogy, but when I was 14 years old, I was like kind of ripped, but I like wasn't jacked. Bro, I didn't like take my shirt off in the gym for like a couple of years because I like didn't feel like deserving of it. I'll go to like a crunch now and I'll see dudes who are like 112 pounds and they're like flexing, like staring me down and shit. And I'm like, ooh, you got confidence, bro. I would never have done that to me when I was that age. Why? It's because the people are so like, I watched Batman, I watched Andrew Tate, I do that. They apply things that they're not ready for and they think they know more than they do because they have access to these things. Therefore, the valuable information becomes invaluable. And people are so egotistical because it's all in front of our face 24/7. If you went back 100 years and you're like, yo, you can look up any book on this thing called Amazon and it'll hit your crib. And bro, people like the greats, the smartest people in the world were like, oh my God, they would have become freaking 100 bajillion billionaires because they actually study the information, consume it, love it. We get all these things that we start to be like, I'm not losing as much as you think I can substitute the cheese? I think that'll be my big. And you're like, yeah, bro, like, hell yeah, keep watching my videos. If I were you, I'd have been like, glad you're watching my videos, bro, but fuck, like, you're watching all the content that I put out and you think that the fat-free cheese is going to, like, be the thing that changes your, like, that shit, like, that kind of upsets me. I make all this content for you to, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you should feel like you're sacrificing putting your information out every single day, waking up in the morning, doing all these things, and he hasn't even
Right.
sat to realize
About
this.
fucking cheese.
Yeah, right? And then he goes, I was scared because it wasn't fat-free and I didn't know if it would affect the carbs, but I noticed you only add around one slice. I do watch you specifically when you add cheese to the meals. Bro, people are... Look at this. Remember, bro, don't be focused on the actual fat-free. You did it good here, right?
Yeah.
Don't be focused on the fat-free or that stuff. Always look at the nutrition. If it fits within your calories, you're pretty much good to go. And just remember the structure. You just want your carbs around your workout window, and every other meal besides that, bro, you just want to focus on like your proteins and fats. But you told me the last time we talked, you'd lost about 60 pounds. So I didn't see that. So I didn't know that. But even then, if I would have known that, you lost about 60 pounds. How many pounds now are you down? Even here, supplementary or like completely opposite to what he was talking about. I was scared it was just fat-free because if it wasn't fat-free, I didn't know if it would affect the carbs. If his biggest goal is to try to lose weight and he lost 60 pounds, why hasn't he lost 60 more? And if he lost 60 more, like, you almost had it. Yeah, just make sure it fits your calories and you're good to go, yada, yada, yada. He goes, no problem. You were explaining that structure too. 20 now, bro. It's been hard mentally, but pushing through. That's what we're looking for. It's been hard mentally. I think I'll substitute the Velveeta cheese.
What the fuck is that gonna do? And I explained this, like, you know this. If there was like a test and your life depended on it, and it was like, in simple terms, like the problems we used to get in elementary school, like, you know, in math, and it's like, Bobby wants to lose 40 pounds. Bobby only eats healthy one day of the week. Should Bobby substitute Velveeta cheese one slice, or should he just focus on tracking his macros every single day and trying to just eat less every single day? The simplest problem first. It seems so simple, but the more simple the solution, the farther it goes up, right? The more client calls I have with somebody, the quicker and easier the calls are, because they already have pre-context of everything else, and I don't have to spend hours breaking the beliefs that all the other coaches put in their brain anymore. And it's like, bang, yeah, change this up, do this, because everything else is right. Can't do that in the beginning. Somebody's at 0, and it's like, hey, bro, make this hook, do that. It's impossible. Can't do that, right? And then, this was right after, I'm assuming, right here?
Yeah.
Okay. Sometimes I went down to like In-N-Out Burger or something like that, or down to Chipotle, but I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to be like, okay, ground beef, salmon, start adding cheese, like you said, and building the structure. And then I kind of stopped eating protein bars because I got these protein bars. They were called Symboli Protein, but the macros on it were kind of terrible because the macros weren't bad. In the message he sent before, when he said he lost 60 pounds, okay, would this guy be happy if he lost so much weight that he just naturally revealed his abs? That'd probably be the biggest first problem that he's trying to solve. That's the first thing that he has to solve, okay? Why the macros? Bro, you could eat Chipotle every day, eat in a calorie deficit, and still get strong and still be... There's a root of the problem that you're not getting to, and you're literally giving him this is the thing. If someone happens to buy your program because you're so good at sales and you're so viral, or they want your physique so bad and they're in so much pain that this happens. Imagine if this was one of your clients and you know he's trying to lose weight and that he's super inconsistent, and he's like, hey bro, can I change the meal plan and substitute the Velveeta cheese? And you're like, yeah bro, for sure. You're doing him a disservice. You're doing him a disservice. Because once he realizes, okay, yeah, like when I get to the point where I'm like actually trying to carb cycle and manipulate my body to that tiny little point of like worrying about fucking fat-free cheese, bodybuilders in the greatest shape in the world start to worry about, okay, can I substitute this tiny little food? If he ate less calories, ate Chipotle every day, woke up, did an hour of cardio, hydrated, thought about his workout, and worked out intentionally on any fucking training program, he'd look better than 90% of the people in the world. And
100%.
you got him thinking that the Velveeta cheese is what he needs to worry about, right? So it's like, even then, you know, we go, this is one that I went over with one of my clients. Can you guys see this okay? I'm trying to, I wish I could zoom in on my screen. I don't have access. This is why I asked you guys to give me access to these. I guess that's not going to do anything, right? But the guy said, my friends always want me to take them to eat junk food, and my house doesn't really have the best food. Now, automatically, I already know this kid's like young and he's uninformed, okay? Had plenty of young people buy my program. Doesn't matter. But I'm going to speak to him based on that positioning. Also, for the longest time, I had a fear of cutting wrong and losing size. And he goes, yeah, this is common, man. I help a lot of people with this. So it seems like you need a proper structure. Have you ever had a coach or proper program before? This is one of those instances where this guy will probably still book even if you do everything wrong because he's so uninformed and he's like so green. But that doesn't mean it's going to work for every single person. And if you have a predictable structure, the same structure that works on the hardest client to close works on the easiest client to close, okay? If we look at this, okay, and we're trying to look at the framework, okay? He already confirmed about the coaching. We're going confirmation, problem, consequence, or belief shift, right? Let's say this is the first, because he asked about this. He said, what are you struggling with? And he said this right here. My friends always want me to take them to eat junk food, and my house doesn't really have the best food. Also, for the longest time, I've had a fear of cutting wrong and losing size. Where's the discrepancy here? Find the root of the problem. Seems like you need a proper structure. Have you ever had a coach? A proper structure? My friends always want me to take them to eat junk food, and my house doesn't have the best food. Also, for the longest time, I had a fear of cutting wrong and losing size. My house doesn't have the best food. My friends convinced me to eat junk food, but I've been scared of doing the wrong thing. What are you talking about? Yeah, man, help a lot of people with this. What are you talking about? Help a lot of people with what? Stopping eating junk food at their boys' house? Like, you guys, I'm telling you, if you look at your it seems funny here, but you would be surprised. Me and Lewis, Veronica, we're on the call and we're going through these things. As I ask these questions, ask yourself, what's the root of the problem? I don't know the root of the problem except for the fact that this guy has no understanding of what to do. And then he's saying, I'm scared of cutting wrong and losing size. Losing size? You know what I would have said? I would have been like, yeah, I got you, bro. You definitely don't want to, validate the retarded pain point. Don't make him feel like an idiot. I got you, bro. You definitely, you don't want to have external people dictating how you live your life. But what I'm more worried about is you're saying you had a fear of cutting long and losing size. This is one where I have to ask a little supplementary question to get to the actual bottom of what the pain point is. And if you look at this, right, after you ask, if there's not enough data, get him to specifically lay out what that means or define, right, what is he talking about? And if you look here, instead of saying, yeah, I help a lot of people with this, you don't even know what the fuck you're helping people with. So then he goes, have you ever had a coach before? Never. Where do you go from there? Hey, I'll be your coach. You figured nothing out. You've literally done nothing. You don't care about this person at all. All you're thinking about is, I want to book this call. It's a DM in my DMs, right? But if you sit here and you go, you had a fear of cutting wrong and losing size. Okay, I mean, what's your body fat percentage? Simple as that. Ignore all the other bullshit. I don't know, bro. Okay, I got you. So if you don't know what your body fat percentage is and you don't even know how much muscle is on your body, why are you scared of losing size? You know what's going to happen here? You can't tell this guy you don't know what you're talking about. But you ask this question, you ask another question, and you frame it specifically because if I say, what did I say earlier? When I ask you with the right tonality, this is why voice messages are so lethal. You don't have to always send voice messages, but when it's in these very, very specific questions that you're asking, you want to do it the right way so they can hear your intonation. But then I ask him like, well, okay, but I get that, but what's your body fat percentage? How many answers can he logically have? I already know he's either going to tell me his body fat percentage, and it's going to be probably correct. He's going to tell me what he thinks his body fat percentage is, and it's going to be completely off. Or he's going to say, which I probably am banking on he's going to say because he already doesn't know this in the way that he's talking to me, I have no idea. And then I'm going to go, you have no idea your body fat percentage? Well, then why would you be worried about losing size when you only want to worry about losing size if you have a lot of muscle on your body? Oh, man. That's a great point. I never thought about it that way. I guess I just thought inter-random thought because they're always going to then try and prove themselves to you. And then you go, you just told on yourself. I thought this. You thought this. Wait, you told me you've been watching my content. Like I literally talk about this all the time. Oh dang, bro. Like I thought that when me eating like this, you won. You're the first person that sat in the DM. This dude could go DM Alex Eubank for fitness coaching. He's getting the same fucking message. Yeah, bro, I'll have a lot of people with that. My program will help you for sure. And dude still makes money because he has so many people seeing this. But what you guys don't understand is his positioning, this kid is like, I just like want to like Alex Eubank, like I just like want that to be like my boy, like That's why so many people would buy from Wes Watson. You'd be surprised like how many dudes just like, oh, I just like, want to like talk to Wes, which is fine if you understand that and you want to use that to your leverage. Great, but you can literally predict exactly what they're going to say if you know what they're struggling with. Who in here could look at this and all of you guys that are fitness professionals would say, oh man, like this guy has a good understanding of what's going on. I definitely need to respond to him and say like, yeah, you just need a little bit more of a proper structure. A proper structure, he's at the point where literally any type of tiny little improvement will improve his life. What do you mean proper structure? And then he goes, what does he say later on? It's so funny how I can definitely do it on my own, but I just feel like I need some sort of structure. Do it on your own? What are you talking about? Right? And so there's so many different things here. Okay? I'm going to pull this one up. This one's a little bit, let me see if I can, get these into a Google Doc for you guys real quick and then we'll close out. Let's see. I might end up sending a loom. I wonder if I can, ooh. Okay, I'm going to get these right now. Give me 1 second. Copy. 2 seconds, guys. This is going to be super valuable. I just want to take these. Bang. All right. Let me see if I can find. I might have to do this in a loom because they're in my text messages, and I am not trying to just like show like text messages with my mom and stuff like that. I'll do these because a couple of you guys sent me your DMs, and I'm gonna answer them more like that and use this flow chart, and I want to put it, and that can be the beginning of the modules. But what I'm trying to have you guys understand, the whole entire point of this, and I think it's gonna be beautiful to wrap it all up at the end of next week. Are you starting to see how I can tell you content appears in sales, appears in fulfillment? But when you see it all in action, you realize even if that guy would have bought the program, you give him a proper structure with that misunderstanding, you got paid to confuse brother. Maybe if he's like super, like backs against the wall, he invested all of his money and shit in your stuff, he kind of starts to like take it to the next level. But like, as a coach, you have a responsibility to like, I know what's wrong. The second you let the person tell you what's wrong and you go, sure, bro, here you go. Again, doctor, I'm struggling with this thing. What if the doctor didn't check you out and he goes, yeah, we've had lots of people coming in for that. Medicine. It's like the ADHD scam. Oh, your child can't focus inside of the learning jail that we've psyoped their minds inside of. You need to prescribe them meth at 4 years old. Bro, like I did one of those consultations like a couple of years ago to like see, because I was like very, very, very interested in like brain meds and stuff like that and how they affect the brain and like people at a young age. Bro, I jump on with this guy. Dude's chilling in his house. Medical professional, yeah. He's like, so tell me about your symptoms. And I'm like, oh man, like I was like bullshitting so hard. I'm just like struggle to focus. I do this, yada yada. And he's like, oh, yep, you see that this is exactly what our patients struggle with. Like what medicine you want? Like prescribe. Like you can be 12 years old and your mom listens to the news and she literally prescribes you methamphetamine, Adderall at 12. And now this is the thing. A product like that insurance covers, that like makes you feel really, really good and people think that they need it. It's also like not a high ticket. People just want it simply because it's intrinsically like it. You immediately feel an effect. You take a pill and you immediately feel a fix, right? We are selling information. Someone buys a car
you have the leverage of like, I'm selling you this thing, but I also get to use the fact that once you pay me, you immediately get to drive away feeling better. You don't have to do any work besides paying me. You're selling a house. Oh, the long-term investment, my family's going to be here. This has been a dream. Like, yeah, I have to pay a lot of money, but I get the house. People pay you in this. They pay you and they have to do work. So you have to understand where that position lies. So where you can't just, when someone messages you, they are interested. When they get on a call with you, they are interested in your program. But you have to realize that you can't just be like, yeah, man, seems like you definitely need like a proper structure. Like, they're excited because of the outcome that will happen over time, that they want to happen, but they jump off like, you have a good program, like they get to see the stuff, they're excited about their habits, but their identity has to change. You hop in a new car, your identity doesn't have to change for you to like drive it. You get a new house, your identity doesn't have to change for you to use that house. So you guys have to realize the only way for you to get the same type of leverage that somebody has is because they realize, oh my gosh, my life's going to be entirely different once this change happens, and the pain that I'm feeling that you also just amplified and showed me why it's making all these other things in my life not go right, that's fucking worth it. Because for the first time, I feel you can be in a Lamborghini, be mentally foggy and unclear and not know what to do with the rest of your life and feel sad. And if you can be poor, living under a bridge. I'm so happy. I know exactly what I'm going to do tomorrow. I'm going to go swim in the river and chill. And I'm like, these are my goals, my freedom, yada, yada, yada. It all lies in like, we are selling life-changing products. But life change takes identity change and action. And people have to pay. And then they also have to do something. And you have to realize that and approach that. That's why it starts in the content, goes over into the DMs, and then it goes into the sales calls. Okay? When y'all watch the rest of the modules, I had like an hour more of notes and breakdowns about how pre-objection handling in the content and people watching and then like leaving people in the sales process when they're not ready and they've hit you up. But we'll go over that another time, right? But I asked that question too, John. He closed my ass in the DMs and it was great. I was talking about you. So let me read a couple of these questions and then we'll go. Jonas Simon said, are you asking because it's one of your Calendly questions? Most prospects forget what they answered when they fill out the qualification questions. And as you know, sometimes they even forget they booked a call. Better to not assume anything, even if they already answered it. Only bring up info if that helps you pose as an expert. Like maybe their location would be relevant. Hold on, I want to see. I think there's a good question. What Christian said. The main objection I'm getting is 5 seconds into the call, I usually open with, looks like you booked in because you are booking to improve your dating life. Prospects immediately get defensive and think I'm trying to test their manhood, making it very hard for me to probe pain and build a gap. How do I pre-handle this in my content? It's not, I mean, bro, it's not even about pre-handling it in your content. If people are jumping on a call, Christian, are you still in here? If not, watch it later. But what you say in the beginning, when you look at the structure, hey, can you hear me? These calls are 30 to 45 minutes. Is now still a good time? And then you say, so the process that we're, something along the lines of this, like you might be like, all right, Christian, so the process that works best for these calls in order for me to actually get an understanding of where your dating life is right now is it's really just a few simple questions. My biggest purpose today is to truly know what goals you have around improving your dating life. If it's this and it's something like that, 100%, especially if you have dudes that are older than you, you think fitness is a sore pain point? Going to another dude for dating advice is literally basically the epitome of saying, you are better than me at the one thing that every single dude wants to be better at. So you have to, what do I say? Understand your positioning and understand how the person views you. I'm getting unqualified leads. Yeah, like you're just like, you think you're just like psychotically teleporting them into your call booking funnel and they're there like and they don't want to be there. You obviously something made them want to be there,
But you still have to take them through the process of breaking that belief. Looks like you booked in because you're looking to improve your dating life. If I'm you and I listened to this entire call and I said, why are you asking this question? If you're in here, Christian, you can unmute your mic, but it's like, why do you ask that? Looks like you booked in because you're looking to improve your dating life. I don't think he's in here, but I watched me and Christian did a sales call review. This applies also the exact same way to fitness. Understand the questions that you're asking. And one of the best leads in the beginning of when we were working together that he had, dude probably could have closed for like 7K. Literally, first, second, third week that he's ripping this and he's making money. The whole problem with the call was that like this guy was like good looking, had women, had this, but he like wanted to like just go on more dates, right? Older than Christian, all these things. And he's like, oh, it's just like so hard to hold frame. It's like this, yada, 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 yada. Brother, you're younger than him. Maybe he's like more successful than you, all these things. Your content was good enough for him to book a call. But if you understand your prospect's view, why would you sit there and try to, what's the point of discovery is I'm discovering who you are. If you get on a call with me, I'm not immediately going to be like, tell me what you're doing wrong with your business. I might do that later in the call once I've learned about you, but I'm still going to be like, yo, Lewis, I don't take sales calls anymore, but it's the same exact thing. Yo, Lewis, how's it going? Good, bro. Calls 30, 45 minutes. Once I learn about him, then I can start to do these things. But in the beginning, it's discovery. You're trying to build frame and do these things. So if you are immediately people are getting defensive, why would you keep doing the same opener? Why are you asking the question? You want him to confirm why he got on the call. So if you're assuming with that verbiage and you want it to land a certain way, the whole entire topic of the sales today is if you speak a question and in your head you're like, I'm asking this so that he can confirm to me that he's getting on a call to improve his dating life, and it's landing the wrong way in their head, it's your fault. It was good enough in the content to get them on a call. This should also kind of help you understand, here's how viewers view me. Maybe I need to package it a little bit different. But guy could have closed. I've seen your leads. You have great leads. Why would you ever even do that again? If you look at that once, you might go, You'll never hurt yourself by breaking it down a little bit more. What's the difference in doing that and being like, yeah, bro, I see over here on the calendar, you selected that you're booking in because you want to improve your dating life. What am I going to do? As soon as I say that, I'm like, but I know who's not. Like every single man wants to do that. Every single man wants to get. Now I level with him immediately. I'm not saying there's something wrong with you. Everybody wants this. Who's not, right? But and now you're using the words that he said. You're not assuming. You're literally saying, I saw you selected this on the calendar. I saw this, I assume this is what you're looking for. Obviously, everybody's looking for that. But what I really want to understand is what does that kind of look like to you? And what about my content made you do either one of those? You can ask. Will you tell me a little about what that kind of looks like for you? Get more data from him, then go from there. You level with him. Or it's like, see, you booked him for this. Obviously, every guy wants to do that. And but what made you book in with me? Was it like the hinge tips, the this? Like ask easy immediately. You take all of the pressure off the thing that is making them bring their guard up. So how retarded is it to say every time the biggest objection I'm getting is this? In the discovery, it's not even an objection. It's just you're losing frame. So the second you lose frame, you don't have to be a super wizard, intelligent nerd to go, that didn't work. Well, why would somebody get upset with me asking that? Well, they probably don't want to just sit here before they've even really built a relationship with me and just admit that I'm better than them. So how can I make them validate their feelings while still getting the answer that I want? Easy. I don't have a dating offer. Never sold a dating offer. Never talked about this in my life. And I could still come up with this. Meaning you should be even better at that. Right? Just like, I know Jonah already answered that, but I kind of wanted to dive in a little bit. Right? And then
You go, sometimes when I dig too deep or send voice notes in DMs, they ghost. Does that just mean they're not warm and the content is shit? 99% of the time, you're not digging too deep. You're digging wrong. You're digging wrong. You either didn't, you're assuming, or you didn't get the proper positioning of like where to dig. And he was like, yeah, I'm struggling with my meal plan. And this is the thing. If someone who's uninformed and doesn't have the result that they're looking for comes to you and says, this is my problem, 99% of the time, it's not their problem or they have a false understanding. So why do we shift the belief first? Because it makes them go, oh, I'm not stupid. I just didn't know this thing. If they give you a problem and it's not actually the real problem, and then you go and dig deeper into that problem, people tend to get frustrated and angry because they don't know. You have to lead them there, not force them there, right? So if anyone, nobody's going to ghost you after they've gone, oh, whoa, I didn't understand that. And if they hit you up, no one hit you up just to ghost you. That means you directly did something wrong. If you submit some of them the way that I said to in the school with the sentences and stuff, I'll help you with that. And then last one, I don't know when to ask certain questions or have a certain tone in the DM, and it causes me to overthink when it comes to the questions in the DM. What is the most common reason why this happens? Christian, I love you. I'm doing this for the good of everyone else, okay? And for you. What I say earlier. If you ask me a general question and I answer it, I literally do not care about you. If you say, hey, when I say this, the prospect does this. I don't know when to ask certain questions and I tell you exactly what to do. The only person that knows is the person that stated the message. So in order for me to answer this, I posted in school like 2 days ago and I said, attach the DMs that you have. I checked my email. If you emailed me and I didn't see it, I apologize. But I got Max's, I got Jake's, I got Lewis's, and that's all I got, right? And so those are the only ones that I saw. If you want to send them to me, I can answer them and I can help you, but it's always going to be different. I don't know when to ask certain questions or have a certain tone in the DM, and it causes me to overthink when it comes to the questions in the DM. What's the most common reason on why this happens? The most common reason on why that happens, if you want me to answer generally, is because you're not pinpointing where the person is at. And again, not saying there's anything wrong with you, but subconsciously, you are literally focused on, I want to book this guy on the DM. Hermosi has this quote, and a lot of people take it out of context, but I think I literally answered Gio's question on my story, and I said this. We question all the beliefs except for those that we truly believe in. Those we never think to question. If you overthink something, it's automatically telling you like, beep, 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 like something's wrong. I don't understand enough about this guy. And you're probably asking questions, assuming, or like moving the person through the sales process, and you don't have enough data to ask those questions. It is so easy. Give me right now like one example, and we'll literally role play this. Like right now, like if you understand your audience, like unpause and be like, oh, somebody said something like this to me.
Somebody said, you majority of the times is I've been trying to overcome lust, and I've been trying to read the word, or I've been reading the Bible and nothing's been changing. I asked this because someone actually DM'd me from a lot, or they swipe up on a post and said, what have you done to basically overcome lust yourself? Okay. And so I asked that. So someone, can I read you like a DM that I'm actually
Read me a DM. This will be the last thing we do. I'm going to answer Max's and then I'm going to sleep and I'll post this up for you guys. But let's get through this one. And God, I'm so excited for you guys to watch these modules. Because again, like think of this as like an intro to these new modules. These are going to be fire. You can read it at any time. I'm ready.
Okay. He said, I saw your post about lust porn. What system do you have in place, or do you mind me asking what the root cause was for you? I'm trying to figure out that myself and would love some guidance or advice on what to do.
Okay.
And then my mind immediately goes, okay, like I I usually give just advice, or I'd be like, I usually just give advice, and then they end up like, okay, I'm gonna try to apply that. And so my mind is like, okay, how do I just avoid giving advice so that they actually see the program as my like solution?
Let's go back a little bit. I know you were listening. I'm trying to teach you about this thought process so you can apply it as it comes earlier. You remember when Jonah was talking, right? What's an example that he gave directly applicable to this? If you're listening, your brain should have caught this pattern. He goes, oh, what time is the 3 o'clock parade? The person's not actually asking what time is the 3 o'clock parade. And then also, imagine they say, what are they trying to actually ask you? Understanding that, that's the sign of a good coach, immediately builds that relationship. And on top of that, what results did you see? It's like, oh yeah, I've seen some results or something like this. Or how many one-on-one calls are in your program? It's the same exact thing. If somebody asks you in the sales call, well, how did you overcome this and find the root of this? Immediately, it's hot potato. You're the one that holds the frame. You're always pushing the hot potato back to them. What would you ask? They're asking that question. What's the underlying thing that they're wondering? They don't even know where this desire or this bad habit shows up in their life. So, of course, you're always going to overthink answering that because there's no answer without you sending it back to them and saying, how many one-on-one calls are in your program? You cannot answer that without losing every single time. Well, what are you looking for in your one-on-one calls? It's a little bit customizable. And then he says, oh, well, I really want XYZ, XYZ. Ah, now I'm equipped to answer your question. And I still have the frame because I asked you the question and then you answered. You asked me the question, I reframe it, give it back to you. Not enough information. It's the same way that I have people go, John, I've been doing this, yada, yada, yada. I'll never answer your question. I ask another probing question and I do this. And it's late, so my brain's going like this, but something that, especially you, Christian, in this, go look at any time Jesus was conversing with like the Pharisees and they would ask him a question about the law. Imagine this. They would ask him a question about the law. What were they trying to do? Like every single time they would ask him a question about, is it not written that this? They were trying to stump him and catch him in a lack of understanding. Did he answer them or did he ask them a question back? Jesus said, my father said this, and then he asked a question because then he controls the frame. And now, weird comparison, right? But you of all people, if you're trying to learn for the man that you're trying to become most like, you got to think about these things, right? And so it's like, how did you discover that? Well, bro, do you know any other data about this guy? How old he is? Like what he does or any of these things? Oh, so
that was his first DM.
No wonder you're confused. You think the thing that you did when you first overcame that is the exact same? There might be similarities of a 40-year-old father who's married and has children, and he's addicted to watching porn. No. 17-year-old you versus no. Well, bro, I have a system. This is what I've created my one-on-one coaching for. That's why I've built this brand. But what I've done, I might struggle with different temptations than you. So you got to tell me a little bit about why do you think this is a problem in your life and where does it keep showing up? Redirect. Then he tells you. Then you can answer and you don't have to think about it. The second, if someone was in a sales call, you'll never watch anytime this happens. You're in a sales call, you do this. Well, can you, how do you guarantee results? Well, guarantee, what do you mean by guarantee? Well, how do I know I'm going to get a return on investment in this program? And be like,
Well, we've got plenty of things that we can show you that really creates a massive piece of leverage to where you're going to be able to if you follow the system. But like when you say ROI, like ROI to me might be I invest 10K and I make $200,000. ROI to you might be a little bit different. What would a return on your investment look like? Oh, bro, I just like if I can just gain 10,000 followers, that it's completely. I don't even know how to answer this question. Oh, he was looking to see if he could gain followers, and in my head, I'm thinking like, oh, can I guarantee that he's going to make $100,000 a month? You got to understand about the person. You gain the authority. It's not too hard to do, but also like when I say these things, it's like the next time you get a DM, you should go back and look and literally you don't have to. The questions that I just asked you are irrelevant. Why did I ask them? Every time somebody, it doesn't matter if a 19-year-old white kid from New York or a freaking father with 3 baby mamas that's 50 DMs you. It's the same reasoning behind the question. I don't know enough about you to give you a structure. Same shit as the Velveeta cheese. Like, it doesn't matter unless you understand more about them. And so it's like, what's the root of the problem? The root of the problem is not, I'm struggling with lust, Christian. Everyone that is watching your page is. That's a given. Hey, man, you looking to get in shape? Nah, bro, just wanted to fucking text you. Yeah, like confirm that. But then it's like, once you start asking these questions, understand their positioning. Does that make sense? Think you can go apply that?
Mm-hmm. And I think I similarly said something. So what I texted, I already had it copied before. I said, well, there wasn't just one route in my life. It was different for each season, and I have a system for each route. But what exactly are you wanting to overcome?
Okay, but didn't he already tell you what he was looking to overcome?
Okay.
Well, I'm not. It's good. Like I'm not, bro. Like nobody else like raised their hand and talked about this. Like this is going to make you better. This is fine. I'm not trying to act like you're like. For a long time, I didn't know this. I'm only framing it in this way so that the next time you're like, fuck, I don't want to make that same decision. Or that same thing because it made me feel a little bit stupid. You're not stupid. Nobody thinks like this naturally. I'm trying to teach you how to do it though, so that you can remember. If he's like, yeah, I'm struggling with lust, what exactly are you struggling with? It's not what exactly are you struggling with. It's not cry. What exactly are you trying to? It's why does he? First thing, bro. The easiest thing for you to say is play devil's advocate. I got you, bro. And obviously, like we know that's bad, but like, why do you think that's a struggle? Play devil's advocate. You already know the answer to most of these questions, for the most part. But if you still feel like you're overthinking, like you'll get to the point. I told Lewis I was on I closed somebody the other day, and he sent me a voice message, and just from the message that he outreached to me and what I said to him in his account, I responded to his DM without listening to it, like sick for fun, like this is like super douchebag. I shouldn't have done this without listening to it, and then he responds, and I went and I looked back, and I was exactly right of what his misconception was. He was like, bro, holy, that's only because I've done this so many times, and I'm trying to help you understand this thought process so that it doesn't seem confusing, because you'll start to realize there's only a couple of different struggles that they can have, and they're all packaged in different beliefs. So there's many different questions you can ask to uncover the pain. Well, why is that a problem for you? You never ask, what are you struggling with? Because what they're struggling with is defined in why it's impacting them. Everyone takes it different. If I choose to wake up at 4 a.m. and go to work, and I wake up before everybody else, and somebody else is forced to wake up at 4 a.m. And do all these things, and I'm at work and I'm tired, and somebody's like, what's wrong? And I'm like, I'm just waking up so early, I'm getting no sleep. And they ask the other person, I'm waking up so early and I'm getting no sleep. Same problem. One of them I'm choosing to do, the other person has to do it. Manifest differently in your life.
So how do you avoid that? Instead of just saying like, oh, like, what are you struggling with? Waking up early, getting no sleep. Like, oh, why are you waking up early? You don't lose anything by doing that. Same exact thing. I like your eyes. Thanks. What about them? Because then people give you, what did we say? People will give you the details that confirms the opinion. I'm struggling with this. What are you struggling with? Well, an elaboration of what they're struggling with. No. His opinion is that I'm struggling with this. This is why. You ask a question that allows him to spill more details that you go, confirmed your opinion. Now you can hold that against them because they've now stated, oh, this is bad. This is not good. It's impacting me this way. It's impacting you this way. No, it's not. You just said this. That doesn't make any sense. Is that better?
John, you asked for people to raise their hands.
Yeah.
Can I help answer this?
Yeah.
So I would say something to this effect. Many people act out, they do pornography because they like the chemical cocktail that the brain produces with an orgasm. They are trying to escape. What is it that you're trying to escape? Now the question is back on him to give you more answers.
Yeah. So I think that that's really, really good as far as intention. But this is the thing. When he says that, he can now go, I'm not trying to escape, I'm trying to this. Versus we ask a question, he says, oh, and he gives us enough detail to confirm the opinion to where he then says, like, for example, where I would use that is you cannot fight emotion with logic, which is what you did. First, you have to fight the emotion with emotion, then you use logic. So he tells you something, then you reverse engineer that, and then you would ask, it's like, okay, well, you know, what are you struggling with? He's like, oh man, like, it's just like, you know, I'm constantly, you know, like I'm giving into the, like, pornography, and it's just like, I'll go 3 weeks and then, you know, I'm tired at work and I feel like I deserve it. And I'm like, okay, so you're for 3 weeks, you're fine. And then you get tired and overwhelmed at work. And then you come home, like, why do you do it for 3? I know why he does it. I want him to say it. Why do you, man, I don't know. It's just like, it's something about it. Just like, it makes me feel like it's like relaxed. I'm like relaxed and I'm like, oh, so it really just comes from, like, when you get overwhelmed and you get stressed, your brain naturally goes to that as an outlet of, like, escape. He already said it. He's not going to say, no, not an escape, because he just said relax. But if you immediately go, everyone is pornography because of this, sure, that's true. But again, other people might see it differently. Because some guy, oh, I'm fucking watching porn every single night. It's not really an escape anymore. That's a habit that they cannot escape. You know what I'm saying? So they're going to frame it differently, and you cannot assume before they label themselves. I know what he's probably going to say. He's going to say one of those answers. Something about escape, something about it's such a bad habit and I can't quit, or something about I'm lonely and that's the thing for me, which can also be an escape. But we want him to admit his view on it first so that we can then tie that back in. So really good intention there, but add one more step and that would have been perfect.
And then that gets to the root, which is the question he asked in the first place.
100%. Does that make sense, Christian? Can you guys see how that also applies? It doesn't matter if it's pornography. It doesn't matter if it's a B2B offer. It doesn't matter if it's sobriety. Same exact thing. Oh, I just keep relapsing. Well, what's a relapse for you? You mean you stop drinking for 3 days? Or like, are you like you're sober for like a couple of months? Like, oh man, I just say, I quit. I tell everyone I'm going to quit. I go to rehab. It's completely different. Somebody who calls a relapse, I don't drink for 3 days and then I relapse is different than somebody who quits for 6 months, goes to freaking an actual rehab facility and then gets back. You're gonna attack that problem a lot differently. But I'm gonna post this, Cole, in the community as always. I'm super excited to do the last section next week. And I hope this was super valuable for you guys. And I'm really, really excited for y'all to see the new modules that drop that really break down all of these things. Please, 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 please. I know it's not fun to rewatch a 2-hour call. It's not fun to plan these. Yeah. It's not fun to plan these, but I do these for you guys so that y'all can go back and you can watch them, because this is the thing. What I just answered for Christian right there, 15 of you guys will ask me the same question in the DMs or on a one-on-one call. And I'm fine with answering it, but you could get it so much faster and learn on yourself. You go, wait a minute,
let me first try and apply what John Mark applied, even though Christian has a different offer, still applies. If you're selling Amazon FBA, still applies. If you're teaching people how to get better at their golf swing, still applies. I think, oh man, my swing mechanics just aren't great. Well, what do you mean by that? Like your swing mechanics just aren't great. Oh, dude, when I go do this and then, oh no, you realize that they have a misunderstanding. It's the exact same with any offer. I love you guys. See you next week. Got a bunch of cool stuff planned as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Peace out. This one's gonna be really, really cool, especially because you guys kind of get to see how everything comes together. Because this is really the core fundament that allows everything to continue to flow. Especially a lot of you guys have heard me talk about having an evergreen offer. And there's a few of you specifically that this will be really, really, really beneficial for. So I'm going to go ahead and pull this up, and then we'll go ahead and we will get started. Question, before we jump in, anybody can answer this. Or y'all can just raise your hands, and then anyone who knows, when I ask this, go ahead and y'all can jump in. How many of you have read Hormozi's book, $100 Million Offers? Like one of the first ones. I can just raise hands. Nobody's okay. Lewis, Paulo. I want to get a feel for how deep I should go in explaining this if a bunch of you guys haven't read it. Okay, we got a couple of people. Sweet. All right, just 4 people. Okay, so I'm going to grab it real quick and I'll show you guys. So this is this is like the start of Hormozi's collection. I have this one, and then there's another one that he has. This one's actually signed by Hormozi at his event. But it's a really, really good book. But this is a big core reason I've watched Hormozi from the beginning of my journey. And you guys can hear me okay? Just want to make sure. All right, cool. So I've watched Hormozi from the beginning of my journey. It's really inspirational. And a lot of the ways that, he kind of thinks about business really helped build my foundation. But something that I really got to understand as I got into fitness coaching and, reading his books and stuff like that is at the time I didn't have any ability to decipher between the information that he was talking about. I remember reading this book and being super inspired and listening to him talk about, making offers and building his business and all of this. And for those of you guys who haven't read it or you don't really know what it's about, basically the core theme, long term it's like a huge marketing play that he was doing as a lead magnet and all of this stuff. Very, very smart. But the core of the book is make people an offer so good they would feel stupid saying no, right? And I heard that and I was just like, hell yeah. I got to figure out how to do that, right? But as a fitness coach, it was difficult for me because I read all the formulas and the stuff that he put together, and it was really good information. But as I was reading these things, I didn't have any ability to discern between what is a good offer. And the reason why I'm so passionate about expressing to you guys that an offer is not just what's in your bio, an offer is not just the transformation that you're giving people, an offer is not just, hey, I'm going to help you lose 10 pounds in 3 weeks guaranteed or your money back, yada, yada, yada. A lot of you, I don't know if you actually lived through this or experienced it, but there was a time, even more so, much more than now, the industry's rapidly changing, you guys know this, but much more than now, where for probably about 12 to 18 months, every single fitness coach's bio was this super hardcore, mathematical, who can come up with the best sentence that offers the most amount, the most amount of gain, with in the most, beautifully put together way. And I feel like
the core reason that happened was because of this book. Everyone read that and they're like, oh, I want to make an offer so good that people feel stupid saying no. But the problem, and this is a big thing that inspired this entire series that we're running about the new info order. It inspired it because I realized, looking back, and I realized kind of in the time as I started closing more deals and as I started, onboarding more clients and all these things, I started to realize there's not really anybody that I can sell that perfectly falls into like one sentence that I can put in my bio, right? And I didn't have the ability to figure out like, okay, what does Hormozi actually mean when he says make people an offer so good people feel stupid saying no? But I'm not going to go in and teach about that book. You can go read it if you want, and after listening to everything that we've been over, you'll have a better understanding of this. But there was one thing that really, really stood out to me, okay? And it was this example that he gave in the beginning of the book. And the reason I asked how many of you guys have watched or read it is because if you have, you're going to already know kind of the answer to the question that I'm going to ask, right? But if you haven't, it is a really good reframe. Now, as everything, the example is not specifically within fitness coaching, but the best examples in life are usually things that are opposite from what we're doing because they allow us to think outside of the box and they can really, really teach us good lessons, okay? So I want to ask you guys this question, and if you've read the book and you know the answer, okay, don't say anything, right? Even if you think you know the answer, yada, yada, yada. If you have read the book, don't answer. But as I ask you this, I genuinely want you guys to, you can type in the chat, you can unmute, right? We're not going to have a million people unmute. Just raise your hand and I'll call on you because I think it's really going to be good for everybody to kind of hear these different thoughts. But as we dive into this, because this section is all about fulfillment, okay? I have a question, okay? So he had this one paragraph where he explained something and he asked this question, and it really, really opened up my mind. So the core parameter is basically if you had a hot dog stand, okay, and there was a genie, and I see you guys shaking your head because you've heard him say this before, right? But I genuinely I want to hear an answer from maybe somebody who hasn't directly heard this video. And there was a genie who would grant any wish for you, for your business, okay? What would be the best wish for you to ask in order to make money, right? There's a few different things that you can guess, right? And I'm going to give you a hint, right? It's the thing that's going to give you the highest leverage. That's the thing that should be your wish, right? It doesn't mean you can't also add these other things, these other answers that are in your head later on, but it's the highest leverage thing. So if you had a hot dog stand and you wanted to make more money and you could ask a genie to grant you any wish and he would grant it, and you want to pick the highest leverage thing, what are you going to pick? You can think a cheaper price, right? The best tasting hot dog, right? You can think like the fastest cooking hot dog. Like, somebody raise your hand, somebody put in the chat. I'll just say random answers. Okay, John says more foot traffic. Good answer. I want to hear from all of you guys. I hear you guys staring at me. Better. Jeremiah said better skill. R said location. Okay, these are good, right? So I'm gonna ask Arsh just to type in the chat. Noah said being able to serve the most people. Okay, elaborate on that, Noah. Why do you think? I want to hear these opinions. Okay, why do you think that? I'm not saying that's wrong. All of these are good answers, right? Why do you think that being able to serve the most people is going to be the highest leverage thing to make you the most money if you have a hot dog stand business? I'm just curious to your thought process. Joey said hungry customers. That's a good one. The best possible hot dog, taste, etc. It's also a good one, right? That's what I thought. Okay, so when I was reading this book, I remember exactly where I was. I was in my apartment, my first apartment that I had gotten. I lived in it was an old paper mill that they had turned into apartments, and there ended up being horrible black mold in there. It was terrible. It was a really, really depressing place, but it was cool to be in my own space. I remember I was in my bed reading this before I went to bed, and I didn't look at the answer, and I was like, best tasting hot dog. Like that's 100% the answer, right? Best tasting hot dog. Because I'd watched Hormozy for a long time, and a big thing that he had always talked about was like, oh, like, you know, you want to have a good product, you want to do these things. And I thought, you know, I was like, oh, easy, best tasting hot dog. That's the best. Because if you have the best tasting hot dog, everyone's going to go tell their friends, and you're going to make the most amount of money. Okay. Noah said the reason why he thinks that being able to serve the most people is the highest leverage thing you can do in this business. He said, as you used the prescription analogy, it made me think of catering, how you help people to different types of people. Sure, right? So when you say being able to serve the most people, right? Having a product that can actually benefit as many people as it possibly can, right? So whatever that means. Maybe you have a vegan hot dog, right? Maybe you have a hot dog that will make you live longer. That's pretty good, right? That might be something that's really, really good. And all of these are good answers, and a lot of you guys got really, really close, okay? But there's a reason why I'm doing this, right? I'm not making this entire group call to talk about making a better product just to tell you the answer on how to have a better hot dog stand, right? So pay attention. But what he said the answer was, is he said the best answer and the highest leverage thing that you can do if you're in this position is to have your hot dog stand be on the corner right in front of the stadium of the game, right? And right in front of a starving crowd, right? So on the best corner in front of a starving crowd. Literally think about any big sports event, college, NFL, anything. Imagine everyone is coming outside, drunk, hungry, excited, angry, yada, yada, and they're starving. And you are the very first thing that people see as soon as they walk outside, right? As I go through this, I want you guys to start to imagine this reality that I'm trying to create. Sam said $20 hot dog. Yeah, exactly. So imagine this reality that I'm trying to create, okay? Imagine there is this stadium as I go through and I teach this lesson of how we're going to build the best product for our coaching businesses. And there's a hot dog stand, right, or a hot dog. Let's say at this point it's a like an actual hot dog restaurant. That's all, and it's as soon as people walk out. And right now it's the only thing that's super close where people don't have to walk and do all these things, right? Most of you have heard this before, and that's why not everybody answered, because you've read Hormozy's book, okay? But I remember reading this for the first time, and then I also remember rereading it again. Because I read it the first time in my apartment at night, and then I remember rereading it again while I was on a break during my personal training shift at Crunch, right? And I was in the back, and I know a couple of you guys have personal trained at Crunch. I was literally eating every single day before I would go in. My first session was at 5, and I would wake up in the morning, and I would cook like 5 different meals in these plastic containers, and it would be ground beef. I think it was usually like a pound, maybe just, like 14, 16 ounces, very, very close. 2 cups of rice, and then I had some pepper jack cheese. That was it. Like no seasoning, nothing like that. And I would make 5 of them, right? And I would put them in my bag, and I would go there and I would eat them because I wanted to have as many meals in me as I could for by the time I went and I trained at the end of the day, okay? And it was bland, right? White rice, beef, and some cheese. And I was literally eating this 5 times a day. No exaggeration. I probably did this for like a year and a half straight. And I remember it tasting so good in the moment because I was starving. I had like back-to-back sessions. I missed like my first 2 meals or whatever. And I went to go eat. It's hot in there. Everybody's annoying. There's just like so many people. You're talking to all these people. All these different things are happening. I was tired from the night before. And I remember just sitting there, and I had like 10 minutes of like, and I was just eating. You guys know what I'm talking about. If you've worked a manual labor job, like I felt the same exact thing. I worked for a junk hauling company. I worked construction, right? I worked for a landscaping company. I worked for a moving company, right? I remember I worked in a lot of restaurants. I was a server. I was a busser. I worked in the dish pit at one of these restaurants. And that feeling when you're just like exerting so much energy and you can't even use your brain to think, and then you get 10 minutes of just like silence, and you can just sit there and eat that meal. Like it was the greatest part of my day. It felt amazing. And I remember thinking to myself, right? I'm like double tasking. I'm reading this and I'm eating the meal, and it hit me really, really hard in that moment because I was like, this is so good that I actually understand the analogy. The taste of this ground beef doesn't matter. I've been eating it every single day for like a year. And to be honest,
if I didn't have this meal available to me and I couldn't go anywhere else and get it, right? You know, I can't leave, I can't do it, none of my coworkers are gonna share their lunch with me, right? I probably would have paid an outrageous amount of money. Now, at the time, I didn't have any outrageous amount of money, but like, it was a $5 meal. I probably would have paid $50 for it if somebody had it, right? If I hadn't have brought it from home. And I probably also would have waited 15, 20, 30 minutes for it to cook just to have that like ease of the feeling in my brain of like, okay, I know that there is going to be food there in front of me, right? It's a big difference in being really, really hungry and waiting for food that you know is coming, because you can at least be like, okay, 30 minutes and I'm good, versus being really, really hungry and you're like, I don't know how long it's going to be till I'm going to eat again, and I don't know when I can eat again, right? Just being able to ease the pain of knowing when it's coming, having that clarity of, okay, I can at least focus on the fact that this pain or this desire is going to go away soon, right? Makes it so much better, right? And so you can think about having, you know, a hot dog stand that serves, you know, hot dogs faster, like I said earlier, cheaper price, right? Best tasting. But in this moment, cheap price, best tasting, and fastest cooking really didn't matter for me. All I wanted was to be able to know that I had that meal and have something there for me. That was it, right? If I could have gotten something for cheaper, maybe it would have been better, but that was my circumstances, right? And so the answer seemed so obvious, and it seems so obvious when you hear it. It's like, okay, starving crowd, you know, and you're in the best location. Like, it's amazing, okay? And I was a smart kid, but I didn't think about the answer correctly. Okay, I kept thinking in my head, and I kind of battled. I was like, well, why isn't it the best hot dog, right? Why isn't it that doesn't make sense? Like, if it's the best tasting hot dog, if it is the absolute best product out there, that's got to be the thing that is the highest leverage for your business. But that's because I was thinking super long term. I wasn't thinking right in the moment. If you have the best location in front of a starving crowd, you'll get the most amount of traffic, and you'll make the most amount of money the first few times. But eventually, and this is what I realized, eventually, people won't come back, right? Eventually, customers will get upset. The prices being high, the food being terrible, the customer service being bad, the super long wait. It works a couple of times when people are hungry and they're drunk and there's no other food out there and they're like, fuck it, I'll wait 30 minutes just to know that I have this hot dog and pay $20 for it and have the person that's giving it to me be rude just so I can ease the pain of eating that hot dog, right? But long term, it's not going to work like that. So when I say highest leverage for making the most amount of money right now, is that the best thing? Yes. I want to be in front of the most people that have the most amount of pain, and the product doesn't matter. I just want them to have access to me, right? Which is the equivalent of being extremely viral, right? Not selling what people truly need and what they truly deep down want, but just selling to the baseline desire of, I'm starving and I want to know that there's something in front of me that I can eat, right? This explains the entire market, and it's not just coaching. Everything that I've talked about, these are all business principles as a whole, okay? The more elite you become, the more you start to see the similarities between all of these other businesses. And I was listening to a YouTube video of a billionaire. I guess he's not a billionaire, but he has a company that's valued at $1 billion, right? And his first product was like booty bands for girls, like back during COVID, and then they had, you know, a energy drink, and now they're like a full supplement brand it's like valued at $1 billion, okay? And so I'm listening to this, I'm thinking about this, and when you see, he talks about how all the businesses that he had before, it was very first, he had a little fitness coaching business with his wife that was at the time his girlfriend, and then he had the booty band business, and then he had the energy drink, and then yada, yada, yada. And he talks about how every single skill that he learned was transferable to that next business. Obviously, there were different things, and there was different lessons that he had to learn, but he was like, all of them are the same equations, they just show up differently, right? And so everything that I'm talking about within this fulfillment, when we listen to me talking about reverse engineering this hot dog stand, okay, it directly correlates specifically into your coaching business. And the same principles apply in e-commerce, in, you know, how Amazon sells, in food, like fast food restaurants, right? Whatever you're selling, like you could have a liquor store, and the same exact thought process would apply. Now, the way that you execute on it is a little bit different, but this is the core root of your coaching business. When you're going to go and create a really, 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 really good product, in order to create that product, you have to think about what is your goal. If your goal is to make as much money as you can right now, sure. The answer is, let me try to go as viral as possible and just sell to the baseline animalistic wants that the person has. Not educate them on why they need it, not educate them on why I'm the best. Simply just put up this facade of, I have the most amount of traffic and I have the most amount of eyeballs and I have the thing that you want. There's no logic behind why I have the thing that you want. I'm just telling you, I have the thing that you want, okay? So that works in the beginning, but as we've talked about and as we've pointed to in every single one of these, whether it be the saturation of information, whether it be creating a real personal brand and your content, whether it be sales, right? Whether it be today within fulfillment, I want you guys to think exactly how these things and these mistakes that I'm about to speak about have shown up in your own business. And I want you to use this after this call to go and make some of these changes even outside of the systems that I'm going to show you. The systems are there to help you picture it and for you guys to be able to use them when these new resources drop, right? And I've given you already a lot of systems, but I see this constant recurring loop, whether it be with some of you, whether it be with people I DM, whether it be with people I talk to, wherever I go. And it's the lack of awareness of what this actually means. Because when you think about it in the hot dog stand, it's so easy. But when you're in your day-to-day, posting stories, when you're posting reels, when you're selling, right? When you're making your entire personal brand vortex of content, when you're building out, even from your very first couple of programs, I want you to think about how you can actually make your program better by reverse engineering this thought process through what I'm about to teach you, okay? So I have a question. I want to see if anybody, this will be the last question before we dive in. I want to see if anybody, I'm looking at Sam, Jeremiah, Tyler, Cry, I'm looking at Sean, I'm looking at Noah. Anybody, feel free to just give me like, you know, a couple of sentences. You can unmute your mic, okay? When I just gave that little example about the hot dog stand, right? And I talked about going viral, yada, yada. How do you perceive this? How do you perceive this? And if one of you guys doesn't say something, I'm just going to call on one of you randomly, right? But how do you perceive this before I go and I teach this lesson? That how do you take this information and apply it into your business? What is the actual value here to position yourself the right way? If we're not trying to go viral and just be on the corner in front of the starving crowd, right? What would be the next best thing? Okay, so John said longevity. Sam, I want to hear from you. What's your perspective on this? Because I see you at the top right corner of my screen. What do you think? You can just give me a couple sentences. It doesn't have to be in depth. But how would you take your business right now and think about the starving crowd analogy and be like, okay, if I want to make as much money as I can long term, right? What's the approach that you're going to take?
I would probably look at all of the past clients that I've had, highlight some of the biggest wins and transformations that they've had, specifically the most reoccurring issues, all of those things. Specifically focus on my higher paying clients, like some of those 12, 18K PIFs, and really solely dial in my messaging and program to only highlight those people and speak directly to those people who are going through that pain point, who had those resources, that were at point A that needed to get to point B. And I would structure all of my content around, the process that I was able to take the people in the past through.
Okay. So in simple baseline terms, what would that be? What would that be doing? If you need me to elaborate, I can, but I think.
Yeah, it would be really focusing in on my top echelon of clients.
Yeah, I get that, but like, what's the point? So you're focusing on the best.
I mean,
What's up? Yeah, jump in.
to make each customer make the hot dog is gonna make the hot dog better.
Okay, sure, but what I'm trying to draw between both of you guys, I'm not asking what are you gonna do, because Sam already answered that. I asked him the question, and he goes, I'm gonna highlight my best clients that I've had, right? And I want to show everyone, hey, here's how you can learn from the exact same thing that I did with this person. But why? Why is that beneficial? What does that do in the viewer's mind? Oh, wow, Sam has these clients that have been really, really successful. What are you serving?
Credibility, like all leverage, like you said too, but most importantly, just shows insane levels of credibility, especially if you're highlighting, higher tier clients,
Okay.
individuals.
Okay. So authority, credibility, all of these things, right? So we can take the starving crowd that's outside of the hot dog stand, right? And we can take authority and credibility, yada, yada. Starving crowd, somebody wanting someone who has authority is basically what you're saying. Hey, people are going to watch my content and see the clients that I have worked with, and I have given a lot of success in my program. Okay, and they're going to see that I've done that, and that's going to give me authority. Okay, what's the core thing that you are serving that's similar to, okay, I have a starving crowd, I have a hot dog that's going to help these people satiate their starvation, versus I have people that want to have the success in sales and NLP that I've had, and I'm going to show them testimonials that give me authority. What's the core concept of that? What are you serving right there?
I don't know if I have the answer.
Okay, it's that's probably the way that I set it up. But I think I know. Paulo said pain points, right? That's what I was looking for, thinking that you guys were going to say. Okay, it seems like a pain point, right? If I just asked you simply without any of those other things, hey, if someone is starving, right, and you're going to market to that, like, what would you call that? You would have been like, probably a pain point. Would you say like that's like final answer?
Sure.
Okay, so.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so that's kind of what I wanted to see there, because this is what I was thinking, right? I was sitting here thinking pain point, okay? And you guys are probably going to roll your eyes because I've said this a million times, right? But a crowd being starving, or a person wanting a coach that has authority over them, right? Or being like, wow, this person has the best product. These are all symptoms. These are all symptoms, okay? It sounds like a pain point, okay? And our brain constantly takes that as, it's a pain point, it's a pain point. But it's not actually a pain point, it is a symptom. Everyone in the crowd is starving. But not everyone in the crowd is starving for the same reason. Okay? And this is the level that I want you to think about it as it applies to your coaching business. Every single person who's watching you, Sam, if they buy from you or if they're watching you, there is some authority in some way, shape, or form. There might be a guy who makes $5 million a year who watches your content, right? But in some way, there's still some type of authority. Wow. Look at this kid. He's doing Ironmans. He's making this money. Like, I wasn't that successful when I was his age. That doesn't mean that you're better at life than him. But sure, there's some point of authority there. But the authority that the person wants, that's a symptom, not an actual pain point. Okay? Because the way that you have authority over the guy who makes $5 million a year, and the way that you have authority over the guy who's just graduating college and he has no idea what he wants to do with his life, they're symptoms because they're not actually serving the core reason why the person wants a coach with authority, or why the starving person needs the hot dog, right? So if we look at the starving crowd and we say, not all of these people are starving for the same reason, this is what I want you guys to think about, all right? I created just a couple of random examples, okay? Some people are starving because they didn't eat all day
and they were late to the game because they were rushing, they had a long drive, right? The father was waiting in the car and his family was just taking their sweet time. We all know what that looks like, right? And when they got to the game, it was so exciting that they didn't want to get up from their seats and miss anything. So now the game's over. They're outside and they're starving because they didn't eat all day. The game was so exciting they didn't want to miss anything. That is the actual pain point. But they just see that as, I'm hungry. None of you guys have ever sat down and been like, damn, I'm hungry right now. And you go, why am I hungry right now? I've been working all day today and I skipped lunch. And yesterday I worked out really fucking hard. I had that crazy leg workout. So no one does it. It's just, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Let me go eat. But if we're actually trying to get an exact outcome, okay? If I know exactly why I'm hungry, I didn't eat all day, I've been working, I skipped lunch and I skipped breakfast, I'm 220 pounds, my body's probably eating a lot of the muscle that I have right now, I trained legs last night and I was on a client call when I got home, so I also skipped dinner. Is that not going to change the way that I fix the pain point? Oh, I should probably eat a lot of carbs, right? I should probably eat a lot of protein. I should do this versus I'm hungry because I'm on a cut right now and I'm trying to get as lean as possible. That's going to change the way that I fix the actual symptom of the pain point, right? So the solution is framed in a different way. So if you take those two people, one of them is starving because they have neglected the food that they need to eat. And if they don't eat a shit ton of carbs, it's not going to actually help them get to their goals. I'm hungry, but I don't eat any carbs at all. And now there's no glycogen in my body and I'm trying to put on more muscle. I've fixed the symptom, but I haven't actually fixed the pain point. Are you guys clocking what I'm saying, right? And so you have the people that didn't eat all day and they didn't get up from their seats, right? You have some people that are just super drunk, and trust me, they ate the entire game. But almost every single one of you guys knows what it feels like to just be like absolutely like sauced and you're just starving. It feels like there's an empty hole in your stomach, right? They ate snacks, they ate popcorn, they ate candy, but now their stomach is like, I want like some real food. Like I want a hot actual meal. You guys know what that feels like, right? Some are starving because they didn't want to eat the nasty stadium food or the snacks, okay? And they wanted to hold out for something better. But now they're like, I just can't wait any longer. I've got to get something to eat. It doesn't matter what it is. Some have been waiting all day to sit down with their friends, enjoy food, and be social, right? They're hungry, but every single human being has gone out to a restaurant, gotten some food, and been like, yeah, I'm hungry, I'm going to order, right? But it's the biggest reason why you're actually saying, oh, I'm hungry, I'm going to go eat. I've plenty of times gone out to dinner and like I could have just eaten, some eggs and I would have been good, right? But I'm like, oh, I'm so hungry and I'm craving, I want some social interaction, right? I want to have the nice scenery around me. I want to have all of these different things, okay? So the symptom of starvation is different from the actual pain point. But because most human beings don't go through their life constantly aware all the way down to the lowest level, right? No one's sitting here in reverse engineering, why am I hungry right now? And how is that going to change what I want to go eat? It's just like, I'm starving, there's a hot dog, I'm going to eat it, right? So they all cure the symptom of starvation with the exact same product simply because it's easy access, right? And when it comes down to food, right? We're going to go into Maslow's hierarchy of needs in a little bit. When it comes down to food, that's one of the baseline. It's one of the baseline things, right? So the baseline desires, I'm sleepy. Well, it really doesn't matter. If you're hungry and you eat, at the end of the day, right, it solved the main thing that you were struggling with. If you are tired, it doesn't matter if it's because you stayed up all day working. Oh, I'm tired, but there's a good reason I'm tired, right? No one thinks that. It's just, I need to go to sleep. You can solve the baseline needs with just a baseline product, right? That's why you see restaurants that have terrible food, like the hot dog stand, that are still in business. because it's such a small actual solution that nobody sits there and goes, I ate that hot dog, but it's the restaurant's fault that didn't serve my macros. Why did they tell me they had good, tasty food? Like, yeah, it was yum. Nobody's thinking like that because it's just a baseline need. And in a couple hours from now, you're going to be hungry again, and you're going to go spend the money again, and you repeat the cycle over and over and over and over and over and over and over, right? So every single individual that could be a customer of the hot dog stand has the same thought. I'm starving, let's go eat. It's not their job to sit and dissect and be like, wait a minute, guys, before we go eat here, let's break down why we're actually hungry. Like, no one, they're gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Let's go eat, right? It's not their job to do that, okay? The pain point behind why they're hungry and which one of these categories they fit into is not their job. They just wanna eat. And if you can secure the best location in front of the stadium and be the first thing that the starving crowd sees once they realize I'm hungry, then bang, you've won the battle. You won the battle. I sold as many hot dogs as I could tonight. And it's great. And most business owners go, success, because they look at, here's the money I made and all these people paid. They don't look at, oh boy, how many of those customers that have been coming to these games weekend after weekend after weekend after weekend actually came back more than once, more than twice, more than 3 times. It's not the consumer's job to do that. And when it's something as little as food, it takes a lot when you have that feeling of starvation to go, you know what? I'm not going to go solve it with a simple solution that makes me in my brain go, I'm good. It's not the customer's job to do that at all. And so if you're a business owner in that situation, you've won the battle. It's that simple. But as we all know, one battle doesn't actually win the entire war. And if you happen to be lucky enough, right, to get the location because you had so much money that you could buy it, or you were informed before everyone else that there was going to be a stadium, built and there were going to be games that were played there, and you open the hot dog stand, more power to you, okay? The problem is that is solely based on a time-sensitive, luck-focused opportunity. Only a few hot dog business owners will ever have the ability to do that, to time it right, get the piece of land when it was cheap, say that it's theirs, have no competitors, and be the first person that serves the starving crowd, right? It's rare that every single person, there's never a scenario where every single person will be able to do that, right? It's not repeatable, and it's definitely not a fair playing field. That's why you can have your 15 minutes of fame, right? You can have your 15 minutes of trend. You can have a terrible product, right? And you can still make money. You can have a copy and paste sales process. Hey, hot dogs $5, you tap your card and I give it to you, right? You can be in front of everybody, right? You can make super viral content that positions you right in front of the starving crowd. And in that case, you can sell at face value. You're hungry, I have food for you. Simple as that. This serves the question that I asked in the beginning. Highest leverage to make the most money with a hot dog stand. But this is where it starts to dig its roots a little bit into your actual coaching business, all right? Let's say we're going to open, and we're learning, we're in a simulation right now, and we're opening our first hot dog stand to teach us about actually building a real business. And I know it seems silly because I'm talking about a hot dog stand. It's like, John Mark, can you please just tell me how I can make my coaching program better? This is the only way, and you have to understand this, I'm going to loop this back later. The way that I teach integrates the lesson into your mind so that I do not have to constantly repeat it over and over and over and over again, okay? Because it's my job to teach to you in a way that when you're actually faced with the problem is solved because you go, wait a minute, John Mark's already taught me about this. You can hear it and hear Hormozi talk about it and hear him say it over and over and over and over and over again. But 99% of the people who hear that, they go, starving crowd, well, I guess that means I need to get more views. But they don't actually think of the implementations into whatever business that they have. Okay? So let's say to learn about building a better product for our coaching business, we all go back and we're gonna open a hot dog restaurant next to the guy who already has the stand in front of the starving crowd, and there's no other food for 5 miles, right? Okay? the chances of you getting the front row location are almost impossible, okay? You don't have any of these things, okay? You didn't have some underlying advantage. Every single business owner, I believe, has a competitive advantage. But we're a guy and we're like, I want to open a hot dog stand next to the one hot dog stand in front of the stadium that always gets the starving crowd and that people are used to going there. And they all know, oh, there's nothing else for 5 miles, right? What competitive advantage do we have? I don't know shit about hot dogs, right? I don't know. I don't even know the first thing about, oh, how am I going to, what hot dog cart should I have? So at face value, it seems like, what advantage do I have? And there's so many different revenue levels in here, right? But even I need to be aware of this analogy so that I can constantly help myself grow at every level, because the same problems I faced when I had my very first client ever that paid me $300 and I told him, sweet bro, we'll do a call tomorrow, same time, I'm gonna be building your custom program in between. The exact same problem I faced there where I go, damn, how do I take all this information in my head? Because I knew I could help that guy get the results that he wanted. But I was like, what do? Do I just put him in trainer eyes? Do I just make him a meal plan and give it to him? Is that gonna be good enough? Is he gonna feel like that's worth the $300 that he paid? That was like huge, $300 a month. I thought that was crazy. I remember the feeling when I closed it, right? So we're going back and we're going into our mind and we're gonna build this hot dog restaurant together really quick. And I want you guys to help me. And then we're gonna go and we're gonna build the exact same strategy inside of our coaching business. Okay, so we can't get the front row location, but we do have a competitive advantage. We just don't know how to benefit from it because we're like, I don't know anything about hot dogs. Now, I'll tell you, this is a blessing because the more obvious your advantage is, the more other people also have it. And the more you have to stand out in order for your advantage to actually give you leverage, okay? If we're thinking about our coaching business, right now we pause the simulation as we're going and we're building this blueprint to how we're gonna scale our hot dog business. We go, okay, well, what's my competitive advantage? I'm not 6'6", right? I don't look like an IFBB pro. I've got a good physique, and there's some of you guys who have amazing physiques, right? But like I said, the more obvious the advantage is, the more people have it. There's plenty of people who look insane on Instagram. There's plenty of people who take steroids. There's plenty of people who do all of these things, right? And so if we're gonna go build our business, we don't really wanna make our competitive advantage around something that everybody can have, right? So when it goes to, what's my advantage? I think I'm gonna have the best hot dog, which is like, I think I'm gonna have, or the best looking hot dog, or the best looking sign, or the best looking logo, or the best looking name. Anybody can do that, right? I can't get the storefront, right? That's just like OP. I can't get that. It's not gonna work. But everyone's brain immediately goes to, well, I'm gonna create the best tasting hot dog. And they spend all their time in the beginning, right? I did this, every single one of you guys, when you went to start your first business, all did this, okay? You all sat there and you were like, I remember I spent so much time on like my logo and what my business was called and like the colors that it was gonna be in like my mission statement for my business and all of these different things and like making my product so good. I spent all of that time doing that. And I spent none of the time actually researching my market. I sat here and I thought, I'm gonna make a color and a logo and a slogan that's so good that all of a sudden people are going to buy. And so we realize that and we go, okay, I'm not gonna spend my time creating the best logo. I'm not gonna spend my time painting the hot dog stand, the best colors, because then somebody else could literally come and do the exact same thing. And I can't have the outsized advantage of, oh, someone gave me $100,000 a month to start running ads when it pertains to your coaching business, because there's people that have had that. Oh, I went viral for 4 years on TikTok and on Instagram for a theme page account or for making dancing videos or making funny, comedy videos or something like this. Because if that's the thing, I'm easily replaceable, okay? So we sit down and we think, okay, I don't have $10 million to buy the guy's location that has the good location. I can't get a loan to do it. My family's not rich. My grandfather didn't open the hot dog store 100 years ago when it was cheap and then pass it down in the family, okay? So I don't have any generalized advantages to the naked eye. And we're smart enough already to know logo, what the business is called, right? How perfect our course looks, right? How many workouts we have in our Trainerize program are not the thing that are going to actually make people buy from us, right? And it seems silly. But still to this day, I know guys that make $30,000 or $40,000 a month, and they still don't even actually have a course created, right? And I'm the first person to say, you can close your first 5 deals. And a lot of you are already past this, but you can close your first 5 deals without having a program. This is one of the hardest things to explain to people when I have, rarely people come in and they haven't even like really posted any content. They don't even understand anything about the fitness coaching business. It's really difficult for them to wrap their minds around, wait, John Mark, you're telling me to post all this content. The biggest excuse I used to get was, I'm having a hard time posting the content because I don't even know what my offer is. And they don't even understand what offer means. Offer is not the thing that you're selling. They're like, yeah, but like, what's my product? If this guy gets on a call, what am I going to show him? That is the same thing as you going, well, when these people come to my hot dog stand, what am I going to sell them? I need to spend all this time formulating the greatest hot dog. Why? Everyone's already going to go to the starving crowd. You have the greatest hot dog, and you sit there and you're like, best hot dog. Guess what? I went to this place last time and I'm hungry. That's all they're thinking about. Okay? And so we don't have any of these advantages to the naked eye, but we're strategists. So we first execute on the number one rule of making money. If I help enough people get what I want, right? If I help enough people get what they want, then I will actually get what I want. Okay? And so we know they don't just want hot dogs. We know the actual pain points because we've been to the stadium. And again, we're business strategists, and so we've been thinking about this. We don't want to go up against the biggest competitor in the town that already has all these amazing advantages over us, and we don't want to just, attack them and waste all of our money and waste all of our time with no plan, okay? So we start thinking about the actual pain points that lead to the symptom of wanting a hot dog after the game. Just like Sam said, it was the good execution. He goes, oh, I'm going to show my best clients, people that have paid me $12,000, $18,000, and I'm going to show their results to grab some authority. But it's still, to grab some authority. Well, the true answer, and Sam's good enough to know this, right? But we constantly need, and he didn't know fully exactly what I was asking, but we constantly need to be aware. Well, why do they want to buy from a coach that has authority? Is it because they want to be led by somebody that they can feel like they can constantly trust? Do they want, does my authority matter to them because they see a version of me that they didn't have when they were younger and they want to kind of connect to that? Do they want authority because they don't want to buy from somebody and they know that they're not going to listen to somebody that they don't look at and they're like, well, this person's better than me at every single thing in my life, so I have to listen to them? Why are they going to look at those things and go, oh, that gives Sam authority over me? Because no one's going to watch your content and be like, wow, that reel really gave Sam authority over me, right? It just kind of naturally happens as a symptom of the actual pain point, all right? And so we're building our hot dog business knowing this, right? Because we've been through this. And we know there's a million different ways to execute on understanding the thought process, right? And breaking this down. And you guys have seen this inside of the course that I have, and I've talked about this a bunch of times, right? But we're sitting here for time's sake, and I'm going to condense it, and I'm going to think this is probably what I would do, right? And maybe you guys can give your suggestions of the very first thing that you would do. What I would do is I would go to every single person who's in line. I would wait for the game to be over, and I would probably do it on a game where the home team won. So everybody's happy, everybody's in a good mood, nobody's sitting here. Because when you're in a bad mood, what do you immediately do? Bad mood, and the hot dog sucks, and that person was mean, right? Then you might never come back, and everybody's pissed. So I'm gonna go, and I'm gonna be like, on a game that they win, I'm gonna go set up, and I'm gonna go to every single person that's in line, waiting outside of the hot dog stand that I want to compete with, and I'm going to offer to give them free pictures. Okay? Everyone's waiting. And because I've already noticed all the flaws in the business model of the hot dog stand that seems like it has the most leverage that's in front of the starving crowd, okay? I'm going to go take pictures of people and I'm going to listen to their conversations. I'm going to listen to them complain. I'm going to hear them talk about how long the food takes to be made, right? And I'm going to sit there and I'm going to analyze. They don't really have a choice. They're hungry. It's right there. So 400 people are lined up, and I go ask. They're lined up on a Saturday, and I ask every single person that I see, hey, can I take a picture of you guys? It's free. Just want to take a picture of you guys so you can keep this moment of the team winning, right? And out of the 400 people, 120 people say yes, okay? And so I take a photo of them and their friends and their family, and they're all celebrating, right? While they're waiting for their hot dog, okay? And now these are the different things. Because we understand the real pain point of being hungry. Think back where I said some people didn't eat all day. They were rushed. They wanted, different food. There's all sorts of different people, right? A 6-year-old little boy and a 50-year-old, lady, they have a different reason why they are starving, okay? So I ask, based on the conversations that I'm hearing, I ask, to these people, while I'm taking a picture of them, I'm just making conversation. They're happy, and I just offered them something for free. So I'm like, hey, when was the last time that you ate? Did you guys eat any food during the game? Asking these questions, okay? I ask, hey, what's your favorite beer? What are you guys drinking tonight, okay? I ask, in a funny way, and a lot of you guys, just to go even a level deeper, it's like, well, how am I just going to go take a picture of somebody and ask randomly, hey, what's your favorite beer? Think about this. You're trying to make conversation. You're already becoming a salesman. Right? If you want something and you want an outcome and you don't want to learn how to frame it. What are you guys drinking tonight? Please don't tell me you made the same mistake as me and you drank on an empty stomach, right? Who's not going to laugh? You're taking their picture. These people are laughing. They're like, oh yeah, that's definitely what we did. But what are you doing? You're gaining data from how all of these people think and how they operate. And what are we looking for? We're looking for the highest groups of data, because the thing that the most amount of people feel outside of this group is the thing that we're going to execute on to give us the most leverage in the beginning. When we look back at the Hormozi example, the easiest one is, sure, if I can get in front of the starving crowd and be right there, I'm just going to naturally serve the surface level pain point. But if we're trying to be strategic, and we know we don't have any of the advantages that other hot dog stand has, this is the best way to attack it. I start to understand my customer. I don't go build my course first, right? I don't go sit here and be like, the more workouts I have and the more I talk about how good my program is, and I'm going to spend $500 on Trainerize enterprise level, and I'm going to go and I'm going to invest in this AI fitness coaching software and brand my brand around it. None of those things are giving you a strategic advantage in your coaching business. The same way, none of those things will give you a strategic advantage within the hot dog stand. So we ask questions to these people. Is it a tradition for you guys to come to these games and go eat hot dogs afterwards? You guys like to eat food? How many games have y'all seen together, right? What's the most memorable experience surrounding the game that you guys look forward to, right? And now, when you start your business, okay, because we're online, you're not going to go DM a million people and ask them questions. Nobody's going to answer you, right? But what's the best way to start to understand the opinion and the thought process of your audience? You start to post content talking about the things that you are dealing with, how you have solved them. You start talking about your opinions. You start talking about the things that you like, the things that have worked in your life, and what happens. The algorithm responds. One video gets a lot of views. One video doesn't. One video gets a lot of comments, but they're all hate. What is that saying? Most people, at face value, they go, oh, this hate comment, I got to change my content. Well, now you know, when I speak this way, these type of people respond to it and they're angry. Why are they angry? What's the thing that's making them angry? We're taking the pain point and we're opening the symptom and we're learning about what makes our viewers tick, okay? So same exact thing, back to the hot dog stand. And please stay with me, because when you see how this wraps up together It's going to go, phew. Every single one of these calls that we've done, where I talk for 30, 45 minutes, it perfectly wraps up. You have to understand this because every single time you make an improvement, you talk to a customer, you post a piece of content, you see a comment, you post a story, you see how people respond. Instead of you going, this story got low views. Instead of you going, this video didn't get a lot of comments. Instead of you going, oh man, right? This video didn't do as good as I wanted it to. And going and be like, well, I'm gonna try to make another one. I'm gonna make another one. You go, why did it not do as good as I wanted it to? How come I posted this video and they look kind of the exact same and one got 200,000 views and one got 6,000 views? Do you know? Do you know? I promise it's not random. It's how the customer viewed it. And this is where we start to understand the baseline of creating a really good product, because a really good product is not just the product looks good or tastes good. A really good product is not just you looking at face value and going, oh, I've got a really long educational course. Oh, I've got a really good physique. I've made a lot of money day trading. I've made a lot of money in fitness coaching, and now I'm going to be a business coach and make my whole entire product about the fact that I made so much money, you should learn from me because you're going to make money too. That doesn't matter. Because if you have 10 people, 5 of them see you making money and they go, I can't do that. That's a scam. 2 of them go, wow, that's amazing. He must have a cheat code. I want to learn from him, right? And the other 3 look at you and they go, oh man, that's sick. I think that you actually did that, but I don't think that I can do that. I don't have the skills that you have. So you post content and your viewers interpret it differently. And what you start to do is realize, my unique gifts, okay? Me versus Cry. If we went into an alternate reality and we didn't know anything and we just started posting, I've made a lot of money with my fitness coaching business, you should buy from me. Me and Cry can say the exact same topic. I made $50,000 in a month, yada, yada, yada. The way that we teach it, the way that we flex the lifestyle, the way that we post results, people are going to view it differently. They're going to perceive what we're talking about in a different way based on their own psychological process, okay? And so what we're going to do is we've got the data of the 120 people, and of the 120 people, 75 were mainly just drunk, hungry, and impatient. That's what we realized, the majority of them, okay? And right there, we get slapped in the face, and we realize the answer that should have been so obvious before. No one's thinking about food before the game. They're rushing to their seat, okay? They're filling their stomachs with little snacks and little drinks that don't actually feed their hunger, but more so, they just supplement the dopamine of the fact there's girls, there's lights, there's music, the team's gonna win. Look at all these people. How many of you guys, you go to a very, very exciting event, you can be hungry, immediately you're not really hungry anymore, right? You're not hungry anymore, okay? When I have something extremely exciting to look forward to, the last thing on my mind is eating food. It doesn't matter how hungry I am, the last thing on my mind is eating food. So I might get a snack, I might do this, but all they're doing when they go into this game is they're trying to supplement the dopamine instead of actually feeding the hunger that they have. Everyone probably has some degree of hungriness when they walk in, right? And so now we realize our $10 million solution is sitting right in front of us. We've taken the data. We've realized what most people don't understand. We asked all these questions, right? We got feedback. We looked at the feedback and we go, why did they say that and why did they do that? And because we're good coaches, even though we own a hot dog stand, we go, I realize the mistake that these people are making, okay? The majority of all these people, they come every single weekend. They're repeat customers doing what humans do best. Focusing on all of the excitement right in front of them, just to leave the same lingering problem looming above their head every single time that they come. I'm in a rush. I'm excited. I'm going to get snacks. I'm going to drink beer. I'm going to do this. Team wins. Go outside. Oh, I'm stuck with the shitty hot dog, but I'm starving, so I'm going to eat it. Next weekend, same exact thing. No one's on the way to the game going, all these ladies and music and stimulation and dopamine and beer and friends, and let me start to plan where I'm going to go instead of getting that bad. Nobody's thinking about that, right? When we're in this this box of this reality that I've created, okay? So hunger sets in once the excitement has been saturated at the end of the game. There's no more climax, there's no more nerves, there's no more distracting timeline. No one's thinking about if the team's gonna win. Nobody's thinking about getting to their seats. Nobody's thinking about, I want to get in line early and drink beer. Nobody's thinking about, I'm just going to eat some Skittles, do yada, 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 right? Every Saturday night, okay? Every Saturday night, the hot dog stand that's right in front of the starving crowd rubs their hands together and they laugh knowing they sold overpriced hot dogs that taste like plastic and they took 30 minutes to get them fixed, right? And they still sold out every single time. It worked like a charm. And you realize that. And you're also thinking about the fact that all of these people are making the same exact mistake every single time. And it seems so easy because no one focuses on the hunger. No one focuses on the actual pain point. They just go, as soon as I experience this symptom and there's no other distractions around me anymore, oh my God, I'm hungry. And they go for the solution right in front of them. Okay? And week after week after week after week, this hot dog stand that we want to compete with has this harmless little scheme and it works. But eventually it starts to work against them. People come back and they get the food for a fourth time, a fifth time, right? Maybe the team loses, right? And they're like, maybe the last couple times it was just a mistake and there was too many people, yada, yada, yada. And they buy the hot dog and it's still bad. It still took 30 minutes. The person at the cash register was still a dickhead. And now they're pissed. They waited 30 minutes in a line of loud, drunk, hungry people. Their team lost, right? Maybe their girlfriend broke up with them before they came and they literally came to the game to get excitement and joy and to watch their team win and the team lost. And now what are they doing? Now they're putting all of that pain on the next thing that they're looking at, right? But they just package it as, I'm hungry and this place is super shit, right? I'm going to explain this. But all of you guys should be perfectly following me exactly how this is showing up in the coaching business, right? And so now we have this massive group of people that week after week after week are vowing not to go again, right? When humans feel disenfranchised and they actually realize it, holy shit, they think that they're playing me. They think I'm stupid. They will literally go out of their way to make sure that you don't ever make them feel stupid or belittled again, okay? So the next time they make reservations at a closer restaurant, they leave the game early, right? They tell newcomers on the way out, yo, don't go there. That place is shit. It's terrible, right? Word starts to spread, all right? And now, because the customer, think back to the very, very, very first thing that I talked about with the person buying the medicine for the first time. Now the customer starts to think a little bit. They start to become aware, right? They're no longer just thinking, I'm hungry. They're starting to think, I'm hungry, but I'm not going to go give these people my money again to just get this terrible outcome. They start to plan ahead, right? Think of where they're going to go because it's not that they got any smarter or that they didn't have the brain power to think about this before, right? But their subconscious now goes, oh, this is this restaurant's fault. What kind of person does that? I can't believe that they would treat me like that and think that I'm stupid enough to go back, okay? And it's not just them. It compounds weekend after weekend. The hot dog business still makes money and probably always will because they're selling to the lowest level of need and people will always break and give in when they're hungry, even if they feel like they got disenfranchised last time, right? But now there's complications for the hot dog stand that seemed so glorious that was on the corner in front of the starving crowd. There's bad reviews, there's arguments, there's posts online. The hot dog stand seemed like it was never going to go out of business. It seemed like it had hit the jackpot. It was viral, right? It was the best looking, right? But it was all a facade. People start to talk, people start to tell all these people, and now, even though the hot dog stand has the best location and they're in front of all these people, it's working against them. It's working against them, right? And so what happens is now the business owner has to make a decision based on the public from a business that has no foundation outside of the fact that they were always in front of a starving crowd. They didn't have to hire good employees or any of these things, and all these complications that they could have avoided in the beginning start to flood in, right? The rent on the property costs so much that they can't afford to be there anymore now that they have to go spend more money on a better product, okay? They lose money on hiring good talent
because they've spent so much money on the rent and hiring good talent while there's still bad word of mouth working against you. You're still losing money. Now you're paying money for better customer service, but people already think that your customer service is shit. It's really hard. You really got to go out of your way to get that fixed, okay? All of these things start happening and the business starts to fall apart piece by piece. We all know like that hometown restaurant. I've seen this plenty of times, right? Maybe I'm crazy, but I think that all of you guys can resonate with this. That one hometown restaurant that was like, it was like the spot for like a year or two. And then you fast forward a few years later, it's like, yo, like what happened to this place? Like nobody really goes there anymore. Nobody cares. It seems like they just kind of like lost all of their values, right? But as that's happening, that's not what we did. Okay? We saw the hot dog business that was making money and we didn't go, I'm going to copy them and try to compete with them and I'm going to think that my colors are going to be better, my logo is going to be better, right? Or I'm going to try to compete with them and get in front of more starving people and just offer the exact same thing. No, we didn't do that. We positioned ourselves accordingly based on what our talents were and what we understood about our consumer, right? We set up a hot dog stand and we just had 10 of the best hot dogs, right? We had a good product. We spent all this extra money on having good hot dogs, okay? And each person that you realize decides they're not going to go to the hot dog stand that they once went to, okay? They read the sign and they look at your little hot dog stand that literally says 10 hot dogs, okay? And it almost screams at them because you have the words written on it, okay? Winners don't get drunk and hungry, all right? This is a silly analogy, right? But here's what I'm trying to get. We realized that 75 of the people that we asked to take pictures were drunk, they were hungry, and they were going there because of all these things. And now they see that sign and they go, oh, winners don't get drunk and hungry. Or you could say hangry. They're angry, they're mad, they're yada, yada, yada. And they're like, damn, I'm going to try this place next. Right? You didn't try to compete with the other hot dog stand. You strategically positioned yourself to sit there and actually be the thing that made those other customers, when they feel disenfranchised by that one hot dog business, they're like, oh, wait, this guy understands me. I'm drunk and I'm hungry. My team just won. Well, I want to be a winner. It seems so silly, but this is how people's brains naturally work, right? You sell out in just a couple of seconds. And as soon as the starving crowd realizes that they're drunk and hungry, and your line doesn't feel like another, your line doesn't feel like it's treating them like they're just another invisible dollar sign that, you want to take their money, okay? They feel understood. But you don't stop there. You only made 10 hot dogs for a reason. You're building demand for next weekend, and you're letting the people do the work for you. Because we're also strategic, what did we do? We made a QR code on the cart. We didn't spend time on the logo, the name, any of these things. We put a simple sign that made the viewer go, oh, I feel understood. We positioned ourselves right next to the people who became smart enough to go from symptom to what's the actual pain point behind what I want, and where do they go? Oh, this person. If we would have tried to compete with the location right next to them, they probably would have been like, that business is probably the exact same. They look for something different. Right? But you put a QR code on your cart, and since you already have so much rapport with these people for fixing their new pain that comes on top of them being hungry and it enhances the desired outcome, they almost feel like they owe you. Oh my God, cheap hot dog and it actually tastes good, and you were here with the thing that I wanted that I felt disenfranchised from the other business for, and you tell them, okay? You tell them, even though they paid you, they still want to give you something. Oh yeah, of course I'll do that for you. You understand me. You understand me, okay? You express to them how every time you bring your family, you're in a rush and you can't eat in the stadium. All of the true pain points behind the symptom that they actually have, right? The symptom of the person who's starving that's in the crowd. And then they go, oh, you've done the same exact thing as me? Now they trust you even more. And you tell them, hey, this happens to me all the time. So what I did is I made a QR code, and if you put your name and your phone number in, you can save your custom order. Whatever you got right now, you can save it for next time. And 10 minutes before the game ends, you put in your ticket, we'll go ahead and we'll start making your hot dog the exact same way that you got it this time. And that way, you don't have to go stand in the line. It's already ready. We'll have it done for you, and we know exactly what you want. And you also tell them that if they
make a social media post about it and talk about how much better your hot dog was and how you actually gave them the thing that they wanted and how the other hot dog place is so bad and the people should start coming here. Or if they tell 5 friends to put in their order for next time, you say, I'll give you a hot dog for free. What an amazing offer. You open their mind now. Oh, I can get a hot dog for free if I tell everybody about this amazing experience, right? And this is the thing. You only have to give away 10 free hot dogs. And if each of those people tell 5 people and 2 more of them come, worst case scenario, you've now made another 10 customers and you're doubling your repeating customers and you're still making money, right? So the word of mouth continues, the value keeps increasing, and you keep getting more strategic rather than more greedy. You don't go 10 hot dogs and go, wow, that sold so well, I'm gonna come back next time with 500 hot dogs, right? You bring 10, and you bring 20, and you bring 30, and you bring 40. You do the exact same thing, and every single time, what are you doing? Sam, I'll answer that in a second. You'll see, I think I'm gonna answer your question anyways, but you see, every single time you sell hot dogs, you find more people. You understand their experience a little bit more, right? Oh, I had 20 people ask me if I had relish. I didn't have relish. I didn't think about that before because I've never had relish on my hot dog. So I'm going to bring relish. And then you do that. And then you do that. And the people feel more understood. They feel more catered to. And they naturally just start going to, and word of mouth spreads. And little by little, the leverage that the hot dog business in front of the starving crowd had starts to diminish because nobody cares anymore that they're starving if they know that they're going to walk 10 more minutes down the street, but they're going to get exactly what they want. It's going to be good service. It's actually going to heal the pain point, not the actual symptom, because the symptom of being hungry works in this scenario. But as we go up the level of needs, right, the symptom becomes more and more and more confusing. And I'm going to get to this in just a second. That's going to answer your question, Sam, right? So you don't go from 10 hot dogs to 500, even though you could, right? You go from 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40. And you realize if I scale too fast, I'm going to quickly become the thing that I sought to destroy. And success definitely loves speed. You've heard me say this all the time, right? But it also loves intention. I've seen track runners. I ran track in high school, right? I wrestled, I did all these things. I've seen so many track runners run down the track, like move their body like super fast and not win the race, right? And most of the best track runners, the people that I saw that would just like smoke me, they literally looked like they were just smoothly gliding. Relaxed face, relaxed everything, perfect form, just gliding down the track, right? So smooth is fast. Intentionality creates a smooth rhythm. So instead of going from 10 to 500, you go 10, 20, 30, 40 each time, understanding your audience a little bit better, knowing that eventually you'll reach the apex that will allow you to have so much leverage that you can go from 50 hot dogs to 10,000 just like that. But you don't want to do it too fast. You want to understand your customer every single time. Because the jump from 10 to 500, the variables of what the audience wants, what the person who's hungry wants. If you went from 10 to 500 and you happen to be 300 of those people wanted relish and they also wanted fries and you didn't have that because you scaled too fast, oh, it worked for 10 people. But now guess what? All these people are also like, well, fuck this guy. He didn't have the thing that I wanted. And then they go look for somebody else, right? Because you got too greedy, right? There's some money I need to go. Smooth is fast. Just because it's fast does not actually mean that it's the type of speed that breeds success, okay? So, you stay smooth, you realize you won't be able to operate out of a cart for very long, and if you truly want to make money, you're going to have to move into a real location. And you could immediately just move a block down the road and hope people see you at the best location. But it just won't work because the place that you were at the last time, they're going to see that you're not there anymore and they're probably not going to go look for the person down the road. But you're not out of luck because you have a master plan and we're building this hot dog business, okay? Not only did you understand your customers' feelings when they finished the game drunk and hungry, you also noticed they all in the same way, shape, or form insinuated a feeling of sadness that the game was over. Sadness that the game was over, right? They were looking for a combination of food, more fun, and a way to drag on the memory of the game, right? They're with friends, they're with family, they're drunk, they're doing all of these things, right? And you realize that the game could have just been the start of an exciting experience instead of the end that ends with a shitty hot dog. So you create an event around the game, right? It could be something like super corny. I just created this like, they have like the post-game show, right? All you guys are gonna laugh. I would think this is stupid, but just to drive my point home, because this is not about building a hot dog business, right? You call it the post-game chow instead of the post-game show, right? And when you're hungry, this is what you start to tell every person, right? The night is only beginning, right? All of these things, you could do so many things to position yourself to where you could go a mile down the road, but all of the people that came to you, you tell them, hey, I'm gonna be going a mile down the road, but every single night, we're gonna have your order, we understand you, and we're gonna host an event, and we're gonna play highlights, right? We're gonna do karaoke, we're gonna have you cater all of these bonuses, all of these extra things that aren't even about a hot dog around the actual pain point. Because what did we realize? Some people are going to get what on the surface looks like the hot dog, but that's not actually the thing. If they're going to just sit down and eat, but to spend time with their friends, a hot dog tasting better isn't going to serve that thing that they actually want. It's not going to serve the pain point. Okay? Here's what I'm trying to help you guys understand. Breathing, food, water, shelter, clothing, sleep, they're all the easiest solutions to sell. Okay? I know some idiots that have clothing brands that make a lot of money because they serve a baseline need. You want to look cool, my clothes look cool, and that's it. And they make money. Okay? Because people just think about that piece of clothing looks cool, it's sick. And the business owner goes, I just need to make cooler clothes. All right? And I know restaurants that are absolutely horrible and they make money. The view, the location, they're the only thing that people go there for. There's so many restaurants in Miami that I know that are literally, the food is terrible. But it's like right on the river. There's like hot waitresses. The ambiance is sick. And so people still go. Why? Because the food wasn't the actual thing that the people wanted. So the people that are going out just looking for the best food, they're not going to go to that restaurant. But there might be a restaurant owner who his leverage doesn't lie in making the greatest food. And so if he wants to go into the restaurant business because he's passionate about it, but he's like, man, I don't have any leverage in making the best food. How stupid would it be for him to try and compete with the restaurant that has the best food? Why doesn't he build a restaurant around understanding his audience and still giving them the thing that they wanted indirectly, right? And so this is the problem here, okay? You can't go look for these outsized pieces of leverage, right? You'll run into things that feel like lucky advantages later on in business, but most people who get them up front end up cursing themselves, as we saw with the person who got the best location in front of the starving crowd, okay? Right? With coaching, think about this. Again, I'm just going to use the easiest example, right? If you are extremely good looking, you're super jacked, just genetically, like you don't even, how many of you guys know, like I know so many guys who are just like they eat like shit, and they're just jacked as fuck. They're good looking. They're, super. If you're 6'5", there's dudes in the world who will literally never be able to compete with that. So if there's a guy, quote unquote, who's like the hot dog business, right? Who's just genetically gifted, he's jacked, he's good looking, right? Super tall, right? Well spoken, all these things. He didn't really have to work hard for it. It was just given to him, right? And he makes money with this fitness coaching business because people buy his program because it's on the baseline desire of like, I want to level up as a man. And they buy. And you look at that guy and you go, oh, well, that person has success. I'm going to model my business after him. What did we just see? That would be just like trying to model your business after the hot dog stand that was right in front of the starving crowd. Well, I'm going to go viral. I'm going to do these things. You're competing in a spot where you don't have leverage, right? And even if you are kind of tall, even if you do have a really good physique, do you want to compete against something that has no substance? Especially, here's the thing, we're not selling food, guys. Breathing, food, water, shelter, clothing, sleep, right? These are the baseline level of needs that a human has. Are any of you guys helping people like breathe or like eat, like satiate their hunger or like have a house or do any of these? No. So the farther we go up this level, the better customers we can attract. And the more we have to understand the pain point rather than just the symptom. Hence why we can also charge so much money, okay? But we never, ever, ever want to model our business after somebody that just seems like they have it figured out without first also understanding ourselves. So the thing is that the tall dude, right, can sell to dudes who are nothing like him because they want to be like him, and he gains leverage from them thinking he knows something special and that they'll know it too if they buy. Sam, this is what you were just thinking about. Authority. But why? But why? Okay? It's just that's not the case. Some guy's tall. Oh, he has a successful fitness coaching business. I'm going to buy from him because he's a successful fitness coaching business. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. If you're 4'5", right, and you're just like not a great looking guy, and you know you might have a really, really good physique and work way harder than that person, but your genetics are never going to show a chiseled 8-pack with ab veins. Why would you try to use the same blueprint that guy had, right? Thinking back to this, if my grandfather didn't give me the restaurant that's on the corner right there and I just automatically showed up with it, why would I then go try and use the same format that person used just to become successful, right? Every single person in business long enough will realize they have a massive competitive advantage. Every single one of you. There are dozens of people in this call that have competitive advantages that are bigger than my competitive advantage. Only problem is, okay, my competitive advantage, regardless of how good it is or how not that good it is, the more you understand your competitive advantage by understanding yourself and understanding your audience, the more you separate yourself from anybody ever being able to compete with you. So I'm not saying don't use your advantages to benefit you. The dude that's super tall who makes videos just being like, yo, I'm like an alpha male more than you, like, he should. Like, that's fine. Do it. But if the hot dog shop on the corner right in front of the gates of the stadium of the starving crowd ran the exact same process as we did when we first opened up with our hot dog cart, that literally would have been a monopoly. I'm right in front of the starving crowd and I'm doing this, and now I'm understanding my customers. Now I'm giving an amazing product. Now I'm doing all of these things, right? We wouldn't have been able to build our hot dog stand next to him because nobody would have ever left. The customers would have always stayed there, right? He could have done the same thing that we did with his massive competitive advantage, right? And it would have been so successful, right? The entire world is at your fingertips when you understand that all of your leverage comes from understanding the actual pain point behind the symptom that your viewer is experiencing and realizing that your competitive advantage lies in the way that you break down why they're experiencing that symptom to them. Group of 20-year-old teenagers, when I go up to them and I want to understand why they want to hang out with their friends and do this, the way that I talk to them is going to be different from the way if I say the same thing, like, yo, what are you guys drinking tonight? Like, you know, like, y'all getting on some ladies, and I build a relationship like that. If I go say that to a group of 50-year-old people that are all super mature, and guess what? Same exact symptom, we're here to eat food with our friends, as the 20-year-old group of people, they interpret what we said differently. And then we go, whoa, why'd you guys get upset? How do I become a better coach? Well, I know why those people responded to me that way. And I also know why both of these groups of people are there. Well, what's the same way that I can get the same point across, but to the group of the 50-year-old people and the group of these people, right? And now where this positions you within your audience is we are not a brick and mortar business. The reason why there's so much like professionalism and perfectionism and all these things in a brick and mortar business is because you have a limited amount of people. And so you want to maximize how many people you can serve within your area. And the demographic is going to be different based on where you are, right? And the way that you position yourself. But why does online it not matter how we position ourselves outside of how congruent it is to what we understand about who we are? Is because if I don't feel like I'm in the best position to build a relationship with the group of 50-year-olds, even though they have the same symptom as a group of 20-year-olds, guess what? I just fucking go head on into making my messaging that I'm good at relate to that group of 20-year-olds because I have access to hundreds of millions of people and I'm not limited by this little brick and mortar thing that I have, right? So if you go on and you try to build your product without even understanding the person who's using the product, then you don't know what corner you're selling on or what food will be the best to sell or even what is making the person want the food, right? There are some of you guys who would have thought the very first thing you would have thought is like, I gotta have relish as a condiment, right? That probably never would have crossed my mind. Well, like, what's the difference between that? But there's also a counteract to that. There's something that I thought of that was the very first thing that I thought of that you would have never thought about. Why does that come? You eat relish on your hot dog. I don't eat relish on my hot dog. That's not a thing that's predominant in my life. So while it's obvious to you, that was the last thing that I thought about. So think about this and understand it. That doesn't mean that I can't then go and add that thing on. But when you guys go and you create your product, so many of you are thinking about what do I think from the person who's already gotten the thing that my viewer wants? What do I think that they want? And you go and you look externally to solve that problem. Oh, I think they want this, and I think they want this, and I think that they want this. Now, the more customers you have, the better you get at this. But we are naturally selfish creatures. We're naturally selfish creatures, right? I say this all the time. Why am I so good at understanding and being in the shoes of my viewer and my audience? And why does that make my content, my personal brand, my ability to help people discern between information and my ability to sell and my ability to make a good product? I'm constantly taking one-on-one calls. I was in your shoes. I was in your shoes, every single one of you guys. But if 3 years ago I was in your shoes, and then as soon as I made $120,000 a month, and I'm like, okay, a bunch of people are asking me to start business coaching, I'm going to start business coaching. I just went on from there. Oh, now it's 2026, and the game's changed a little bit because the game's rapidly changing, but I'm still selling based on the only little thought process that I had when I was 18 years old and I was a personal trainer at Crunch and I was working. There's so much diversity of faces within here, right? It's because the foundation of what I teach is always the same. But I've created a system that is replicated based on how does this customer approach me and understanding what their position is. So when I have an SOP on the beginning of my Notion document, right? And it says, hey, go through, watch the modules, right? Understand this, post your content, and then come with your 5 questions that you have. Kyle, when he first joined my program, and Sam, when he first joined my program, they're going to watch all the information, all the hours and hours and hours of education that I have, go and execute on it. Even though they watch the exact same thing, and they're answering the same steps. But I deliver based on how Kyle interpreted what I said and also based on how Sam interpreted what I said. And that comes from asking questions and getting data, just like we did with our hot dog business, right? Because Sam might watch all of these videos. He might, when he joined the mentorship, and he might watch everything, and he might post, and he might, post his 10 videos and post his 2 YouTube videos, right? But I see that him executing on that, he's changing who he is a little bit. And so that reveals to me, oh, that's something that I need to break so that he can actually execute on this information the right way. Versus Kyle shows up and he's just like, fuck it, let's go. He's just like screaming. He's just exactly his normal self. But I see that he only teaches from the perspective of where he was when he was down and he was broke and these things were happening. And I realize how that doesn't interpret to his audience the right way. So same exact product, both got success. What was the verdict? How much I understood you guys and the questions that I asked and the data that I collected from you before I gave you the thing that I gave you. The foundation is the same, but the way that I teach it, the way that I deliver it is based on the position that you're in. If you're 18 years old and you invested the last amount of money that you had in my program, and you've never, ever, ever posted a piece of content, and you're still thinking about the people that are in your, freshman college, frat about what you're posting, it's going to be different than how I coach somebody who's 40, who's been in the fitness industry for, 20 years, and they've posted and they've done all these things. Same pain point. I want to scale my business. It's not working. Same foundation of information. I'm teaching them the same system, but the way that I deliver it is different, because we can deliver the hot dog to the person who is there to be with their friends and eat, who's 20 years old. And we can deliver the hot dog to the person who's 50, who's there to be with their friends and eat, who's 50 years old. Same hot dog, but the way that they interpret how much value it had is based on how it was framed. Based on how it was framed. If there's rap music playing, oh, well, I'm playing music to make the experience more enjoyable. The 50-year-old people probably don't want to hear that, right? But if I'm playing classical music, the 20-year-old group of people are like, oh, bro, I'm trying to get lit. Same exact thing that I'm delivering, but I change based on how I understand my audience. And the beautiful part with an online coaching business is we have all of the control based on how vulnerable we actually are with what we say, and then how much feedback, and we go see and we go look and go, the same thing that I talked about with Cry and Sam. There are times in my life where I learn something now and I go, I learned the exact same thing 2 years ago, but I didn't think about it the same way. I read this book. Do you think that everything that I just told you guys, magically translated into my head 3 years ago when I read that for the first time? No. I go, starving crowd. Got it. Same information now, same person, more context, more understanding, right? That is where all of the value lies. So if we look and we go and we check this out, it's like most people don't even know what corner they're selling on. They hear saturated market. Well, I heard, or they hear starving crowd. I heard starving crowd and I go viral. Why is my crowd starving? Right? Why? Okay? What corner are you selling on? What food will be the best to sell? What condiments? What type of packaging? Is it a luxury hot dog? Is it a vegan hot dog? Or does it not matter? The group of 20-year-old people don't care what you made your hot dog with, unless they're biohacking peptide health nuts. Maybe they do care. Do you even know what is making the person want the food? How do you know you have a good product if that only comes through understanding your customers? And you guys make all of these changes. Oh yeah, I'm gonna, if I sat here and I was like, oh yeah, I'm building this software right now and I'm just gonna give it I have a cheat code because I understand the biggest and most desirable thing for me when I first started. I had this crazy feeling in my head that if I had some crazy software that made the program, my coaching program, look sick and all of these different things, that it was just going to make me a bunch of money. But I didn't even realize that has nothing to do with it. Because if somebody comes in and I give them the best training program and the best XYZ, but they don't even know how to interpret it and sell it in a way that their audience finds it valuable. It doesn't matter that it looks cool. What if the person doesn't care about it looking cool? You can still take that same product that's worked for you, but you need to show them why and explain to them why it looking cool actually fires in the brain centers and hypes them up around wanting to do this, right? Lewis posted a video the other day, he's talking about, remember who you are, like anime boy, because there's all those videos like, remember who you are, white boy, remember who you are, this, and it shows that thing. It's like, why does that hit the brain centers? When you post that video, it's like, oh, okay, the baseline thought is, well, a lot of guys who are super jacked and have like a really crazy physique, they watched all these animes where the people had crazy physiques, and then they were like, oh, I want to look like that, and that inspired a generation of people who wanted to look sick, right? But if you say that and somebody has grown out of watching it, or they don't feel the same about it, or somebody's never watched anime anymore, does that mean, even if they might relate with you on 10 other things, but they're like, I've never watched anime anymore, right? It's fine for you to post a video like that to grab people in your audience, but the whole point of the rest of the system, the content, the program, you might have somebody that joins your program, and maybe you make your whole entire program around like the anime mindset, right? And they join your program, and they're like, bro, like that, it doesn't emotionally trigger them the same exact way. How do you go fix that? You don't tell them, yeah, bro, just like watch the anime and get motivated. You break down, well, why did that motivate me? Why was that so cool? Then you find the thing in their life, because every single person has human nature. Every single brain on an animalistic level operates the exact same way. So how do you make that cater to the person, right? What is the difference between a pain point and a desire of food versus that of a fitness coaching program, right? Because you're treating your coaching business like you're selling food. It's the easiest thing to do. Because what did I just explain to you right there? If you build your program around anime mindset, maybe the people that watch anime even see that, but a lot of them just look at it and they're like, oh, that's cool. But that doesn't make them want to pay you $5,000. Why? Because we're not selling food. Now, if you were the most viral person right now, if you had 100 million views every single month, you're going to sell programs regardless, because people see it and it's just, you have enough of the starving crowd, right? But think about this. We come auto-downloaded with the solution to hunger. Do you guys remember a time in your life where like someone had to teach you that like when you're hungry, like you eat food? No, you're a baby. It's like, I'm hungry. Like you would have, if your parents let you crawl around on the ground, like you would have found some food and ate it, okay? I'm thirsty, I want water. You didn't ever, did someone ever have to teach you how to drink water? No, it sounds so stupid. Did someone ever have to teach you how to eat food? Did somebody ever have to teach you how to breathe air? Did somebody ever have to teach you, hey, when it's raining outside, you go in the shelter? Like you go under shelter, you go inside? No, it's just a natural human instinct. Oh, it's raining, let me go inside. It's raining right now. What do I do? You know what? It's like, it's raining, go inside, okay? Because these are predisposed needs that are never eternally satiated. How many of you can eat tonight and you'll never be hungry again? It's not gonna happen. Every time you eat food, you'll always be hungry again. It's the most predictable cycle of needs. Therefore, it's the easiest to sell at face value. If someone watches anime because they want motivation, and you are purely selling that format of motivation, yes, Lewis, those videos will do good if you are the most viral person, because they will constantly be like, motivation, and they will buy. Motivation, and they will buy. So I'm not saying it's not okay to post that content, right? That's completely fine. But what should you understand from that? The way that the people take that video, it tells you about your offer does not have to do with anime. It has to do with the fact that you used to find things like that and you hype yourself up about your training and you base it around. I used to do the exact same thing. I had this weird dystopian, like when I would go train, it was like, I would wear like affliction. I was like the only white dude at my school. I was the only dude anywhere that wore like affliction freshman year. Like that brand is from like the early 2000s. Like my teachers would look at me like I was retarded, but that was like I go to the gym. It's like pain. Like I thought I was like Dorian Yates. Like, why did I do that? Because it put me in this like, it's like I was like living a movie. I was like a movie character, right? So there's not much thought behind these things. I didn't understand that at the time. I was just like, oh, I think this is cool and it makes my workouts feel better. I didn't know why it made my workouts feel better. If somebody would have broke that thought process down to me, I would have been like, oh shit. But we just naturally see it. That dude's wearing the same clothes as me. That's pretty sick. But, you want me to pay you $4,000? You're wearing these clothes because this. And when you go to the gym, it hypes you up. You feel like this is how you're going to reverse engineer you getting way better gains than you've ever had. And I'm like, oh my God, this guy understands me better than I understand myself. It seems so simple, but when we look at it like this, it starts to, all of these things are instincts, right? Instinctual desire, motivation. I want to look cool. These things are nice. Oh, I want to get jacked. Okay, why? Instincts don't require thought. They're baked into our subconscious mammal brain, right? But you're not selling when it comes to coaching. You're not selling to the instinct, right? Instincts like hunger are physiological needs. Okay, they're the lowest level of need. They're very, very easy to teach around, okay? Check this out. They're the easiest thing to teach around because it doesn't require thought and every single human being experiences them. This is why Hormozi used it as a point of reference because it's just very easy to get across. Hormozi would have had to write a whole entire book just about this one thing for it to work. But the higher you go up the ladder, the more variables there are and the more specific you have to be. Because we interpret and feel these needs and desires differently based on who we are personally. The higher you go up, the more intricacy there is and the harder it is to fully solve. You can have a solution and the hunger still doesn't go away, and sometimes it can just make the hunger grow. So when we're selling food, it's very easy to solve. As long as I make you not hungry, it's fine. Sure, I can start to be like, oh, okay, I want to be around my family. Do you guys see? What do fast food chains sell based on? The cheapest thing. And you'll realize, and I'm going to give you this example here in a little bit, right? The best ones, what would you guys categorize McDonald's like sells? Like, do they have a leverage point outside of just this physiological need? I'm curious. One of you guys might make a really good point if you think they do.
I think don't they make a lot of stuff about family and like happiness and connection and
100%.
Yeah.
100%. But there you go. Paulo said it. Convenience. That's their leverage. Who goes to McDonald's? They might say stuff about family and connection, but who goes to McDonald's? It's like, fuck, nothing's open, I'm gonna go to McDonald's. It's cheap, it's quick, none of you have ever been like, family, McDonald's. Have you guys? No, right? But McDonald's is wildly successful. But who makes more money than McDonald's and doesn't have nearly as many locations? Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A has food, and they do the thing that Sam was just talking about. Everyone thinks about Chick-fil-A, and it's here, and it's here. They're 3 levels up. And guess what? They have something that makes this work. What's a disadvantage on the outside? Chick-fil-A is not open on Sunday. McDonald's is. And convenience is McDonald's greatest asset for positioning. So if they tried to close on Sunday, it wouldn't work. But guess what? Chick-fil-A does more revenue, even being open way less days in the year, because it doubles down on the love and belonging part that takes in there, hey, we're a faith-based organization. Chick-fil-A is literally, you go into Chick-fil-A, it's baked into the SOPs. My pleasure. If somebody said my pleasure at McDonald's, you'd literally be like, what? It wouldn't even like make you like feel good. You'd just be like, what? So Chick-fil-A does things completely different. And they double down on that and they go higher up this thing. And it's great for them. Now, when McDonald's tries to go higher up, it doesn't work. Because as Sam just said, they make a lot of things about family. But when do you guys ever think about McDonald's in that context? Never. No one's ever said, I want to go and like take my whole family, Saturday after like to McDonald's. It's just like, it's convenient, we're tired, we're cheap. It's like, but you go in Chick-fil-A, it just kind of feels like, you feel that nice, bright, happy energy. So when McDonald's tries to use another person's competitive advantage, it does not work. It doesn't work at all, right? So the higher you go up the pyramid, the more specific you get, and the more depth and understanding you must have of the person. But in turn, the more leverage you also have. Most coaches only market, sell, and fulfill, even the best ones, up to the second or the third tier, right? They only go up to the second or the third tier because we're not selling food. So the food people that go up to this, I would even argue that the morality of Chick-fil-A being faith-based and not being open on Sunday, even though it could make them more money, doubles down and they take this entire pyramid. Are you guys seeing that? Does that make sense? Right? McDonald's can't do that. Their morality lies in being open every day and being 24/7. There's no morality in McDonald's having good ingredients because it doesn't actually support their leverage point. So you think naturally being open every day and having the quickest food and the cheapest food that still tastes good, and that it doesn't actually serve it, because guess what? If Chick-fil-A was the cheapest option, it would hurt them. Because what culture would it bring in? It's still fast food, but what kind of culture would it bring in? So the basic understandings never actually give you competitive advantage ever. But we naturally just think they're successful, so I'm just going to try and do that maybe a little bit better. It doesn't work. You can only have a couple of people in the Arby's, Burger King. It doesn't work, right? But they all have their own little thing, okay? Chick-fil-A has a very small menu, and they only update tiny little things based on like the seasons. What does that do? Family. Oh, the Christmas milkshake. It makes you feel this. It's very, 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 very strategic, okay? But since we are selling coaching, we're not selling food, right? The baseline of what we sell is already, the baseline of what Chick-fil-A sells is food. It's a physiological need. Our baseline starts at the top. Our baseline starts at the top. Morality, creativity, spontaneity, acceptance, experience, purpose, meaning, and inner potential, self-esteem, confidence, achievement, respect, and need to be a unique individual. We start at the top. I want to get in shape. Why? I feel like it's the right thing to do. I want to be healthy. I want to be accepted. I want the experience of seeing if I can achieve my full potential. I want to feel like I mean something. Why are you waking up at 5 a.m? Well, I'm trying to create a new identity within myself. Inner potential, meaning, experience. Why not? I'm going to go my whole entire life and I can't wake up at 5 a.m? But guess what? There's somebody else. All of these things, 5 a.m. wake up is framed differently for them. So when you just say 5 a.m. wake up because you got to hold yourself accountable and be disciplined, but somebody else is doing it out of spontaneity to be like, oh, I've got control of my life. That was half of what I was doing, is I realized I can't wake up at 5 a.m. There's no fucking rules. Society has said that, oh, you can't wake up early in the morning. Why would I not do that? So I sell from my unique perspective on these things, right? Let's go up and let's learn about this a little bit more at just the third level, right? Because we start up here, But that means we have to bring each one of these things up to the top, okay? If you're a business that is selling breathing, food, water, shelter, clothing, sleep, something like this, right? Love and belonging, yada, 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 intimacy. The businesses that sell all the way up through the top do the absolute best. And here's the thing. If you're the most viral, most seen person or most seen business, you can literally just sell in your core of what you're doing. McDonald's. They don't have to go up at all because they're the most convenient. They're everywhere. They have the most stores. They've been around for the longest. Okay? But there's only a couple of those players in the marketplace. And guess what with social media? If every single person who started social media all had 1 million followers, 1 million followers would be equivalent to 1,000. But there's only a certain amount of people in the world. So you have to understand, there's an infinite amount of possibilities within this and people that can make money. There's an infinite amount of money, okay? The world wants you to think that there's an infinite amount of money. Our country is in $40 trillion of debt. To who? It's just an IOU power grab exchange thing. When you put $10,000 in the bank, you realize that every single one of those dollars, they literally turn it into $9 and then they loan that out. Where did the money come from? It's fake. It's not pegged to anything. So there's a finite amount of people. There's an infinite amount of perspectives and there's an infinite amount of money. So the one thing that everyone likes to sell on, because it's the easiest understanding, is I'm going to help you go viral. But there's a finite amount of views that every single person can get. And when you categorize yourself on that's my one leverage, there are some people who, yes, they like their biggest thing, Clav. That's a motherfucker who because he's so weird and opposite and all these things that just, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he ODs, says disrespectful shit, says the N-word, whatever. It's just, if I can just go more viral, that's all I need. The more depth you have as a person, the less amount of people are going to cater to you face value. And this is the thing. If you are a coach, you have gone through, all of you have been through massive or putting yourself through massive amounts of personal development. Yes? At every point. Doesn't matter if you're a business coach, doesn't matter if you're every single person. Personal development. The more personal development you go through, the more depth you have. The more depth you have, the harder it is for somebody to understand you on the lowest level. Okay? So if we go up one of these hierarchies, let's look at intimacy, right? Let's look at intimacy, okay? This is more complicated because unlike food, when you eat, you fix the problem, it's gone, okay? Then we have the friends, the family, why you're here, yada, 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 but you'll still go and you'll just eat, okay? Even if the food was bad, you might crave something tastier, but the hunger is gone. If you're starving and I give you something that's like the worst food that you've ever had, but you eat it, the hunger is gone. Yes? Absolutely. It wasn't tasty, but the hunger was gone. So if after you're like, I still want to get a little bit something tastier, well, it's because the actual pain point was not actual genuine starvation. It was taste. It was, I want something nice. I want something that's good. I want to feel better. I want comfort. You're starting to understand everyone eats, but everybody eats for a different reason. Okay? So when we look at this, it's low level. But intimacy, there's more layers. We only went up 3 blocks, okay? But there's already more layers. Everyone has a different root desire behind why they crave intimacy. But because humans are unaware of ourselves and we've lost the ability to truly think for ourselves because of the saturation of information and we don't actually know what we want, we have a much harder time deciphering through what is right for us so that we can successfully silence the root of the desire. You can crave intimacy, and deep in your core, it could be because you truly want an unbreakable connection with another human being. But you have to have done the self-work to be aware of that. And most people haven't. So your body, and even if you've done the self-work to be aware of that, the craving is so high that most people are like, fuck it, I want to just mask the problem anyways. Okay? So even if you're aware of that and you go through all that, most people haven't done the self-work to do that. That's why we're coaches. We've done the self-work. It's hard. Most people don't want to do it. That's the thing that we're actually selling. Your body reads the craving for intimacy just like hunger. It doesn't crave why you're hungry. It just craves that you're hungry. If you're craving intimacy, you don't sit and think, what I'm really wanting right now is a deep connection with a woman that I can build a purpose with. Your body goes, I'm horny. I want to have sex. So you hook up with a girl, you do your thing, you mask the problem. You mask the problem with what you thought was the solution. And immediately, even after the dopamine, even after the feeling of conquest, you find yourself unlike food, whereas if you were hungry and you feed yourself, even if you wanted something more tasty, yada, 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 you're not hungry anymore. Because we're up the level of desires and needs, you have sex, you do your thing, there's dopamine, there's feeling of conquest, you find yourself experiencing the same exact thing, even more. Now, maybe not the first time, maybe not the second time, maybe not the third time, right? But everyone knows plenty of young men, you have sex, first time, second, third time, fourth, and it's like, what the fuck is happening to me? What am I doing? And it's like, oh, that I feel worse than I did before, right? Because you start to learn. So the first time people buy, you remember when I said that? First time people buy, I want to make money in fitness coaching. That guy made money in fitness coaching and he's viral. I buy from him. Oh, that didn't work. Then you get a little bit more educated. It's very, very rare that you find human beings that are like, before I do this pleasurable thing, let me think about my actions. Oh, solution, let me take it, right? And so after all of that, you still find yourself experiencing loneliness. And that's because you actually craved connection because you feel lonely and unaccompanied. But you don't enjoy the company of your own mind. It's painful, it's dark, and it's a constant battle. However, you aren't aware of that. You just thought you wanted sex. And you don't even know that the feeling that you're feeling is loneliness. You just feel this bad feeling right after. And you got the thing that you wanted, but it left you feeling worse. So what do? Do you reflect and remind yourself that you must first love who you are inside and out before you can feel true love and connection with someone else? Please raise your hand. Please raise your hand. If the first time, and some of you guys might have the love of your life, you're married on here, and these things are great. And if that, wonderful. But the reality is, most people didn't have it like that. But please raise your hand if when you were younger, like you had sex for the first time, and after you were like, oh man, that didn't really at the core like solve what God created sex in my body to actually do and like build this connection and like go and populate the earth. No more of that for me. I mean, nobody fucking did that. Nobody did that. No one did, right? So do you reflect? Do you ask yourself? Never. Why would you do that? Social media has convinced you that all women are hoes and that they're only good for one thing. It can never be your fault, right? So you have the brilliant solution, okay? Because deep down, if it was your fault, that would mean you would have to do the hard work of self-development and admitting that you lack in areas that you should be building yourself in, and that could never be the case. So you blame the problem externally. It was the girl. It was the girl. That's what it was. She wasn't hot enough. She wasn't bad enough. She wasn't doing tricks on it. That's what it was. Oh, I'm gonna go find. I'm saying this like you guys think I'm joking, but you have to understand the thought process, right? Is that the actual thing that you thought? No. But what do we always do? I'm helping you understand how how they actually think. Human nature. No one ever sat there and goes, maybe this is me. The only time when you ever looked in the mirror in your life was when you got to such a breaking point that you're like, it's me. And it becomes so logical. Right? So if we realize that humans, it takes them so long to do this, And we are an elite group of people. That's why we're coaches. We've already realized this. There's some people that will go 40 years before they realize it. That's why you see a bunch of sad, regretful, old people. We've been blessed to have gone through it early, still fucked up, still made mistakes, but realize this. And so if we know that the majority of people are somewhere between the cycle of not ever even crossing their mind that it could be their fault. I'm not talking about sex, I'm talking the gym. Go to the gym, can't stay consistent, can't do this. What? Have you ever realized that it's because you're trying to go to the gym so that you can look better and become more confident? But your brain knows deep down that even if you stayed consistent and you had abs, you still wouldn't be confident because you know the way that you're living your life. So why would your dumb ass, if you want to get a six-pack, here's what you... It doesn't make any sense. If you understand the thought process behind the mistake that continues to bring the need, then you can really start to go, who's my market and how do they actually take the thing that I'm talking about? Because if you go tell 17-year-old Cry after he lost his virginity and he was like, dang, I don't feel like magically not lonely anymore. Right? And you go tell Cry and you're like, that's you, brother. That's you. That woman was a reflection of you. You energetically connected with her. And now you feel empty because you solved the little desire, but that desire was actually put inside of you to constantly crave one woman, crave your wife, and continue to get to know her deeper over time. But you looked at this girl and you go, that shit wasn't good enough. And then you go, so why would you go tell Cry, yo, bro, like, instead of having sex, you got to work on yourself. Do you guys know how many people it's like, stop jerking off? Like, these are at the lowest forms of offer. And I'm just talking about this so you guys can understand. It's like, oh, yeah, buddy, I'm going to listen to you. Thanks. Nobody sits here thinking, oh, yeah, like, this is amazing for me. They don't understand why. Every single person that's ever broke the habit of lust, ever broke the habit of porn, ever broke the habit of literally putting in any area their problems under somebody else, what happened first? They understood why they made the mistake so that they would stop doing it. And you have to understand it to the point of, I can't lie to myself anymore. Because when things are abstract in our mind doesn't like abstract, it likes concrete. And it's much easier to go with the concrete, easy solution of, oh no, it was the girl. It definitely wasn't me, because we don't know what's wrong with us and we don't want to accept that. I have been putting to practice the whole entire point of this video. And we're going to keep going because I'm going to show you how I built my first few programs from this and how you guys should execute on that. And I'll make sure that it's short and brief, but you have to understand. Every single time you make a video now, you're going to go think about John Mark talking about a hot dog stand. And you can't escape it now. So when you hear Hormozi talk about get in front of a starving crowd, Hormozi is in front of a starving crowd and he's on the best corner because he's built that. But he didn't have a personal brand for the longest time because he reverse engineered first all of these things. He made tens of millions of dollars before he ever started taking this and going down. Because he has the ability to actually teach the product and do this now. So he can market to this thing. But you know what I realized when I was making my first programs? It starts up here. And just like with the hot dog stand, if I get enough customers and I understand my customers enough to the point to where I know I can make money even without the easy competitive advantage of going viral, how much easier is it to go viral? Take somebody that's broke and make them go viral. And it's like, sure, if they're super tall, great looking, wonderful speaker, and they understand a lot of concepts of the world, or, you know, they're just like posting for sex appeal, or they're just making themselves look like an absolute retard, like these streamers and people and stuff like that. If that's their personality, fine. You can't fake it though. So some people are just naturally wired like, hey, you can go viral, right? But again,
the best case scenario, because business is a formula, business is a system, business should be predictable. The best case scenario is, well, how can I predict and guarantee what I'm doing? Because you can't ever predict virality. And even if you go buy from some coach who can get you 1 million views, you can't predict virality turns into money. And is there a single, if you knew as soon as you get 1 million views, you'll guarantee that you're never going to make money, how many people would be like, oh, I don't ever want to go viral? Why do we want to go viral so bad? Because we think, oh, fame comes with money. If the trade-off for fame was you'll always be broke, nobody would want to be famous. We just think that at the top, because it's the lowest level of desire, but it's the highest level of this need here. So it's very easy to interpret. I will get all these things up here when I'm famous and when I go viral. I'll get all these things up here and here when I make money. But if we want this thing, why would we go the most baseline solution? If we want this thing from the intimacy, right? Acceptance, experience, purpose, meaning, inner potential. That's what it's actually for. That's what the God-given desire was actually put in. Self-actualization. I'm going to create my own human being, and I'm going to be with this one woman, and we are going to build something together, and we're going to capitalize on all of the rest of these things. More money you have, you can breathe better air, get the best food, unlimited water, $10 million house, most expensive clothing, best quality sleep, right? Broke people fight for this. They're directed by this. They're scared of this. The thing is, there's a lot of people who, they're here. They still need these things. You're here. You still need these things, right? You're here. Self-esteem, confidence, achievement, respect. You still need all of these things. But the baseline, if we start here and then we reverse engineer it down, it's guaranteed. Success is guaranteed. It's guaranteed, right? So when you think back to the kid that is lonely, has sex, the dude, the 30-year-old, the fucking billionaire who doesn't have a wife, and every 3 weeks there's just a new girl, the Andrew Tates of the world, right? I don't want a wife, they argue and do this and yada, yada, yada. Some might call it a personal opinion, but I look at it and I say, I'm like, when you have all of these things, creativity, acceptance, experience, purpose, you have all this money and you have all this shit, and he knows this is true, but he doesn't want to admit it because that's then he has to give up some of these desires that he has, but there's sacrifice with every single thing that you want. But when you can revert, and some of you guys might disagree. I've talked to guys that I respect, and it's like, nah, bro, I have a good friend, lives in Dubai now. We relate on a lot of things. And he's just like, no, I think that if a man is extremely successful and he makes a lot of money, it's his, it's his like gift, for lack of a better word. Like he is, owed to have multiple women. And I think that that's what I want. And that's the way that he thinks, which is fine. So if me and this guy have 9 out of the 10 things that are the same, but the understanding of this is different, the self-actualization, the way that we self-actualize it is different, it's going to be leveraged completely different. He's a business coach, right? He's in shape, right? He's good at speaking. We have he grew up in the UK, I grew up here. Very, very similar type of style of all of these things. And guess what? The funny part is I didn't even plan on saying this, but I'm just thinking about it now. He was making like $100K a month when I was making like $5 or $6K a month. And I remember looking at all of his stuff. And I remember being like, dang, this guy's like so similar to me. And this is like before we met. This guy's so cool. I would like look at his landing page. I would try to copy like his landing page, his flow, all of these things. And it would never work for me. Because my positioning from the way that I think about these things, even though we talk the same and, we were fitness coaches, now we're business coaches, and We both make money and yada, yada, yada. I make 2 or 3 times as much money as he makes. And however you want to say it, I think it's because I understand this deeper. He's a very, very smart guy. Way better at making YouTube videos than me, much more creative than me, yada, yada, yada. But the deeper of an understanding you have of your audience, I don't think he realizes this enough about himself to accept it. If you accept it and say, yeah, I know this about myself, because he's like, no, I think that this is the truth, right? Then you can start to relate it to every single other person. If I sit here and I say, no, you can never run ads, never, not ever, 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 that's stupid, and I take that as a position, I'm cutting myself off from the rest of, but it's like, well, why do I say that? And I explain it to my audience. Well, because if you don't understand any of these things, you're spending money to make something that's bad even worse, and you're confusing yourself even more. Ads are fine. You just have to understand these things first. So I have to understand my positioning in order to build all of these things out, right? And so if we think about, as I said, the kid who goes and he's like, oh, it's the girl's fault, right? He goes and he finds another one. And he's like, I'm going to find another one that's better, right? And she's finally going to fix all these things inside of me. And you repeat the cycle over and over and over. And the customer thinks just like this, because this is basic human nature, right? They never once stop to think about what needs to be fixed internally before they go shove a Band-Aid of a solution over a bullet hole and wonder why it still bleeds. The same way others look at the one front-facing hot dog store and think, well, my chances are over, I can't compete, right? I can either copy them or I can make excuses. The coaching industry is the exact same way. The most competitive and the people that think 10, 20, 30 years down the timeline, they don't look outside. They look inside of themselves, and then they look at inside of their customer, and they're like, where might the false belief lie? Where might the false belief lie? When you developed the ability to do this, and I promise you, it's not a thing of intelligence or smarts or this or this or this or this or this. There's just simply think about, there's some of the smartest professors ever that can teach psychology about what I'm showing you right now on a much better and more educated level than me. But most of us would probably be like, dope, that's cool information. We didn't know what to do with it. And then if you watch this presentation, you might feel like you had a better understanding of psychology just from what I'm talking about. That doesn't mean that I'm smarter than this guy or anything. I understand each one of you guys, what you've struggled with, what I could say that you would misinterpret. So I elaborate on it. I break it down. I'm constantly, this is the thing. There will be people that watch this that might not have watched that much of my content, gotten on a coaching call with me, any of these things. And it's not going to land the same. Every single one of you guys you've watched the group calls. You've seen the way I speak. You've seen the way I talk to you in the DMs. You've seen the way I coach you. You've seen the way the program is set up. You've seen the way it's this. That is the neutral thing. That is the median between us that allows us to find a common ground and then have understanding. But before somebody buys from you, it's your job to nurture them on that. When you watch all of my content and then you DM me and I tell you straight how it is, it's like, oh, yeah, it makes sense. Like I understand how John Mark thinks. I've consumed enough content to realize that. But then somebody who's watched one 30-second reel sees a retargeting ad that I have and they happen to DM me. And then I'm like, bro, like, what are you talking about? And they're like, what the fuck, bro? Like, I was just reaching out. They haven't, that happens all the time, right? I'm not being a dickhead, but the way that they interpreted the way that I teach was I'm being a dickhead because there was zero common ground. So your program is the common ground that should continually loop back to your sales, should continually loop back to your content, and then the people that the content feeds you should continually teach you more and more and more and more about the different ways that people can interpret it. Okay? So the people that are the most competitive and they think on a 10-year time horizon, they don't look outside. They look inside their customer and they reverse engineer their own patterns of behavior, right? This is
This is the core fundament of going and building a program. So even the most uninformed and unaware customers will always understand themselves within the first two levels of need and desire. Because what did I talk about? Who doesn't know how to breathe? Who doesn't know how to eat food? Who doesn't know how, right? Health, employment, property, family, and social ability, right? Find me somebody that does not know a salad is better for you than a donut. Everybody knows that. Why is it such a struggle? Why is it such a struggle? Oh, well, they taste different. Says who? There's some people, there's people that you look at Nathan Sages. Nathan Sages thinks that unseasoned beef tastes better than eating junk food. That might be somebody else's favorite food. Why do they think that? It's because of what they've been conditioned on and what their body actually finds is the thing. So if Nathan sits there and he's like, no, this shit tastes amazing, but the other person's like, that doesn't taste good at all. What's Nathan's job? Nathan's job is to break down, no. If you know that you want to be healthy, it's not to sit here and force yourself to eat these things. It's to allow yourself to realize, I think that this is so healthy and I think this tastes so good because my brain is constantly thinking about the person that I want to become. And every single time that I eat this unseasoned beef, my body continues to be like, this is what I was made to eat. This doesn't have bad stuff in it. This is serving my goals. I see the result of it getting me lean. I have a clear head. My cognitive ability skyrockets. My acne goes away. I see these things, and that actually makes that taste better to me than the other thing. But if you just shove down your throat, somebody's throat, raw meat tastes better than eating, chips. They're like, what the fuck are you talking about? No, it doesn't. You're just making some bullshit marketing. You look like an idiot. You look like an idiot. High weight, low reps is better than low weight, high reps. Help them understand why. Not just why for you, because if their body responds differently, it's the same thought process that made you realize low reps, high weight stimulates muscle growth. But help them understand why it will do that in theirs. Oh, well, that doesn't work. You're a runner. And you train like this. You break down all of these things. The more clients you have, the more you understand the things that you're struggling with, right? And so as we go into this is the last 5 minutes before I start breaking down how this actually applies into your program. And this is when you guys need to truly listen, and you'll see all of these things flood in perfectly, okay? Every person understands the bottom two levels, even the most unaware and uninformed, okay? And a lot of coaches only market this because that's all they think they need, because it makes sense logically and it gets the most amount of views. But we're not selling something that is down here. I'm a fitness coach. You're not selling health because of what I just told you. All the reasons that make Nathan Sages think that raw beef is better than some other person's favorite snack, that doesn't have to do with health. That has to do with this and this. Now, Nathan's not going to be like, yeah, self-actualization, bro. But when you understand your consumer, you can understand why that doesn't make sense to them. And then you start tying health to achievement. You start tying health into respect of others, respect of yourself, right? Employment. The need to be a unique individual. Some people see employment as the thing that defines their life. Some people see employment as the thing that allows them to have a sense of connection. Some people see employment as, oh, this is the thing that gives me money so that the person I'm going to be intimate with thinks that I have more value. And then where does that go? Bang. That goes into your creativity, your morality. Do you think that's attractive? Do you think that it's normal for a woman to look at you and be like, wow, you make a lot of money, so you're a higher value man? There's not a really right and wrong to that. But this is why positioning, opinions, morals, beliefs, you don't have to sit here and try to create the formula of being like, why am I creative? Just be aware in the moment and be able to tie into, okay, why would I make these 3 workout splits?
and put them in my program and then say, I have the best workout program ever. Why? What got me the best results? Why? Well, because when I changed to do this, it allowed me to do that. Ask yourself these questions to get to the baseline reason, and what you'll do is you'll start to go, I see why that doesn't make sense to the person. Because even if you have the most wonderful training program, as we talked about earlier, if the person can't stay motivated, your training program sucks. Doesn't mean that the training program actually sucks, but it sucks at doing the thing that you promised them they were paying you to do. And so what you'll realize is you'll never create the perfect product ever before you've had customers. So when I say your first 5 clients, you take the sales call with them, you close them, and then you build out what they need. If you spend 100 hours building your fitness course and your fitness program, and you realize the majority of people that are watching your thing, it's not that they need to understand that they need to do high weight, low reps. You got to break down why that's actually impactful and frame it in a way to where the brain centers goes, oh, I get it now. When I go, you have to wake up at 4 a.m., otherwise you won't be successful. That's subjective. But I can make it subjective to every single person that watches if I break it down in a way to where they can go, I see how that applies to my life. You'll never convert every single person because some people haven't accepted that they have a problem yet. But you're not just trying to close those people. You're trying to close the people that have already done it. And the more money you make, the better your program is, the more clients you close, the more you'll start to attract clients that have already gone up this ladder. If someone's broke and they hate their job and they're working their 9 to 5 and they're smoking a bunch of weed, and even if they are rich because their parents gave them money, and they join my program, and they're like, oh yeah, I'm about to get the method, and they start learning about self-actualization, even though it's right, they don't even have the slightest bit of context to realize why that's a problem because they haven't self-actualized. So my program's amazing, but they don't get any results. And that's why I don't make any content that speaks to something that would make that person ever think that they should buy from me, ever. But the people that resonate with the way that I speak are people that are already inside of these terminals, having these thoughts, starting to understand and ask themselves these questions. And that's why I make content the way that I do. So Tyler said, in simple terms, taking the bottom of the pyramid topics and tying it to the top by using our own unique thought process. Very, very close, but think about this. It's not you're taking these things. It's that most human beings, they take needs and desires that are not physiological and they try to solve them like they're physiological. I'm hungry, I eat food. Well, because it works on a physiological level. I want to get in shape, I need to have a better workout plan. Doesn't work like that. And they go from workout plan to 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 workout plan. And then they either realize this or they give up, or somewhere along the way they come across you and learn this before they have to keep making the mistake and repeating the cycle over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Case in point, what I am doing right now. If I don't teach you this, you probably find it out on your own at some point eventually. I've learned about the hierarchy of needs a million times. But it's not until like the last year where I've started to realize like, I got it. So what we're doing is we're selling this packaged in the expertise that we have, and we have to transform people on a self-actualization level. But the problem is most people
are trying to solve it on a physiological level. And there's a lot of people in the industry who sell on a physiological level. And the more viral you are, the more leverage you have, the more generalized advantages you have, the easier it is to sell on a physiological level. But what I'm telling you guys is the only way you can sell on the physiological level is if you have one of these predetermined advantages from birth, which isn't repeatable. So if you do this and you have one of the advantages, just like the hot dog stand that's on the corner in front of the starving crowd, if they understood their audience, game over. Nobody can compete with you, right? But it takes a bit. If you don't have one of these, if I asked every single one of you guys right now, what is your biggest leverage point? 99% of you would say something that my physique, the way I speak, the way I care about other people, and I would say, why does that give you leverage? And you would literally give me an answer that literally puts you in a saturated among other people. Okay? Look at Tony Robbins. Good speaker. Motivational speaker. Why is he the best? Because he speaks and he's mastered. Go watch every single thing that he does. Why can Tony Robbins talk to a woman about her relationship and literally almost seem like he's like reading her mind? You were treated like this when you were younger, weren't you? Because he's become a master of behavior, and he can tell just by the way somebody walks up and the way that the same way I tell you guys, all of you who've had a one-on-one call with me recently, what are the first questions that you have? You tell me your first question. An hour later, we go there, and you haven't even read the rest of the questions off to me. But because of the question that you came to me with and the content that I saw you posting and the fact that I know me and you are on the same median level of you understanding my program, I automatically know what you're not getting. And it seems like I've had guys who make a shit ton of money. Like I had a guy the other day, makes like $60K a month. Joined my program a while back. He was making like 5. Then he made, 50, 60, did his thing. A couple months later, he's like, bro, I need you. Paid me $10K for a call. Literally just one. He was like, bro, send me a fucking link. I just need to get on a call with you. And we're 15 minutes in. He goes, bro, what? How can you do this? Because when you say it, it seems so simple. And he's like, and I do this with my clients, but like, you just said it. And I'm like, oh, that makes so much sense. Why could I not figure that out before? It's not because I'm better than him. I just understand his behavioral patterns more than he does. And it's very, very easy to start identifying everyone else's behavioral patterns. But you first have to identify yours, because then it gives you a predictable blueprint. Psychology and this hierarchy of needs is the foundation to literally guaranteeing and predicting yourself what steps you need to take in business. Okay? If we scroll over here, okay? I'm gonna show you guys something. Right? This is a guy I was talking about earlier that has the $1 billion supplement company. If it will freaking let me see if I can get it to. It's opening it up in my whatever. I'll just share this with you guys. Right? Bloom, okay? Supplement company with his wife. Okay? What are they selling? They're selling supplements, but at the top level. Shirley Temple energy drink. If they're selling at the base physiological or safety, security, and just development, it's like, oh, it's an energy drink. They understand their audience, because guess what? Women aren't buying energy drinks the same way that men are buying a White Monster. There's all the memes about White Monster and cigarettes. That's literally their brand. It does not matter how good the thing tastes. It does not matter they understand their audience down to the, now, this is a physical product. So the focus is on the color. But this is what you have to understand. You building your fitness coaching business, what color's my logo gonna be? Why does it not matter? Because the logo has nothing to do with the marketing and the success of your business. Why does color have everything to do with the marketing and success of your business with a physical product that somebody's going to consume, especially on a physiological need of food, water, shelter, etc.? Because women go, blue Red Bull can, that doesn't, and they see this and they're like, oh wow, that's how I want to feel on the inside. That's how I want to, what does this have to do with energy? Are they marketing anything that looks like energy right now? Anywhere. You see a energized lady on the treadmill getting it done? No. They're selling an energy drink, but supplements, because they're holding it's Bloom supplements. Energizing eye patch. What the fuck does that even mean? Energizing eye patches? But think about this. If they understand their customer, women love skincare routine, doing this, making themselves all nice, pretty at the end of the day. Like, yeah, that's like the most important thing, right? So because they sell a physical product, they don't have to tell it automatically. They're so good at, if they're selling energizing eye patches for men, because of our psychology, we're gonna be like, fucking energizing eye patches. Like, you think I'm gonna put that shit on? It's retarded. It's literally retarded. It's stupid. But we'll fall for test booster pills that literally do nothing. Test booster pill, because you're not selling the thing, you're selling the feeling of, oh, I'm gonna take this little thing and it's going to make, so the marketing and the actual fulfillment of the product, this is the thing with placebo, with these things. Maybe there's some science behind why this is energizing, right? But if you don't tell the woman what you're doing or doing any of these things, and in her sleep you just put these eye patches on, you think she's gonna wake up and go, I feel energized for some random No, not happening. It's not happening. It's not happening. Right? Look, you got me excited. Sign me up. I can get behind this. We want them. It's female psychology. Women are not logical. But guess what? Guess what? Every buyer thinks like a woman emotionally in the beginning. Okay? Let's look at another one. All right? Let's look at another one. Okay? This is my friend's brand. My friend's brand. Literally 3 years. $1 billion. This motherfucker, talked to him the other day. I appreciate you saying that about this being valuable, but just we're almost to where it actually gets really valuable. Because now I've showed you the thought process. Now let's go apply it. Okay, comfort, $1 billion. This motherfucker has to spend $30 million a quarter for tax purposes. He has so much fucking bread. Is it because it's just the best quality clothes? No one else can make any quality clothes like they can? No, it's not. Comfort is the name of the brand. The only hoodie worth wearing, supporting mental health, anxiety, and stress. Kid, perfectly manicured, perfect skin. Oh, everything's perfect. Who lays on the beach in a fucking hoodie? No, but it's no one's sitting here being like, would I wear this on that? It's the feeling that they get. Their target audience, the people that they are going after, it's immediately physiological. Oh, everything is nice and smiling and relaxing and supporting mental health, anxiety, and stress. That's the deliverable of the product. People wear this in the airport. People wear this, they put it on, they're like, everything's good, comfort. So other people, if we translate how people approach online coaching to this they'd be like, I want to build a brand like Comfort. And you know what they'd be focusing on? I want the best quality. I'm going to have the coolest looking logo. Wow, Hudson, such a unique, creative logo you got there. It's how everything comes together in the positioning of understanding your audience. Understanding your audience. Are any of these people depressed that they're using as models? Probably not. Okay? But look how they frame it. Supporting mental health, anxiety, and stress. I want to be like these people, but it's not forcing you to develop. It's not forcing, it's showing people you want to be like in this perfect, when you wear this, everything's comfortable. There's no problems in the world. You don't have any responsibilities. Everything is wonderful, okay? That's why the aesthetic is perfect. Because when it comes to a clothing brand, e-com, right? Cars, houses, it's all about the subconscious feeling that you get. These are literally color patterned down to a specific certain psychology of what time of the month, what day it is, when it was posted, what drop they're doing. Now, yes, did he get to $1 billion because on top of understanding his market, he also then does have perfect measurements and really soft stuff and it ships amazing and he's built this amazing community? Absolutely. But he could have done all of that without understanding the branding, the positioning, understanding the customer, and not made any money. But the one thing that you can't do and not make money is it is impossible for you to understand your customer and give them in their brain what they're looking for and not make money. So people have this funny delusion when they go from the buyer to the seller that you guys don't even realize the shit that you're posting when you were in the time period that you actually needed what you're selling wouldn't have even sold you. The program wouldn't have even benefited you. John Mark, I'm consistent, I'm following it. This is the foundation. Last one before we dive into the actual programming for just like 20 minutes, okay? We just looked at a supplement company, okay? And the psychology is amazing, okay? I got a question for you guys. What does Red Bull sell?
Thrill.
What's up?
They sell like thrill, like doing extreme crazy things.
There you go.
Adrenaline.
There you go. So they sell an energy drink, but if they're at the top of the game, right? This just proves my point, okay? Check this out. Wow, great energy drink marketing. Are they talking about how much caffeine it has and how good it tastes? Red Bull gives you wings. Why does that work? Because of the support. Every single person is flying through the fucking air doing crazy shit. It doesn't make sense really logically. Red Bull gives you wings. What does that mean for the... But again, this is the thing. We're not selling a repeatable consumable. So the same concepts still exist in our coaching program, right? But we have to understand how the buying process happens, because this is the thing. How many people go buy Red Bull and then they fucking jump out of an airplane parachuting? Not many. Not many. But the identity that you build around the consumable, I want some energy. I want to be like those guys. Now, the trick is with a consumable that actually only solves, the physiological need, right? An energy drink. I'm thirsty and I want like some energy. Physiological need. The best brands, as I just showed you, are focusing up here. Comfort, safety, security, love, belonging, self-esteem, and self-actualization all the way to the top. But they're selling something that doesn't actually do that. If I put a piece of clothing on my body, what's the only way that it makes me feel love and belonging? It's the association that my brain gives it. When I'm a chick and I put on energy eye patches, what's the thing that makes me go back and keep buying them again and again? Why would you put energy eye patches at night? It's like maybe they wear them in the morning. No one's going through the middle of no one's going to the gym with energy eye patches on. But it's the feeling of, it's not like a hype energy, it's like a clarity and like a prioritization, and I'm gonna get all my stuff done and everything's clean, and exactly how ladies want to feel at the end of the day. When I buy a Red Bull, okay, all of us abused pre-workout as we came up. How many of you guys drink a Red Bull and actually feel like, oh, I'm wired? I drink a Red Bull and it like affects me like water, right? Maybe some people, right? But it's not actually like Red Bull gives you wings. No, bro, I mean, brother, it just kind of makes me like a little bit more excited. For me to actually have, it's because when I go look at Red Bull, the association I make with it psychologically does the thing as it solves the physiological need. So it's this, all of the brands that are selling physiological needs, okay, the best ones sell self-actualization all the way down to the physiological need. And so it feels like you're getting way more than you paid for. It's not even placebo, because if it's placebo, right, it's like, that's what it seems like. But here's the thing with something like this, okay? %99 of you guys, if I gave you a $1,000 wine bottle, $100 wine bottle, and a $30 wine bottle, unless you're like a wine tasting master, you can't tell which one's expensive. I've had cheap wines that taste way better than $1,000 wines, right? And so to the baseline need, it's all about packaging and theme and yada, 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 right? You could take a McDonald's burger, dress it up a little bit, make it look a little bit different. It tastes the exact same, but just like present it different, put it in a nice restaurant, and there'd be people that wouldn't question it. So it's not that it's placebo, it's that the physiological needs, what did I say? When it actually solves the thing, I just want this drink, and I drink it, and like, yeah, there's like a little bit of caffeine, but like, does it actually give me wings? No, but it's the feeling of like, bro, I drink Red Bull and I feel like, great. Water doesn't actually hydrate you. It doesn't. You need sodium, you need salt, you need electrolytes, you need all these things to get properly hydrated. But everybody markets water on hydration and thirst, and Gatorade don't make you better at fucking playing football. Is it placebo then? Look good, feel good, play good, right? The difference is, when I buy Gatorade, I immediately drink something, and the perception and the packaging that it has gives me the feeling that I was looking for. When I buy food, we go to McDonald's for convenience. Who leaves McDonald's going, that shit was too convenient, bro, like, waste of money. That's what you were going there for. But you could also take the McDonald's burger, I promise you, and put it the same way. So the only way to decipher between the expensive wine and the cheap wine, because it's not just by the taste, it's by understanding, well, here's how I can tell that it was aged longer. Here's how I can tell that it was, you got to be an expert. If somebody sat down with me, right? 3 Blink bottles, I know one of them's $1,000, one of them's $100, and I drink them. I've drank a lot of wine, and I still can't, I value what tastes, what's good based on does it taste nice and it's dry, and that's about the extent of my knowledge, right? But if somebody's trying to sell me wine, okay, and they say this one's 1,000, this one's 100, and I drink it, and I'm not a wine expert, I'm gonna be like, why the fuck would I pay $1,000 for that bottle of wine, right? There's plenty of, why would I pay $1,000? But if somebody sits with me and sits down and he's like, okay, take a sip, you taste that, that rosy texture, right? That shows how long it's been aged, and you see how it does in this. And psychologically, it's like, oh, I can taste that, I can notice that, I'm drinking, it doesn't taste as good, but it's older, and I actually feel better, and I start. Now I might pay $1,000 for a bottle of wine, even though it's a physiological need. But the thing is, when I buy the wine, I still get the thing that I bought immediately. When somebody buys your coaching program, raise your hand if somebody pays you, and then as soon as they are like, yo, bro, filled out the link, and that money hits your WAP account, abs just like, boom, pop up. Doesn't happen, right? So if you think about this, it's the same exact thing as, hey, if my goal is to realize how I'm going to decipher between these 2 wines, the more I understand the difference between the wine, the more I'll go and do the thing. Why you taste that, why you receive it that way. Here's why you think the cheaper one tastes better than the more expensive one. Then I start to understand, that makes sense. Problem with coaching is because the majority of people don't do the development to get to the full self-actualization. The more self-actualized a person is, the easier it is. Somebody that has crazy amounts of personal development mentally, easy as close. Yeah, makes sense. I got you. Boom. Here's my money. Doesn't matter what kind of pain they're in. If I'm in debt, I'm in this, I'm in yada yada yada. Also, it doesn't matter how somebody can have 1 million followers and have money. Really, really difficult close. Unless I want to sell to their physiological need. But here's the thing. You sell to somebody's physiological need of like, oh yeah, Drew, I'm just going to make you money. It's going to be the simplest thing ever. Boom, boom, bow. 99% of the time, somebody who's marketing on a physiological level, it's just going to be super simple. I'm going to teach you the method. You're going to scale your coaching business to $100,000 a month in 30 days, and there's going to never be any problems ever in your life. If you can do that, and as soon as the person joins your program, you just start ripping them apart and being like, this isn't actually the thing that's going to happen, then fine. But what I'm trying to have you understand is content is the beginning of the product. Because if I told you guys, hey, this is going to be easy, that'd be selling to your physiological need, right? It's going to be easy. It's going to be a quick fix. I'm just going to teach you the quick method, just like buying a food. Do you have to work that hard for that? No. Here's my money. Give me the food. Eat it. Good. I'm done. If I told you guys in the content, it's going to be easy. Even with the same product that I have now, guess what? You go through it with the wrong frame of mind and you don't make any money. So when I say it's hard, when I say it's difficult, when I make 2-hour-long calls and I make hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of content on YouTube, and I'm like, no, you go watch this video before you join my program. It's why? It's because if you don't understand the way that I'm teaching first, and I don't break the belief of, it's going to be easy, no matter how good my program is, you won't get it. You won't It won't work because it is impossible to take somebody from $0 to $100,000 a month predictively in 30 days. Can a couple of people do it? Probably. Even $0 to $10,000 a month. But here's the thing. If I make content and I market and I go, boys, here's the blueprint. It's so fucking easy. When you figure this out, you're going to be at $10,000 a month, 30 days. You're just a pussy. You just need to do it. And then you buy my program. If I sell 10 dudes in that month, and what are the chances that all 10 of those dudes are already self-actualized, disciplined, smart, intelligent, aware enough to execute on the baseline information to make $10,000? They're not. Where does the burden fall on? Well, I made money, right? But I lied. That's what the market does. They lie. Okay? And most people don't know that. So it's okay. But the other side of the spectrum, okay? It is predictable. Fitness is predictable. But what you don't understand is just because there's an easy way to market, it's not even gonna work. Because if somebody doesn't understand the way that you think and why these things happen, that's the beginning of your product. Content is a miniature sales call. Sales call is the beginning of your fulfillment. Right back to the example. You pitch $3,000. Somebody's like uncomfortable. You're scared because you don't want to lose the sale. Oh, I'll do it for $1,500, and it's like, oh man, I really only wanted to spend $1,250. And you're like, oh, all right, fine, we'll do it for $1,250. Guess what? You can't have a program good enough to fix that. Because that was the beginning. What does that person struggle with? Commitment, going all in on themselves. So guess what happens? As soon as there's a problem that's difficult in front of them, oh, they look for a cop-out. So then what happens is you're like, oh man, like I gave the meal plan to this person, like, but like they just won't follow it. Like, what's going on? Why does they not wait? Like, brother, you in the beginning of your product, in your content, didn't break this down to them. Nor did you break the belief in the sale. And then, even though you happen to get one of these people who just like was willing to pay a little bit of money, and when you break it down to a standpoint of self-actualization and you take them from physiological to self-actualization, it's harder, but it's predictable. And the beautiful thing is, this is the way that I think about it myself, okay? I was like, bro, it's so fucking hard for me to go viral right now because like I don't have the greatest physique and I can't compete with anybody. And like, how do you compete with people who are viral who have all these things like when you don't have anything? Like I might be able to go viral and I try, but like there's no blueprint to going viral. Because if the blueprint to going viral is post every day, have good hooks, well then it's like, well, go viral in what? There's no predictability. With the system that I teach and the way that I'm teaching you guys to teach, even in your programs, it doesn't matter if, you're selling credit repair. It's the same exact thing, down to a self-actualization level. If you just sit there and you're like, these are the things that people don't want you to know about credit. Understand your buyer. Why help them understand this first, because there are problems that will show up over and over and over. Yeah, but John Mark, like they paid me, they didn't even watch that much content, so I think I just want to run ads to the rest of my people, and I'm gonna make a shit ton of money. Well, sure, but right, guy, I think he's still in here, and if you are, bro, I'm not gonna say your name, but like I'm saying this out of love so that you can understand. Run a bunch of ads, make a bunch of money, it's great. Well, why should I not just do that? I already made money. I'm glad that you happen to be the type of person who can run ads and do this, but this is the thing, right? Somebody who's struggling with bad credit, at the baseline, they're inconsistent. They can't manage their money properly. They can't pay off their utilization, right? They can't keep it under 30%. They make bad decisions. They make quick decisions. They make emotional decisions. So they see an ad. They don't have to do that much hard work. They get promised that their credit's going to be fixed, right? And then you go and you're like, all right, well, we need you to
you got to send me these bills. You got to update your address. You got to do this. Well, guess what happens? They don't send you shit on time. They don't do this. They don't do this. So you made money, but over time, eventually, your program destroys itself. And it becomes harder. Whereas if you reverse engineer it, I always thought, damn, bro, I don't have the best physique and I don't have all these followers and I don't have a... But then I was like, wait a minute. If I can reverse engineer just making the money first, like, how easy would it be to go viral if like I have a Ferrari? When I'm at Hermosi level, okay, and I have 15 years of understanding this, it will be literally, it's going to be unstoppable because I can sell to the physiological need on the baseline and push people through so much content that they only buy once they realize this, and the program is set up to still break all of those beliefs in the beginning. But right now I can't do that because I might make 4 times the amount of money if I sold to just like, I got a Rolex, I got a Ferrari, I got a $2 million house, I can travel whenever I want. Well, I'm 21, why can't you do this shit? What the fuck's wrong with you? No, you need to get like me, right? I would actually push away you guys who are like this, right here, at self-actualization at the top. And then I would attract all the people, and it might be easier for me, but it's not predictable, okay? So when you're making, and this is gonna be something that's new, this is for one of my clients, they're doing like $4 million right now, and I'm scaling it like in a year, right? These are different logos. This is not their business that I'm scaling for them. I'm helping them with their business coaching, and then they do a pain-free fitness coaching thing. This guy's been in the industry for as long as I've been alive, right? When you have all these things, right, I can give you guys the craziest software. I've broken down all of these with automations inside of the program. And you can see I have literally, this is just the baseline that I built for them before we actually transferred it over into their business. I'm just using this for you. You guys know with the dashboard, fitness dashboard, the way that we've set it up, first tasks as soon as they join, right? Watching the video, the program breakdown, the onboarding blueprint, right? Their day-to-day tasks, 6 months tasks, right? All the different protocols that they have, okay? What are their goals, their form, their coaching calls, all of these different things. When you look at this, if I sell this on the baseline, it doesn't matter. What's the reasoning behind it, okay? When I ask, when you're building your program and you're starting to think about what are things that I can do that are going to deliver to my clients better, why do I make you fill out steps after you join and give me reps and also give me effort that isn't immediately solving your problem? John Mark, posting reels, yeah, but I'm still struggling a little bit with... Good. I can see exactly how and why you're struggling and call out, because I understand you, what's wrong. When it comes to fitness, right? Oh, like, I need to build my program. This was literally, you guys know this, you have the before you do the Notion, why do I say you need to build the Google Docs sheet first? You guys want to see, this is my old aggression fitness. Like, this is literally what you see how stupid I was? This was probably back in like 2023 or something like this. All these, why you shouldn't be driving a Lambo. You're losing opportunity. As I took this from some person who was in like the real estate market. And I was like, oh, he said that these were good hooks. You're losing opportunity as a realtor because you don't answer the phone, right? So I was just supposed to translate this with like, this is why, this is why you can't gain weight in your fitness journey, because you don't know the right macros to eat. The hooks don't matter to me if I don't understand the pain point of my audience, right? And so my very first programs, all of them, they started like, when I was building this out in the beginning, it was not about how beautiful this looks between this and then the actual fitness dashboard inside of Notion. It's the intention
behind it. When I built this, what was this? Okay, I would send everybody, here's the group call. Here's your link to book a one-on-one call with me, right? Here's the very first course, and then the loom breakdown, and then the course, and then the loom breakdown. My first 5 clients, I sold them without a program because the program was here. You cannot sell someone an energy drink and then say, I'm going to give you the energy drink in 6 weeks. It doesn't work. But when you're selling information, you're selling a transformation that takes time, that is specific to each person. Think about it. An energy drink in itself is an energy drink. But why are there people that don't do any extreme sports that still buy it? Because they want to feel like they're that person. Why do people buy Monster and not Red Bull? Red Bull's the mainstream and Monster's more like niche. All of these things go into the actual success of the product. And you guys are going to be able to have access to this entire CRM, understanding these. We now have all of these linked. So you have all of your different programs. You can label them. You have, your 12-month program for $9,000, your 6-month program for $6,500, your $3,000 course downsell, right? You break down your entire program into all the different stages, right? For this one, we have reclaim, rebuild, regain. Obviously, this isn't functional. There's no data. I just made a blank copy of this so that you can see how many prospects are in the reclaim stage, how many prospects are in the rebuild stage, how many prospects are in the regain stage, right? And all of these different things. And this helps you manage your clients. How many calls you have today, this will be directly linked to your calendar and it'll show up and you can click there and you can see what are the forms that the person filled out on their fitness coaching, what are they struggling with, what's the biggest thing that they're going to be going over. These will be linked to all the Notion dashboards. How many clients do you have by each stage, yada, yada, yada. But here's the thing. Let's think, you're not in my program, I haven't taught you any of the other things that you've learned. I could 100% sell you this. Oh, you need this because you need to know what your clients are going to say when they're scheduling in, and you need to have an overview of all your clients because your clients are going to... I'm selling to the physiological need. If you don't have a program that's getting your clients results or making people want to buy, it's not because it's not linked to your calendar and you don't have your programs broken down into all the different tiers and an ability to see. But the physiological need to you is like, oh, if I just had that and I could manage it like that, my clients would see and they would be like, I know people that they do consulting and they sell an hour of a call for $250,000. And you get on the call and he's like, what's up? And if you're making $5 million a year, and you pay someone $250,000 and they give you one solution that breaks the belief of what you're going through and fixes your positioning, and it adds $3 million to your business, is that worth it? Absolutely. 250 to make an extra 3 mil? But on a psychological level or a physiological level, is $250,000 worth one call? On a baseline level, no. One call because when you start selling your clients based on, you get this many check-in calls and this meal program and this customization and this and this, that only matters after they actually understand why those things work. If I sit here and go, join the one-on-one mentorship, you can have the dashboard and you can do this. Is it because the dashboard looks so cool? It's because of the implications of the dashboard. We get on a call, I get my steps updated with the KPIs, I get to see what I need to do. The content tracker. The value only works if you are shit at content. The content tracker is not going to do anything for you. 100 Claude ideas. It sells your physiological need. Oh man, I don't know how to use AI.
But what's the actual pain point behind the symptom of why you want to use AI? You want to create a system that every single day you can have something that just feeds you content ideas so that you have clarity and you don't feel as bad about yourself. But what does that do? It solves the symptom, and you get all the Claude prompt ideas and you give it your offer. And then Claude gives you all of these hooks, and you don't even know how your audience understands or listens to those hooks. And then you go, well, fuck, that was not worth it. But you still got sold. But if he tells you, no, I have 100 Claude prompt ideas, but first you have to understand yourself, understand your audience, understand the program that you're selling and how it actually integrates to these people. This is why every single module inside of the missions is learning phase, case study, implementation phase. And right now there's 7 modules with 3 different sections in each that are all an hour long. This next one that I'm building is going to be even longer. Each one of these calls has been like 2 to 3 hours. And I'm not even giving you the step-by-step because you have to understand this first. And I wanted to make sure it is going to be mandatory. Any people that haven't attended these or watched them, even though they're in the one-on-one mentorship, you watch the whole fucking thing. You take notes, and then you get the modules. Because I'm cutting you off at the legs if I let you watch the modules before understanding this. Because you're going to decipher what you want to solve the physiological pain, because humans always go for the easiest thing first instead of what actually works. So when you're building your program, and again, as always, y'all are going to be able to dive into this and see how to actually structure these and do all these things. But I'm telling you, what am I going to sell? How do I... It's about how it's framed. I can sell a Google Doc better than you could sell an entire software breakdown simply by understanding how does the customer view this. Understand what you're... It's not about how glamorous it looks. If a Google Doc could drive like a car with different horsepower and people looked at, makes sense. You should definitely spend time on how the thing looks. And I'm not saying that how your program looks doesn't matter. It absolutely matters. But only matters after it's understood how does it actually transform this person. I made some modules and then I gave them the steps. This same exact thing can be applied through any offer. If you sell, I'm teaching you how to do Amazon FBA. It's the exact same process for how you guys would create a product. Okay, weight loss and Amazon FBA. What do you want to do first? I want to understand how much this person knows about Amazon FBA, and I want to understand how much this person knows about weight loss. We have 2 different people. One of these people is like, yeah, I've tried these products, I've lost money, I've done all these things, and it just hasn't worked for me, and you're like, okay, I want to understand what products you've used, how much money you've spent, how you operated it, what you did, because I can look at your behavior and I can see what you're missing. Then, once I see what you're missing, then I show you where you're going wrong. I meet your emotion with understanding, and then once that's covered, I then give you the logical solution. The logical solution of eating better, waking up early, becoming a better man. The logical solution of, hey, you need to find these winning products. You need to do this. Hey, you get a supercar. You need to post more. You need to have better hooks. You need to be leveraging AI in your business. You need to be... Duh, it all works. But if it was that simple, you'd have already figured it out. Stop framing it as a, nah, bro, you're just like not as good as me at using AI. It's not about the skill, it's about the understanding. We are selling something that does not immediately change the person's lives. It is a product that happens through action and time and commitment. How much action and time and commitment do you have to put into buying a Red Bull? How much action and time and commitment do you have to put into buying clothes from Hudson's brand Comfort? I want to buy these hoodies so that I'm more comfortable in my house, and when I'm depressed, I can like be cozy in it. Do they have to do anything once they bought it? No. You might be selling to the exact same emotions, but guess what? You cannot solve it physiologically. The thing about clothes is you can solve it physiologically, and if you have the starving crowd and you're in the right location, that's good enough. Same thing in coaching. Oh my gosh, that guy has a Lamborghini, and I've seen his face 100 times, and there's literally zero information or execution that's different that I've seen, but he just promises me it's the best. Well, I'm just going to buy it. If you don't have to change your thinking, if you don't have to change your thinking at all before you buy something, or accept that you are wrong, or take on a new worldview, it's not going to work, no matter what. When it comes to info, right? Because actually, it's an internal change. How many of you guys came into my program and you were like, already exactly the way that I think? Maybe if you watch enough of my content, right? But somebody doesn't watch any of my content. They come and they buy me stuff. It's so anti-physiological need that it's like, oh, but I don't even want to accept that. My positioning is almost, it's like Chick-fil-A. It seems like it's bad for me. It's almost a thing against my program. It's like, fuck, like why would I want to pay you that much money if it's actually that hard? And the beautiful part is like, once you brace for it to be that hard and you've accepted that it's that hard, and then you break these things down, you're like, oh, I mean, for what I'm actually doing and the money that I can actually make, it's not really that fucking hard. But if I tell you it's easy, it's easy, it's easy, it's easy, I have the cheat code, I have the secret, I have the this, I have the that, I have the that, it actually ends up being the hardest fucking thing. Because it's like, why is it not working? It's not working for me. Something's wrong with me. Understand your customer. Truly. Understand their patterns of behavior and realize every single person, regardless of your ICP, okay, you have people who've never, ever gone to the gym, ever, that are already self-actualized, and you have people that have never gone to the gym that are still in physiological need mindset. Same ICP, they respond differently. These people are the easiest to sell, and there's the most of them. Every level that you go up, it gets harder and harder to sell, and you have to be much better, and your approach has to be much more specific and thought-provoking. But the higher prices you can charge, the easier you get results, the better your business is, the more you learn, the more referrals you get, and so on and so forth. So what looks like is easy. You guys have heard me say, as in the foundations of life, so in the foundations of your mind. That which is easy cannot be great. And that which is great cannot be easy. It has to be difficult. So the easy method, my mom used to have this thing that she told me all the time, right? And I'm not even going to make it religious, but she would be like, there's pleasure in sin for a season. Okay? What she means by that is like the easy way. It's like, there's some people get fucked immediately. They try to sell to the physiological needs and they can't even slightly win, right? But then there's some people that just happen to, okay, I was a person that could go viral and I got this done and it, we're locked in. But it's not guaranteed and it's not predictable. You can break your program down in any aspect to predictability. But you have to understand your audience. Last thing, okay? Something I've been working on for a while, and I kind of want to just show everybody so y'all can look forward to it, because this is going to be something that I'm going to teach in the modules so you guys can build it out. but I finally finished the new, like, final version where it's all finalized of the new Scale Info dashboard. The only reason I'm telling you guys this, just so you guys can kind of like understand, and hopefully y'all enjoy it and think it is as cool as I do. I've been talking about this for a really long time. Could build it in AI super quickly, but it's just not safe enough as far as like hosting clients goes, and the learning curve is way too long. I've been using a version of this for a while, but the biggest problem with this is it's really, really hard to ship this dashboard with this many different data points and this many connection points. But I've basically gotten it down to 10. How many guys, let me just see like a show of hands, like how many of y'all are like, you don't have to be an expert at using it, but how many of you are I would say like proficient or like understand like Zapier workflow and like how they run, like can like add them and like automate stuff and anything like that? We got Tywin. Anybody else? I'm not expecting you guys to be. That's completely fine. But that kind of just makes makes what I've done. It makes me feel a little bit better about what I've done. So Zapier is it's better now that we have AI. But basically what it is it's like you can automate workflows basically, and these things can get really, really, really big. They can get really, really long. I'll kind of give you guys an example of what that would look like, just because a lot of you will end up having to learn this when you go and you watch kind of some of these things in the course. Let me find this, and I'm going to share my screen and show you guys some stuff. Let's see. Let me find a larger one. Actually, I'll just find a very, very, very simple one. Okay, so in basic terms, a Zap would be something like this, where you can go through and you can connect. Let's say a lead comes through on Typeform. Okay, there's a Zap, there's a whole workflow here. This is one of our ad funnels that we did, long time ago. It goes through, it collects specific data, and then it would go in and we would, what trigger do we want it to have? Where do we want it to go? Okay, we have a new entry, or do we want it to, be some certain type of field? And then we have filter conditions. So it's like, we only continue through the flow if the first and last name are filled out, only if they're an online coach, only if their budget is qualified. All of the other ones go to DQ. And then from there, it automatically populates in Notion. So it goes directly to something called, Go High Level Leads pipeline. Now, this is something that you can do in Go High Level. You can do this in a CRM. The problem is a lot of these CRM learning curves are really, really long, and they also don't work together well with other things. If you don't have a company or a team of like 10, 15 people, you're actually better off just sitting there and running it on your own. Because if you have something so large, like, and you're using, a Go High Level or something like this, you end up wasting time because you don't have so much things falling through the cracks. My dream about 2 years ago was to create a Notion dashboard from the original that I had created, not put everything into AI, because all these people that you guys see, I don't know if y'all's feed is like mine, but there's every single new kid is building their AI company, and all the dashboards look the exact same and all of the stuff looks the exact same, and like none of them are actually making any money, but they make really, really cool looking videos, and it's like, wow, I'm gonna have my own personal robot that does everything for me, and somehow nobody makes any more money at all. Okay, so what I always wanted to do was the simplest form, the Notion dashboard that we had, but I wanted to basically create workflows for every single process that we have. And when I say workflow, I mean as soon as all the stuff that I talk about in one coaching call, like all the way down to like core concepts build into VSL, VSL builds into program, your DMs, every single DM that you get, the core concept that the person is in is identified. And that tells us, what are we going to post more content about next week, next month? That tells us, what do we need to add to our program? For the longest time, I've been able to use it on my own, but I've been using Notion for 3 years, and I'm not a computer guy. Like, God did not create me to sit in front of a computer all day long until I became a vegetable, but I've forced myself to actually be able to do that. Like, all I've done all day long is sit in front of this computer. And I'm really, 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 really proud of it. I'm finally finished. So the guys that are like have upgraded and have joined officially Scale Info, I'm going to ship these to y'all within about a week. But everyone else, I'm going to teach you how to do it, and where there's going to be course modules about all of it, but it is going to be even still a very, very frustrating process, but it'll be really, really cool to learn these things. So I'm not going to make this whole call about it, but I kind of want to just give you guys a little peek. He said, have you tried creating your Python scripts for everything so you don't need Zap? Yeah. So in simplest way possible, Tywin, every single one of the skills that I have in Claude has basically been automated down to a prompt. The problem is I still need the workflows of like connecting your your Meta Business Suite to like the dashboard to see like your content tracking. Easy. The stuff that's difficult are like I have all of these things that run on schedule. Like if you guys have seen the static posts that I've been posting, AI makes those, pulls from my camera, literally takes them directly from my coaching calls with my language, but that's 2 years of prompting and doing all these things so it knows exactly what to say. AI is wonderful, but like it takes so much to like even get it to like position the text in the right thing and like have the picture be clear and the format look, because you read that and it's like, if you look at it, you could probably be like, okay, this might be AI, but it's my words, it's my messaging, it's all of the things that I speak about. It's not being pulled from anything else. Those are double posting every single day automatically. I'm not even touching them. I've now created a system where I can post 15 reels a day. And it's like, it feels really nice because it's like, for so long, I built this skill. I went in the mud. I did these things, and I've been able to withstand a lot more volume for a really, really, really long time, but I didn't feel comfortable. I'm a great marketer, and I didn't feel comfortable marketing that to other people if I didn't have a system that I felt like could teach them how to post with the same volume. And if they don't understand, I don't want anyone to just shit post. And there's a lot of people who they're good at marketing, they're good at understanding the tool, but they can't teach it to anyone else, and they still try to make money off the thing that they can't teach. So here's a little look at, and again, each level of info operators will have its own, let me get this out of the way real quick. Each level of info operators will have its own, obviously, level 1 is just the fulfillment. Level 2 is just the fulfillment in the Content OS. And then level 3 is the fulfillment in the Content OS and the Sales Hub. So if you guys can see, we have the Scale Info Content OS, Scale Info Sales Hub CRM, and then over here, we have the client management. I know it looks like a lot, but I promise you it's very, very, very simple to use. And every single one of these processes, I wouldn't say is automated, but it's kind of just plug and play. And once you have it running, you have it running. So over in the content side, and we'll get to the questions, so you guys can start kind of writing down your questions. If you have questions about this, they're all going to be answered. So I wouldn't really use your time to like ask me something about this per se, unless you're very, very curious. But you guys can go ahead and start thinking about this, because I'm going to be done talking in like 5 minutes, and we can kind of start the Q&A. But over here, you have the Scale Info Content OS. So this is the main dashboard, and it's basically built up of the 3 different sections. I always say in Scale Info, you have content, sales, and fulfillment. That's the biggest thing that we have. So over here in the content, all the way down to the calendar and the daily operations, we have the standard next tasks that we have. This is directly connected to my Meta Business Suite with the stories that I posted. This is testing how many reels I posted this week based on the type. Obviously, this isn't feeding from real data. It's just like over the past few months, and you can literally go and you can see and you can test and you can change whatever you want these to be. If you want to test between which core concepts you have, I think that will be best for most people. Something along the lines of maybe like this, we'll be able to get into the point where we kind of do this. And imagine if this was, 3 of your different core concepts, and you can see what was posted the most this week and what wasn't posted. Over here, this is going to show, the top performing reel styles based on views per subject that you're talking about, per core concept. You can change and customize this however you want, right? It's right there at a glance. Now, again, at the end of the day, if you don't know how to post good content, if you're not consistently being able to talk and put out good videos, this isn't going to help you, right? If the foundation is there, the systemization doesn't matter. But once you've gotten to the point, like a lot of those guys where you really, really do have that good skill of talking, imagine how wonderful it is when you wake up in the morning and you go, bang, I'm checking this off. Bang, I'm checking this off. You're like, man, I've only posted 5 of my core concept 2 this entire month. That's a good tracker for that. I need to have that. Over here, you can see it says program packages closed, and it shows you basically based on like per client, like what program are they doing. So if it's like you have a low ticket all the way up to the highest ticket, you can see the data of that. This will be connected directly to your payment processor. So this is weekly cash collected. Over here, for a lot of you guys, I'm going to show you all of the way that I do these mini chat flows to lead magnets. What we've started doing is every single time that we create a oh, Tommy, I just saw that. Can you see it now? Okay, cool. Every single time that we create a YouTube video, it should be a YouTube asset. I talked to a guy, he's in my program. He's kind of like discreet. He runs stuff. His dad runs his back end. He's bought from a lot of other guys. He's close to my age, but he doesn't, he makes a shit ton of money with trading or with coaching, and he doesn't really want that many people to know about what he does, which is cool. But bro, he makes like $200K a month from his coaching, and we're looking at his YouTube. We've only done about 1 call about this, and I'm like, dog, every time you post one of these YouTube videos, like after 2-3 days, like what happens to the video? Like, what does it do for you anymore? It's like nothing. It's like, that's a waste of time. Like a lot of people are posting these YouTube videos, and it's like your YouTube channel should be a ongoing asset library forever. And a lot of people post a YouTube video once, it does like kind of shit, or even if it does good, once it's over, it's kind of like it's over. No one ever goes back and looks and goes, wow, like why did that video do so well? What concept was I talking about there that I haven't continued to elaborate on and kind of get better at and develop within? And so this is something that's going to be really, really big, and it's going to be super cool because we can see every single person that comes through and books a call. I can go over to this other view here. We see the exact number of qualified leads that come in this week. You can customize it for, and again, I'll have stuff that teaches all of this. How do you want to base your qualification? Is it based on, age? Is it based on location? Is it based on, did they fill out the form all the way? Are they credit score qualified, right? We have lead magnet conversations, which is in ManyChat, every single one of these asset libraries that we create, or every single person we even send to the VSL, literally every single conversation that you have, even if the ManyChat just opens the conversation. My philosophy has been, if you're going to automate it, just automate qualifying the person and nurturing them. That way, once you see, okay, this person's actually engaged, they watched my YouTube video, it's sent to them and they came back, and you have the conversation from there. You can wake up every single day and see how many uncontacted guys that are qualified who have watched each video. What's actually lacking? We're going to have your Instagram DMs coming straight from Meta Business Suite. So when you guys do want to start hiring setters and stuff like that, it's all there, and it's just so simple. Like, I know that this looks like a lot, but this is it simplified down to the easiest realm. And every single one of these just goes directly to its own parent page. So even over here, scale info management. And I don't know if you guys see, but like each one of you. So like, let's say if you're in level 2 of info operators, which is like one of the top levels closest to scale info, you have your own content dashboard. So it goes over and you'll be able to see the entire content dashboard. So there's a dashboard within a dashboard for each one of these things. But even down to over here, we have calendar and daily operations, right? You can see this group call got scheduled and it immediately populated in my calendar. So on the day of the 545, every single one of your client calls, all of your meetings, your schedule, anything that you have populated within there, it's going to show up in Notion. The whole entire goal here is you can do every single thing that you need to do in your business during the day, and it's built directly for online coaching. Every single thing that you need to do, and you don't have to leave Notion. Literally everything is there. You can post from there. You can. This is one that was huge for me for a long time, was the client communication. But y'all can see this. Every single time that somebody now messages with Tommy, I have each one of these built out to where if they at me
it shows up as urgent, and I see every single one of the messages that come through per client chat right in here. And I see, okay, are they just sending a message to Tommy? Are they just responding? Are they reaching out for a resource? Are they reaching out directly and they need something from me that I need to see? Every single one of them is there. And I can change this toggle between how many open messages do I have, because it gets so difficult to go from Instagram DMs to WhatsApp to Slack to this, to this, to this. And I've known this for a really, really long time. Okay. And we've had a very, very systemized way of doing things. But the last thing I've wanted to do is, hey, let me teach something that I don't think that I can just easily implement in you guys' business if you don't have the skill of doing it. And I'll say a lot of the people that I've worked with that are at that level, we build something out like this, but my dream has always been to create something that you can kind of grow into and it actually benefits you and it doesn't just distract you, something like a Go High Level would or has a crazy learning curve. And I'll say, maybe I'm biased because I just built this today, but I think this shit looks sick in the way that we can customize it. It's super cool. It's like purple's going to be the scale info. Orange is going to be the info operators. And like, imagine you are in your dashboard, the way that I have it, you're reading the updates and the steps that I had from your call. Look at all of these client dashboards also popping up here, like in a super easy to see. Like if I just want to go in and update any, let's say I get a message right here, over here in the Scale Info Client Management, bang, yo, can you update my dashboard, And I'm like, oh, shoot, bang. And I just immediately click on the dashboard, update it. I can change any of the resources. I can go through all of the different clients that I have. Super cool. And it'll go in and it'll actually, every single time we onboard a client, I've automated the onboarding flow to where the form drops into their dashboard immediately based on how much they paid. It populates which dashboard they're getting. It's going to show you at a glance how many new clients have you onboarded this week. Your core concepts will automatically populate as well. And then those will go directly into your Content OS. Over here in the middle, after you have the calendar and daily operations, okay, we have Content OS, we have sales, and these are all things at a glance. So all of the qualified leads that are coming in, you want to look at your business. Some of you guys, you're not even at the point where this is overly that necessary. But imagine how nice it would be if you can literally go through your DMs and answer them for 2 hours in the morning, every single morning, and review them and look at the footage and see which core concept are they in, what false belief are most people having, and that ties directly into your content. You go, bang, look at this reoccurring false belief in the DMs. I need to make more content about that. I need to make more YouTube videos about that. Everything is in one place. A lot of people are so focused on tracking the numbers, but the biggest thing that I talk about is the numbers don't matter if you don't understand the behavioral patterns behind them. Okay, if you posted 19 stories today, that's wonderful. How'd they do? What'd your DMs look like? You got 20 DMs today. That's wonderful. What's your revenue this week? 3 days later, what's your revenue? How many of those DMs have closed? Well, you can start to just see the pattern behind what you're doing and where it came from, not just looking at numbers, and it gives you the solution, and you can have all of these conversations in one place. And I'm really excited to show you guys, how we do this. Again, boom. All of these coming in, general, team. You can see all your team. You can have team communication. Everything is there. Even down to something like this. We have auto populations for all of these. So you pull up your dashboard and one of you guys is like, oh, I've got a little idea. Because guys, how I talk about the time between the idea and the execution, the speed between is the success of an idea. If you guys see over here, it says draft new reel. All I got to do is bang, press this button, boom, pops up. Brings me all of my different assets with the structures, what I want to do, talking head reel. And I go through and I can put it in, which core concept is it in? Which platform is it going on? And basically, the biggest thing that we'll be able to do is we'll be able to go back and we'll have a posted videos bank. We'll have a calendar. And we'll be able to literally go and we'll be able to look at every single month, revenue, what programs were bought. I posted this much content. 70% of it was about this core concept. This was the biggest false belief that I was getting. This is how much money that I made. And you'll be able to go and look in every single hook that you create that's ever performed well. Guess what?
it's tracked, but we're not tracking what you said in the hook. We're tracking at that time, how did it impact your audience? And so your AI, eventually, what will happen for you guys who are in the, Top Scale Info is we'll then be able to take all of that. Okay. And I don't want you guys getting ahead of yourself, but we'll then be able to take all of that and we'll take all the Fathom transcripts. We'll take your story, dozens of hours of YouTube videos. I have put probably a few thousand hours of YouTube videos, of journal entries, of call transcripts, all of the courses I've ever built, all the way back to, I was watching Loom videos the other day from one-on-one calls I was doing 3.5 years ago. I have like hundreds of thousands of pieces of information, and I've fed every single one of these pieces of information into a cross-populated notes app called Obsidian. So every single one of these, and you guys have probably heard about this, every single one of these little pieces basically represents an area of my brain that has been mapped and cross-referenced. Because if you look where the value in a lot of these calls that we have is, and this is why sometimes I'll get frustrated, but you guys like Jason, like you've seen stuff like this where you go back and you hear the things that I'm talking about, and it's from a call that we did 2 weeks ago, or it's from data that you missed, and you start to see the pattern, you start to see the cross-reference of, holy shit, I posted that video and it was good, and I didn't even, kind of like with the rehab, I never even realized that pattern. Well, the whole entire thing is, I want to teach you the skill of thinking, but no matter how skilled you become, you'll never be perfect, because there's going to be days where you're tired. There's going to be days where you're inconsistent because you're sad. There's going to be days where you don't believe in the mission, any of these things. The majority of people, that happens to them, and they start trying to use AI to make them, have better ideas. The problem is, AI is never going to make you have better ideas, because AI cannot think for you. You might think it can, but that's just user error because you haven't used it enough. All that we should be using AI to do is to systemize the thing that we're the most talented at, which is creating unique ideas. But a lot of people haven't thought about their unique ideas. But if you can track and have enough data, if you guys look over here, under brand, it says brand, and we have audience, content, offer, positioning, visual identity. We have ADAM framework, call to value, core concepts, discernment, emotional pattern, false belief. Every single rule, principle, system, AI skill, automation, every single Zap flow, every single coaching call, every single epiphany that I have had, every single pocket of ideas that I have built. And this is condensed a lot, but it is cross-referenced. It's down to a T. It's down to a rule. And I have this downloaded so that wherever I go, you guys can see in here, top funnel, mid funnel, bottom of funnel, right? The trust economy, creating a logical prison, identity selling. And the identity selling goes to top funnel, mid funnel, and it creates this. And what's going to happen is eventually in the future, you guys will be able to feed every single one of these different thoughts in here with different automations and skills. And what you'll be able to do is you'll be able to use the content dashboard, right? And let me go here. You'll be able to use the Content OS, and every hook that you've created, the reason why you've created these hooks, again, this is just a base dashboard so you guys can see the template, but every single hook that you've created, the reason why you've created those hooks, right? Every single sub hook, every single core concept, every single DM conversation, every single call, all of these things will be there. So all the things that are the most unique about you, which are these ideas, the way you make decisions, the way you tie things together, will be tracked. So on your worst days, you're not going to AI trying to ask AI to make a video idea for you and trying to explain your niche and you've never even really truly written it down. You go and you are pre-filled with core concepts, stories, real structures, hook structures, YouTube video structures, literally based on what your best thoughts have been at your best time. And they're given to you every single day. So when you wake up in the morning, you still are having to do the creativity of like, oh, well, where am I at in my life? The last time I talked about this topic was 3 months ago. I still do the same thing, but my life is a little bit different now and I have more understanding of it. But you see the hooks that have performed well previously. You see, everything that has performed well in the past, and you guys will be able to basically run the entire system all from this board. And it's like, you wake up in the morning, you know the stories that you need to post, what core concept they're in. Yes, you still have to do the work. It's not going to become easy, right? It's just not going to make you a billionaire overnight all of a sudden. But what it's going to do is it's going to take every single little piece of doubt or confusion or inability to look at your own behavioral patterns or the data, and you can simply just look at it. It's right in front of your face, and you can just go, here's what I need to do, here's what I need to do, here's what I need to do. And you, instead of, a lot of these people use AI and they're having this self-deprecating loop of constantly diluting their own ideas for like the flock's ideas that they're getting fed to them. They quit thinking. What we're doing is we're in a self-deprecating loop of thinking deeper about how we think. So it's basically a tool that creates metacognition within your own brain, but it feels easier. And that's kind of what I've created. And every single one of these has a flow and automation. They've all been linked together. Obviously, this is the top level that like Mike or like Dr. John level dashboard that they would have. But every single one of you guys, if you, this is honestly overkill. Like if you're making less than $150,000 a month, this is gonna, but y'all will see when I launch them, like for the, info operators, you just have your content OS, you have your next tasks, and it feeds it from your Meta Business Suite. So every single Sunday you wake up, you look at, what are the core concepts I need to post the most this week? You can kind of give yourself little prompts. You wake up in the morning, your client calls are there. Any messages that you have that come through Trainerize or that come through Slack, boom, they're right in there. You don't have to go across 18 different dashboards or anything like that, or pull up Google Docs and all of these different things. And it's really, really nice. And it becomes a system that works together that can, really help you do what a really good personal brand does, which is no matter where you are in the world, where you go, if you wake up late, if you wake up early, if something happens within your family, if something emotional happens, it's like, it doesn't matter how inconvenient the moment is. All of your best ideas and best performances are right in front of you. And you can just use the coach's frame and just take what's in front of you, and you can sit there and you can apply it to your brand. So that's why I've been so, this has been posting, I've been posting a lot of content and like editing it and scheduling it and going through, but I haven't been like super crazy on the stories and stuff like this. I've been getting zero sleep, going really, really hard. Now I still have a few more things to finalize so that I can actually ship it, because the last thing that I want to do is put this out there in school for you guys, for a lot of people, like the course on like how to build it, the do it yourself. And everyone be getting confused, asking me questions about like, what they're doing with like Python or their Claude or connecting skills and stuff like that, instead of posting content. That's the last thing that I want. But just so you guys know, like I'm not just kind of like chilling in the bat cave, just like twiddling my thumbs. I can't even sleep. I woke up this morning after going to bed at 2. I woke up at like 5 and I was like, because I had some really, really good ideas. So, I appreciate you guys for bearing with me. And I know I talked for a bit right there, but I just kind of wanted to show you guys some exciting things that we have, because the industry's moving in a really, really, really cool place. And this is going to be super, super exciting. So I'd love to answer some questions, me and Tommy as well. If you guys have any, let's just, like always, let's try to keep it data driven and specific. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to answer you guys in the most simple and direct way possible to answer your question. If it does not answer your question, please ask, but I'm going to try to answer it in the most direct way possible so that we can kind of run through these. Paula, did you want to raise your hand, or is this kind of just a general question that you just threw in there? You can go first, because I saw the question first, and then I'll move to Michael and then Jason.
Okay, I thought we were posting in the chat. That's why.
Oh no, you're good. We can talk.
So yeah, I posted a top of funnel last week that I knew would do really good. It was a really good like visual hook, and I tried posting 2 more afterwards, kind of like mid funnel, bottom of funnel, trying to relate it to from my core concept 2, which is genetic curse, to kind of core concept 1.
Mhm.
And I just wanted some feedback, maybe how I did, maybe some things I can improve on. I can show you which videos I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now. So just let me simplify. What you're asking is, are you asking if you did a good job of creating mid and bottom funnel examples of the top funnel video?
Yeah, because I'm pretty good at top funnel, like fairly decent.
Yeah, you're really good.
I wanna improve the mid and bottom of funnel. It'll help with my YouTube as well.
Was this the top, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to know what I would do if I didn't win. I guess we'll never know.
Yeah, you look insane. Okay, so from your perspective and for the people there, what core concept were you in your mind thinking of yours that this is under?
Core concept number 2, which is the external genetic curse. Whether it's like your genetics are not good enough and that's why I can't make progress, or your genetics are too good and you kind of feel like you get lazy because of it. So then the next one, the very next reel I posted, I tried to relate like the process of me losing weight to like core concept 1, which is like an internal change, like just the day-to-day of not worrying so much about the scale, which is kind of, I guess, more external, but more focusing on the day-to-day actions, the day-to-day inputs, which I guess would be more internal.
Okay. Yeah. Before I watch this, one thing I would say, this is, since we last talked, I kind of had a little bit of something that I put in the new core concepts board. I've found that it's better that we take top of funnel videos and we run them the same way, like not just having one at the top, almost like we have a runner would be more like this, to where it's one of these videos where it's like there's not too much to the video, because I can have this and I could have a top of funnel video that's very, very similar, but it's not nearly as generalized. It's kind of you talking. So it's still top of funnel, but it's like, this is like to the absolute top. Like no one's even thinking this is perfect. I think this 100% fit your external core concept. I'm just kind of giving you a little explanation. I would think it would be very, very beneficial for you to maybe start writing about some of these things instead of just like I guess we'll never know. Maybe you write about you start kind of creating that funnel of where they go next, which is the, internal identity, what's happening there, kind of that lays you up for the video where you're getting on the scale. And I have one thing I'll add to that, but I want to watch this real quick.
In the 170s. Some of you guys don't realize how much weight I have lost. I started at 223 pounds. This was a year and a half ago, and I took a lot of breaks in between. I had a lot of sidetracked side quests and stuff. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. That's literally it. Just don't focus on the outputs, like the weight dropping. Just focus every day on what you gotta do. The eating, the steps, the calorie deficit. If you spend all your time super focused on the scale, you end up getting in your head, you end up getting all emotional. That's what's happened to me in the past. The only reason I've been able to lose 40 pounds has been because I'm just focusing.
I think this is good. Here's a question that I asked you, okay? Let's say you are, let's do standard process, okay?
Everybody.
You made this video. Describe the guy that you're talking to in your ICP to me, just broadly.
The type of guy, and I'll have this with clients where they'll have like a bad weigh-in one day, or they'll fuck up one day, and it'll cause them to maybe ruin the rest of their week. It'll cause them to doubt themselves, maybe like doubt how many calories they should be eating because, I don't know, they had a little bit extra water and they woke up a little heavier. Yeah.
Okay. So how would you, and I'm kind of doing this for the group so they can see their thought process, because I think you did a good, this is a good rep. I'm going to give you some sauce about this here, but how would you relate? Dude had a bad weigh-in and he thinks like his entire week is ruined, to this video of, you know, was it really worth it to bulk to 215?
Yeah, I mean, maybe not the caption of the runner, but kind of the ethos, which was like the cut, 215 to 180. It seems like such, like a lot of clients, you know, like they have a lot of weight to lose or a lot of weight to gain, and it seems like such a big gargantuan task, but just focusing on the micro, what am I doing today kind of deal, versus like getting up in your head about, oh, I have 40 pounds to lose, I have 10 pounds to gain. I don't know.
Yeah. So you remember when I showed you that this is just an easy example for me to explain. You remember when I showed you that brain earlier that I just showed you? I'm going to do this for you live really quick. I think that this is really, really going to help. You're going to see something pretty cool. So let me do this. Okay. I hope this makes a lot of sense to you guys. Can you guys see this page that I'm showing?
Yep.
So let's say we have bad weigh-in, Bruins week because scale looks bad. And then imagine you have all these different notes about all the different things that you said under there. Okay. Let me actually, I'll just do it easier because I don't want to take too much of you guys' time. Let's say that this right here where it says automation EOD, let's say that is the core concept, the external, or that is exactly precisely this video that we just talked about, the top of funnel. And then this over here is the video with the scale, okay? This is eventually what your core concepts board will look like with these videos, okay? They're quite far away. So at the end of the day, there is no right or wrong about how they relate to each other. What creates your brand is the gap in between here, all the different things that you have. So you have the top of funnel video that's here, and then you have the, more mid funnel video that's here. Our job is, the easier your brand is for the viewer to correlate, meaning the closer that these bubbles actually are together, every single time you post a video, the more the picture becomes clearer. Does that make sense? So if I'm you, and eventually this is what it'll look like when we have your Miro board, I'll have it in Obsidian, and we'll see how all of these thought processes draw together. That's as I was talking about with the Content OS. But my job for you then is, okay, video did good and it's here. Video did good and it's here. You can connect these two together however you want. And there is no right or wrong, because the way that you describe it is what's correct. But then it's, how can I close the gap between these and make these more easily relatable to a person who's not thinking, who's consuming the content subconsciously. And so that is what we want to try to do. And so that's why I would ask you with this, if you're the client who, the scale weight is gone, going back, if you had to do this again, right? And make these more closely related to each other. When you say, was it really worth it to bulk to 215? There's so many ways that we can relate this to what you were talking about with the scale here, but there's nothing there from your end. And at the end of the day, the viewer doesn't know anything outside of what you feed them. And so if we made this almost exact same video again, but we almost, we put a little bit more of a headline that was more direct, and I'll give you an example. And we put a little bit more of a caption that was more direct, where it kind of talked about, it's like, okay, at the end of the day, you looked like this, and then you looked like how you did after. Even if you were fatter, but the outcome still looked how the outcome looked. Does it matter that you looked bad for a season? Or is it worth it because you looked insanely ripped? So when it's like, was it really worth it to bulk to 215? It's like, well, if your goal is to get as shredded as possible, absolutely. And then you're kind of starting to sit there and say, you see how silly it is for you guys to worry about like what your weight is on a day-to-day basis, rather than, as you said earlier, focusing on the micro of like what you're doing to get that outcome long-term. And then you can then go into a lot of that mid-bottom funnel and then that YouTube and the daily stories process where you're extrapolating on that idea in a deep way, talking about, man, it's so crazy how many people get caught up in the, like, oh man, I'm 5 pounds overweight, or, the scale is up, or like the scale is down too much, da 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 da. And you'd be like, do you think that one day, 2 days, a couple of days of me being, an insanely heavy weight right here was like a problem once you see the outcome that I was actually trying to get? And so you start kind of describing it to them, and they can start to go, oh shit. I mean, like, dude, you can't
Anybody
really,
want to know
can't really have much
what I
more
would do
authority
if I didn't win?
than this right here.
I guess we'll never know.
Like, do you think you would find a single dude in the world who would go, oh, I'm not going to look like you did before, even though I end up looking like this? Like, no. Now, at the end of the day, you still look more jacked than most dudes and all the other stuff, da, da, da. But you're getting the point across, and nobody's going to sit there and think that. So when I would make this video, I would just be trying to spoon feed the viewer a little bit harder, because the point that you made was great, like wonderful thought process. But then don't cut yourself off. Like, this could be an entire story flow for the day that goes from the very first example is aim for the macro, focus on the micro. Don't get too caught up in what the scale says today or how overweight you are today. If you are sticking on the right plan, and this also serves your method. At the end of the day, you have a very, very strategic scientific method. And so you're like, this is why I'm able to seem like I'm, taking so much risk or like putting on so much extra weight, because it's like, it's never off the deep end curve for me. It's like, I know exactly what I'm doing, and I know exactly where I'm going to end up every single time. You guys are just worried. And that's also where you can kind of get your antagonist of like, you guys are also just worried because you have other coaches that don't want you to, go more than 1 pound heavier than you're supposed to, because they don't have the confidence in thinking that they can bring you back down, because they don't have everything tracked down to a T. And so you can start to connect this a lot more, because I look at this and I'm in the game and I see it every single day, and you're very smart and you're good at making content. And I see the connection that you make between the two things. The goal here is, if you look at these two videos on a spectrum of your entire personal brand, they're quite far away from each other for the viewer to relate. And if you can just continue to just bridge the gap between them, and you can get to the point where almost like every video that you post is like, and it's just tiny little divots like this every single day. They're just getting boop, 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 with like the same conditional marketing. And it never gets old, because it's like a tiny little bit of a different angle, tiny little bit of a different angle, tiny little bit of a different scenario, but it's constantly pushing them down towards, from the idea, and they don't even know it, from the idea, the false belief that they had, the problems that they were having, into all of a sudden they find themselves, oh my gosh, I've watched so much of your content. There's nobody else that I trust more than you. There's no one that I would buy from. Everything makes complete sense. So I think it was great, but I would even even if you're like visual like me, like take the piece of paper, like draw a bubble like this, and then like draw like a timeline, and then like this, and label the first video, label the second video, and then put a couple of thoughts beneath it. If it doesn't work amazing for you on Miro, because even before I make my Miros, a lot of times I'll draw out like a crazy, like a schizophrenic looking like sketch on a piece of paper. And then you can just go, okay, top of funnel, transformation, and you write down a couple core ideas. And you go here, mid funnel, and then you write down the scale. You told me the guy who weighs a little bit too much, and he does these things, and you go, what is one of the biggest things that connects these two? Because you'll see it on paper the way that the client sees it, and you'll go, oh, there's not really any concrete evidence without me thinking pretty hard that these relate to each other. In their brain, psychologically, it does. But if you can then just sit there and just fill that gap with all of the pieces of content in between, and obviously there's a bell curve where in the middle or, you know, there's a median of the spectrum where in the middle, it starts to switch more to top funnel, and beneath that, it stays more like middle of funnel. But if we can get it down to being that strategic, and you literally just make another one of these and it immediately starts a little bit of a different hook, it's you and you're shredded. It's like, you know, how much would you sacrifice to look like this? You see all these people talking about, you know, not eating food, not doing this, da, da. But what about the other, like, what about the other end of the sacrifice? Literally growing up overweight, out of shape. The most thing that I'm insecure about is being, you know, like, is bulking too heavy, doing all this, da, da, da. But it never, ever bothers me because I know I'm going to get right back down to this. And you talk about, like, so it makes me, you know, go crazy when I see these people and they, you know, they complain about 2 or 3 days where the scale weight is higher than they want it to be. You see what I'm saying? And then we just make another one and we make another one. And that will start to, using your core concepts board for that will really, really, really start to help.